Chapter 82, Abbess Jingxin. Huowang had to try quite hard to stifle his laughter. He suddenly found it very humorous that he, as a Taoist, was asking for help from these nuns. Cough cough, esteemed masters, please don't laugh anymore. I have an urgent problem, and it might be life-threatening if left unresolved, Huowang explained. Follow me, let's go find the abbess. Right, it'll cost 2 golden beans to show you the way, declared the nun as an oily hand reached out toward Huowang. On the other hand, the thing that Huowang was the least worried about was them wanting money. After all, any matter that could be resolved through money was not really an issue. He directly passed 2 golden beans over before following the fat nun outside. Just as they were about to leave the house, Huowang looked back at the other nuns inside with a hint of reluctance. He had a feeling that if he spent his time with these carefree nuns, it would be rather enjoyable. At this point, even the pungent stench in the air didn't seem so unbearable. He followed the nun onto the small path outside the house once again. Huowang said to the nun guiding him, I am Xianyang from Zephyr Temple. May I ask for your monastic name? Miao Yu, replied the fat nun as she picked her nose. Cough cough, good name. Huowang had to restrain himself to avoid laughing out loud. The name did not match her appearance in the slightest. They walked for a while and arrived at a row of short, thatched houses. The fat nun directly walked in. Wait here, I need to take a dump. Sure, take your time, said Huowang as he stifled his laughter, clasped his hands, and bowed. Ahihi. Huowang stood beside the thatched house and stretched lazily. He felt rather at ease here. Here, Huowang wanted to smile at whatever he saw. His surroundings just seemed so cheerful. Just as he was about to burst into laughter thinking about what had just happened, he suddenly felt everything around him begin to collapse. The white walls of a hospital began replacing everything around him, and some illusory figures started to solidify. Huowang had just been feeling at ease, but now, his expression turned extremely ugly as he clutched his head tightly. No, not now. Just for a little while more, Hou Shu. Help. Please, be quiet, Hou Shu. Almost as if his pleading had an effect, everything around him quietened down. His expression was now quite pale, and he wiped off the cold sweat from his face as he stood up. The black Taisui's effects were fading, and those hallucinations were about to come back after a long time. However, Huowang had to push these matters to the back of his mind for now. In the face of life and death, these hallucinations were but a small matter. Huowang's mood grew gloomy as he recalled the recent events. He found it hard to feel cheerful anymore. Hi, Huowang sighed. Just then, he suddenly heard a sound and headed toward the toilet behind. He was truly shocked when he saw the scene behind. There was a bamboo fence surrounding the area behind the thatched house, and a few black, long-haired pigs were being raised within. At this moment, yellow waste was spewing out from within the thatched house, and the black pigs were grunting within it. This scene instantly caused Huowang to feel nauseous. He had heard previously that the nuns from the benevolent nunnery reared pigs, but he hadn't expected that they used something like this to feed them. As he continued looking at the pigs, Huowang's impression of the benevolent nunnery as a whole gradually started falling. The nuns here were extremely strange. The black pigs grunted and scattered, and then Miao Yu stepped out from the thatched house. She saw Huowang standing by the pigsty, but did not say anything and continued to lead him onward. Let's hurry. I still need to take a nap later, said Miao Yu. Do you all eat the pigs that are raised like this? Huowang suddenly asked. What are you talking about? Can't you see we're nuns? We believe in Buddhism, and we can't eat meat. You're a Taoist and don't even understand this. Miao Yu's tone carried a strong sense of disdain, but then she became dejected again as she changed topics. Actually we didn't want to feed the pigs or raise them either. However, nobody came to burn incense or give offerings, so we had to find some way to make money. After all, people can't survive on thin air. Indeed, indeed. Huowang nodded in agreement and continued to follow behind her. After going in circles for a while, Miao Yu brought Huowang to a house and stopped before it. The abbess is inside. I'm not going in. Truthfully, I'm a little afraid of her. Oh, right. Her monastic name is Jingxin, said Miao Yu. Then, without waiting for Huowang's response, she left. Huowang looked at her retreating figure, then chuckled softly and headed in. It was very dark within the house. There were also sounds of food being swallowed and an even stronger stench. These peculiarities made Huowang subconsciously grab onto the bamboo slip inside his clothes. Just as Huowang placed his right foot down to step toward the darkness, he felt like he had stepped onto something shriveled up and quickly withdrew his foot. You may light a lamp, please. I'm blind, so I usually don't need any light. A frail and aged voice sounded from within the darkness. Yes, Abbess. Li Huowang took out a glowing stone and threw it toward the direction he had just stepped in, instantly causing him to be startled by the strange thing he saw. It was an extremely old and fat woman wearing a nun's cap. Her eye sockets were hollow, her eyes replaced by two black voids. The skin on her face hung loosely, dragged by the fat around her neck, as though it was about to be peeled off at any moment. Seeing such a sight in the dim room was undoubtedly terrifying. However, what was more important was her body, rather than her face. Her fat body almost filled the entire room. Her filthy skin was covered in bloody acne, and there even seemed to be something moving within the acne. And at this moment, this woman was hugging a large basin, reaching in with both hands to devour the greasy food. Kiki, this is uncommon. It's rare for a strayed one to come looking for me. The terrifying old nun spoke with her toothless mouth before continuing to eat. Though her appearance was extraordinarily scary, her voice was unexpectedly gentle. If there was no light, one would likely mistake her for just an ordinary elderly person. However, Li Huowang did not have time to think about that. Once he heard this person mention strayed one, he instantly went on high alert and prepared to withdraw. What are you afraid of? One look and I know that you're a young child who doesn't know anything. When would our benevolent nunnery need others as ingredients? We're too lazy to bother with that sort of thing. In fact, my own son is also a strayed one, said the abbess. Oh, Li Huowang perked up. Then Abbess Jingxin, where is your son now? This was the first time Li Huowang had heard about other strayed ones. He went mad. Strayed ones typically have tragic fates. Going mad is considered a relatively better outcome for them, explained the abbess. Then, Abbess Jingxin started to talk about her son's story, her voice growing a little depressed. Translator's thoughts. This is Abbess Jingxin, drawn by Guozi de Lan Shi Bazao. Chapter 83, Strayed One. Going mad is considered a relatively better outcome for a strayed one? Is that going to be my future ending as well? Li Huowang had always thought that others calling him a strayed one was because he had some rare gift, something akin to the unique talents he had read about in cultivation novels. However, the abbess was telling him it wasn't anything good. The name strayed one itself seemed to carry other problems. Li Huowang took a moment to calm himself, then took a deep breath and said, Abbess Jingxin, I have previously eaten black tai sui to cure my hysteria, and it was rather effective. Have you used it for your son before? Li Huowang was hoping to hear that she hadn't used it before, but was immediately disappointed. Yes, of course. But black tai sui cannot be eaten just willy-nilly. Something like that can be eaten quite easily, but it is very difficult to get it out of your body. It will stay in the stomach for a long time, sucking your blood and consuming your flesh. It's manageable if consumed in small amounts. However, if too much is eaten, it will occupy your entire stomach and burrow out from within your body. Abbess Jingxin graphically described the situation, almost as though she had witnessed it firsthand. Hearing this, Li Huowang touched his stomach, his expression growing even more ugly. There was a mass of tentacle-covered black tai sui currently nested within his stomach. At the same time, he reaffirmed his understanding of Dan Yangzi. He was always up to no good. Even the medicine given by him was full of such serious side effects. But these small matters had to be set aside for now. He had more pressing matters to ask about. Abbess Jingxin, could you tell me exactly what being a strayed one entails? And why is it that the strayed ones end up descending into madness? Asked Li Huowang. Li Huowang's anxiety drove him into asking this question. He really needed an answer to this, since it concerned his future life and death. Abbess Jingxin had been scarfing down her food when she heard his voice, and then looked up toward Li Huowang with her hollow eyes. What is a strayed one? You are a strayed one, and you are asking me? Can't you tell what is different about you compared to others? Then let me ask you, where are you from? Asked Abbess Jingxin. Li Huowang almost blurted out an answer, but stopped himself warily. The matter of him transmigrating here from the modern era was an extremely confidential affair. He could not just tell about it to this strange old nun without any preparation, especially when he considered that he had just met her. Who knew what thoughts this fat old nun would have after learning this secret? Let me guess, you must think that you're someone not from here? Someone from a different realm, a world completely different from this one, asked Abbess Jingxin. Jingxin's words shattered Li Huowang's psychological defense. You actually know? Unperturbed, Jingxin bent down to eat the sticky, yellow substance in her bowl. No need to panic. A child really has no composure. Are you questioning how I know about this matter? Didn't I tell you before? My son is also a strayed one. He too used to think like that in the beginning. This made Li Huowang lean forward subconsciously, his voice trembling as he asked, "Your son is also from the modern world? Did he transmigrate here as well?" Currently, his heart was beating extremely fast. The discovery that there were others like him in this bizarre world filled him with excitement. No matter who they were, male or female, as long as they came from the same world, he was not alone. He would finally be able to share the burden that was weighing down on him heavily with someone else. More importantly, he couldn't recall how he came to this world. Perhaps they would remember, and perhaps he could return to his original world through them. Abbess Jingxin didn't answer him immediately and wiped off the yellow liquid from the corner of her lips. Then, she smiled and looked at the youth before her. "No, he didn't. He came from my tummy. That much is certain. Also, young man, dreams may be reality, and reality may be dreams. Don't think that things are all definite, including any matters in your own head." "What do you mean?" Li Huowang found that he could not understand what she was trying to convey. "Why are you so certain that you must be from the other world? Why do you not think that you could be someone from this land? Who knows if those fantasy realms are fake and all imagined by yourself?" asked Abbess Jingxin. "Impossible. Definitely impossible. I know that some of the situations that happened in Zephyr Temple were hallucinations, but I definitely lived before in the modern world. I transmigrated from there. I am a transmigrator. I'm not some lunatic who concocted an entirely different world in my head." Li Huowang's eyes were bloodshot as he retorted loudly. His hands were trembling as he clenched them into fists. It was as though a sensitive nerve had been struck. Jingxin did not dispute anything, and only slanted her face slightly, as though thinking of something. "Hee, my son had said these words to me before. Like you, he could remain clear-headed at times. However, at other times, he would be confused and spout nonsense. But as his mother, I'm certain about one thing. Ever since he came out of my tummy, he never left my side. He didn't go to any other world. That was all made up by his imagination." Li Huowang became petrified when he heard those words, his breathing becoming erratic. Everything from his past started to rapidly flash through his mind. Yang Na, my mother, the hospital, my school. Are all these non-existent? Is it possible that that world never even existed? Does a modern world even exist? In that instant, Li Huowang felt that everything around him was unreal and illusory. What is real? What is fake? Did I not transmigrate here? Was I originally someone from here, and there never was any modern world in the first place? Everything I believed to be true was just something made up by my imagination? No, this is not right. There must be some mistake somewhere. Li Huowang gradually began to lose control of his emotions. His breathing quickened, and his expression grew more and more menacing. At this moment, his sense of self was crumbling, and he needed to find an outlet for the massive amount of stress built up within himself. Suddenly, his gaze hardened, and he glared fiercely at Abbess Jingxin. However, before he could even say anything, the plump woman pointed her greasy finger at him and mimicked his voice. "No, you're trying to deceive me. You have sinister motives toward me. Everything you're saying is fake. You want to harm me, don't you? It's not going to be that easy." After speaking these words, she looked at Li Huowang, who was frozen in place. A gentle smile was once again plastered on her plump and swollen face. "Hee, you were just about to say these things to me, right? In fact, my own son said the same things to me before. Thinking back, it feels like it was just yesterday. I really do miss those times." Chapter 84. Sense of Doubt and Confusion. Jingxin was different from anyone he had encountered up until now. She looked very terrifying, but she was very amiable. But Li Huowang would rather this huge, fat woman just rip off her facade like the others and attack him instead of chuckling as she looked at him, almost as if she knew that everything she said was true. At least, that would make him feel better. Is all that really true? Li Huowang started to panic, his thoughts becoming more muddled, and his expression growing more agonized. The air around him seemed to be pressing in on him, almost as though it was heavy, making breathing rather unbearable. Various images flashed through Li Huowang's mind constantly. When he remembered Yang Na passing him those examination papers, he seemed to have come to a realization. No, that's not right. A person may be able to imagine an entire world, but they definitely cannot just imagine knowledge, muttered Li Huowang. At that moment, all the knowledge that he had learned in high school quickly flashed through his mind. A look of pity appeared on Abbess Jingxin's face as she looked at the youth muttering to himself while clutching his head. Poor thing. However, regardless of what she thought, Li Huowang quickly came to his senses. He seemed tired, but his eyes were once again filled with determination. I am Li Huowang. I transmigrated here, and there's no doubt about that. I am not some lunatic from this world. I am a transmigrator. Definitely. Looks like you've thought it through. So do you believe what I said or not? Asked Jingxin. Abbess Jingxin, let's not talk about your son anymore. Let's get to the point. Tell me what a strayed one is, asked Li Huowang, trying to regain control of the topic. A fat finger with a cracked nail trembled as it pointed at Li Huowang's chest. You are a strayed one. The sense of doubt, confusion, and the karmic obstacles in your heart, as well as the karma on your body. Based on the sin of those things that are behind you, you must have killed quite a few people before this, right? So you can't be considered a complete outsider either, and you should know some of the matters about the formless arts of cultivation. Aside from foreign objects, the most important thing in any cultivation sect is your state of mind. The sense of doubt, confusion, and the karmic obstacles that strayed ones have are much purer and more stable than those of the ordinary folks. In order to stabilize their own state of mind, some sects require a strayed one's sense of doubt and confusion. And even if they don't need it for themselves, they can sell a strayed one to those who do need it and make a big profit. State of mind, emotions. Li Huowang immediately thought of the intense amounts of pain and suffering needed to use the red bamboo slip, as well as the monks from the righteous monastery who had an obsession with beasts, flesh and blood creatures, as well as illicit affairs between the same sex. From the looks of it, they all followed some sort of rules in everything they did. This was the first time that Li Huowang was getting a preliminary understanding of the supernatural powers of this world. Some people might capture you for other purposes as well, but the biggest reason will always be the sense of doubt and confusion that you possess. The only ones who always have this sense of doubt and confusion in their hearts are the strayed ones. Normal people do not have that sense of doubt and confusion, explained Jingxin. Through this conversation, Li Huowang came to understand that in this world, human emotions were not intangible. Here, they were objects that could be made tangible and could affect reality. Human emotions could even be used as a form of currency. Li Huowang decisively said, the sense of doubt and confusion, as well as the emotions in my heart, can actually be used to help others cultivate? But at this point, I'm no longer confused now. I am sure that that side is a hallucination and that this is reality. Even if I sink into a hallucination once again, I definitely wouldn't mistake that side for reality. Hearing this, Jingxin looked at Li Huowang and smiled faintly. Really? All right. I will believe it if you say so. I can't be bothered to argue about it with you. You can take your leave. Leave. Li Huowang immediately realized that he had not yet completed his main objective for visiting here. He hadn't come here this time to understand what a strayed one was. Abbess Jingxin, I came here this time to ask for your help in exorcising an evil spirit, said Li Huowang. Based on the current situation, Yangzi was a far more dangerous problem, and the reason for his visit this time around had been to get rid of him. The first thing he had to do was to survive. He could worry about whether or not he would turn mad after that. After all, if his body ended up getting occupied by Yangzi, then there would be no need for him to consider what happens after that. So you're not here to ask about the way to resolve your situation as a strayed one? Then why were you babbling about useless things earlier? Don't you know how to get straight to the point? Abbess Jingxin was a little displeased. After apologizing, Li Huowang explained the situation to Jingxin. Became immortal? There are actually still people trying to become immortal these days, remarked Jingxin. Jingxin mumbled to herself, then retrieved 2 cow-horn-shaped hexagrams from under her nun cap and began divining out loud. After a long time of divining, she started to carefully study Li Huowang's face with her eyes. Just as Li Huowang was starting to feel uncomfortable, Jingxin suddenly spoke. On the day he attained immortality, did you eat your master? Huh. Li Huowang was puzzled. How could I eat him? If I had a way to get rid of Yangzi, then I wouldn't have made a plan that would end with me dying with him. Jingxin did not rebut and only nodded silently. Then, with a flick of her right hand, Li Huowang suddenly felt something extremely greasy all over his body, making him feel very uncomfortable. At the same time, he felt as though something was moving beneath his skin. Don't rub it. Endure that feeling, said Jingxin. Finally, after maintaining that posture for 2 incense sticks worth of time, Jingxin spoke, I do have a way to deal with your master, but it would require using quite a few Buddhist artifacts and merits. So why should I help you? Li Huowang was stunned but quickly regained his composure. This was simply about giving some benefits. Since she was being so straightforward about her conditions, He felt that she was way more reliable than the righteous monastery. He took out the sacred text, the gourd storing the lifespan pills, and the red bamboo slip before placing them on the ground. As long as you are able to get rid of Yangzi, you can choose any of these items. However, he hadn't expected that even after taking out all these items, he would be met with utter contempt from Jingxin. What kind of trash is all this? Take them all away, especially the profound records. Bring that thing as far away as you can. Don't taint the benevolent nunnery's locale, shouted Jingxin. She seemed extremely repulsed by the red bamboo slip. It was also at this moment that Huowang learned of its name. At that moment, there was a look of greed on her old face. I can smell gold on you. Huowang immediately understood. No problem. I will offer gold pieces to the benevolent nunnery's bodhisattva later. As soon as money was mentioned, Jingxin's attitude seemed to change completely. It was no longer as kindly as before. She seemed a lot more calculative now. Right, silver as well. I smell silver on you too. I want that as well. Besides that, I need you to help me find some items, said Jingxin. Translator's thoughts. For those who don't want to think too much, it's fine to just cruise through the chapter on autopilot. Basically, in this world, everything can be a currency, including intangible and abstract stuffs like emotions, karma, and lifespan. Strayed ones are just more valuable than regular people because they have a special sense of doubt and confusion, just like how people with O negative blood is very rare and hospitals actually keep track of them. Chapter 85, Descent. Find something. Huowang's mind raced when he heard Abbess Jingxin's words. On the other hand, when she saw that his expression turned more serious, she explained, Don't think I'm just taking advantage of your problem. However, this just made Huowang's mood even heavier. He thought for a while, then said, Abbess Jingxin, this should be your final condition, right? He saw her nod in agreement, then took a deep breath and said, Sure, it's a deal. What do you need? He wasn't afraid of there being conditions. Rather, he was more wary of the other party making empty promises. However, as long as there were conditions set, they were still in the realm of negotiation. At least, from what he had seen so far, Li Ji had not lied before he died. In a certain sense, the nuns belonging to the benevolent nunnery were indeed good people. It was not easy to find such people in this strange world. He had no other choice now. Yangzi might end up possessing him first if he continued to look for other methods. A pair of eyes. An extremely peculiar pair of sinister eyes. There is a forest about 200 miles to the east of Honghua Mountain. Head there and bring this sinister thing back. Jingxin stated her final condition. Sinister? What sort of sinister? What sort of abilities does it have? Asked Huowang. He wanted to know what sort of foe he was about to face. It's called the 18th Lunar. That thing is very strange. Every year, on the 18th day of the 12th lunar month, it transforms. At that time, its appearance and supernatural abilities change. I don't know what it looks like right now, so just remember that it's red in color. You will have to figure out a method to deal with it yourself. You even carry the profound records on you, and you think you can't deal with that thing? Besides, do you think that master of yours who attained immortality will let you die? 18th Lunar? That's a name? Huowang was troubled. This was it. He wasn't given any hints, and he had to go completely unprepared to deal with some kind of sinister being. He was going in completely blind. He did not want to give Yangzi a chance to make a move again. If he did, then he wasn't sure who this body would belong to at the end. Can I enlist the help of the other nuns in the nunnery? Other matters can be negotiated, probed Huowang. They're all very lazy. Feel free to try persuading them. But, I'm guessing you don't even have the money to hire them to come down the mountain, right? Abbess Jingxin softly mocked her juniors. Now that a target was established, Huowang did not wish to procrastinate further. He reconfirmed the location of the 18th Lunar with Jingxin, then bowed and turned to leave. I won't disturb Abbess's meal any further. I will go down now and have others bring the gold up. All right. I smell persimmon biscuits as well. I really like them. Remember to bring me some, said Jingxin. Understood, said Huowang. Since he had already handed over all his gold, a little bit of food did not make much difference. As he left, the room once again fell into darkness. However, this did not affect the blind Jingxin. She reached out with her right hand and used her blackened fingers to rummage through the greasy folds of fat on her body. After a long while, there was a rippling sound with a foul odor. A bald old man with frail limbs was pulled out from within. This old person seemed to be on the verge of death. His eyes and mouth appeared slanted, and he seemed to be mumbling from time to time. After taking him out, Jingxin pulled him into a gentle embrace with her pus-covered arms. Then, she started feeding him from the bowl, mouth to mouth. Son, did you hear that? In a few days, you will have some persimmon biscuits to eat. Are you happy? I still remember that you loved eating them back when you still wore open-crotch pants, said Jingxin. However, the old person had no reaction to Jingxin's voice and just reflexively spat out the stuff in his mouth. Jingxin did not seem to notice this and just continued to repeat her actions. See, he's just like you. That kid is also a strayed one, but he's going to have a much harder time than you. You have a mother, but he doesn't. Who knows what sort of fate awaits him? That kid is so pitiful. Meanwhile, back in the Pinglai Inn, Bai Ling Miao was completely naked as she rested her hands on the edge of the wooden tub. She sighed. I wonder how Senior Li is doing. It would have been good if I could have gone up with him. Should I tell him? If I do, won't he worry about me? But he already has enough to worry about for now. Bai Ling Miao contemplated for a long while, until the water in the tub started getting cold. Then, she stood up from the water filled with floating petals, put on her clothes, and walked toward the bedroom. Forget it. No matter what, if he still hasn't come down after 3 days, then I'm definitely going up to find him. Who says I'm a burden? The door creaked as Bai Ling Miao closed it. Once it was fully closed, a strange woman was revealed behind the door. She was wearing a red veil, had colored ribbons on her dress, as well as red embroidered shoes. Seeing her, Bai Ling Miao pulled back the sheets and mischievously slid in. Then, her hands firmly embraced the person under the sheets. I like Sister Xiaoman the most. You're so fluffy. Hugging you is just so comfortable. Xiaoman turned around and faced the white-haired girl. They were so close that they could even feel each other's soft breathing. What's so good about this thing? It's just some black hair. Others treat me like I am some weird creature. Even a man in his 60s won't dare to marry me, said Xiaoman. Don't worry, Sister Xiaoman. You will definitely be able to find the man of your dreams, said Bai Ling Miao as she reached out to gently stroke her black hair. No need. I hate men. I want to remain unmarried. I can live independently without any man, declared Xiaoman firmly. Why would you want that? Bai Ling Miao's eyes widened with surprise. She had wanted to ask if it was because of her father, but she couldn't get those words to come out of her mouth. Meanwhile, Xiaoman turned around, showing her back to Bai Ling Miao, who reached out to gently hug her. Sister Xiaoman, if you have no place to go to in future, then come to my house. How about being the godmother to my children? Offered Bai Ling Miao. Xiaoman did not respond directly. There was a look of hesitation in her eyes as she stared at the wall before her. Are you really planning to marry Senior Li? However, Bai Ling Miao did not answer her, only hitting her back shyly. Why don't you give it some more thought? This is for your own good. Even though Senior Li has been kind to us, you don't necessarily have to repay him like that. After all, he's that sort of person, Xiaoman tailed off. Chapter 86, Departure. What sort of person? Isn't Senior Li quite good? Asked Bai Ling Miao. Those words made her feel rather unhappy. She felt as though her own belongings were being defamed. Xiaoman hesitated. Do you really think Senior Li has no issues? If that really was the case, then why would Baldy capture him to be used as a guiding drug ingredient in the first place? The room fell silent. They all knew each other quite well after having spent some time together. And so they knew that when compared to their physical issues, Li Huowang suffered from the much more thorny mental problems. It was just that everyone consciously avoided the topic. Bai Ling Miao's expression was gloomy. So what? If he's like that, then am I much better? Everyone calls me a white-haired goblin back at home. Others are also afraid when they see me. But Senior Li has never looked at me differently, and he even saved me on multiple occasions. Someone like me couldn't even dream of being able to find someone like Senior Li. I'm already overjoyed that he doesn't despise me. Hearing this, Xiaoman no longer continued on this topic. She just sighed lightly and closed her eyes. Go to sleep. The bedroom gradually became quiet, with the only sound being from the two's soft breathing. When Xiaoman heard the breathing behind her getting shallow, she turned around and looked at the delicate girl before her. Xiaoman looked at her long eyelashes and reached out to caress her cheek. The sensation was like a boiled chicken egg that just had its shell peeled, making her feel infatuated. I know, don't rush, Bai Ling Miao mumbled in her sleep. Hearing this, Xiaoman's brows quivered under her dense hair as she leaned her cheek over. Bang! At that moment, the door was suddenly kicked open, causing Xiaoman to instantly sit up. Then, she pulled out a dagger from under her pillow and stood before Bai Ling Miao. Senior Li, you've come down from the mountain. Xiaoman exclaimed in surprise as she looked at the young man before her. The one who had opened the door was Li Huowang, who had just returned from Honghua Mountain. Where's all the gold? Li Huowang got straight to the point. It's all with Gao Zhijian. He's guarding it, replied Xiaoman. Li Huowang glanced at Bai Ling Miao, who was still half asleep before turning around and walking off in the direction of the other guest rooms. What happened? Was someone here? Bai Ling Miao sat up drowsily. Xiaoman gently laid her back down before saying in a soft voice, It's all right, go back to sleep. We'll talk about it tomorrow. The next day, Xiaoman pulled Bai Ling Miao's hand and brought her to another guest room where they saw Li Huowang. She immediately noticed the mud on his shoes. From the looks of it, their senior Li had been outside all night long. You are here? Have a seat. Let me tell you about the next steps of our journey, said Li Huowang as he opened a map. This is where we're going next. I need to retrieve something from there first. After that, I'll send all of you home, said Li Huowang as he pointed at a spot on the map. After saying that, Li Huowang didn't wait to hear anyone's opinion. He directly rolled up the map and headed toward the door. Pack your things. We're leaving at noon today. Senior Li, what happened on the mountain? Is it dangerous where we're headed? Asked Bai Ling Miao as she followed after him. Meanwhile, Xiaoman turned to the others and asked, What happened? What is Senior Li up to? Why did he come back? How would I know? Senior Li never consults us with anything. It's already unprecedented for him to have given us a heads up today, Puppy said gloomily. Why the long face? We're only leaving, right? Asked Xiaoman. Tears streamed down Puppy's face upon hearing this question. Senior Li gave away all the gold. If I had known he would do that, then I wouldn't have gone to the brothel earlier. I should have bought myself a wife first. What? He gave it all away? Didn't any of you try to stop that from happening? Don't you know that Senior Li has mental problems? Xiaoman shouted anxiously. I did try to stop him. I tried to block him yesterday when he was giving it away. But I could only do so much, replied Puppy. Xiaoman turned and hurried outside, but her actions were in vain. The gold had already been sent to the benevolent nunnery during the last night. Don't worry, I kept some for the journey, said Li Huowang. With heavy hearts, Xiaoman and the others once again set off on a journey. They had little say in this decision. Li Huowang had killed the water bandits and taken the gold. Thus, none of them had the authority to stop him even if he wanted to give it all away. It was just that the sudden transition from being extremely wealthy to being penniless was truly hard for them to adapt to. Late at night, Xiaoman opened her eyes to see a statue-like Li Huowang sitting by the campfire as he looked at the red bamboo slip. Then, she gently crawled out from under the blanket and walked toward the mist-covered forest. In a secluded grassy area, she took out a book and a long knife from her waist. Then, she struck a fighting posture and began to learn from the book. The blade in her hand danced through the air. Though she was still quite unskilled, her eyes shone with determination as she practiced seriously. Whoosh! At that moment, she stopped her blade as she was startled by Li Huowang's sudden appearance. He was still the same. His neck was full of scars, and he had an exhausted expression on his face. Where is this book from? Li Huowang stepped over and flipped through the book on the ground. There were only a few small figures showing a person wielding swords on it, without any words. It looked like a sword-fighting manual. Didn't you ask us to buy the things that we wanted previously? I found an escort from the escort service and used some gold to buy this book from him, Xiaoman replied. Anyone who becomes an escort these days has at least some level of skill. I spent quite a bit to buy this. It is genuine. She chuckled softly and continued. After I killed my dad, I've been thinking, back then, if I had a blade in my hand, would he still have dared to sell my sister and me? And so, I want to become stronger, strong enough to protect myself and others. Hearing this, Li Huowang nodded silently, then turned back toward the campfire. Xiaoman hesitated as she looked at his back. Finally, she yelled, Senior Li, Junior Bai truly cares about you a lot. Please don't let her down. Li Huowang did not stop as he took large strides out of the forest. Show this book to the others as well. Perhaps they may also be able to learn something from it. Even with a horse carriage, 200 miles still took quite some time to cover. They had already been traveling intermittently for several days. As they approached their destination, Li Huowang had the others wait in a small village close by. At this moment, the others were bored and were playing card games in the courtyard of a moderately sized farmhouse. Puppy sneezed and asked son Baolu, who sat in front of him, Where has Senior Li gone? I haven't seen him all day long. We're almost there already, so why are we waiting here? This isn't his usual style. Chapter 87, Forest. Son Baolu listened to Puppy as he took out a playing card from his hand and played it. I saw Senior Li go to the village blacksmith. It seemed like he was preparing something. Right? Puppy, Didn't Senior Li ask you to gather some information? And you're out here playing cards? Aren't you afraid that he'll scold you when he returns? What puppy? Call me Chow Chow, said Puppy as he played a card. This small village isn't all that big, so there's no need to go through so much trouble. Moreover, I brought back those 2 kids to question them, and finished it quickly. The village elders all told us that there are man-eating worms in the woods to the west, and advised us not to go there. You guys want to go? There. You shouldn't. You really shouldn't. 10 years ago, my mom saw flying worms circling the skies in that area. The host, who had been observing their card game, interjected. Don't worry. Senior Li is very powerful. With him around, those worms or whatnot won't even be able to approach us. Hold on. Who just played this card? Ha ha ha, I won. All right. All the eggs in your noodles will belong to me, said Puppy. Come take a look. Senior Li is back, said one of the guiding drug ingredients. As soon as they heard those words, the others turned around to see Li Huowang carrying a large leather bag while walking into the courtyard. Surrounded by the group of curious guiding drug ingredients, Li Huowang placed the leather bag on the table and opened it in front of them. Inside, there were rows of neatly arranged items. These were brand new weapons custom-made for him. There was a pair of large black pliers, sharp awls, small fingernail-sized shovels, and long barbed needles. These strange-looking objects were unsettling to even look at. At that moment, Puppy picked up a spoon with very sharp edges and played with it. Senior Li, what are these items for? Rather than weapons, they seem more like torture tools. For example, this. It can't kill people, but it would definitely be able to gouge out someone's eyes. Puppy abruptly stopped, scared by his own words. He immediately thought of the events that occurred on the island made of reeds. That person had used pliers to pull out his own teeth and burst his own eyes. At that moment, Li Huowang reached out to retrieve the object in Puppy's hand as he asked, "How's the information gathering?" It's done. There are said to be man-eating worms there. The people around here avoid going there. The worms are also very quiet and never come out. Fear was clearly visible in Puppy's eyes as he looked at the objects on the table. Meanwhile, Li Huowang picked up a small shovel and gestured a few times with it toward his fingernail. Then, he placed the items on his back and said, "Let's go. It's already noon. Why don't we rest the night before going?" suggested Sun Baolu. However, this suggestion was met with an ice glare from Li Huowang. I said let's go. Soon, the wheels of the carriage started to turn and roll toward the forests infested with man-eating creatures. As the moon rose up, Li Huowang and his group finally arrived at their destination. There was an extremely dense bamboo forest before them, and fireflies could be seen twinkling in and out of sight. A small path winded through, making it look like a snake that had burrowed into the bamboo forest. The weeds on the path suggested that it hadn't been used in a long time. Li Huowang didn't rush in recklessly. According to Abbess Jingxin, the 18th Lunar was an evil being that had multiple forms. Nobody knew what form it had right now or what kind of threat it would pose to them. He stood at the edge of the forest and spent some time observing in silence. Time passed slowly, and everything appeared to be normal inside the forest. All the creatures within remained unchanged, and Li Huowang even saw some rats gnawing on the bamboo. It was only at dawn that Li Huowang ceased his observation. As he ate the noodles in his bowl, Li Huowang told the others, "From the looks of it, the periphery is fine. We will enter the forest after this meal. Once we are inside, don't do anything else. There's only one thing all of you need to do. If, and I mean if." His expression turned serious as he paused. "If my behavior turns abnormal, then keep an eye on me, and don't let me wander around." Yes, the reason Li Huowang had brought them along this time was this. As the effects of the black tai sui were gradually wearing off, Li Huowang felt his surroundings becoming more and more unreal, and he felt like he might be engulfed in hallucinations at any moment. He needed them to accompany him inside, just in case. Upon hearing this unusual request, the others exchanged glances and nodded. "Even if my behavior turns abnormal, it shouldn't be for a long period of time. It'll be fine once I'm back to normal," continued Li Huowang. Once he finished speaking, he drank a mouthful of soup. At that moment, a delicate white hand reached over and plucked at his hair, causing him to feel pain in his scalp. "What are you doing?" Li Huowang was displeased with the owner of the hand, Bai Ling Miao. "My mother once said that white hair has to be plucked. If you leave them be, more white hair will grow on your head," replied Bai Ling Miao. Hearing this, Li Huowang hastened the pace at which he devoured his noodles. Meanwhile, Bai Ling Miao sat down cross-legged beside him and reached out toward the red bamboo slip on Li Huowang's back. "Senior Li, You've been carrying this thing all this time. However, Li Huowang suddenly stood up before she could touch it. He finished the soup in one gulp and tossed the bowl into the empty pot. Let's go into the forest. Everyone was well fed, and they followed Li Huowang down the small path. Despite it being early morning, once they stepped into the forest, the surroundings turned dark. The dense bamboo thicket acted as a barrier that tightly blocked out the sunlight coming from above. Thus, they took out the dark green glowing stones, using them to brighten their surroundings. However, when this green-colored light illuminated the bamboo forest, it caused the green bamboo around them to take on a sickly hue, making the onlookers feel unsettled. Amidst the swaying of the bamboo trees, there seemed to be something hiding in the depths of the dense bamboo forest, watching them. Li Huowang strained his eyes to make out what it was, but could not see anything. Right as he was about to turn around, he felt a prickling sensation on his back. Is this the power of the 18th Lunar? Is it watching me from within the forest? What form has it taken? The others could also feel that strange sensation. The only sounds that could be heard around them were that of shoes stepping on the weeds. Nobody said anything, the atmosphere growing tense. Senior Li, do you feel like the bamboo above is growing closer to us? Said one of the guiding drug ingredients. Hearing this, everyone slowly looked up. The surrounding bamboo trees were completely bent, with their sickly-colored tips pointing directly at them. Chapter 88, Rules. Don't move. Everyone, stay still. Li Huowang's voice rang out in the eerie bamboo forest, causing everyone to freeze in place. They remained motionless while gazing at the row of bamboo tips above them, afraid that those things might pierce straight down. Stay still, said Li Huowang as he took a step forward with his right foot. The others held their breath anxiously as they watched this scene. However, they all heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that there were no changes in the bamboo. Then, Li Huowang took a few more steps forward and even circled around, but the bamboo remained the same, showing no changes. Could it be that the bamboo in this wretched place just grows in a strange manner? Puppy wondered out loud. However, Li Huowang did not dare to gamble on whether that really was the case or not. He immediately shook the bell in his hand to summon a wandering god, and then commanded it to swiftly inspect the surroundings of the forest. After a while, the wandering god returned before Li Huowang and indicated that there were no issues. Only after this did Li Huowang's apprehension reduce slightly. However, he wasn't relieved because of what the wandering god had told him, but because that strange feeling like he was being watched had vanished. Li Huowang did not immediately dismiss the wandering god, choosing to continue deeper into the forest while it was still around. While the ringing of the bell caused everyone to feel dizzy, it was definitely better than being ambushed by the so-called 18th Lunar. Stay close. Let's quickly pass through this forest, said Li Huowang as he continued to shake the bell while walking deeper into the forest. At the same time, he flicked open the clasp of the leather bag, revealing the torture tools within. These objects gleamed with a cold light as they reflected the light given off by the glowing stones. At this moment, everyone had gripped their weapons and held their breaths. They closely followed one another, scared to fall behind. As time passed, the bamboo tips above them bent even more, with their tips eventually starting to touch the top of their horse carts. The sound of the bamboo tips scraping against the carriage roof was sharp and grating, making everyone feel even more oppressed. Even so, the wandering god told them that there was no sign of any enemies. As they walked through this bizarre bamboo forest, everyone felt as though they were traversing through a large mouth with the bamboo tips acting as the teeth. Under such conditions, Li Huowang did not know how far they had walked either. The dizziness was causing him to lose the perception of time. At that moment, he suddenly saw a light in the distance. An exit. Excited, he swung his sharp sword and cut down an area of bamboo, allowing the sunlight to come in and illuminate the path. The brightness of the sunlight made everyone squint instinctively due to how blinding it was. Based on the position of the sun, they could tell that it should be afternoon by now. When they were finally able to see better and turned to look ahead, their eyes widened involuntarily. There was actually a village at the back of this peculiar forest. In the distance, the rows of blue-tiled houses were scattered around and arranged irregularly. It was not that much different from the other villages that Li Huowang had seen along the way. There was a clear pond by the entrance of the village. At this time, several young women were washing their clothes and chatting cheerily at the pond. Senior Li, are you sure this is the place? Did we make a mistake? Asked Xiaoman as she frowned. Meanwhile, Li Huowang quickly recalled the location that Abbess Jingxin had given him. then stored the bell before heading toward the village. Follow closely, don't let down your guard. Perhaps this is just an illusion created by the 18th Lunar, warned Li Huowang. The 18th Lunar. Could it be referring to a village? Bai Lingmiao mumbled. This thought had also appeared in Li Huowang's mind. After all, the only piece of information he had obtained from the Abbess was that this evil being was red in color. As they approached the village, the first to notice them were naturally the women washing their clothes. They picked up their clothes and whispered amongst themselves as they walked back toward the village. Such a large group of people wearing black-veiled bamboo hats would naturally draw the villagers' attention. Soon, groups of burly youngsters carried farming tools on their backs as they approached, watching them vigilantly. Outsiders, what brings you to our Wu family village? Are you just passing through, or are you visiting relatives? An elderly man with a goatee yelled from a distance. Li Huowang's gaze swept over the faces of the villagers, but he couldn't find anything abnormal. This seemed to be just like any other village, if judged based on their appearance alone. Could the 18th Lunar be here? When the village chief shouted a second time, Li Huowang brought his people over, bowed to them, and opened his map. Elder, may I trouble you to check if your village corresponds to the location on this map? What? Asking for directions? The old man took the map and conversed with the others in hushed tones. Meanwhile, Li Huowang kept his eyes on their faces, observing their expressions. After a while, the village chief handed the map back with both hands. Outsiders, you have found the wrong place. The location on this map is about 10 miles away from here. We found the wrong place? Or have we not arrived yet? Li Huowang quickly ran a mental calculation of the distance from the benevolent nunnery to here. Abbess Jingxin had said that it was about 200 miles, and he was no machine either. Thus, it would be normal for there to be some human error. Haha, my apologies for the mistake. I actually found the wrong place. Li Huowang clasped his hands together and once again bowed to the people before him. However, the sun is about to set quite soon, Elder. Could you allow us to stay for the night? We have been on the road for half a month, and we are quite exhausted. Well, the chief looked at Li Huowang's group warily. Elder, if it's convenient, then please. Li Huowang smiled and leaned over, grabbing the chief's hand underneath his gown. At that moment, the chief felt something on his palm, causing his expression to change as he pinched it with his fingers. All right, our west wing is still vacant. You guys can stay there. Remember, just one night, said the chief. Soon, the two horse carriages were advancing along the moss-covered stone path toward the village. Puppy leaned over and whispered, Seniorly, isn't this the wrong place? Li Huowang gave the villagers peeking out through their doors a sideways glance. Perhaps it isn't a mistake? What if this is the place we're looking for? The most important lesson Li Huowang had learned after being out for so long was to always take the words of others with a grain of salt. Since the 18th Lunar could change into any shape, then a village was undoubtedly an extremely convenient place to hide in. He didn't know whether or not it consumed people. If it did, then this village would probably be a suitable feeding point. As they walked, he started to scan the entire village for any hint of redness. But even as they reached the village entrance, he found no trace of red. Right as they reached the entrance, the village chief clasped his hands together and looked at them. First, let me explain something. The Wu family village has many rules that are passed down from the previous generations, and they cannot be changed. You guys may stay the night, but you must follow those rules. If not, it would be better for you to leave now. Rules? Questioned Li Huowang. Chapter 89, Wu Family. After some pondering, Li Huowang nodded. Elder, could you please tell us what these rules are? First, in our Wu family village, you're not allowed to talk back to those older than you, especially me, said the goateed village chief as he raised his index finger. That is a rule. Li Huowang and the others were completely dumbfounded. They had expected there to be some peculiar rules, but they seemed quite ordinary. Aren't these only household rules? You want to use your household rules to restrict outsiders, argued Puppy. But Li Huowang tapped Puppy's head beside him and then said to the village chief, Please continue. We're listening. Second, whenever any animals from the nearby forest come out, be it a mouse or an owl, you must not harm them or step on them. If you encounter them on the road, then you must give way. They have done many favors for our Wu family in the past. Third, you guys are outsiders, and thus your group's men aren't allowed to talk to the females of our village. This rule didn't exist previously, but recently, a peddler took away 2 wives from here. My blood boils just thinking about it. As the village chief incessantly droned on about the rules, Li Huowang and the others gradually learned about the various rules of the Wu family village. Even trivial stuff like how they shouldn't litter had been mentioned. Damn, this village has too many rules. We might as well not stay here, muttered one of the guiding drug ingredients. Shu, continue listening, whispered Li Huowang. At this point, the village chief's list was drawing to an end. 11. Don't light up fires at night, and don't go outside at night either. And lastly, no matter what time it is, never talk to someone with your back facing them. Always turn around, and only answer them once you see their face. Never speak to someone who has their back turned to you. Li Huowang frowned slightly upon hearing these rules. The last two made him feel that something was amiss. What happens if I end up breaking these rules? What will happen? Asked Li Huowang. Break the rules. The village chief's eyes widened fully, and then he confidently continued. You'll be fined, of course. A silver piece each time you break the rules. Even more if it's a repeat offense. You will be fined until you dare not break them anymore. Don't think that I'm bullying you just because you are outsiders. Even our own villagers are treated the same way. Li Huowang felt that he had some sort of misconception. Could it be that he had misunderstood something? At that moment, Li Huowang felt someone tugging at the hem of his robes, causing him to look back at the goateed elder. He nodded as he said, Rest assured, elder. We are reasonable people. That's good. I wouldn't have bothered helping all of you if not for the fact that I saw you traveling with 2 kids. I'm getting old. I can't bear seeing children suffer, said the chief. Then, he turned around and walked back to the courtyard. Meanwhile, the 2 horse carriages stopped within the courtyard, while Li Huowang's group brought their bedding into the musty and smelly west wing. By the time they were done cleaning and arranging everything, the sun was already setting in the west. At that moment, the chief came in with a smile. Youngsters, are you going to have dinner here? I'll get my wife to prepare some extra. Have dinner? Li Huowang's heart tightened. Others' food wasn't usually so delicious to eat. Li Huowang thought for a moment, then nodded. Thank you, elder. Then, he glanced at Xiaoman as he watched the elder leave with hands behind his back. Go to the kitchen and help the host family. All right. Xiaoman nodded and left. The village chief had a large family, 6 sons, 2 daughters, and even more grandchildren. Thus, dinner time was a bustling affair with over a dozen people. This was also the reason why he dared to take Li Huowang's group in. In the village, nobody dared to provoke those who had a lot of sons. Even though they stayed in a massive mansion, the Wu family's dinner was quite simple. They were having plain steamed rice along with their own homegrown vegetables. It seemed rather miserly. By the time Li Huowang arrived, they had already started eating. They didn't have any notion of a host having to wait for the guests. In fact, many of the plates were already empty. The rice is over there, so help yourselves. We don't have too many formalities when we are eating, said the chief. Li Huowang shook his head. No problem. He led his group to the corner where the steamer was placed as he started counting in his head. Just as he had counted to 10, the sound of bowls shattering rang out behind him. When he turned around, he saw the dozens of people, including the village chief, all lying on the floor, unconscious. That peddlers knockout drugs are quite effective. You truly get what you pay for. He didn't bother checking whether these people were under the so-called 18th Lunar's manipulation or whether they were plotting against him. After all, whoever struck first held the advantage. Then, with a wave of his hand, the others quickly rushed toward the east wing of the main house to search for clues. Start with anything written, then look for other abnormal objects. Pay extra attention to the strange things, like Buddhist amulets or deities. I want to see what they are up to, Li Huowang instructed. They searched everywhere, even flipping through the entire courtyard as a group, yet they found nothing. There was nothing unusual. How could there be nothing? Li Huowang stood in the hall, frowning as he thought about these questions. After an entire day's work, he hadn't found anything in the bizarre forest besides this village. Could the 18th Lunar be in the forest we were in previously? No, I checked there already. This village is surrounded by the bamboo forest. If the 18th Lunar is hiding, then it must be here. Does finding their silver count for anything? Puppy carried out some silver pieces. However, he sighed helplessly when he saw Li Huowang merely glance at him, and then dejectedly carry the silver back. Li Huowang noticed the dusky color of the sky, and then instructed again. Bring the fire starter and start a fire. Senior Li, weren't we told not to light any fires? Bai Ling Miao was confused. Hearing this, Li Huowang's eyes narrowed, while his right hand touched the row of torture tools on his waist. I want to see what happens after I light it. If there were any other suspicious things about this village, then they would be the rules mentioned by the goateed man. Whoosh. The candle lantern found from the search earlier was rapidly lit on fire, illuminating the entire Wu family courtyard. In the hall filled with people lying on the floor, Li Huowang sat quietly and waited. The sky was gradually getting darker. There was no moon tonight. It was as though a giant black cloth was covering the sky. However, the darkness fell just like that, and nothing happened. Huh. Puppy yawned, then leaned against a pillar and started to doze off. His yawn seemed to be contagious, making the others yawn as well. At that moment, a trace of doubt appeared in Li Huowang's heart as he looked at the unconscious Wu family members lying on the ground. Could I have really come to the wrong place? Just as he was starting to have such thoughts, a mischievous giggle sounded from beyond the courtyard wall. Hee hee, you broke the rules. Chapter 90 Girl. Hee hee, you broke the rules. A soft and somewhat feminine voice rang out. In that moment, Li Huowang could not help but recall that girl with tiny feet who had summoned the god of happiness. This voice was quite similar to hers. Li Huowang and the others walked out from inside the house to the courtyard, their faces covered in wariness. Once outside, they saw a small head propped up on top of the wall to the left of the house. From the looks of it, she was a yellow-haired girl who appeared to be only about 5 to 6 years old. She giggled as she looked inside. Her hair was tied into tall pigtails with the help of a red string. Red. Li Huowang's heart raced when he saw the red string that tied her hair. Could this child be the 18th Lunar? Li Huowang pondered for a moment as he watched the giggling girl. Then, he spoke. I might have broken the rules, but you aren't doing much better than me. Aren't you not allowed to go outside during the night? Why are you still out here? I'm a child. You adults aren't allowed to go out, but us kids can go outside and play. She didn't show any hostility toward Li Huowang's group. Then, she shifted her head to one side and continued as she grinned. If you give me some candy, then I won't report you. Meanwhile, the others stared at the child's head in surprise. The wall of the Wu family's courtyard stood quite tall at about 6 meters. However, this girl's head was moving around on the wall quite effortlessly, meaning that she was not using a ladder and was just standing there. Li Huowang looked at the small head, as well as the tall, dusty wall beneath it. He couldn't imagine what a child would look like with a regular-sized head and a 6-meter-tall body. She might look like a stick insect? Hee hee, are you going to give me candy? If not, then I'm going to shout for someone. The girl on the wall continued. Yes, of course. But I don't have the candy on me right now. I have to go and get it first, Li Huowang replied. Then, he turned to Puppy beside him and softly whispered some instructions to him. Fear appeared on Puppy's face as he listened to Li Huowang's instructions, but he eventually nodded when Li Huowang passed the bronze bell to him. He turned around and headed into the house. All right, he's going in to bring back some candy. Let's wait a while and chat to pass the time, said Li Huowang. Sure, I like chatting. The girl seemed very innocent. Li Huowang kept his tone quite cordial when talking to this questionable being. Which family are you from? How come we didn't see you at the village entrance earlier? I don't know which family I belong to. They all say I'm the child of the stove god. But I'm obviously not like that stove god pasted on the wall, she replied. Oh, you aren't like the stove god? In my eyes, you are rather similar, what with your love for candy. I remember back when we used to offer sacrifices, my grandpa would often smear some pastries onto the portrait's mouth. As Li Huowang spoke, his right hand quietly touched the red bamboo slip on his back. The pigtails on her head swayed as she shook her head. You're making things up. The stove god obviously has 4 pairs of eyes, 5 hands, and no legs. Tell me, just how do I look like him? Everyone felt a chill run down their spines when they heard her description. This was completely different from the stove god that they knew of. Little girl, are you making things up? How can the stove god have 5 hands and no legs? Then, how does he walk? Upon seeing Li Huowang's deliberate questioning, the girl started growing more and more agitated. How am I making things up? I saw it with my own eyes. Besides, who says you need legs to walk? The stove god can have red sausages burrow out from its belly button to serve as legs. Just as she finished speaking, Puppy's voice rang out from the other side of the wall. Seniorly, this brat doesn't have a body. She only has a head. Swoosh. The girl's head quickly withdrew down the wall, causing Puppy to let out a terrified scream. Ring the bell. Li Huowang gritted his teeth and quickly dashed toward the entrance of the Wu family's courtyard. By the time they arrived on the other side of the wall, Puppy was already kneeling on the ground and kowtowing constantly while trembling and wailing loudly. His pants were also soaking wet. Li Huowang looked at the dark alleys around him, then came to Puppy's side and pulled him up. Then he snatched back the bronze bell and shouted, Stop kowtowing, and tell me where it ran off to." Hearing this, Puppy shakily pointed toward the east. Seeing this, Li Huowang threw him aside, then carried his sword in one hand and a lantern in the other as he dashed in that direction. Amidst the pitch-black surroundings, everything around them seemed to look like man-eating creatures that were brandishing their claws in the space between darkness and light. Even after chasing for a while, Li Huowang could not catch up to that female head. He came to an unfamiliar area that seemed to be the end of the village. The bamboo forest was visible just in the distance. Li Huowang cursed under his breath due to his lack of any discoveries before turning back to gather with the others who were just approaching with lanterns in their hands. No matter what that girl was, he could tell one thing clearly. Even if that wasn't the 18th Lunar, they should be closely related. He had not been mistaken. The 18th Lunar was here. When Li Huowang walked closer to the group, he was stunned momentarily. These people were indeed his companions, but they were all standing still on the spot, carrying their lanterns, and had their backs uniformly facing him. "What are you guys doing?" Li Huowang cautiously took a step back as he tightened his grip on the bell. Right after he spoke, everyone turned around. Their faces had changed. Every single face was the same as that girl's face. Then, these identical female faces smiled simultaneously. You once again broke the rules. If you don't give me any candy, then I'm going to tell the others, and they will come looking for you." Ring, ring, ring. At that moment, the piercing sound of the bell rang out loud, immediately causing those figures to be chased away. The piercing sound of the bell was particularly noticeable in the darkness. Not long after, Li Huowang saw his people gather toward him. This time, their faces were not replaced by that girl's face. After he carefully verified their identities by asking them about information that only the disciples from the Zephyr Temple would know, he heaved a sigh of relief. These really were his people. "Senior Li, what's going on?" "What happened?" asked one of them. "Nothing. It was just an illusion." Li Huowang shook his head and surveyed the darkness around them. After confirming that nothing was unusual, he led them back on the path they came from. However, not long after they left, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared within the darkness. Chapter 91, Li Huowang. Their surroundings were eerily silent on their way back. There were no sounds besides their footsteps. Unsurprisingly, everyone was tense while walking through such an eerie place. They had not yet walked far when the sound of footsteps stopped. Li Huowang and the rest had stopped and were scanning their dark surroundings when a pair of glowing green eyes suddenly appeared within the darkness. No, it was not a pair but an entire group of green eyes. Due to the darkness, they couldn't see what the creatures were. Their green eyes, both large and small, stared at them unblinkingly. Looking at these eyes, Li Huowang and the others felt as if there was a monster with numerous eyes on its body within the darkness. Fuck! Having been tricked by it so many times, Li Huowang snarled in irritation. Then, he pulled out the red bamboo slip from behind his back and unfurled it in front of him. Li Huowang raised his right index finger and placed it on the edge of the sharp bamboo slip before ripping out one of his fingernails and shooting it outward, blood trailing behind it as it flew into the darkness. The fingernail managed to find its mark, causing a woeful shriek to be heard. One of the eyes within the darkness was gone. However, Li Huowang was not satisfied with this. Soon, he used 3 more fingernails, finally getting rid of all of the eyes within the darkness. At the same time, a repulsive stench filled the air. When the group walked over to where the eyes had been with their lanterns in hand, they bore witness to a bloody mess. At that moment, Li Huowang and the rest finally realized what the eyes were. They were not supernatural beings. Instead, they were just some random forest critters like a hedgehog, a fox, and a lynx. But now, they were dead and their bodies torn into numerous pieces. Li Huowang was extremely cautious. He did not think they were dead, and so he raised his leg and stomped down hard on the head of the fox beside him. What a stupid rule. It's nothing but bullshit. If that thing was able to fight us fair and square, would it need to resort to such tricks? We can't fall for its tricks and dance to its own tune. Let's return, said Li Huowang. After walking for 15 minutes, they finally saw the Wu family's courtyard. Li Huowang. At that moment, a faraway voice was heard, causing all of them to stop. Who's there? Li Huowang shouted and turned around, staring into the darkness. However, he didn't see anything. Keep playing your tricks. But remember, one of these days you will fail. 18th Lunar. I swear that I will have your eyes, he shouted. After shouting his threats, he brought the rest of them into the bright courtyard of the Wu family. Soon, the goateed village head who was previously unconscious on the ground was tied to a pillar and a bowl of cold soup was splashed on his face. Cough, cough. When Wu Qing gradually opened his eyes groggily and saw the faces that were filled with hostility, he was extremely frightened. You guys are bandits. Piak. A palm slapped across his face, causing half of his face to become inflamed. At the same time, Wu Qing was left stunned by the impact. Talk. Where is the 18th Lunar? What is your relationship with it? What are you guys talking about? Let me be clear about one thing. This is the Wu family village, and everyone here has the surname Wu. Think wisely before you act, said Wu Qing. When he saw Wu Qing still trying to feign ignorance, he smiled, revealing his white teeth. Old man, I'm trying to be courteous here instead of resorting to violence. The 18th Lunar's capture is going to quite literally determine my life. If you continue to protect it, don't blame me when I accidentally hurt you. As he said that, he raised his bloody right hand that was missing its fingernails, using it to pat the interrogation tools hanging from his waist. I don't intend to just use these on myself. In certain situations, these things might be able to act as keys that open the hearts of those I capture. When she heard him say such a thing, Bai Ling Miao took a step forward with a worried expression on her face. However, Xiaoman pulled her back and gently shook her head. What are you guys saying? What 18th Lunar? The Qingming festival happened just a while ago, so it's still quite some time before the 12th month. Young man, please, spare me. Please take pity on this old man. Wu Qing's face was pale from fear. When he saw Wu Qing continued lying, he whipped out one of the torture tools with his right hand. It was a pike head with numerous hooks. Then, he smiled viciously as he held the horrifying pike head and slowly placed it on Wu Qing's scapula. Wu Qing was visibly frightened as he started shouting in a panic and thrashed against his restraints. Even so, he did not say anything related to the 18th Lunar. Just as the sharp edge of the pike head tore through Wu Qing's clothes, a large hand pressed down on his wrist. It's fine. Looks like he really doesn't know anything. How do you know? This man is clearly suspicious. The moment we entered the village, he bombarded us with rules. He must know about the 18th Lunar. Calm down. You weren't so aggressive in the past. You are becoming more and more like Dan Yangzi, commented the owner of the large hand. Hearing that, he paused. For some reason, he was becoming more and more cruel without him even knowing it. Slowly, he was becoming just like the damned baldy that used to refine living people into pills. He quickly kept away the pike head and turned around. Thank you, seniorly. If you hadn't said it, then I might not have noticed it. At that moment, what he saw in front of him was Li Huowang, wearing a Taoist robe stained in blood as he revealed a familiar smile. We are in the same boat here. No need for such polite words. What we should do now is to plan out our next steps, since we don't have any clues, said Li Huowang. Hearing this, he turned around and stared at the old man that had almost fainted. Even though he knew that it was Dan Yangzi's influence that was causing him to act so rashly, he also knew that he was running out of time. If he couldn't find the 18th Lunar, then he would never be able to get rid of Dan Yangzi who was possessing him. Then, all he would be able to do was slowly see himself turn into Dan Yangzi. He couldn't afford to wait anymore. Why don't we ask the other villagers when the day comes? Maybe they know something, Puppy suggested. All right, it's been a long night, and everyone is tired. We should stop for today. I will go and ask the villagers once it's daytime, said Li Huowang. Hearing what Li Huowang had said, he decided not to say anything else as he walked back to his room. When he woke up the next day, he saw that the rest of his senior brothers and sisters were already up and about. When he exited the room, he was surprised to see that everyone was acting normally as they ate congee with the Wu family despite how he had treated Wu Qing the night before. Come here and eat. I've already told the village head about your situation. The village head is not the type to hold grudges, said Li Huowang as he looked at him. Chapter 92, The 18th Lunar. Hearing Li Huowang's words, Wu Qing grunted. His face was still half swollen from the previous night. Then, he pulled out a stool and took his bowl before sitting with his back facing the youth that just exited the room. Ho! He makes it look like I'm the one who holds grudges instead. Seniorly, you must have used a lot of silver just to convince him, right? He asked mockingly before walking into the hall and picking up a yellow steamed cornbread from the bowl and munching on it. Hey, you brat, how can you be so disrespectful? Did your mother not teach you to be polite? Demanded Wu Qing. Since he had Li Huowang supporting him, he was not as cowardly as yesterday when he was tied to the pillar. Hearing the old man disrespecting his mother, the anger in his heart exploded. Jiao. He instantly unsheathed his sharp sword and pointed it at Wu Qing's goatee. I dare you to say that one more time. What are you doing? Shouted Wu Qing's 6 sons and 8 grandsons as they placed their bowls down. Then, they stood up, rolled their sleeves, and circled him. Fuck. Do you think I'm afraid of you guys? I dare you to take one more step. I've already killed hundreds of people, and I don't mind adding a few more to that list. Come closer and try me, he shouted. Seeing the hostility of the Wu family made him feel extremely irritated as his heart beat faster. Put down your sword and stand outside. A loud voice interjected. At that moment, when he saw Li Huowang's hardened face, he knew that Senior Li was really angry. He stared daggers at the Wu family as he sheathed the sword and walked toward the door. Senior Li's voice sounded behind him. Old man, you know how young people are. They don't even have a mustache, but still love to boast. He's just lying. He has never killed a single person. You think I couldn't see what kind of boy he is? All bark, but no bite. Who does he think he is? Nothing but an inexperienced chick. Heck, the amount of salt I've eaten throughout my life is probably more than the amount of rice he has eaten in his life, said Wu Qing. Hearing the old man say that, he angrily turned around. So what if I'm young? Just because I'm 14, am I not a man? That old man is nothing but hot air either. At that moment, he saw Li Huowang's cold gaze trained on him, causing his heart to skip a beat as he hurriedly ran out. The village was covered in a faint white fog early in the morning. As he stretched, he felt the crisp air around him. Then, he rolled up his sleeves and squatted down to look at the ants on the ground. You there? Monk, what are you squatting down there for? A voice rang out behind him. He stood up and straightened his yellow monk robes before politely placing his palms together as he talked to the white-haired girl in front of him. Ba, I am doing Vipassana. Ho, what an interesting monk, just like a child. You are only looking at the ants moving their nest, and yet you are still able to say that you are doing Vipassana. When he saw the girl's white eyelashes fluttering, the monk slipped into confusion, as if he was reminded of something. But just as he did, he lowered his head and chanted some sutra, while vowing to never again set his eyes on the girl in front of him who had shaken his heart so easily. Then continue on with your Vipassana. Goodbye, said the white-haired girl. Looking at the girl entering into the Wu family courtyard, he saw that there were many other unfamiliar faces inside. Did the village head have guests? Why do I not remember him saying anything about that? The monk stood there silently as he stared at the weird-looking guests. Then, he suddenly slapped his head. What am I doing? Why am I acting like the aunties in the village who likes to gossip? I've already become a monk and should not be doing this sort of thing. I should just continue chanting my sutras. The monk swiftly turned around as he thumbed his prayer beads and slowly walked back to his temple. He walked on and on before encountering a pile of dung on the ground. However, even before he even got close to it, a child with a bamboo basket on his back ran over, picked up the cow dung, and threw it into the bamboo basket. This dung was made by my family's cow. It's mine. He panicked when he heard that. What do you mean it's your family's cow? I can say the same as well. This is my cow dung. Hearing this, the child in front of him made a funny face toward him. Shameless, you are already so old, but you still want to fight with a child over cow dung. Hearing this, his old face turned red as he raised his walking stick. He wanted to give that impolite child a good beating. Looking at the child running away while still making funny faces at him, he chuckled. I'm already so old. Why am I still fighting with a child? With his walking stick, he slowly walked into the small courtyard that he had lived in for his entire life. There, he sat on the rocking chair and watched as the leaves slowly fell from the trees while he reminisced his entire life. Just then, his old neighbor's voice came from his door. Old man, you are already 84 this year. The king of hell might not have called you over just yet, but shouldn't it already be your time? Ha. Hey, you silly old thing. All you know how to do is to curse me. It's almost as if you think I can't curse you back too, he shouted. Just as he was about to stand up from his rocking chair, he felt a strange feeling in his heart. It was his time. He had always heard other old folks saying that everyone would know the exact moment their death was approaching. To think that it was true, he felt everything around him becoming smaller and smaller while he slowly floated up. His body was light, and he felt cozy. Is this what death feels like? But then, everything changed. His surroundings became twisted, and even his wrinkled face became twisted as well. His face continued changing, from a youth, to a monk with a scar on his head, to an old lady. Finally, after changing a few times, his face returned back to that of a young man. At that moment, he was stunned by the familiar yet unfamiliar white walls in front of him. 3 questions popped up in his mind. Where am I? Where's this? What am I doing? Just then, 2 patients walked past his window as they talked. I'm not the same as you guys. I'm not mental, I just have a neurological disorder. This means that my brain and neurons were slightly altered. To be called mental due to just that is downright derogatory. There, look at him. Little Lee is a true mental patient. He talks to himself and inflicts self-harm every single day. No need to talk about him. What a poor lad, to be afflicted by such an ailment even though he's still so young. As if Li Huowang, that brat, would hop out of his bed and scold me. Wait, that's actually not bad. I would rather get scolded. Li Huowang. In an instant, Li Huowang recalled everything. He pieced everything together and immediately realized what had happened. Instantly, Li Huowang's confused face was filled with hostility as he bellowed in rage. I'm not some fucking monk, nor am I an old man. I'm Li Huowang. That fucking 18th Lunar stole my identity. Chapter 93, Red. Li Huowang sat on his bed, recalling what had just happened. He had never expected the 18th Lunar to be even more bizarre than all the other supernatural beings that he had encountered in the past. To think that it could change its victim's sense of self and identity itself, swapping it out with someone else's identity completely. It could even shift the stolen identity to that of someone else. When he had been given the identity of the dying old man, he might have truly died. At that time, even Dan Yangzi, who was possessing his body, wouldn't have realized that he was dying. But the 18th Lunar could never have expected Li Huowang to be someone with a mental illness. Changing the identity of someone who was constantly battling with their own hallucinations was never going to be easy. To think that the hallucinations that Li Huowang had been trying so desperately to cure had become the key to escaping the 18th Lunar's control. The 18th Lunar might be skillful, but the best it could do was change its victim's sense of self. Unfortunately, Li Huowang was a strayed one, someone who had two different cognitions. Looking at the patients sunbathing outside, Li Huowang did not act immediately, instead thinking about his next plan of action. I can't just wait like this. The 18th Lunar might try to change my sense of self once again after the hallucination disappears. I need to somehow affect the reality over there while still being in my hallucination. Luckily, Li Huowang still had some cards up his sleeves. After his previous encounters with the hallucinations, he knew that whatever happened within the hallucination would happen in real life as well. At the same time, he had also learned a bit more about the 18th Lunar. Li Huowang retraced the path he had walked just now. He needed to go back to the Wu family's courtyard and notify everyone about the fake Li Huowang. The 18th Lunar had resorted to trickery from the very beginning, never showing itself even once. That meant that it was probably quite weak in direct confrontations. As long as Li Huowang could deal with its trickery, he would be able to summon the wandering gods and easily defeat it. In terms of actual combat ability, the 18th Lunar might be even weaker than the girl with tiny feet that he had encountered before. After thinking his plan through, he was just about to stand up when he realized that both his hands were tied to the bed. But this was inconsequential to Li Huowang. He knew everything about the hallucination. Li Huowang faced the microphone and imitated the previous him. Which beautiful lady is on duty today? Please come and untie me. I need to use the toilet. Soon, a chubby nurse burst into the ward and untied Li Huowang. Oh dear, little Li, are you finally back to yourself? Why were you trapped in the hallucination for so long? Gosh, you scared me. I thought you would never come back. Wait just a moment. I will go and contact Yang Na. Your little girlfriend will be jumping with joy when she finds out that you are back to normal. Just so you know, she cried so many times while you were trapped in your hallucination. Li Huowang did not react to her words. No matter how beautiful it was, this was still a hallucination. Abbess Jingxin had told him that the hearts of the strayed ones were filled with a sense of doubt and confusion. However, Li Huowang did not agree. In fact, he was even more aware of everything and would never think that a hallucination was real. When the nurse went out to call the doctor, Li Huowang jumped down from the bed and retraced his steps, running as fast as he could. Li Huowang was very familiar with the hospital, so he easily managed to escape to the outside. He ignored the whistles from the guards in the courtyard, running all the way to the road outside. This is nothing but a hallucination. Li Huowang paid the hallucination no mind. Bai Ling Miao and the rest were still under the control of the 18th Lunar. They were in danger. As he stepped out onto the road, Li Huowang's blue and white hospital gown attracted everyone's attention, causing the bystanders to whip out their phones and start recording him. Huh? What's wrong with this guy? He's barefoot as well. Is he not cold? Look, the name of the hospital is stitched onto his gown. Oh no, he ran out from a mental hospital. Should we call the police? Did he truly? Maybe he's an influencer? They would do just about anything to get famous. Fake. Everything's fake. I've been fooled by everyone here once. I will not get fooled again. Li Huowang clenched his teeth so hard that his gums started bleeding. He ran on the road in a specific pattern, taking very specific turns. Soon, he arrived at the location that he remembered as the Wu family's courtyard. However, in the hallucination, he was in the middle of the road. Even though there were cars passing by him continuously, Li Huowang was not afraid. He knew that this was only a hallucination, and the cars would never hit him. At that moment, Li Huowang faced the cars and shouted, "Bai Ling Miao! Quick! Take the bronze bell and ring it. Summon the wandering gods. The Li Huowang beside you is a fake. Have the wandering gods attack him." Beep beep beep. Thanks to Li Huowang, a traffic jam had started to occur on the road. The cars were honking loudly, but Li Huowang smiled. Bai Ling Miao had followed his instructions. The honking of the cars in the hallucination must mean that someone was ringing the bronze bell back in reality. Just then, one of the drivers in a red supercar stretched his head out from inside his car window and shouted angrily, "Crazy bastard! Get off the road. Scram, or else I will cripple you." Li Huowang whipped his head around and gazed at the red supercar. For some reason, he felt like the car was gazing at him. He walked over and revealed his white teeth as he lowered his head toward the red supercar. Hee, so this is what your real body looks like within my hallucination? 18th Lunar. I have finally found you. The 18th Lunar that had never appeared in the village had now appeared in front of Li Huowang in this form. Needless to say, he was ecstatic. Li Huowang continued shouting to his invisible comrades. "Everyone look here. No matter what is in front of me, attack it. This thing is the 18th Lunar." Just then, the driver saw the name of the mental hospital stitched to the left side of Li Huowang's gown. He was terrified as he sat back down and hastily rolled up the window. All of his bravado was gone as he dialed the police with trembling hands. "Hello? 110? Come quick. There's an escaped mental patient on the roundabout." "Yes, the roundabout beside Fulma." "Come quick," said the driver. Li Huowang was just about to step onto the hood of the red supercar when he stopped. Everyone in the hallucination saw Li Huowang turn his head as he stared at a red e-bike a distance away. The feeling of being watched that Li Huowang had felt from the red supercar was now gone, and he could feel it from the e-bike instead. Oh no, the 18th Lunar is trying to escape after being found out. Trying to run? Don't think you can escape from me. Everyone follow me. That thing must be injured. It's becoming smaller and smaller, shouted Li Huowang as he ran toward the red e-bike. Chapter 94, Bewilderment. Li Huowang chased after anything red as he ran on the road. He constantly felt the 18th Lunar changing its location as he chased after it. Sometimes it took the form of a red hat, while at other times, it was a red store sign. But no matter how many times it changed, Li Huowang still chased after it fervently and never lost sight of it. He had finally gotten a chance to kill it, so he would never give up so easily. After all, whether or not he would be released from Dan Yangzi's grasp depended on whether or not he could obtain the 18th Lunar size. He also realized something bizarre while chasing the 18th Lunar. The thing somehow didn't have an eyelid. It had no choice but to look at everything within its field of vision, even itself. What a weird being. I wonder what it looks like back in reality? Li Huowang silently thought to himself as he chased after it. Thanks to him chasing it so intensely, Li Huowang was getting closer and closer to the 18th Lunar. 5 meters. 3 meters. 1 meter. Li Huowang suddenly raised his right hand and leapt, pouncing toward the red-colored blob right in front of him. However, just as he was about to capture it, a hand grabbed his wrist and stopped him. Li Huowang? Are you Li Huowang from the second year, class 4? Li Huowang glared at the one holding his wrist. The one who stopped him was a bald man in his 50s. The man propped his square glasses up and continued talking. "Have you forgotten me? I'm your class teacher. Where are your shoes?" Li Huowang gazed at the familiar face and uttered unconsciously, "Teacher Tong, I recall that your mother submitted the notice to terminate your studies due to your disease. Why are you out here, running in a hospital gown? Are you okay?" Teacher Tong was very worried as he tidied up Li Huowang's collar that was within the hospital gown. Staring at the teacher who had helped him so much during his school life, Li Huowang felt quite conflicted. But he calmed down soon enough, shaking off his teacher's hand as he ran toward the red object that had gotten further away. "Fake. Everything is a hallucination. Don't think you can fool me. Everything is fake," shouted Li Huowang. Staring at Li Huowang running further and further away, Teacher Tong was worried as he whipped out his phone. Hello, is this Li Huowang's mother? I'm his math teacher from his high school. Yes, that's right. Glad to hear from you as well. I just saw your son on Lotus Street. He was running around without any shoes. Yes, that's right. I'm sure it's him. I've taught for so long, and I never confuse my students. Meanwhile, Li Huowang's eyes were bloodshot as he scanned left and right on the street, trying to find the 18th Lunar. He was currently holding a broken piece of glass that he had picked up from somewhere. God damn it. Where is it? He completely ignored the police sirens. He knew that they too were fake. He was searching for the 18th Lunar in a frenzy when he suddenly stopped in front of a building with the image of a deer drawn on it. Children were doing their morning exercises in the field. When he saw a small streak of red amongst the children's clothes, Li Huowang laughed like a maniac. Ha ha, I found you. The toy-like metal fence could not stop Li Huowang at all as he leaped over it with ease. A female teacher ran toward him to try and stop him, but was punched in the face, causing horrified shrieks to ring out all around him. However, Li Huowang ignored everyone else and just grabbed a girl in his iron grip as he glared intensely at the red sakura hair clip in the girl's hair. On the other hand, the girl was visibly shaken with her lips trembling and tears welling up in her eyes. Still trying to trick me? You will never be able to fool me, Li Huowang shouted in rage. Just then the police sirens got closer. The sound of tires screeching soon rang out in front of the building. Stop! Police, put up your hands. Li Huowang turned around and saw 2 police cars. There were several policemen squatting down with their guns aimed at him. Li Huowang looked at the 18th Lunar in his hand and then stared at them. He smiled coldly. Trying to trick me again? This is fake. Everything is fake. The girl in Li Huowang's arms started crying even louder. Just as Li Huowang was about to end the 18th Lunar with his own hands, a figure suddenly ran out from the surrounding crowd and stood between him and the gun. Stop! Don't shoot! Don't shoot! He's my son. He's always been a good son. He turned into this because of an illness. Please let me talk to him, all right? He will listen to me. He will listen to me for sure. He's my good son. Hearing the familiar voice, Li Huowang stopped his hands. Then, he saw the figure with whitening hair slowly turn around. It was none other than his mother, Sun Xiaoqin. But, her face looked very disheveled. Compared to the last time he had seen her, she looked like she had aged quite a lot. Looking at her son behind the iron fence, Sun Xiaoqin tried to force out a smile, but ultimately failed. Her warm tears fell as she pleaded. My good son, please listen to your mother. Let the little girl down, all right? Let's go home. You can play video games for as long as you want. I will not stop you. Li Huowang once more felt conflicted. He stared at his mother, who looked ever so real, and then gazed back to the 18th Lunar in his hand. Just as Sun Xiaoqin gingerly walked toward Li Huowang, he took a step back, his face twisting in pain. No, this is fake. Everything is fake. All of these things are just hallucinations made by the 18th Lunar. The world over there is real. I will not let the hallucinations control me again. Li Huowang tried to persuade himself, but he couldn't move the sharp glass in his hand. His breathing turned rapid as his pupils dilated and shrank over and over. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaoqin slowly closed in on the fence, to the point that she could almost touch it, and then she slowly kneeled down. Son, please stop. We sold our house because of you. We don't have any money left for compensation. Her words broke Li Huowang. He hugged the girl in front of him and cried, tears streaking down his face. Mom! Veins started to bulge on his face as opened his mouth and shouted. Saliva and tears dripped down onto the floor tiles with the image of a kid's cartoon. Then, looking at his mother in front of him, he took a deep breath and shouted out everything he had kept in his heart, including his struggle and confusion. I can't. I really can't determine which side is real. Chapter 95, Pain. I really can't. I really don't know. I really don't know which side is real. Li Huowang kneeled down in the field of the kindergarten as he hugged the girl tightly, his eyes filled with confusion. Was this reality, or was this a hallucination? Was this real, or was this fake? Li Huowang couldn't differentiate it at all. Li Huowang had once argued with Abbess Jingxin when she said that a strayed one's heart was filled with a sense of doubt and confusion. But now, seeing Sun Xiaoqin kneeling on the other side of the fence, he finally understood what Abbess Jingxin meant when she said that. A strayed one could never change. No matter which side they chose, they would always be enveloped in their own sense of doubt and confusion. This was their fate, and none could escape. Just then, a tiny hand holding a small handkerchief touched his face, gently drying his tears. Li Huowang trembled as he lowered his head. He saw the cute little girl who was carefully wiping away his tears. "Don't cry, uncle," said the little girl. Looking at her cute little face, Li Huowang realized that the girl was also a living person. He had almost killed an innocent little girl. A deep sense of guilt surged from the depths of his heart. But what if it's the 18th Lunar? Kill her. When this thought appeared in his head, he started to feel an immense amount of disgust for himself. Shut up. Shut up. Did you ever consider that this child is a living person? Is your life more precious than hers? She's a normal person. And you? Li Huowang, you are nothing but a mental person. You are useless. How could you even think about exchanging her life for yours? The piece of glass in Li Huowang's hand creaked as he held onto it tightly despite the palm of his hand getting cut open by its sharp edges. His sudden outburst shocked everyone, causing them all to take a step back. Meanwhile, Li Huowang visualized two people fighting inside of his mind. The hallucination was tormenting him so badly that he could barely breathe. He wanted to die. As long as he died, he wouldn't have to live in so much pain. There was no reason for an insane person like him to be alive. Everyone would benefit from his death in one form or another. His mom would no longer be burdened by him, and Yangzi would not be able to revive through his body. Stand down. Put down your guns. Young man, can I talk to you? Someone's voice came from outside the kindergarten. It was a middle-aged man talking through a loudspeaker. He was wearing casual clothes with his potbelly bulging out. Li Huowang didn't know who it was, but seeing how the other police officers slowly lowered their guns, he knew that the man in front of him was someone of high rank. Just as Li Huowang turned around, the man held the loudspeaker in his left hand as he raised his right. Young man, you know what they say." As he talked halfway, his right index finger curled lightly. Pew! A sniper round was fired from a faraway window hidden by a curtain, the bullet flying straight toward Li Huowang's head. Just then, a profound feeling enveloped Li Huowang as he tensed up and twisted his head. Bam! Li Huowang's body trembled as his head flew backward and he fell onto the ground. "My son!" Sun Shaoqin cried out in despair. Li Huowang hit the back of his head hard. He could feel his ears ringing and see stars in front of his eyes. Am I dead? But if I'm dead, why can I still think? Just then, everything around him turned dark. At the same time, the buildings and the people around him transformed into a bamboo forest at dusk. Li Huowang felt a burning sensation on his face. He had been injured, but Li Huowang didn't have the time to care about that. He heard the familiar voice. The 18th Lunar was still here, staring at him from somewhere within the bamboo forest. However, when he looked around, he saw only bamboo. He was surrounded by bamboo while his lower body was stuck in the mud alongside decaying bamboo leaves. Li Huowang! Li Huowang! Different voices cried out from within the bamboo forest. He could hear Bai Ling Miao, Dan Yangzi, and even Li Ji. Li Huowang had thought that his comrades had followed his command and attacked the 18th Lunar. But from the looks of it, it was the other way around. For some reason, he was left behind. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out from the depths of the bamboo forest. "Old man, you are already 84 this year. The King of Hell might not have called you over just yet, but shouldn't it already be your time?" The voice of his old neighbor rang out continuously from within the bamboo forest, and it got louder and louder over time. Gradually, it started dominating Li Huowang's mind, trying to once again change his sense of self to that of the dying old man. The sound of crunching leaves was heard from within the bamboo forest. Li Huowang caught glimpses of the little girl he saw yesterday, as well as the stove god that she had described. The 18th Lunar was not alone. It had helpers. Li Huowang was still delirious about what had happened. His heart was being torn to ribbons due to his grief. But for some reason, he smiled despite the danger that was right in front of him. "Did you know? You might think that you've won, but you never should have tried to kill me just now. Do you know just how much grief and pain is in my heart right now?" said Li Huowang. Then he curled up his trembling hand gripped at his heart as he shouted in pain. "It's so painful that I want to die." Immediately after saying that, Li Huowang pulled out the red bamboo slip from behind his back. The moment he opened it, Li Huowang felt the intense pain in his heart come to life as it resonated with the bamboo slip. The pain in his heart that had lessened when he came back to reality slowly started to build back up. At the same time, the red bamboo slip suddenly started to transform as it sprouted roots. Then, the roots pierced through the ground and the bamboo leaves as they dyed everything around them red. Li Huowang's mind almost crumbled from the pain. The pain in his heart had once again reached the peak that he experienced just moments ago. But this was not enough. Since the bamboo slip had sprouted roots, now those roots needed to germinate. The pain in his heart was enough. All that was left was the pain felt by his physical body. Li Huowang cried as his inner self slowly fell apart. Then, he reached out for his torture tools with both of his hands. Seeing this, the 18th Lunar's group tried to stop him. However, it was too late. Chapter 96, Ba-Hui'S Descent. It hurts. His heart was in extreme pain, almost as if it were being sliced by a jagged knife. At the same time, the large cavity in Li Huowang's abdomen was causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. However, even as he suffered from the most extreme mental and physical pain, he was still smiling. He smiled at the thing running out from within the bamboo forest. He recognized it. It was a mirror copy of himself. However, it had blood-red eyes. Ka. Li Huowang's teeth clattered uncontrollably as he hooked his own intestines before pulling them out and dangling them in the air, almost like a bridge. Li Huowang raised the pike head in his hand and shoved it into the red bamboo slip that was glowing with an eerie red light, all the while almost going crazy from the pain. Jiang. At that moment, a sinister black flame exploded out from it and covered the surroundings. Immediately, Li Huowang's 5 senses once again melded together. However, this time around, thanks to the intense pain, he felt that his senses were much more sensitive. This time around, he was able to sense everything even more clearly. Once again, he could feel the presence of Ba-Hui, who was high above in the heavens. He could feel its intoxicating presence. While Ba-Hui just ignored Li Huowang, through sacrificing the pain he felt from his mental and physical state, he obtained something he needed from Ba-Hui, something profound. With the descent of Ba-Hui's presence, Li Huowang's extreme pain was transformed into something else. In the next instant, a surge of power started radiating from Li Huowang. It was an otherworldly power. Everything around Li Huowang started to crack, as even the very space itself was twisted apart and bent. Then, Li Huowang raised the pike head in his right hand and swiped it gently. In that moment, the fabric of space was torn apart. The bamboo, the leaves, and anything living within it were all torn in half. Meanwhile, the little girl's head was torn apart, revealing the numerous thumb-sized humanoid figures within, all of them having the same face as the little girl. Those humanoid figures were just about to escape when all of them fell to their deaths in just a few steps. Even though the 18th Lunar was not in the direction that Li Huowang attacked, he could easily locate it with his melded senses. It was running east. Presently, all 5 heads of the 18th Lunar were afraid. Somehow, Li Huowang was capable of understanding its innermost thoughts. Hearing the fearful cries emanating from its red eyes, Li Huowang laughed. He raised his arm and then stabbed his own abdomen with the pike head. In that instant, everything around him felt his pain. Even the bamboo around him and the stones on the ground felt his pain. The inanimate objects started to twist and turn, becoming more and more horrifying to look at with each passing moment. They were all screaming in despair due to the pain they were experiencing. Naturally, the 18th Lunar was also caught up in this attack. Originally, the 18th Lunar was a being that didn't have a sense of pain. But thanks to Li Huowang's actions, it was now given the ability to sense pain. At that moment, it regretted having offended such a person. Unfortunately, an instant was all it took for it to be engulfed by the extreme pain, causing it to commit suicide from despair caused by the extreme pain. When everything was over, Li Huowang's body slowly fell to his right side. Every corner of his body was screaming in pain, but he was laughing. He didn't know why, but he was laughing. Surely I will die from such a serious wound, right? Ha, muttered Li Huowang. He could feel his internal organs falling out from the cavity in his abdomen. However, he didn't do anything about it. It's good that I'm dying. At least, there won't be any pain left when I die. I'm so tired. Why me? I really don't want to die. I just want to live a normal life like everyone else. The dying Li Huowang slowly lost consciousness, his thoughts slowly dying down. At the same time, his 5 senses slowly split apart and returned back to their normal functions. Just before his senses were restored to normal, Li Huowang felt Ba-Hui glancing at him from above the heavens. Then, everything turned dark. He wasn't sure how long it had been before he heard the faint sound of a beating drum and footsteps. He could even hear the sound of a nurse rearranging the medicine ampoules, causing him to feel irritated by all the noise. It's so noisy. Be quiet, muttered Li Huowang. When he opened his eyes in shock, he saw a cart filled with the glass ampoules. After some time had passed, Li Huowang finally realized that he was not dead, Instead, he was within his hallucination. Looking at the beeping machines around him, Huowang recognized that this was the ICU. Was he happy that he hadn't died? No. Rather than being happy, he felt regret. Why am I not dead? Doctor, the patient in room 12 has woken up. A voice was heard. Meanwhile, Huowang disregarded the nurse's excited voice, trying to understand what was happening in the real world over there. At that moment, he heard the door open and he closed his eyes, completely sealing away his senses from the world, waiting for the hallucination to pass. But then, he heard a familiar voice. It was his main attending doctor at the mental hospital, Li Xianghua. Little Li, I know you are awake. Open your eyes and let's talk. However, Li Huowang ignored him. He did not want to interact with anything within this hallucination. Yang Na has gotten a new boyfriend, continued Dr. Li. Immediately, Li Huowang's eyes sprung open in shock. But all he saw was the doctor crossing his arms with a mischievous smile. Seeing this, Li Huowang wanted to smash that conceited face in. However, it was only then that he realized that his right arm had been cuffed to the bed. Don't be rash. Yang Na hasn't gotten a new boyfriend. But you see, you will still react when something important occurs. So, why are you so conflicted? The doctor, clad in white, took a stool and sat beside Li Huowang. Let me guess, you thought that the other side was real, right? Instantly, Li Huowang's breathing started turning rapid as the machines around him started beeping as a warning. But in the end, he didn't say anything and just closed his eyes. Little Li, let's skip the pleasantries. Since you thought that the place over there is real, then let's talk about the world over there, shall we? Let me ask you this, which world is more illogical? Your world over there, or the one we are in right now? Asked Dr. Li. Chapter 97, Dr. Li. Li Huowang stared at his attending doctor and thought about it. Which world is more illogical? He used his cuffed right hand to point toward the floor of the hospital. This world is more illogical. This is fake. Dr. Li heard what Li Huowang had told him and was not the least bit surprised. He used his index finger to push his glasses up and continued talking. All right. Then, why do you think this world is illogical? There must be a reason, right? Instead of answering immediately, he looked up at the white ceiling in a daze. After a while, he started speaking. When I had taken the kid hostage, didn't the police shoot me in the head? Then why am I still alive? Do I look like I have impenetrable skin? This is enough proof that this world is fake. At that moment, Li Huowang suddenly stopped, realizing that there was no value in arguing with someone inside his hallucination. Little Li, you were just very lucky. They were off their mark. Is there anyone out there who could always hit their targets with all of their shots? Said Dr. Li. I was lucky. Do you really believe in such an irrational explanation? Li Huowang smiled coldly. There are people out there who get struck by lightning, while there are others who end up winning the lottery. While there are people with good luck, there are also others with bad luck. Why would you think that reality will always be fair? The world was never fair. But do you know why the others do not think that this world is fake just because they encountered some irrational situations? That's because they are different from you, said Dr. Li. Just then, Dr. Li took out his phone from his white coat and played a video for Li Huowang. Why are you so adamant that the hallucination you are having is real? Let's be real here. The things you encounter there must be even more irrational, right? Yangzi is dead. He's dead. You guys are free. Come out now. Through the phone screen, Li Huowang saw a video of himself being restrained by a straitjacket while shouting in an empty room. When Dr. Li saw that he finally managed to get Li Huowang's attention, the doctor swiped the screen with his fingers and played another video. It too showed Li Huowang restrained within a straitjacket. Fake. The statues were all fake. Even the giant Buddha statue was fake. They must have cast an illusion spell. I know what I've seen, and those filthy things were not some illusion. They will not be able to fool me. Didn't you hear what I just said? I want you to talk with Yangzi himself. Various videos were played, each showing Li Huowang the things that he had spoken before. When he saw the final video, Li Huowang's pupils shrank. In the video, he was wearing a hospital gown with a crazy expression on his face. He had a wrench in his hand as he ran toward a shopping mall while shouting like a madman. Yangzi, don't kill the children. You cannot kill the children. There was still a large part of the video left out, but the doctor just kept his phone without showing the rest of it. Look, compared to the things that you were experiencing on the other side, isn't the fact that the sniper shot missed you more logical? Asked Dr. Li. Li Huowang once again started getting confused. His breathing turned rapid. Since he did not want to explain anything, he just closed his eyes. Lies. This is all fake. All right, since you think this side is fake, Then why did you hesitate when your mother pleaded to you? Since it's fake, then you should have just stabbed her with the glass shard, asked Dr. Li, his tone turning serious. Since everything is fake anyway, then why are you so worried that Yang Na might have gotten a new boyfriend? He poked at Li Huowang's heart with his finger as he continued to speak. If you keep hallucinating like this, how much longer do you think she will last? Even if her heart is unwavering, can you even bear to watch her being single for the rest of her life, just for your sake? Can you give her happiness? At this point, can you even call yourself her boyfriend? Li Huowang suddenly opened his eyes and glared at the doctor. They are all fake, but my feelings for them are real. Even if I know that they are hallucinations, I am not able to abandon my feelings for them. Do you think that I don't want to go back to them? But I can't. I've already transmigrated. It's been a long time since I transmigrated. Since you say that this world is real, then why does the mental hospital here have a machine for gastric lavage? Dr. Li sighed as he waved his hands. Why are these things suspicious in your eyes? Patients like you always end up swallowing something they are not supposed to. That machine can be found in most of the mental hospitals. It was only thanks to the machine, otherwise you might have really died from that disgusting thing you ate. Then why were my hallucinations on this side suppressed after I ate the black tai sui? Asked Li Huowang. You did not eat some black tai sui, or whatever it was. You ate a mouse. And your symptoms became even worse, explained Dr. Li. They got worse right around the time I ate the mouse. You really have an answer for everything, don't you? Little Li, you have gotten it the other way around. It's precisely because your symptoms got worse that you have the corresponding scenes in your hallucination. It all changes according to your symptoms. That's precisely why it's an illusion. Upon hearing up to this point, Li Huowang snarled and gave him the best proof he had. Fine. If what you said really was true, then tell me, why can I bring something from over there to here? How do you explain that? Oh, do you have another new symptom? What do you mean by bringing something over? Where is it? Let me see, asked Dr. Li. Li Huowang was just about to tell him about the jade pendant that he had given to Yang Na, but stopped himself at the last moment. No, I can't have Yang Na become involved in this, even if it's just an illusion. Li Huowang was afraid that he would crumble if he ended up seeing Yang Na in his hallucinations. If that happened, then he would once again think that this side was the real one. He had to cut off everything from this hallucination. Fine, just you wait. When I come back next time, I will show you something that only exists in that world. Let me see how you twist the situation at that time. You damned hallucination, shouted Li Huowang. Hearing his nonsense, Dr. Li sighed. Little Li, I'm afraid that there will be no next time. You have already caused so much trouble that even the management of the hospital had to get involved. We already got sued quite a few times. The director personally told us to transfer you to a different hospital. Transfer? To where? Li Huowang was shocked. Dr. Li patted Li Huowang's shoulder. Since you already think this side is a hallucination, why do you care? All I can tell you is that thanks to you, your family's financial situation is deteriorating rapidly. This is the last time I will be checking on you. I thought that we might be able to save you with one last try, but looks like it's bound to never happen. Huh. As your attending physician, I feel so down. Dr. Li took off his glasses and examined the boy in front of him. Then, he raised his right hand and gently patted Li Huowang's head, the wrinkles on his face smoothing out by a lot. At that moment, they were no longer a doctor and his patient. Little Li, you are a good child even if your illness flares up and dies down from time to time. I hope that you will not give up whenever you encounter a problem in the hallucination. Never give up, and especially don't try cutting open your abdomen. Did you know that you almost died? We had to cut off some of your intestines. It will take you over half a year to recover. Compared to seeing you repeatedly get stuck in a hallucination, the people who love you will definitely hate seeing you dead even more. So don't die. Live, so that they have hope. Understand. Chapter 98, Backtrack. After saying all that he had to say, the smiling Dr. Li gently patted Li Huowang's head, put on his glasses, and walked out of the ward. When he reached the door, he stopped for a moment. Right, Little Li, didn't you say that you could bring something belonging to that world back here? And that's why you thought this world was fake? Then, have you tried bringing something from here to there? Maybe you will find an unexpected answer. After saying those words, Dr. Li left. On the other hand, Li Huowang was stunned as he contemplated what Dr. Li had said. Wait, if I could bring something from here to there, then, which side would be the reality? Should I try? What if I succeed? No, I can't do something like that. I can't interact with the hallucinations, or I will never be able to snap out of them. But, it's only a test. What am I so afraid of? Li Huowang was once again filled with a sense of confusion and doubt, feeling conflicted. Just as he was contemplating the question, he felt the white walls around him slowly fade into darkness along with the beeping machines. At the same time, the bright LED lights transformed into oil lamps. Li Huowang realized that he was currently lying on an old bed. When he saw the dusty rafters, he realized that he had returned. After a moment, Li Huowang removed the sheets covering him. Rather than bringing something from the hallucination, there's another method that I can use right now to determine whether the world there is fake or not. Li Huowang checked his abdomen and was surprised to see a clean white bandage wrapped around his body. He gently pressed down on the area where he had cut himself open, but there was only a slight numbing pain. But how was this possible? He was certain that his intestines had fallen out back then. My intestines should be suffering from sepsis right now, but they have healed up? Li Huowang was genuinely surprised. Back then, when he had decided to use the bamboo slip, he had already given up on making it out of there alive. But to think he was still alive. Wait. Li Huowang recalled the white ICU that he had seen in the hallucination as well as the beeping machines and the saline solution. Li Huowang wanted to avoid thinking about all that, but he knew that he was starting to doubt himself once more. He wanted to get rid of all his doubts, but he just couldn't do it. Senior Li, you are awake. Bai Lingmiao ran over excitedly while holding a bowl of chicken soup. Where are we? When he saw Bai Lingmiao, he buried his doubts deep inside his heart. We are in the village, said Bai Lingmiao as she carefully placed the bowl filled with chicken soup on the table. Then, she slid her hands under the sheet to check on Li Huowang's injury. How are my injuries healed? Why am I not dead? Li Huowang asked the most pressing question. The doubts that he had barely managed to suppress were once again rearing their head. Senior Li, what are you talking about? Why would you be dead? When we found you in the bamboo forest, we fed you some pills that you had refined yourself. Maybe those pills were the reason that you are already healed, replied Bai Lingmiao, while lowering her head to the point that it almost touched the sheets. She didn't dare to look him in the eye. However, Li Huowang was clearer than the rest about what kind of pills he had refined. They were just regular pills and not some kind of divine pills. How could they have treated such serious injuries? Do you think your hallucination is logical? At that moment, Dr. Li's words resounded in Li Huowang's mind. At the same time, a scary thought popped up. What if this side is fake? When he thought up to this point, Li Huowang felt a strong sense of panic welling up inside himself. However, even he didn't know why he was panicking like that. In the next instant, Li Huowang cupped his hands on Bai Lingmiao's face and forced her to look him in the eye. At the same time, his expression grew even more agitated. Tell me, what happened? What are you hiding? Or are you fake as well? Frightened by his demeanor, tears started to stream down Bai Lingmiao's face. Li Huowang felt his heart hurt when he saw the crying girl. He raised both arms and hugged her while muttering as he tried to suppress the pain in his heart. Meow meow, please don't lie to me, all right? This is very important to me. Please tell me, how did my injuries get healed? After a period of silence, Bai Lingmiao finally relented. Senior Li, some time ago I became a shaman. I summoned Granny Bai to come and treat you. In return, she took all but one of the lifespan pills from within your gourd. Li Huowang's pupil shrank upon hearing that. At the same time, various scenes flashed through his mind. He was reminded of how Bai Lingmiao had suddenly recovered from her illness, and how she had taken Li Zhi's drum leather. This all pointed to her having become a shaman a long time ago. It was just that he had never put much thought into it. After telling him everything, Bai Lingmiao pulled herself out from Li Huowang's embrace and watched him gingerly. Senior Li, I really didn't want to lie to you. Please don't blame me, okay? Li Huowang let out a breath of relief and laughed. It's fine, as long as you are real. Real? What do you mean? Bai Lingmiao still didn't quite understand what just happened. Nothing. Bring me the chicken soup. I'm hungry. Li Huowang decided to change the subject. Now, he was feeling much better. No matter what Dr. Li had said, he was certain that this side was real and that side was fake. After eating the black tai sui, his hallucinations had stopped appearing for a long time. That was the most important evidence he had. He resolved not to get trapped in the hallucination or be fooled by them a second time. Then, Li Huowang devoured the chicken soup. His stomach was telling him that he required nutrients immediately. Soon, he finished the chicken soup and passed the empty bowl back to Bai Lingmiao while requesting for seconds. Wait, I was trapped inside my hallucinations earlier, so how did you feed the chicken soup to me? Asked Li Huowang. Hearing this, Bai Lingmiao did not answer, instead blushing as she ran out with the empty bowl. How else could she have fed you? She did it with her own mouth. I told her to just pour the soup down your mouth, but she couldn't bring herself to do something so cruel. It was Xiaoman who answered his question as she entered the room. Xiaoman stood beside his bed and stared at him with a complicated expression. Senior Junior Bai has done a lot for you. Please cherish her. Cough, cough. Li Huowang coughed out of embarrassment and decided to avoid the topic. What happened to the people in this village after the incident? Did they allow us to stay here? Hearing his question, Xiaoman hesitated for a moment before answering. They all went away. Went away? Where to? Li Huowang was confused. Wasn't this their village? I have no idea either. After the forest around the village started to wither away, all the villagers suddenly had their personalities and memories altered. None of them recognized each other. Even the village head's 6 sons did not recognize each other. It was almost as if they had never heard of the surname Wu, nor were they brothers. Chapter 99, Night Visit. Upon hearing Xiaoman's words, Li Huowang scoffed coldly. He knew what the 18th Lunar was, and had already guessed as to what had happened. The people here must have had their identities stolen, just like him, and the culprit behind all of it was none other than the 18th Lunar. The village was made entirely by the 18th Lunar itself. Everyone in the village had just been acting out the roles laid out for them for such a long time without any of them knowing it themselves. Since it had been controlling so many people at once, it was most likely using them for its own benefit. Rather than saying that it liked playing house, it was more likely that the 18th Lunar was a being that consumed the names and identities of others as food. So there's no village at all, Li Huowang said. The moment he thought about the 18th Lunar, all his muscles tensed up as he looked at Xiaoman nervously. Wait, the eyes. Where are the eyes of the 18th Lunar? Those eyes were the entire reason they had come all the way here. We found them right beside you. Is this what you were looking for? As if Xiaoman knew what he was going to ask about, she whipped out a black box the size of her palm. Li Huowang quickly opened the box and saw 2 red eyes staring at him. They were the eyes of the 18th Lunar. I have finally obtained them. Now, I will finally be able to get rid of Dan Yangzi. Li Huowang was ecstatic. He no longer needed to fear getting possessed by Dan Yangzi. Once he had dealt with Dan Yangzi, he would finally be able to think about finding a way to deal with his hallucination issues. Kachak. He closed the box and placed it on the head of his bed. What about the others? Are they fine? Tell me everything that happened after you found me in detail. Based on Xiaoman's explanation, Li Huowang learned that after he was trapped in his hallucination, the 18th Lunar thought that it had managed to kill him and was just about to kill the rest as well. However, at that moment, a faceless man barged in and disrupted its plans by shouting that Li Huowang was a fake. Then, he called for Bai Lingmiao and the rest to attack the fake Li Huowang. Hearing this, Li Huowang understood that the faceless man was the him who had lost his name and identity. In his hallucination, he had been standing in the middle of the road and shouting at a red car. Immediately afterward, the body of the fake senior Li fell apart, leaving behind only its skin on the ground. The faceless man was somehow able to sense where the 18th Lunar was and ran after it. Meanwhile, when we started chasing it, the bamboo forest around us suddenly moved and blocked us. That was how we lost track of the faceless man, explained Xiaoman. By the time Xiaoman finished her explanation, Bai Lingmiao walked in with another bowl of chicken soup, this time around with some oily chicken meat inside it. On the other hand, when everyone else heard that their senior Li had woken up, they all came to visit him. They were all extremely excited and asked whether he was all right. When he saw that all of them were alive and well, Li Huowang felt a wave of relief wash over his heart. It was fortunate that none of them had died. After talking for a bit, Li Huowang was still holding the bowl of soup in his hand when he said, "Since I've woken up, let's not wait anymore. We will head back tomorrow." But his suggestion was met with unanimous resistance. Senior Li, even your intestines fell out. Why are you in such a rush? You should just finish healing up before we head back, said one of them. Yeah, didn't you already find the thing that you needed? Asked another. Let's rest for a few days, Senior Li. None of us is in a rush, so why are you? Asked another. Li Huowang gently pressed his wound as he got up. It's fine. I can just sit in the car, ouch. A sharp bout of pain caused him to let out a shout as blood started seeping out of the bandages. The pain was so intense that it almost matched the pain he felt from disemboweling himself. Seeing this, Puppy immediately ran with Gao Zhijian before they pushed Li Huowang back down onto the bed. Senior Li, please don't push yourself. The carriage is extremely bouncy. Your wounds might end up reopening and cause your intestines to spill out again. Understanding the situation, Li Huowang could only do as they suggested. Fine, go back and rest. Let's rest as much as we can over here. We've been constantly traveling ever since we left the Zephyr Temple. You guys must be tired. After talking for a bit more, everyone started to leave. Only Bai Ling Miao remained in the room. She didn't seem to want to leave. When Li Huowang extended his right hand and held her hand, she relented, took a stool, and quietly sat beside the bed. Once she sat down, Li Huowang, who was resting, gently held her right hand. Is this Granny Bai's power? She only healed me halfway. That was what we agreed on. I felt that as long as she healed you enough to prevent your death, then you could let your natural regeneration take over. Also, there would be no need to waste our resources, said Bai Ling Miao as she looked at the large hand that was holding her hand. She could technically heal you completely, but the lifespan pills in the gourd would not be enough. If she were to heal you completely, then not only would she take all of the lifespan pills in the gourd, she would even have taken something from your brain. My brain? Not my lifespan. Li Huowang was shocked as he stared at Bai Ling Miao. Seeing her shaking head, Li Huowang finally understood that the immortal families were even more greedy compared to the wandering gods. When he had seen the gourd full of lifespan pills, he had been convinced that they only took lifespan. Did she say what she would take away? Li Huowang didn't know of anything precious within his brain. I asked her, but she didn't say. The shamans have no right to ask what the members of the immortal families are thinking. However, I had a feeling that whatever it is in your brain might be something very valuable, and so I didn't allow her to take it, replied Bai Ling Miao. What a bunch of useless ghosts, snorted Li Huowang. After having encountered so many supernatural beings, Li Huowang could more or less guess that the god of happiness, as well as the giant Buddha in the righteous monastery, were beings that were much more advanced when compared to the immortal families. The immortal families could only use some poor sods and force them to live like beggars. When Li Huowang reopened his eyes, he looked at Bai Ling Miao. Did they threaten you? Something like you having to hit a quota every month. No, they did not. However, every now and then, they will give me a little push to go and find someone to use my shamanic powers on. It's very annoying, replied Bai Ling Miao. Hearing that, Li Huowang turned serious. Remember, if and when they become more difficult to interact with, let me know. At that time, I will talk to them myself. You are at most their subordinate, not their slave. Li Huowang was not afraid. If he were to fight them himself, then given the fact that he possessed the bamboo slip, he probably wouldn't lose. Since things had already come to this, there was no reason to try and change the situation. However, Li Huowang would never allow Bai Ling Miao to experience the same suffering that Li Ji had felt. Bai Ling Miao was different from Li Ji. She had Li Huowang to protect her. Hearing his words, Bai Ling Miao felt a warm feeling in her heart. All right. And if we do encounter someone who we can help using your powers, then feel free to do so. But you don't have to specifically go and find someone that requires your aid. We don't need those paltry 50 coins, continued Li Huowang. The oil lamp on the table slowly dimmed down as one of them gave out orders and advice, while the other continued listening quietly. It's already quite late. Let's sleep. Li Huowang lifted the sheets on the bed. Bai Ling Miao nodded and snuffed out the oil lamp before carefully sliding under the warm blanket as she tried her best to not touch Li Huowang's wound. Chapter 100, Yang Xiaohai. Yang Xiaohai groggily opened his eyes when he saw the sunlight coming in from the paper windows. Then he got out of his blankets and started wearing his clothes. Creak. He pushed open the door to the kitchen and stared at the water in the water jar. Feeling that it wasn't enough, he picked up a shoulder pole and 2 buckets before heading out. My senior brothers and sisters will need water to wash up after they wake, and I also need to cook congee today, so that amount of water wouldn't have been enough, muttered Yang Xiaohai. As someone who used to be an assistant within the Zephyr Temple, even though Yang Xiaohai was only 10 years old, he could do every household chore, including sewing, washing, cooking, and repairing clothes. He even knew the medicinal properties of some of the ingredients that were used to refine pills. He was forced to learn all of these things. If he hadn't managed to learn everything fast enough, then he would have been dead. In that cave where there was no sunlight, he learned one thing and one thing only. He learned that people who were useless were nothing more than useless trash. If his senior brothers and sisters decided to leave those who were dragging them down, then they would abandon the ones who were still sleeping on the bed. Yang Xiaohai had a secret that no one knew. The location he had provided as his home was fake. In truth, he had no home. His only wish was that they could continue their travels. Then, at least he would always be able to have something to eat. He was different compared to the others. Most of those within the Zephyr Temple were either sold or abducted. However, He had gone there willingly just because someone told him that he would be provided meals over there. When he walked out, Xiaohai greeted the senior sister practicing the sword in front of him. "Good morning, senior sister." However, Chun Xiaoman ignored him as she continued to study the blade. Xiaohai did not get offended. He was already used to her demeanor. This senior sister of his, who was covered in strands of black hair, was always busy studying the blade. The only exceptions were when she was eating or sleeping. Xiaohai walked alone on a path as the morning fog accompanied him. The grass was wet with dew. "I wonder if I can ask senior sister to teach me the ways of the sword? Once I master the sword, at the very least, no one would dare bully me when I once again become a beggar." But would she agree to it? She's usually quite indifferent. He thought about it as he arrived at the village's small pond and took some water. Just then, a large black shadow appeared from within the fog, startling him. However, he soon saw that it was a group of people. They were wearing ragged clothes while their faces were black. They were beggars. At one point, he used to be one of them as well. When he saw them sniveling, Xiaohai deduced that they must have had to sleep without a fire last night. Meanwhile, the group of beggars was surprised to see Xiaohai as well. After both parties confirmed that each other to be indeed living people, the group of beggars pushed forward one of the younger beggars to collect some water. The child was hesitant and didn't dare to speak. Just when the other child was about to head back after collecting water, one of the older beggars walked over and pushed the child beggar down before bowing toward Xiaohai and asking politely, "Young brother, may I ask if this is the Wu family village? The people you seek are not here. Everything has been abandoned here. There is nothing left," replied Xiaohai. Xiaohai's words caused them to get even more agitated as their noses became redder. One of the old beggars pointed at the surroundings with his fingers and asked, "The houses and the land here, it's all abandoned?" However, Xiaohai was no longer interested in talking with them, especially to the beggar that had pushed the child down. He turned and left. Back in the kitchen, he poured the water from the bucket into the water jar. Then, he wiped the sweat on his forehead, picked up the pole and buckets, and headed back outside. It was a very large water jar, so he would need to make multiple trips. When he came back, he saw the beggars were rummaging through the empty houses. However, he knew that they wouldn't be finding anything valuable inside. All the valuables had long since been taken away by the people who left. If anything had been left behind by them, then Puppy and the rest would have taken it. But beggars could not be choosers. They would even celebrate finding torn clothing. When Xiaohai came out for the third time, he saw that the beggars were fighting amongst each other. He wasn't sure what they were fighting for. "Don't live here. It's an ominous place. Something might happen to you," Xiaohai shouted toward the beggars, to no avail. After the fourth trip, Xiaohai was so tired that his face was pale. Still, he pushed on and walked back to the courtyard. Once inside, he placed the pole down and caught his breath. He was waiting for something. It was only after he heard footsteps that Xiaohai picked up the pole and walked back inside. Soon, the pole-carrying Xiaohai got into contact with the rest of his senior brothers and sisters. "Good morning, senior brother Cao Cao. Hey, why are you the one filling up the water jar? You are good at household chores, so you should leave this kind of physical labor to simpleton." Puppy patted Xiaohai's head and walked out. "Senior brother Cao Cao, the kanji is cooking in the pot. We can eat soon," Xiaohai shouted toward Puppy's back. "All right, I will go and wake up simpleton," said Puppy. By the time sunlight was shining into the courtyard, everyone had already gathered in the dining hall. Their breakfast consisted of simple kanji with some preserved vegetables that Puppy found within an underground basement in the village. They even ate their own rations and guacamole. There were also 2 eggs in a bowl. However, none of them began to eat. It was as if they were waiting for something. Just then, Shaman, who had been practicing with the blade in the courtyard, walked in. Puppy asked her playfully, "Senior sister, how was your training? You've been training very consistently. Once you master it, you can teach us as well." "Not too bad. At the very least, I'm not swinging it blindly anymore. The bodyguard from the courier service told me that there's no shortcut. Only through training can one master the blade. I've also made 2 bamboo swords. After our meal you can come and practice with me," replied Xiaoman. Hearing this, Puppy's face instantly turned bitter. Meanwhile, Xiaoman hung her sword onto the wall and sat down at the table, joining the others as they waited for something. Soon, the stench of blood filled the air as footsteps rang out. Xiaohai instinctively lowered his head, not daring to look in the direction of the footsteps. It was none other than Huowang. He knew that Senior Li would not harm him. In fact, he was taken in by Huowang. Even so, He was afraid of Li Huowang, especially after everything that had happened on their journey so far. Bai Lingmiao carefully supported Li Huowang until he sat at the front of the table. Only after he started eating did everyone else join in. Even Li Huowang did not know when this rule had come to pass. Halfway through their meal, the sound of saliva being swallowed was heard. A few beggars were standing outside and staring at them as they ate their meal. Why are there still beggars? I thought the village had become empty, asked Li Huowang. Hearing this, Xiaohai stood up nervously and told him everything that he knew about the beggars. Ho, looks like their information network is quite efficient, to the point that they even knew that this place had been vacated. But don't you think staying at the place that the 18th Lunar once used as its feeding ground would be quite unlucky? I've eaten enough. You guys can continue on, said Li Huowang, standing up. Chapter 101 War. Once Xiaohai saw Senior Li walk out, he sighed in relief, finally allowing himself to relax. Meanwhile, the rest of them continued eating and talking. However, there wasn't much to talk about, and soon, their conversation turned toward the group of beggars outside. I don't recall seeing so many beggars along the way. Where did these people come from? Asked Sun Baolu. Hearing this question, Xiaohai placed a piece of guokue into a bowl of kanji before taking it and going outside. Let me ask them. Puppy stared at Xiaohai's back and said, "What an understanding child. If it wasn't for the fact that he needs to return home, I would have kept him as my son." Son? You mean to say you would use him as a servant, don't you? Commented one of the guiding drug ingredients. Puppy saw that his ploy had been seen through, but merely chuckled. Meanwhile, when the beggars saw Xiaohai walk out, all of them focused their attention toward the broken bowl in his hand. Some of them even started singing to gain his attention. Xiaohai ignored all of them and approached the child beggar that was pushed down earlier. The child was standing in a corner and looked ever so pitiful, just like how he was earlier. Let me ask you something. If you can answer me, then this guokue will be yours, said Xiaohai. Looking at the guokue in Xiaohai's hands, the disheveled child nodded. Where did you guys come from? Asked Xiaohai. East. We came here from the east. Also, we are not beggars. I followed my parents to run away, replied the child. However, halfway through, I was kidnapped by someone else. Somehow, I managed to escape. That was how I ended up as a beggar. Hearing this answer, Xiaohai pulled out the guokue that had been softened by the kanji and gave it to him. Immediately, the child scarfed down the entire guokue, ignoring the fact that it was scalding hot. Why did you guys run? Was there a disaster? Xiaohai continued his questions. As the young boy licked the bits of kanji stuck on the guokue and swallowed it, he nodded. Yeah, but we wouldn't have left behind our fields if it was just the drought or the floods. We had to run because the soldiers were going to war. All of us had to run away because of the soldiers. There were so many of them. The soldiers ransacked our village and took away everything. Some of the villages were completely destroyed because of that. Just as Xiaohai was about to ask something else, a large shadow enveloped him. It was Gao Zhijian. He stuttered. They are not soldiers going to war. They are the defeated soldiers. Senior Gao, does this mean that there is a war going on right now? Xiaohai raised his head and looked at Gao Zhijian's wide chin. When he saw that Xiaohai did not look down on him for his stuttering, Gao Zhijian was pleasantly surprised. He gently patted Xiaohai's head with his large hands. That's right. Xiaohai turned around to the child that had been frightened by the giant Gao Zhijian. Are they really at war? Why did I not hear anything about it before? Did you say that your house was located in the eastern direction? Can you tell me where the war is happening in detail? I'm sorry, but I only know that my house is located in the east, replied the child. Looking at how the child did not know much about this matter, Xiaohai turned around to look at the older beggars. What are you guys doing, talking so much with the beggars? Come back and eat first. We have to wash the bowls later on, called out one of the guiding drug ingredients. Upon hearing those words, Xiaohai became a lot more alert. Let me wash the bowls. I will wash them, said Xiaohai as he turned around and walked inside. When the child saw Xiaohai's clean shoes and then stared back at his own feet that had turned purple due to the cold weather, he felt quite envious. I wish I was bought by them. Senior brother Cao, the beggars came here to escape the war happening in the east. Xiaohai went back to the table and reported his findings. It's fine. The war does not concern us. Sun Baolu was only asking about it out of curiosity. No need to think of his words as some kind of a sacred decree. It's not like he's an emperor, said Puppy. Meanwhile, Li Huowang was lying down on a white hospital bed, feeling conflicted. Looking at his surroundings, he realized that within his hallucinations, he had been transferred to a normal ward from the ICU. At this moment, he was holding a round jade pendant. Back on the other side, he had threaded it, wearing it like a necklace. He could recall that he had given this piece of jade to Yang, but now, it had mysteriously appeared here. As for how it returned back to him, Huowang was no longer concerned about that. Currently, he was thinking about what Dr. Li had said to him during their last meeting. Right, little Li, didn't you say that you could bring something belonging to that world back here? And that's why you thought this world was fake? Then, have you tried bringing something from here to there? Maybe you will find an unexpected answer. Looking at the round jade pendant, Huowang decided what he had to do and placed the jade pendant back inside his hospital gown. No harm in trying. What if it actually works? But when that question appeared in his mind, he paused. What if it works? What would it mean? Would it mean that Bai Lingmiao and the rest are fakes? Or would it mean that both sides are real? Huowang didn't know, and at this point, he didn't care. He would try it first before coming up with a plan. Time slowly passed as he waited for the result. He really hated how time seemed to be passing slower and slower, to the point that it almost felt like he had been waiting for an entire year. Finally, when a nurse changed his medications, he felt the world around him slowly start to crumble. Back in the old room, Huowang touched his chest and found the jade pendant, causing his expression to freeze. Then, without even bothering to wear his clothes, he rummaged through the bed before pulling out another identical jade pendant. He was perplexed. How could there be two jade pieces? Why are there two pieces? Huowang felt his mind going into disarray. He had considered the possibility that he might be able to take something from the other side and bring it back here, but to think this would end up being the result. Huowang. At that moment, a soft female voice was heard. It belonged to Yang. Hearing the voice, Huowang looked at the door, astonished. How did Yang get here? Wasn't she just a part of my hallucination? Senior Li, this time it was Bai Lingmiao's voice. Then, the door opened with a creak as it was pushed open from the other side. When he saw the thing walking toward him, Huowang was extremely terrified. No, stay away. Huowang sat up from the bed, covered in cold sweat. Looking at the old furniture around him, he realized that everything had just been a dream, a result of what he was concerned about during the day. But just as he was about to lay back down, a sudden thought popped up in his head. Was that really a dream? Chapter 102, Benefits. The thought that had just popped up in his head left him trembling. After a while, he carefully touched every inch of his body and only sighed in relief only after confirming that there weren't any additional jade pieces on his body. I was right. It really was a dream. All of that was just a dream, Huowang mumbled. What's wrong? Asked Bai Lingmiao groggily as she lit up the oil lamp in the room. Nothing happened. Go back to sleep, said Huowang. When she saw that Huowang did not wish to answer her, Bai Lingmiao just closed her eyes. At the same time, her white hair gently lay on his shoulder as her small hands softly caressed his chest to calm him down. Meanwhile, he held the hand on his chest and stared at the rafters above them. Meow meow. Bai Lingmiao answered, half asleep. Do you want to know about my past? And why am I having hallucinations? Asked Huowang. Hearing this, Bai Lingmiao's sleepiness was instantly dispelled. Her eyelids fluttered open in shock as she stared at the man beside her. This was the first time he had talked to her about his past. Since she had spent more time with him than the others had, she knew that he was different from the others. It wasn't a difference of culture, country, or other things, but a difference that caused him to not be able to fit with them and the society. Something otherworldly. She was not the only one who thought so. The others had thought about it too. It was just that none of them had said it before. I'm actually not from here, said Huowang. Yeah, I know that you are not from the kingdom of Si Qi, replied Bai Lingmiao. Huowang shook his head. I meant that I'm not someone from this world. I'm from another world. Under the dim light of the oil lamp, Huowang slowly talked to Bai Lingmiao about his past and current predicaments. The more he said, the better he felt. It was as if someone was bearing the weight in his heart along with him. It was only when sunlight started to illuminate the room that he stopped. The room was completely silent. Is there anything you would like to ask? Asked Huowang. Yes. Bai Lingmiao removed her hands from around him and held his hand, the one that was missing 3 of its fingernails. Her fingertips trembled as she touched the scab. What's the matter with the red bamboo slip? Let me tell you something interesting. A person's fingernails can regenerate, even after they have been pulled out. Huowang tried to divert the topic while trying to pull his hand out from Bai Lingmiao's grasp, but she held on to his hand even tighter. At the same time, He saw Bai Lingyao's eyes becoming redder and redder as she stared at him. I don't care where you come from, nor do I care what happened within your hallucination. All I want to know is whether the injury on your abdomen was related to the bamboo slip, said Bai Lingyao firmly. Li Huowang did not answer her, embracing her instead. He held her head close to his chest and slowly patted her. Senior Li, that thing is too dangerous. Please throw it away. If you continue on like this, then you will eventually get killed by it. After saying so, Bai Lingyao stopped and pleaded with him. If you end up dying, what will happen to me? Seeing her like this, Li Huowang sighed. While she looked soft and squishy, she was actually a really tough girl. Soft on the outside, harsh on the inside. Let me think about it, said Li Huowang. Li Huowang knew that the profound records represented a double-edged sword, one that could easily cut him up if he was not careful when using it. But at the same time, it was a very valuable tool. He had no choice but to rely on it to survive in this bizarre world. If he threw it away and happened to encounter some other entity like the 18th Lunar, then what would he do? After all, he couldn't just rely on Dan Yangzi at all times. He wanted to join a sect and grow stronger as well. However, doing so was extremely difficult. Not only would he have to worry about whether his application would be accepted or not, he would even have to be wary of the others who knew that he was a strayed one. Even if they accepted him, he might not have the guts to cultivate using whatever method they told him to. Zephyr Temple, Righteous Monastery, and Benevolent Nunnery. Ever since he came into contact with these sects, he had already given up on joining most of the sections. Each of them was more vile than the last. And so, without a substitute weapon, he would never throw away the profound records. It was his strongest method of attack, despite the high price he had to pay for using it. Amidst their conversation, there was some movement from the door. Their comrades were preparing for breakfast. Li Huowang sat up. Just as Bai Lingmiao was about to help him with his clothes, he realized something and said, "Wait." He carefully pressed down on his abdomen and realized that it didn't hurt as much as before. He opened up the bandages and saw that his wound had almost completely healed up. How did I recover so fast? Even Li Huowang was surprised. Li Huowang had expected that it would take his body at least half a month to finish healing, but something had changed within his body. He thought about it long and hard before thinking back to the very last moment when Ba-Hui'S had glanced at him during the final moments. I think this is a good thing, muttered Li Huowang. Li Huowang was both happy and worried. He knew far too little about the thing he had summoned by experiencing the peak of both mental and physical pain. He didn't know what this meant. Does it want me to mutilate myself even more? This was the only reason he could think of after half a day. But compared to dealing with Dan Yangzi, this was a minor incident. Based on my speed of recovery, I should be completely healed by tomorrow. We will rest for today and depart tomorrow, Li Huowang told Bai Lingmiao. Bai Lingmiao wanted to say something, but stopped. In the end, she nodded her head. Hearing that they were about to leave soon, the others started to pack their things and move them up the carriage. At the same time, they took almost everything they found in the courtyard, including the 2 egg-laying hens. When it was dinner time, Li Huowang took off his bandages and saw that his wound had practically completely healed up. Not bad. At the very least, there's some kind of reward after going through so much. Li Huowang was happy with his ability. At the very least, he wouldn't die so easily. Back in the dining hall, Li Huowang sat down and ate some rice. The table was filled with vegetables that they had picked from the fields. Even though the meal consisted mostly of vegetables, they had used pork lard to stir-fry it. Thus the taste was quite decent. Li Huowang picked up a piece of carrot and bit into it before furrowing his brows. Who cooked today? Why is it still so salty? Even though he didn't have high expectations from this food, he was not a livestock that could eat the same meal every day. Hearing his question, an assistant with a pale face stood up. Senior Li, it was me. Meanwhile, Bai Lingmiao took the piece of carrot that Li Huowang had bitten and tasted it. Senior Li, it's not really very salty. It's just nicely seasoned. Really? Hearing this, Li Huowang picked up another carrot and bit into it. However, he still felt that it was very salty. Never mind then. Continue eating. I can just pair it with some more rice, said Li Huowang. Chapter 103 Marriage. Li Huowang slowly sipped the tea from his cup. He didn't really like drinking tea. It was just that the meal tonight was too salty for him. Using the cover of the cup to block the tea leaves, he took a light sip as the bitterness of the tea filled his mouth. Damn it. I should have known that they wouldn't have any good tea leaves, said Li Huowang as he spat out the tea and placed the teacup down before heading back into his room. Due to the nightmare from last night, he didn't get a proper night of sleep. He needed to recover his strength for tomorrow. However, even as he walked back to his room, Li Huowang's mind did not stop. He was thinking about his nightmare as well as the 2 pieces of jade. If I get sucked into my hallucination once again, should I try taking something from that side and bringing it here? However, Li Huowang did not hesitate long. Yeah, I should try it. However, I can't try it with the pendant. I need to take something that doesn't exist on this side, such as a bottle of saline solution or a pair of handcuffs. If I can't bring it over here, then I will know for sure that the world over there is fake. After that, there won't be any reason for me to keep thinking about that place. But what if I am able to bring something over here? Amidst his thoughts, Li Huowang arrived at his room. Creak. He pushed the door open, but the scene inside instantly caused his thoughts to grind to a halt. There were red candles lined up on the table, and the walls were decorated with the upside-down character, for prosperity. Everything was red, from the pillows to the sheets to the red veil on by Ling Yao's head. Staring at the scene in front of him, Li Huowang's heart started racing. For a moment, he stopped right in between the red-colored room and the dark night outside. He felt conflicted. He knew what it would mean if he walked in. Not only would he have a wife, but he would also have a responsibility and an oath to uphold. After a moment of hesitation, he took a deep breath and walked inside, locking the door behind him. Then, he approached the bride and asked, "Are you sure about this? You know that I suffer from hallucinations. Are you truly willing to accept marrying an insane person like me?" A small pair of hands reached out, gently grabbing his large hands. "Seniorly, as they say, you follow the chicken if you get married to one, and you follow the dog if you get married to one. No matter what happens, I will live with you for the rest of my life." Her voice was as soft as usual, but a strong sense of determination could be felt from her voice right now. Since she had said as such, Li Huowang would not be able to call himself a man if he hesitated anymore. Just as he extended his arms to raise the red veil, Bai Lingyao turned away. "Seniorly, it's embarrassing. Could you please extinguish the light?" Hearing this, Li Huowang waved his sleeves, and the red candles were immediately extinguished. On that night, both of them coiled around on the bed, and Li Huowang finally understood what they meant when they said girls were made from water. For hours later, within the completely dark room of the newlyweds, Li Huowang lay on the bed, panting heavily. He gently caressed the head of the girl that was laying on his chest as he recalled the wondrous feeling he had just experienced. "Husband." A single call from her sent a tingle through his entire body. "You can just continue calling me seniorly. I'm not used to it." "All right, I will listen to you. You are the man of the house, so I will do whatever you tell me to do," said Bai Ling Miao as she placed her ear on his chest and listened to his rapid heartbeat. Li Huowang took a deep breath and hugged the girl even closer. Then, he kissed the top of her head that was covered with her soft hair and hair ornaments. "Let's go back once the issue with Dan Yangzi has been dealt with. Then we can officially become husband and wife once we get back to your house," said Li Huowang. "But what about your condition? Is there really no way to treat it?" asked Bai Ling Miao. "I don't know. I've only heard what others have told me. The abbess from the benevolent nunnery probably did not lie to me, nor does she have a reason to." Li Huowang slowly slid his hands down and caressed her smooth skin. "Don't worry. I have you by my side now. Now that I've grown my roots in this world, I won't ever be deceived by the hallucinations." Hee. Bai Ling Miao was very happy. She hugged him with all 4 of her limbs while pressing her head against his chest. For some reason, the feeling that Bai Ling Miao gave Li Huowang in the bedroom was different. She said that she was embarrassed, but now she wasn't. Are all girls the same? Li Huowang had no experience in this regard. This was his first time after all. Sensing that Bai Ling Miao had started to move around, Li Huowang held her down with his hands. "Wait, I just felt something weird." "What are you talking about?" "I did bleed," said Bai Ling Miao nervously. Li Huowang laughed. "No, I don't mean it that way. The feeling I got was something different." "Feeling? What kind of feeling?" asked Bai Ling Miao. "I suddenly felt like my senses are much sharper than they were before." "All of them are much sharper," Li Huowang said as he recalled the moment he almost ascended to heaven last night. Something felt off. It hadn't been noticeable before, but after his clash with the 18th Lunar, he noticed that not only was his body capable of healing much faster, even his senses were much sharper than before. Regardless of whether it was his sense of touch, smell, taste, sight, or hearing, all of them had become sharper. Is this Ba-Hui'S power? Li Huowang realized that both the abilities given to him were related to self-mutilation or sacrifice. Just as he thought about sharing his thoughts with Bai Ling Miao, he suddenly felt a piercing pain from his right index finger. "Yoch, why did you bite me?" Does it hurt more than before? Asked Bai Lingmiao. Yeah, it's even bleeding. How could it not hurt? Asked Li Huowang. Then it looks like you are right. Your senses have indeed become sharper, and so has your sense of pain, said Bai Lingmiao. In the next second, Li Huowang felt his finger being placed somewhere soft as Bai Lingmiao started to suck on it. The pain instantly faded away. Previously, you told me about the wandering gods. Then, have you heard of Ba-Hui? Li Huowang asked. Bai Lingmiao shook her head while continuing to suck on his finger. Li Huowang opened his eyes as he stared at the ceiling. Why did Ba-Hui grant me these two abilities? What is its true form? Li Huowang tried to picture what Ba-Hui looked like in his mind, but failed. He could not do so with his perception as an ordinary human. Knock knock. At that moment, there was a sudden knock on his room door in the middle of the night. Li Huowang hugged Bai Lingmiao close to his chest and covered her up with a blanket. Who's there? If it isn't anything important, then we can talk tomorrow. Senior Li, it's me, can I enter? For some reason, I was laying down on the floor of the firewood room. The sound that came from beyond the door was extremely familiar. Li Huowang instantly realized that it was Bai Lingmiao's voice. However, if Bai Lingmiao was outside, then who was the one currently in his embrace? Li Huowang suddenly felt a chill run down his body. He husband. At that moment, Li Huowang suddenly felt the thing in his embrace suddenly shrink and roll out of the sheets. Li Huowang threw off the sheets and lit up one of the red candles as fast as he could. However, there was no one but him inside the room. Senior Li, what's wrong? What happened? Bai Lingmiao shouted outside. Li Huowang turned to see his finger, the one that was sucked on just moments ago. It looked extremely pale. Looking at the nasty wound, he was certain that it was not something a human could do with their teeth. It was more like he had gotten bit by a beast with sharp fangs. Chapter 104, The Second Deity. The sound of utensils hitting the bowl didn't stop as everyone scarfed down the kanji placed in front of them. Since today was the day they had to resume traveling, they needed to eat a lot. If not, they might end up becoming hungry before lunch, and being hungry was the last thing they needed. However, amidst all this, Li Huowang was not the slightest bit interested in the food. He glanced at Bai Lingmiao, who was sitting beside him. The girl was miffed ever since she was told to go sleep with Xiaoman last night. He never opened the door for Bai Lingmiao. After that, in just a short amount of time he disposed of any and all red-colored items within the room. He didn't want Bai Lingmiao to find out that she was somehow married to him. However, even though he destroyed all of the evidence, one question just wouldn't get out of his head. What was that? What the hell did I sleep with? Based on the bite wound on his finger, he knew that it was not a normal human. At the same time, he also realized there were quite a few other suspicious details. For one, why did that thing ask him to extinguish the candles before removing the red veil? And why was she different from the usual Bai Lingmiao? He also realized that the hair ornaments were not ornaments at all. They almost looked like they had grown out of her head. Why did she do it? What's there to gain? Li Huowang was perplexed. Just in case she appeared again, he didn't sleep throughout the entire night. But she did not appear again. Regarding her identity, Li Huowang more or less had an answer when he remembered the red veil. However, he needed to confirm it himself. Li Huowang quietly watched as Bai Lingmiao ate her bowl of kanji and 5 pieces of guacamole. He had never realized that her appetite had grown so much despite her small body. Sensing that she had almost eaten her fill, Li Huowang gently kicked her legs to notify her, and then turned toward her room. Immediately, Bai Lingmiao wiped her mouth, placed her bowl down, and followed him. Once inside the room, she saw that Senior Li was staring at her with a serious look on his face, just standing there menacingly. Senior Li, what's wrong? Is something the matter? She suddenly felt that the atmosphere was weird, her voice turning quieter than usual. Sit down, I have something to ask you. Li Huowang sat her down on the stool. After a moment, he finally opened his mouth. I learned from Li Ji that summoning the immortals from the immortal families required 2 people, one to play the drum while the other who acted as the vessel. Since you summoned the immortals to heal me, that should mean that you have a second deity as well, correct? The second deity usually wore a red veil, and so Li Huowang was suspicious that it might have been Bai Lingmiao's second deity. Bai Lingmiao nodded. Then is she alive? Or is she an immortal? Or is she something else entirely? Asked Li Huowang. She's alive, but she's not an immortal. We have to summon one before an immortal can appear, replied Bai Lingmiao. When the heck did Li Ji's wife crawl out from her grave? Hadn't Gao Zhijian caved her head in before we buried her together with Li Ji? Asked Li Huowang. Hearing this, Bai Lingmiao was surprised. Senior Li, My second deity is not Li Ji's wife. What? It's not. There's different second deities? Li Huowang was surprised as well. Yes. They told me that the main and second deity are deeply connected to each other. Usually, we cannot use someone else's second deity, replied Bai Lingmiao. Hearing this, Li Huowang remembered Li Ji's second deity. Other than her heavy makeup and beast-like face, the second deity was quite literally a second Li Ji. Don't tell me. Thinking about what had happened last night as well as Bai Lingmiao's familiar voice, Li Huowang instantly realized who he had slept with. If we remove the beast-like features from her face, then the second deity looks exactly the same as you, right? Hearing his words, Bai Lingmiao hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yes, she looks just like me. The other second deities would look just like their main deities as well. Then how did she come to be? Did the immortals from the immortal families create a living being just like that? Li Huowang asked the most important question. Bai Lingmiao did not answer, struggling visibly. She couldn't stop her hands from twisting her shirt. Senior Li, I really wanted to tell you and let you know the details, but I have no idea how to say it. On the night I became a shaman, the second deity directly appeared in my dreams. And then, seeing how Bai Lingmiao was on the verge of breaking down and crying, Li Huowang did not press on. He knew that it was very hard to explain anything in detail in this bizarre world. That's fine. No need to think about it. Now, can you call her out? I wanted to ask her about something. Li Huowang's eyes were filled with hostility. Bai Lingmiao carefully stared into his eyes and then pulled the door open behind them. A woman with a red veil and red shoes was standing right there. Li Huowang tried to suppress his emotions as he walked over and stared at the second deity that was covered in a red veil. At this moment, thanks to his heightened senses, he could sense that this thing was staring right back at him. After looking at the wrinkles on her clothes as well as her body shape, Li Huowang confirmed that the one on the bed last night was indeed her. Senior Li, what's wrong with her? Did something happen? Asked Bai Lingmiao, worried. Li Huowang was just about to tell her about what had happened when he stopped. When he saw Bai Lingmiao's worried face, he decided that he shouldn't tell her. He really wanted to ask the second deity why it did what it did last night, but he could only keep it quiet in front of Bai Lingmiao. He really couldn't bring himself to tell her that he had slept with this weird thing. Senior Li, what's wrong? Why aren't you talking? What did she do to you? Asked Bai Lingmiao once more. Bai Lingmiao's question caused him to suppress his anger as he pointed his fingers at the second deity in a threatening gesture. Then, he opened the door and left. Never mind, let's depart. Li Huowang had decided that if there was ever a second time, be it under commands from the immortal families or the second deity acting on its own, he wouldn't let it go. On the other hand, Bai Lingmiao was still confused as she asked her second deity, what happened? However, the second deity did not move, standing unmoving, almost like a corpse. That's strange. What happened? Muttered Bai Lingmiao, having been left in the dark. Soon, 2 horse-drawn carriages were led out from the courtyard. Their group quickly left the place that was slowly transforming into a den of beggars and followed the road back. 200 miles was neither short nor long. As they traveled at their fastest speed, they soon arrived back at the Honghua Mountain. Compared to last time, the town at the base of the mountain had quite a lot more people. There were a lot more beggars on the street. Li Huowang opened a box and checked the blood-red eyes stored within it before slowly making his way toward the mountain. However, this time, Bai Lingmiao stopped him. Senior Li, let me accompany you. Now, I can summon the immortals, and so I won't drag you down. Chapter 105 Greed. Li Huowang felt hesitant as he looked at Bai Lingmiao. He wasn't sure if he should bring her up the mountain. While it was true that with her ability to summon the immortals she could help him, he didn't want to place her in danger. At the same time, the others started pleading as well. Yeah, Senior Li, please let us come with you. If we followed you, we might be able to help you. Aren't you afraid that the nuns are dangerous? Yeah, and just in case your condition flares up again, then we can at least take care of you, said Puppy. The final sentence from Puppy finally defeated Li Huowang. Baolu, place the horse carriages at the inn. We will all go up the mountain. The effect of the black Tai Sui to suppress his hallucinations rapidly falling, and he could slip into his hallucination at any time, so he definitely needed someone beside him. Hearing his words, everyone smiled as they followed him. They were happy that they would finally get to help out their senior brother. The road up to the mountain had many twists and turns, but Li Huowang and the rest were used to it. After a while, they rested halfway up the mountain, only continuing after a while. They finally arrived before the front gate of the benevolent nunnery, just before nightfall. They all looked inside, and Li Huowang saw that the nunnery was still just as dilapidated as it had been before. Grass could be seen growing between the stone tiles while the holes on the roofs hadn't been repaired. When he finally caught sight of the women's script on both sides of the gate, Li Huowang's heart started pounding rapidly. He had risked his life just for the sake of today. When he thought that he would finally be able to get rid of his bizarre master, Li Huowang could not hold back the excitement he felt in his heart. He took a deep breath and turned around. He needed to let them know what they should expect. The inside of the nunnery is extremely dirty and unkempt. The nuns are also very fat, so don't be surprised by it, okay? After seeing everyone agree, Li Huowang held the box containing the 18th lunar eyes, took a deep breath, and walked inside. Before they could even enter the main hall, a wave of putrid stench assaulted them. What were they doing? It's even more putrid than the last time. Li Huowang pinched his nose and entered the place, forcing himself to endure the stench. Meanwhile, the other guiding drug ingredients were already regretting their choice in coming here. While it wasn't dangerous, it was far too smelly. Soon, they arrived at the first hall of the nunnery. The moment Li Huowang stepped in, he felt something soft at the base of his right foot. When he picked his foot up, he saw that it was a piece of peach cookie. Careful, they don't like to keep it clean here, warned Li Huowang. He raised his head and saw that the Buddha statue was still covered in dirt. He walked past it and went out through the back. Just as he had expected, there was a mountain of flesh lying down just behind the Buddha. It was a fat nun with an extra large guacue on her face. She was sleeping and eating at the same time. What the? Is she still human? The rest of them were shocked. Meanwhile, after what had happened last time, Li Huowang decided not to wake her up. He couldn't do so even if he wanted to. Soon, they walked past her and entered a side door, arriving at the interior of the nunnery. They had just taken a few steps in when they realized that there was nowhere for them to walk. Everything around them was covered in rotten food. Even the floor and the roof were covered with it. There was even a mountain of moldy dumplings to their right, a large swarm of flies hovering over it. At the same time, numerous white maggots could be seen crawling on the mountain of dumplings. However, the most surprising thing was that everything here was vegetarian. There was not a single piece of meat. Looking at the mountain of food, Li Huowang realized that all these things were bought using the gold that he had given them the last time. The moment they got the money, they used it to buy various types of food in large quantities. Step over it, said Li Huowang as he sank his legs into the sea of rotten food. It almost felt like he was in a swamp as he slowly walked forward. Hearing this, everyone, including Bai Ling Miao who loved being clean, were quite unhappy. However, when they saw Li Huowang getting further and further away from them, they could only clench their teeth and trudge through the sea of rotten food. Why are they wasting so much food? Such a waste. They are just letting it all rot. This year has been filled with disasters, and so many people didn't even have any food to eat. Having once been a beggar, Yang Xiaohai was particularly angry. This was one of the few times he had spoken up. Li Huowang glanced at the boy. That's because they are greedy. Hearing this, Yang Xiaohai pursed his lips, choosing to remain silent. They trudged onward for half an hour before finally arriving at the place where the nuns usually had their meals. This was where they found the rest of the nuns. Bleg, one of the fat nuns vomited right in front of Li Huowang, emptying out what she had eaten. Her head was covered in sweat, but she didn't even bother to wipe it off before continuing to eat the food on the table. Hello Miaoyu. How are you? Li Huowang greeted the fat nun in front of him. When Miaoyu opened her mouth to talk, her saliva and scraps of food bombarded Li Huowang's face. It's you. Do you want me to show you the way? The price has increased now. It's at least 1 gold coin. No need. Is Abbess Jingxin still in the same house? Asked Li Huowang as he backed off to prevent getting splashed by her saliva. Seeing how she couldn't get any gold, the greed on Miaoyu's face was replaced with disappointment. Of course. She's so fat that she can't even walk. Where else could she be? Li Huowang nodded and turned around, walking toward the house where he saw Abbess Jingxin last time. Meanwhile, the others followed after him as they walked through the swamp of rotten food. However, Yang Xiaohai, who had been standing at the very back, chastised the nuns when he saw how much food they were wasting. You are all so wasteful. Do you know just how many people are starving outside? Some of them have even died due to starvation. Do you know just how painful it is to have to endure your hunger? Miaoyu answered plainly. Of course we know. Isn't that why we are trying not to let it go to waste? Can't you see that it has already started rotting? If we don't eat all of it now, then we won't be able to eat any of it later. After saying all that, she turned around and vomited, once more emptying her stomach in the process. Then, she continued eating, her eyes filled with greed. Meanwhile, Huowang retraced his steps from the last time, walking past the pigsty before arriving at Abbess Jingxin's house. Due to the fact that this place was fairly secluded, there wasn't a lot of rotting food over here. Thus, they felt so much better standing here. Even though the stench was still present, at the very least they had already gotten used to it. Huowang placed a glowing rock in his hand and walked inside. As he walked in, he saw Abbess Jingxin shoving something back into the folds of her skin and flesh. "Oh, it's you. How is it? Did you manage to find the 18th Lunar?" asked the Abbess. Huowang nodded and opened the box in his hands. Even though she didn't have eyes, Abbess Jingxin somehow managed to feel something, causing her loose face to reveal a greedy grin. Then, Abbess Jingxin slowly shifted her huge mountain-like body as she began to approach Huowang, at the same time causing the entire house to start shaking. Chapter 106, Begin. Soon, Jingxin used her crusty nails to reach into the box and took out the pair of red eyes, gently rolling them around in her hands. "Ho, these are good." Then, without any warning, she held the egg-sized pair of eyes with her hands and directly shoved them into her dark and empty eye sockets. By the time she removed her hands from her face, the pair of blood-red eyes had found a new owner. "Thank you. With this, I can finally see once again." That scene was downright horrifying. Imagine a swollen, ugly, and toothless old nun with a pair of blood-red eyes. She didn't even have her eyelids. "Seniorly, is she really a good person?" "I don't think so," said Bai Ling Miao as she hid behind Huowang's body. "Shu, stay quiet." Unexpectedly, Huowang was not surprised by Jingxin's demeanor. His tolerance for such horrifying scenes had increased substantially after having gone through so many incidents. Huowang's voice turned serious as he stared at the old nun's face. "You've got what you need. When can we start the process of getting rid of Dan Yangzi?" "Why the rush? You youngsters are always in such a hurry," said Jingxin. She had just finished saying that when Huowang detected movement from behind himself. He turned around and saw that it was a row of fat, burping nuns. "What are they doing? Are they trying to go back on their word?" Huowang instinctively placed his hand on the profound records. However, he was wrong. The nuns' actions revealed that they had no ill intentions. All they wanted to do was to remove the wall. Abbess Jingxin's body was far too large and the door was far too small. They had to remove the walls for her to exit. When one of the walls of the house had been removed completely, a wooden plank with numerous wheels was pushed inside. From the looks of it, this seemed to be Abbess Jingxin's method for moving around. Then, under everyone's watchful gaze, Abbess Jingxin slowly wriggled up the wooden plank like a giant bug. Jingxin tried to get on, but failed. She tried a few more times before exasperatedly turning toward Huowang and saying, "Are you guys blind? Don't you want to be free of your master? Why aren't you in a rush now? Can't you see that I'm slow? Hurry up and come push me." Finally, with everyone's help, Abbess Jingxin was pushed onto the plank. Then, the wheels below the plank started to creak heavily under her body weight as the rest of the fat nuns slowly pushed her out. On the other hand, after he released his grip of her flabby flesh, Huowang helped Jingxin scratch an itch that she could not reach for herself. Taking a few steps back and looking at Abbess Jingxin, who was surrounded by a group of fat nuns, Huowang suddenly had a feeling. He suddenly felt like he was looking at a Buddha statue. A Buddha statue is nothing but a statue. It's not easy to become a Buddha. "Follow us, quickly," said Jingxin. Hearing this, Huowang raised his legs and followed her. However, the nuns did not push Abbess Jingxin toward the exit of the nunnery, instead taking her deeper inside. They were heading to a place that Huowang had not been to before. "Remove your hands from the profound records. I will overlook it this one time. In the future, don't bring that thing to the nunnery. It's an extremely unlucky item," said Jingxin. Even though Jingxin's tone was repulsive, Huowang decided to ignore it. In fact, he didn't have any time to care about how rude she was being. He was busy thinking about what he needed to do next. "What's the method to get rid of Dan Yangzi? Will it work?" asked Huowang anxiously. "Aren't you asking that question far too late? Relax. Our benevolent nunnery adheres to the values of integrity and trust quite strongly. If you can't trust even us, then there's no other place you could place your trust in," said Abbess Jingxin. However, Abbess Jingxin's words were not able to calm Huowang down. Ever since he realized that Dan Yangzi had possessed him, everything he did and thought about had been for this day. Thinking about the stone in his heart that he would finally be getting rid of, he thought about many things for the first time. "Don't be too excited. Even if your master has been dealt with, you are still a strayed one. That's an even bigger problem, said Abbess Jingxin. Li Huowang's heart sank upon hearing her. Abbess Jingxin, you might not have been able to find a method in the past, but that doesn't mean that I have no hope either. The abbess laughed at him. Do you think you are the only one who had such a thought? The rest of the strayed ones had the same kinds of thoughts as well, but in the end they all met the same fate. Li Huowang was just about to refute her when he stopped and took a deep breath. But we can't give up without even trying, right? I can't just continue to live on like you were, accepting my fate of being trapped inside a hallucination my entire life. You think it's the best scenario? I don't think so. Abbess Jingxin's face fell. She plunged her hands into the folds of her skin and pulled out her son, staring at his shriveled face with pity as she caressed him gently. Sai, I really don't have a choice. As his mother, the only thing I could do was keep him alive. Li Huowang stretched his hands and gently patted the old man's white hair. His eyes were filled with pity, just like Abbess Jingxin. Meanwhile, the rest of the guiding drug ingredients and nuns were also staring at the shriveled-up old man. Li Huowang stared at the old man and said slowly, I still remember how he leapt into my embrace when he was younger. All fun times. Abbess Jingxin nodded, her face covered in bitterness. Once we get trapped inside a hallucination, it's really hard to differentiate which side is real and which is fake. I once saw my mother kneeling in front of me inside the hallucination. At that time, my heart was aching so much. The bitterness on Jingxin's face spread to everyone. Sigh. Everyone sighed in unison, the atmosphere around them turning heavy. The wooden plank continued to creak as it rolled forward. They trudged on with a heavy heart until they encountered a fork in the road. Toward their left, there was another fat old nun the same size as Jingxin. She was being pushed on a wooden plank as well. Li Huowang stared at the old nun, his face revealing an expression of disgust. Junior Sister Jingyuan, could you please hurry up? Dan Yangzi is constantly trying to take over my body. Why are you being so pushy? You've already waited for so long, and we are just moments away from succeeding. If you had hurried up in the first place, then we wouldn't have to rush, said Jingyuan as she picked up a piece of moldy cake from the ground and shoved it into her mouth. Jingyuan was not the last nun they met. Soon, they met a second and a third fat, old nun. All of them were similarly being pushed on wooden planks with wheels. In just a while, including Jingxin, a total of 6 old nuns were being wheeled toward their destination. Soon, Li Huowang and the rest arrived at a small basin. In the center was a large, black Buddha statue that was tens of meters tall. For some reason, the surface of the statue looked like it was wriggling. When they got closer, they could hear a loud buzzing sound. The wriggling black Buddha statue was composed entirely of flies. My stomach hurts. How about waiting for a bit? Li Huowang pressed his stomach in pain. Stop whining and hurry up. You think it's easy for all of us to come out at once? Said Jingxin as she rummaged through the folds of her skin and took out a set of shining prayer beads before throwing them over to Li Huowang. When he saw them, Li Huowang snatched them from the air. Then, he started turning the prayer beads in his hands as he started chanting an extremely difficult sutra. Chapter 107 Buddha. The devout followers saw the extraordinary landscape and cheered. Happiness coming forth from deep within their hearts, they sat on the diamond lotus, followed Amitabha, and arrived at the western Pure Land. They saw Amitabha's true form. A boundless goodness containing prosperity, wisdom, and dignity. They saw the true form of the Bodhisattvas, profound yet dignified. Li Huowang's chanting grew louder and louder. As he recited the sutra, the top of his head started to glow with a holy light. Initially, only his voice could be heard, but soon, numerous other voices started to chime in. Some were more high-pitched while others had a lower pitch. However, all of them cooperated with Li Huowang. The voices came from the fat nuns surrounding him. All of their faces revealed a humble demeanor, just like Li Huowang's. Soon, their chanting was supplemented by the sound of gongs, chimes, the sound of wooden fish, and other Buddhist instruments that rang out from the surrounding temples. With the aid of these instruments, Li Huowang's chanting became even more dignified, more Buddha-like. Their chanting slowly changed their surroundings, something that should be impossible to do with just sound. The colors around them slowly started to fade, slowly being replaced by a dim yellow color. It was as if they were looking at the world through a dim yellow filter. As more and more time passed, their chanting grew louder and louder. Soon, Bai Ling Miao, Puppy, Gao Zhijian, and even Abbess Jingxin's son joined them in singing. Their voices gradually grew louder and louder, to the point that the Buddha statue made of flies started to vibrate. As they chanted, the Buddha statue slowly floated toward the top of Li Huowang's head. At the same time, the buzzing sound of the flies slowly started to resonate with the rhythm of their chant. Finally, when their chant reached the climax, the Buddha statue opened its black eyes and fell downward. The buzzing flies instantly engulfed Li Huowang. The flies buzzed intensely, their sound overlaying the sound of the chant. At this moment, everyone, including the millions of flies, were all linked with each other spiritually. All of them were inseparable. The humans knew what the flies were thinking, and the opposite was true as well. The flies could understand the intentions of the humans. At that moment, Abbess Jingxin willed something in her heart, and the flies complied, rearranging themselves around Li Huowang, forming a black bodhisattva sitting atop a lotus. The bodhisattva made of flies held a vase in its hand. At the same time, the buzzing sound of the flies took over Li Huowang's voice, leading the others to chant. However, the grand scene before them did not last long before the sound of thunder boomed throughout the sky. At that moment, everyone stared at the sky at the same time, only to see that a hole was being torn in it. Yangzi could be seen floating high up in the air. He had 3 heads and numerous repulsive organs attached to his body. His 3 eyes were staring at the entire benevolent nunnery sadistically as he stood amidst the white clouds. "My dear disciple, looks like you are way too hung up on the physical realm," said a voice. As soon as they heard this voice, all of the old nuns, including Abbess Jingxin, stuck their hands within the folds of their skin and took out a set of prayer beads forged entirely with gold. None of them responded to Yangzi verbally. They wrapped the prayer beads around their palm and formed a mudra by curling their index finger and thumb toward their palm. In an instant, an air of authority surged out from them and flew upward. Praise the Buddhas. Praise the Dharma. Praise the monks. Praise the prohibitions. Praise the kindness. Praise the heavens. The monks cultivate the 6 praises and obtain dharni. At the same time, the buzzing sound exploded as the black flies that constituted the Buddha statue flew up toward the sky like a tsunami. A periodic humming sound akin to someone chanting could be heard from the flies. Seeing this, all 3 of Yangzi's faces smiled sarcastically. He stepped on the white clouds and flew straight toward the flies and swung his arms that were composed of numerous tentacles, revealing a bronze coin sword. The bronze coin sword was still connected to a tentacle that had an eye on it. He swung the sword hard, throwing chunks of flesh toward the flies. The body of the flies, touched by the pieces of flesh, twisted abnormally as they formed a miniature version of Yangzi's head. Then, this twisted Yangzi made of flies started attacking the other flies around it. Meanwhile, Li Huowang was sitting still with a solemn expression on his face. His chanting grew louder and louder with each passing moment. Under the guidance of the chant, the white maggots that had previously been wriggling on the food rotting within the entire benevolent nunnery turned into flies as they beat their wings and flew toward the chaotic sky. The battle in the sky was extremely chaotic. As the 2 sides clashed intensely, countless dead flies rained down from the heavens. Jingxin remained calm as she stared at the chaotic battlefield. She had utmost confidence in their abilities, and that was the only reason she had accepted Li Huowang's request to begin with. At that moment, Li Huowang placed both his palms together, his merciful voice turning low. "The righteous path of justice, the 3 paths to calmness. All temptations disappear in the boundless universe. May the Bodhisattva protect me." As soon as this chant rang out, the Buddha statue let out a bright light within the sky. This light enveloped Li Huowang, slowly turning his body into a golden Buddha statue. At the same time, the same thing also happened to Yangzi as his body was slowly turned into a gold statue. Gradually, Yangzi's grotesque organs started turning into gold as the light continued to affect his body. As soon as the flies in the air saw this opportunity, they instantly swarmed Yangzi. Bzzz, bzzz, bzzz. The group of flies expanded and slowly turned into a massive bodhisattva sitting on a large lotus while holding a vase. Then, the entire statue gently fell toward the ground, growing smaller and smaller as it approached the ground. Even the hole in the sky started to shrink in size, inch by inch. At the same time, the sound of chanting, the gongs, and the wooden fish slowly died down. Back on the ground, 2 fat nuns held a large brush the size of a broom. The tip of the brush was dipped in the ashes contained within an incense burner. The nuns were staring at the flies with expectations in their eyes. Looking at the scene, a sliver of greed flashed past Abbess Jingxin's heart even though she was still chanting. The ritual would soon be coming to an end, and whatever the flies had acquired would be hers once everything finished. Ah, such a rarity. I wonder what it will taste like. Just as she thought that everything was going according to the plan, something suddenly went wrong. The golden Huowang suddenly started coughing, his cough worsening with each passing moment. Something's wrong. I can no longer feel his thoughts. That brat broke through our pure heart. An old nun cried out in surprise. Just as she said that, Huowang expanded his mouth to the extreme. A vomiting sound was heard as he clutched onto his own neck forcefully. Soon, everyone was greeted with a disgusting scene. A few black and sticky tentacles emerged from within the mouth of the red-robed Taoist. It was a black tai sui, albeit an incomplete one. However, at the base of one of the tentacles was half of Dan Yangzi's face. Aya, the Buddha is not completely dead yet. He hasn't turned into a true Buddha. The Buddha had just merged with the black tai sui and hidden itself within Huowang's stomach. We were wrong. The real body was here. Chapter 108, Dan Yangzi. This unexpected turn of events happened so suddenly that not one of them managed to react in time. The tentacles that burst out from within Huowang's mouth instantly shot toward one of the nuns at the front. The tentacles hardened by tensing themselves up. Then, this hardened tentacle pierced through the abdomen of the fat nun. However, instead of bleeding, the fat nun leaked out pearly white fat from her injury. But no matter what leaked out from the nun's body, her painful cries caused the so far regal chanting to become disharmonious. As the sound of the chanting lessened, the Bodhisattva statue composed of flies started to lose its form, slowly losing its grip on Dan Yangzi. However, this was merely the start. More and more tentacles that were merged with Dan Yangzi's organs burst forth from inside Huowang's mouth as they continued their attacks against the other nuns. The black tentacles propped Huowang up, making him crawl along the ground like an octopus. The entire place fell into chaos. Just as one of the fat nuns was about to stop him, the Bodhisattva statue composed of flies collapsed. Soon, with the aid of the corporeal Dan Yangzi who was down on the ground, the incorporeal Dan Yangzi in the air freed himself from his restraints. The situation had been reversed. While Jingxin and the rest wanted to fight against Dan Yangzi, they couldn't do so if their peaceful heart link had been broken. Immediately, the incorporeal Dan Yangzi disappeared from their eyes. All they could see now was a Taoist with numerous tentacles bursting forth from his mouth. We need to find a way to once again pull that brat into our peaceful heart link, otherwise we will not even be able to touch Dan Yangzi, shouted one of the fat nuns. It's no use. Dan Yangzi is inside his stomach. He's constantly disturbing our peaceful heart link. Junior sister, we have no choice. We need to summon the Bodhisattva or the nunnery will be in jeopardy, shouted another nun. Hearing this, Jingxin stared at the upside-down Huowang and sighed in her heart. They were just a step away from succeeding. To think they would fail at the final step. Meanwhile, regardless of what the others were seeing, from Huowang's perspective, the tentacles emerging from his mouth were not moving at all. In his eyes, it was the horrifying Dan Yangzi who was attacking the fat nuns. He had also been able to hear everything that Jingxin and the others had said just now. Dan Yangzi is not dead. He's actually alive and was even merged with the black tai sui that was in my stomach. Just thinking about it sent a chill down Huowang's spine. The murderous Dan Yangzi, someone that didn't bat an eye when he refined living-breathing people into pills, was still alive. Huowang had always thought that Dan Yangzi was only corrupting him mentally, but to think that Dan Yangzi was even corrupting his blood and flesh. At that moment, Huowang's eyes were filled with boundless hate as he stared at Dan Yangzi. No, I must do something. I cannot just sit still and wait for my death to arrive. I need to kill him and settle this today. Immediately, his right hand reached for the profound records and his left hand reached for the torture tools on his back. Then, he fished out a sharp pike and forcefully stabbed it into his own palm while gritting his teeth to endure the pain. Thanks to his heightened senses, he nearly passed out from pain. In fact, a normal human would have fainted almost immediately. While the heightened senses were beneficial when using the profound records, Huowang had decided not to use them this time around. However, just then, an immortal sash appeared and wrapped itself around the profound records, throwing them away from him. My dear disciple, you need to help your master ascend to immortality. You can't conspire with outsiders to try and stop me. Dan Yangzi's left head spoke out. The left head was an old man with a bald spot. Helping others ascend to immortality is a deed of great merit. You will definitely understand once you step on the path of cultivation to become an immortal yourself, said Dan Yangzi's middle head. This head was a middle-aged man. You have no idea what I've seen at the edge of immortality. I deeply want to enter that realm. No, I need to enter it. I'm just one step away from it, so you need to help me, said Dan Yangzi's final head that was on the right and looked like a child. Fuck off. I will not help you even if I have to die. Li Huowang gritted his teeth and pulled out the pike stabbed in his palm, leaving behind a massive gash. Hearing this, Dan Yangzi's mouths twisted into a nasty grin as they laughed. My dear disciple, you have no say in this matter. You will assist me in killing the 3 corpses. After all, I am your master. Who gives a fuck about killing the 3 corpses? You think that I will trust you ever again? Just tell me about it straight if you want to take over my body. Just because I managed to fool you doesn't mean you can try to fool me. Just so you know, the nasty things that were used in the pills you ate have transformed you into a monster. The entire method of becoming an immortal was nothing more than a hoax that I came up with on my own, shouted Li Huowang. However, Dan Yangzi did not become angry when he heard the truth. Instead, all 6 of his eyes revealed an intense sense of yearning. No, I've definitely become an immortal, albeit I am just a half-immortal at the moment. I've personally seen the southern heavenly gates, and also seen other immortals just like me. There were even female immortals over there. When he heard Dan Yangzi's ravings, Li Huowang started laughing coldly. Hee, the realm of the immortals? Rather than wasting time talking to me, why don't you see what's behind your back? Dan Yangzi's 3 heads turned at the same time only to see a massive bodhisattva standing in front of him. The bodhisattva was made from heaps of fatty flesh and shook its 3 heads and 6 arms. Bam! The bodhisattva made from the fatty, rotten flesh slammed down and trapped Dan Yangzi against the ground, burying half of his body. However, despite having half of his body buried under the fatty flesh, Dan Yangzi turned around with a terrifying look in his eyes as he stared at Li Huowang. Relax. This is just a minor issue. As long as the nuns aren't able to connect with your inner heart, they will not be able to see me. They are nothing but a bunch of blind nuns with a little bit of power. As for you, let me straighten out the facts for you. If you listen to me, then you can still be my disciple. However, if you don't, then you too will be nothing more than a stray dog that I can directly kick to death. There is nothing you can do to me. When he heard this, a rush of blood surged into Li Huowang's head. Immediately, he took out a blade and used it to stab his abdomen. Then, he sliced toward the left and started rummaging his innards. Stop! What are you doing? Stop! Screamed Dan Yangzi, his face is covered in a terrifying expression. He wanted to personally stop Li Huowang, but he was trapped by the fat nuns. Didn't you say there's nothing I can do? Li Huowang shouted at Dan Yangzi, his eyes turning bloodshot. Then how about this? Li Huowang endured the extreme pain as he shakily raised the blade and stabbed it right into his stomach. Seeing this, Dan Yangzi's faces were covered in a mix of extreme anger and disbelief. You fucking ingrate. You have no idea what you are doing. You think you can fight against me? Dream on. Your fate has been sealed, shouted Dan Yangzi. On the other hand, Li Huowang gritted his teeth and stabbed once more, completely puncturing his stomach. My fate is sealed. I don't fucking believe in such fairy tales. Fucking baldy. We are not done here. Chapter 109 Injury. CICI. The sound of flesh being torn apart rang out as black liquid poured from the hole Li Huowang had made in his own abdomen. Soon, Li Huowang collapsed due to the extreme pain caused by cutting open his own stomach. Even so, he smiled when he saw Dan Yangzi's grotesque body slowly starting to blur. He didn't mind enduring all the pain in the world as long as he could kill Dan Yangzi. You ungrateful brat. You would still be stuck inside your hallucinations if I hadn't helped you, shouted Dan Yangzi as he disappeared. Hearing this, Li Huowang gritted his teeth while pushing the blade even deeper. You think I needed your help? It's because of you that I am suffering so much today. You fucking brat. Dan Yangzi's 6 eyes revealed ghastly killing intent, which also influenced Li Huowang, making him feel vindictive. Just as the oppressive atmosphere reached its climax, a large group of flies swooped down from high in the heavens, covering both Li Huowang and Dan Yangzi in rot and filth. Jingxin and the other nuns had made their move. They placed their palms together and wrapped them in prayer beads before resuming their chant toward the Buddha statue. Without pain, we cannot remove pain. Without wisdom, we cannot obtain enlightenment. The Bodhisattva must follow the path of Buddha and face everything with a heart that expects nothing. Only then can one's heart be free of obstacles. Without obstacles, there is no fear, and one will be free from all distractions, thus achieving nirvana. The Buddha of the past, the present, and the future have all achieved nirvana in this state. As their chanting grew louder, their bodies underwent a massive transformation. Everything associated with old age, filth, and fat quickly disappeared from their bodies. Then, the essence of old age, filth, and fat intertwined in the air, flying higher and higher. When it reached a certain height, a crack appeared in the heavens, revealing a massive eye that could cover the sun. It was an eye from an angry Arhat, and was devoid of all filth and sins. A furious shout rang out for tens of miles as space itself trembled. By the time the sound disappeared, everything unusual within the benevolent nunnery, including Yangzi, had disappeared. Bai Ling Miao woke up groggily. She realized that she had been lying face down in front of a large pot of oily fried rice, while stuffing her mouth with her own 2 hands. Bleg! She spat out the oily fried rice in her mouth, while scanning her surroundings anxiously. After taking a moment to let everything sink in, she realized that she was in the food hall of the benevolent nunnery. Surrounding her were the fat nuns who were busy stuffing their mouths with food. The constant sound of chewing filled her ears. She turned around and inspected the steel pot only to see that the fried rice was prepared for her and the entire table. Puppy, Xiaoman, Baolu, Yang Xiaohai, Gao Zhijian, and the others were also present as they stuffed their mouths with food, just like the nuns. Luckily, they all snapped out of it one by one before scanning their surroundings in a dazed panic. What's going on? Why are we here? The rest of them were clearly confused about what had happened. Bai Ling Miao did the head count and was relieved to find that everyone was here, except for Li Huowang. What happened? Weren't we helping Senior Li with his exorcism? Why are we here eating rice? Also, there's not even a single piece of vegetable in this thing. It's too oily. Yuck, said Puppy as he checked the other tables. However, the nuns were too lazy to bother with them and just continued stuffing themselves. But, instead of the fried rice, the nuns were eating moldy dumplings and other food. Bai Ling Miao was visibly worried. She approached one of the nuns and asked, "Master, may I know where our Senior Li is?" "Senior Li? You mean the strayed one? He's with Abbess Jingxin. Find her, and you will also find him," the nun answered Bai Ling Miao, without even turning around. She was busy eating the food in front of her, almost as if she was afraid that her food would be gone if she ate any slower. Bai Ling Miao and the rest decided to brave through the swamp of moldy food before arriving at Abbess Jingxin's house. Just then, they saw Li Huowang talking with a strange nun. The nun didn't have eyes, and her eye sockets were sunken in. She was quite skinny, but her skin was very loose, to the point that the skin on her chin reached down to her stomach and the skin on her stomach could touch the ground. It was almost as if she was wearing an extremely oversized Taoist robe. When he heard footsteps, Li Huowang turned around before smiling and waving at them as he called them over. Bai Ling Miao was shocked. This was the first time she had seen Li Huowang smile. "Are you guys all right? I hope you were not frightened. The nuns in the benevolent nunnery couldn't put a stop to their abilities in time, so you guys were affected for a period even after the exorcism ended," Li Huowang calmly explained. Just as Bai Ling Miao and the others got closer, they were shocked to see the beautiful appearance of the nun. She was simply too gorgeous despite her bizarre appearance. Bai Ling Miao pulled Li Huowang slightly away from the nun and whispered, "Senior Li, who is she?" "She's Abbess Jingxin. Don't you recognize her?" asked Li Huowang. Li Huowang was just explaining the situation when the blind nun with flabby skin nodded. "Her? Jingxin. The nun who couldn't even walk because of being too fat." Everyone's eyes widened with shock. The change in her appearance was just far too massive. The abilities of the nuns from the benevolent nunnery are somewhat different from the rest of the sections. There's no need for all of you to pry deeper into it. Thanks to the sacrifice made by Abbess Jingxin, my worries had been dealt with. Yangzi will not appear again, explained Li Huowang. Hearing this, everyone smiled and congratulated Li Huowang for being healed. After talking for a bit, Li Huowang stopped them from asking further questions. He had something to say. "I still have to take care of some stuff over here, and so I need to stay here for a few days. You guys should leave first. Once I'm finished with my business, I will catch up with you," said Li Huowang. "Senior Li, why do you need to stay? Also, can't we just stay and help you?" Bai Ling Miao immediately raised an objection when she heard that they would be separated. "Sorry, but there's nothing you guys can do to help me in terms of cultivation. You guys leave first, and I will catch up to you in another 10 days or so. You guys need to reach your homes soon. Any later, and you will be once again stuck having to celebrate the New Year's away from your homes. We've already delayed our journey for far too long. Relax, it's not as if I won't be traveling anymore. Just follow the path that I've marked on the map, and I will be able to catch up with you guys soon enough, persuaded Li Huowang. In the face of Li Huowang's persuasion, they all finally relented and left the nunnery after saying their goodbyes. As he stared at them walking away, Li Huowang's smile slowly fell, being replaced by an expression filled with pain. He removed his red Taoist robes and pulled up his shirt, revealing a large gash on his abdomen. Currently, there was a dense mass of white maggots crawling in the wound. Your injury will heal in just a few days within the benevolent nunnery. What you need to be concerned about is an entirely different matter. You know what I mean, said Abbess Jingxin. Chapter 110, Insane. Hearing her words, Li Huowang gently held his wound and slowly walked into Jingxin's house. Then, he slowly leaned against the wall before sliding down and sitting on the floor. So even you guys aren't able to get rid of Dan Yangzi? Li Huowang asked. Of course we can. We will just need to kill you, replied Jingxin. Hearing this, Li Huowang began to laugh. Haha, to think that even the Abbess could crack a joke like this. I'm not joking with you. Dan Yangzi is deeply rooted within your body. You are a part of his 3 corpses. It will require extreme precision to remove your master while still keeping you alive. Both of you are just way too tangled up, to the point that you can already be considered as half Dan Yangzi. This was also why I did not just remove the black tai sui from your stomach. Presently, that black tai sui is both Dan Yangzi and you at the same time, explained Jingxin. Li Huowang had requested the benevolent nunnery's help to get rid of Dan Yangzi, but it ended in failure. Even with Li Huowang cooperating with all the nuns, all they had managed to do was inflict an injury on Dan Yangzi and chase him away. The root of the problem was still there. Li Huowang huddled in the dark with his back against the cold wall, staring blankly at the mossy tiles of the temple roof outside. You can't blame us for this. I had no idea that your master was only half dead. The benevolent nunnery excels in dealing with the spirits, but those rule-breaking bald donkeys from the righteous monastery are much better when it comes to dealing in matters of the physical flesh, said Jingxin. Abbess, don't worry, I don't blame you. How much longer do I have until I completely turn into Dan Yangzi? Li Huowang was not disappointed by the failure. With your current situation, you should have 2 more months, Abbess Jingxin said as she walked into the darkness and gently rocked a bamboo cradle while revealing a lovely smile as she looked at the shriveled old man within. Oh, Li Huowang trailed off. So, what do you plan to do? Asked Jingxin. I will need you to wait before I can give you an answer to that question. Abbess, may I borrow something from you? Asked Li Huowang. Then, the dark room turned silent. After a long time, Li Huowang took a deep breath as his face contorted from discomfort. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw that the darkness around him had been replaced with the color white. He was back inside a hospital. He inspected his surroundings and saw that this time it was a normal hospital rather than a mental hospital. It seemed that his injury hadn't healed within the hallucination. He shifted his gaze downward and saw his mother, Sun Xiaoqin, sleeping by his bed as she sat on a little stool. In Li Huowang's eyes, his mother was someone who loved cleanliness. However, her hair was now very oily, almost as if she hadn't washed it in a very long time. Li Huowang wanted to reach out to her, but realized that all 4 of his limbs had been tied down and restricted. He had no choice but to gently wake her up. Mom, it's me, Huowang. Soon, Sun Xiaoqin opened her eyes. When she realized that her son was calling out to her with a normal expression, she hugged him tightly. Son, you are awake. A period of silence followed. After making sure that his mother wasn't that agitated, he asked, Mom, where's Dad? Your father is out earning money. Our finances aren't looking good, and we have a lot of debt, replied Sun Xiaoqin. However, immediately after she said this, her heart fell. She cupped Li Huowang's face as she said in a heartbroken tone, Huowang, I don't blame you. After all, this is not something you wanted to do. It's all that ailment's fault. That damned ailment. Why was my son the one who got afflicted with it when there are so many other people out there? Mom, can you release one of my hands? I want to stretch a bit, asked Li Huowang. When she saw that her son was speaking normally, she stopped hesitating and she smiled once more. All right, it's good to stretch every once in a while. You've been restrained for so long that your body might just go to waste at this rate. When his right hand was freed, Li Huowang smiled at his mother. Thanks, Mom. After saying that, he reached into his hospital gown and took out a heavy prayer bead. It was made from gold. Then, Li Huowang placed it in Sun Xiaoqin's hands as she tried to process what it was. Mom, go and exchange that for some money. Pay off our family's debt. Then, if there's money left over, go and buy back our house. I still like this place, said Li Huowang. Sun Xiaoqin held the heavy golden prayer bead and was confused. What's going on? Son, where did you get this much gold? Did you go out and take it while I was asleep? Li Huowang shook his head as he took off the jade pendant from his neck before placing it in Sun Xiaoqin's hands as well. Mom, take this as well. It will fetch a good price. Even if this is a hallucination, I don't want to see you suffer. When she heard this, Sun Xiaoqin threw down both the golden bead and jade pendant before holding his shoulders and shaking them vigorously as tears streamed down her face. Son, wake up. I am your mother. This is not a hallucination. It really isn't. Li Huowang wiped her tears with his hand and smiled plainly. You are right, Mom. This is not a hallucination. I was just messing with you. When Li Huowang reassured her, Sun Xiaoqin started growing excited. She did a little dance and placed both of her palms together as she praised the Buddha. She took her phone out excitedly and wanted to let Li Huowang talk to his father, who was at work. On the other hand, while she was calling Li Huowang's father, Li Huowang secretly plucked out a red button from her shirt and placed it inside his hospital gown. Maybe it had been because Li Huowang had willingly entered the hallucination this time, but it ended quite quickly. His white-haired father hadn't even had the chance to talk to him through the video call when everything around him turned dark once more. He was back in the darkroom. When he returned, he saw Abbess Jingxin standing silently while holding onto the golden prayer beads. Then, Li Huowang raised his hands. His breathing was rapid and his thoughts were jumbled up. He gritted his teeth and touched his chest, and then his arms froze. There was nothing there. Li Huowang laughed when he was faced with this expected scenario. Hee, I knew it. How could that side be real? To think that I would believe the words of the people inside the hallucination. I must be crazy. Li Huowang's laughter gradually came to a stop. What he had just found out could not be considered good news. The final hopes in his heart had just disappeared. He took a deep breath and gently spoke to himself. Mom, I hope I didn't end up scaring you. I'm sorry, but please tie my hands up again. I don't want to hurt you. Then, the room fell silent. Since that side is fake, who were you talking to just now? Abbess Jingxin broke the silence after she had quietly observed him for a while. Li Huowang raised his head and stared at the nun in the dark. I was just talking to myself. Can I do that? What do you plan to do? Asked Jingxin. Hearing this, Li Huowang took a deep breath, his eyes getting filled with killing intent. I want Dan Yangzi to die. Chapter 111 Method. Li Huowang sat on the ground with an expression filled with hesitation and struggle. After staying still and pondering for a long time, he finally picked up the brush and began to write on the paper in front of him. However, he had to take long pauses after every few characters. One reason for this was that he was not used to writing with a brush. But more importantly, Li Huowang had already started to forget how to write a lot of the common characters. Li Huowang understood what this meant. He was slowly becoming more like Dan Yangzi. After writing a long passage, Li Huowang ended his letter in large words, Li Huowang's final work. After he finished this, he dried the paper and handed it to the plump nun beside him. If my fellow disciples come looking for me, please pass this letter to the tall one among them. He can read. Next, he passed the sacred text, the gourd containing the lifespan pills, and the bronze bell to her. Please pass these 3 items to them as well. They know how to use the gourd and bell. As for this sacred text, it can be a memento for them. Miao Yu, 1, glanced at the 3 items, then looked at the profound records hanging from Li Huowang's waist. How about that? Li Huowang placed his hand on the bamboo slip that had brought him endless agony, and then shook his head. I'm not passing this to them. This thing is ominous, and I wouldn't feel good about leaving it behind to them. It's better for it to go with me. After he had sorted everything out, Li Huowang turned to look at Jingxin. Abbess, everything is prepared. Abbess Jingxin nodded and started walking toward the depths of the benevolent nunnery. The loose skin on her body hung low like a skirt as it was dragged along the ground. She walked ahead, while Li Huowang followed behind her while clutching his abdomen. They remained silent as they continued walking. They walked through the swamp of rotten food, then went past a few more dilapidated temples. Soon, a short, black pagoda appeared before them. When she saw that pagoda, Jingxin finally spoke up. You really want to do this? Li Huowang nodded. What you said earlier reminded me. Actually, The thing that I have always wanted was complete eradication of Dan Yangzi. As for whether or not I would survive, Li Huowang chuckled softly before continuing. Thinking back, I never really cared about my own life. Li Huowang pressed on his abdominal injury, exhaustion plastered across his face. Abbess, truthfully speaking, after going through so much, I am already very tired. I don't want to see my mom suffer, nor do I want to constantly endure the feeling of Dan Yangzi slowly taking over my body. All I really, truly want is to rest. As he had expected, fear did not blossom in his heart when he thought of his imminent death. On the contrary, he felt somewhat relieved. I am so worn out. Hearing all this, Abbess Jingxin nodded and brought him toward the pagoda. All right, as you wish. Thank you, Abbess. Of all the people I have met in this world, you can be considered to be the only good person, said Li Huowang. I am a nun, so it's natural for me to be compassionate, said Jingxin humbly. Abbess, since you're a Buddhist disciple, can I ask you a question? Asked Li Huowang. What is it? Do you believe that in this world people become ghosts after they die? Asked Li Huowang. You're about to die shortly. In your opinion, would it be better to become a ghost or to dissipate completely? Countered Jingxin. I feel that living as a human is already tiring enough. We should rest after death and stop causing trouble. Li Huowang replied very calmly. Hearing this, Jingxin tilted her head slightly and looked at Li Huowang with her sunken eyes. Are you sure that you have no attachments left? Is there nothing within this mortal world that would cause you to show some reluctance? Li Huowang's expression froze as he thought of many things. I do. But now, me being with them would only bring them harm. Hearing this, Abbess Jingxin did not say anything else and continued walking toward the Black Tower. As they approached, Li Huowang heard a rustling sound. It was akin to leaves rubbing against one another. He looked toward the direction of the sounds and finally managed to identify their source, cockroaches. There were countless black bugs squished together inside the tower. Jingxin did not stop and directly brought Li Huowang into the pile of cockroaches. It was very unpleasant to have cockroaches climbing all over one's body. However, right now, Li Huowang did not mind all this. After all, he was determined to meet his death. Thus, he could only push aside the crawling bugs to keep up. After walking through the cockroach pile for around half an incense stick worth of time, Li Huowang's vision cleared up, and what he saw shocked him. Gray rats of varying sizes were entangled with one another, forming large rat clusters that moved around and nestled against each other, eventually forming a huge mountain composed entirely of rats. The rats in the mountain were staring directly at Li Huowang with their red eyes of varying sizes. Within the quivering rat mountain was a hole. It was almost as if it was meant for someone to enter. Is this it? Asked Li Huowang as he took a deep breath and walked toward the hole within the rat mountain. When Li Huowang was just a few steps away, he paused and turned toward Abbess Jingxin. Abbess, are you certain that after I die, you will be able to get rid of Dan Yangzi? His own life was insignificant. What mattered the most was making that wretched being suffer for eternity. Only when he received an affirmation from Jingxin did Li Huowang relax and start walking toward the rat hole once again. In the final moments before his death, the figures of both Yang Na and Bai Lingmiao flashed through Li Huowang's mind, gradually merging with each other. Farewell to this damned place, Li Huowang thought as he was about to walk into the hole. However, at that moment, Abbess Jingxin's voice rang behind him. Since you aren't afraid of death, then I can recommend one more option. If that still doesn't work out, then it won't be too late for you to choose death after that. Li Huowang turned back in astonishment. There's another method? Hope was reignited in his previously hopeless heart upon hearing Abbess Jingxin's words. In response, Jingxin nodded and pointed at the profound records at his waist. Seek help from the original owners of that thing. Them? Abbess, I've never asked you about this thing previously, but where did this ominous object that requires sacrifices of flesh even come from? Li Huowang looked at the red bamboo slip in astonishment. Jing's Sect. Abbess Jingxin replied with an extremely unfamiliar name. Originally, they were two separate sects, the Sect and Jing Sect. Later on, they somehow ended up merged. The profound records in your possession come from them, continued Jingxin. Jing's Sect. Li Huowang mumbled to himself. He had known about Buddhism and Taoism, but it was the first time he had heard about Jing's Sect. Do they have methods to separate Dan Yangzi from my body? Asked Li Huowang. You can look for them and find out. If there is still anyone in this world who can resolve your peculiar situation, it can only be them, people who are even stranger than you. Of course, even if they really are able to help you, you may not be able to escape them. But since you aren't even afraid of death, you shouldn't be afraid of that either, said Jingxin. At that moment, Abbess Jingxin used one of her fingers to slice through some of her loose skin, cutting off a piece of skin. Then, she quickly used her blackened fingernail to trace out a few characters onto the piece of skin using women's script. After she finished writing on it, she walked over to Huowang and placed the piece of skin in his hand. Bring this to them. That way, they won't do anything to you as soon as they see you. If even they can't help you, then you can always return here to die peacefully. Huowang rubbed the piece of skin in his hand gently. He was still filled with disbelief. There was suddenly a glimmer of hope, even though he had already been prepared to die. Thank you, Abbess Jingxin. If Dan Yangzi's matter can really be resolved, then I will repay your kindness in future. Huowang grabbed onto this last trace of hope to live and walked through the pile of cockroaches and toward the outside. Abbess, it's a deal. If they aren't able to get rid of Dan Yangzi, then I'll return here in 2 months for you to kill me. Shortly after Huowang left, a fat nun stepped out from within the rat mountain and came up to Jingxin. Abbess, why did you decide to help this young strayed one like that? You even used your flesh book, too, like that. That is a huge favor. In the first place, we aren't even on good terms with Jing's sect to begin with. Abbess Jingxin looked toward the direction that Huowang had gone with a complex expression. After a long time, she spoke slowly. Earlier, this kid held my face and called me mom. He really resembles you from his younger days, both in his actions and in his way of speaking. 1. The author wrote Miaoyin here, which we believe is a typo. The names get jumbled up quite consistently. 2. The skin she wrote on. It is a term made up by the author. Chapter 112, On the Way. The sacred text, the bronze bell, and the gourd. Huowang checked off the items that he had given to the nun for safekeeping. Since he was going to find the Jing sect, he had a feeling that these objects and the farewell letter may end up being useful on the journey and shouldn't be left here. Even now, Huowang still felt like all of this was a dream. There was actually a method of possibly getting rid of Dan Yangzi, albeit the possibility was very small. Just as he was about to take his items and leave, Huowang noticed some changes to his belongings. That's a tooth mark. Huowang touched a corner of the sacred text and then glanced doubtfully at Miaoyu 1. In response, the fat nun who had been stuffing herself until now suddenly looked guiltily toward the ceiling. Venerable Miaoyu, you even gnawed on this and left a tooth mark? Do you happen to know what this sacred text is? Truthfully, if you can help me figure it out, then I'll have to thank you. No, it definitely wasn't me. In fact, there was already a tooth mark on it to begin with. The benevolent nunnery has helped you so much, so don't go around falsely accusing good people, defended Miaoyu weakly. As he listened to Miaoyu's clumsy lies, Huowang just helplessly shook his head. He picked up the gourd and shook it, only to find that it was actually empty. The last remaining lifespan pill was missing. Huowang once again looked at the fat nun. Currently, she had her head buried in her food and was eating heartily. Strangely, even though he had been stolen from, Huowang did not feel the slightest bit surprised about it. He should have already anticipated this outcome back when he entrusted his belongings to these greedy nuns for the sake of safekeeping. With a resigned look, Huowang carried the 3 items and walked over before patting the folds of skin on the plump nun's body. If fate wills it, see you again, Venerable Miaoyu. Then, he turned and began to walk toward the entrance. However, just as he was about to leave, he turned to look back at the nun behind him. Meanwhile, Miaoyu was peeking at him as he turned around, but then quickly buried her head in the food once again. When she saw Huowang approach her, she took the initiative to speak. That thing was indeed eaten by me. The taste wasn't all that great. If you want to, then go ahead and complain about me to the abbess. When he saw her pretend like she didn't care, Huowang could only chuckle. I am not that petty. I came back to ask you about something. Have you heard of the Jing sect? Miaoyu looked puzzled as she continued to chew on the food bolus in her mouth. Didn't I tell you that Jing sect's cross temple is located on the large mountain to the west? I even told you exactly where to go to find them. So can't you look for them yourself? Huowang shook his head. I'm not here to ask about its location. I want to know about what the Jing sect is like. What kind of background do they have? What sort of people are their members? Hearing this, the rotund Miaoyu frowned, her facial features scrunching up like a bun. You even have the profound records on you, yet you don't know what they are like? If I had to describe them, then they are basically a bunch of freaks. Freaks? Are they even stranger than you guys? Ha! Li Huowang couldn't help himself and burst out laughing. Miao Yu looked displeased. I'm not joking. That bunch is very strange. You've used the profound records, so you should know a little bit about how their cultivation methods function. They don't meditate or recite chants, and neither do they cultivate like others. Instead, they torment themselves, claiming that it pleases their sacrificial 2. God. Sacrificial God? Isn't it Ba-Hui? Does that thing have 2 names? Li Huowang was rather surprised at the unexpectedly different name. Who cares what they are called? In any case, the people of that sect like to wear big hats and robes so that they can cover up the injuries on their bodies. Last time, I even saw one of them who did not have any skin left. Even though Abbess has given you a flesh book, it's not guaranteed that they will respect it. So, be careful when you deal with them. After all, there have been some grievances between them and us in the past, said Miao Yu. Li Huowang had only been asking random questions, but he actually managed to receive some details, and so he continued. What sort of grievances? It was all because of the Abbess' son. Those of the Ao Jing sect like to capture strayed ones for who knows what reason. In any case, by the time we finally managed to retrieve him, the Abbess' son had gone completely crazy, explained Miao Yu. At that moment, Miao Yu paused and looked Li Huowang up and down before clicking her tongue in pity. TSK, I nearly forgot that you are also a strayed one. It's going to be very dangerous for you. Sister, do you think I want to place myself in danger? I don't have much of a choice here, Li Huowang sighed regretfully, then turned around before walking out of the benevolent nunnery's entrance. After Li Huowang left, Miao Yu continued to sit there as she scarfed down her food while muttering to herself. When he had been writing his farewell letter, I saw that he seemed determined to meet his death. How come that changed so quickly? And now he's in such a rush to look for the Ao Jing sect. Did one of you end up tugging on his heartstrings? I can't be bothered to tug on the heartstrings of a strayed one. Don't drive yourself crazy. I reckon that this change should be from Abbess Jingxin's intervention. A voice rang out in Miao Yu's head. Oh, I see, replied Miao Yu. Meanwhile, various voices rose and fell inside Miao Yu's head. Currently, Lu Zhuangyuan's face was swollen as he led the Lu family troop on the road. They looked disheveled and ragged in appearance, and all of them had an ugly expression on their face. Lu Zhuangyuan's daughter-in-law who was on the carriage was even more distraught as she tightly embraced her daughter and cried bitterly while leaning against a wooden box. At that moment, a lit tobacco pipe was forcefully swung through the air in an arc. Cry? All you know how to do is to cry. How many days of crying has it been? You were the ones who didn't follow my instructions to rub ash on your faces. And now, all my silver has been plundered by those damned soldiers. Am I crying? What's the matter? Is your purity more important than my silver? Huh? Shouted Lu Zhuangyuan. Dad, I'm begging you, please stop. Lu Jiren's eyes reddened. His sullen face was an indication of his pent-up anger. When Lu Zhuangyuan saw his son looking like that, he sighed deeply. Don't worry, they didn't manage to take all the money. I may not be good for much, but I can still hide some money. Those soldiers found only 2 spots. There are at least 3 others that they didn't find, Lu Zhuangyuan said as he took out a copper key and opened the large wooden crate on the carriage. His calloused hands rummaged through the luggage for a while, and then he retrieved several pieces of silver of varying sizes from inside a hidden compartment. He picked out a broken piece of silver that was slightly larger than a soybean, and reluctantly passed it to his daughter-in-law. Our Lu family hasn't treated you well. Take this, and buy whatever you want when we get to the market, said Lu Zhuangyuan. Luo Wanhua had previously been sobbing as though she had been wronged. However, once she touched the piece of silver, her face instantly lit up, and she carefully tucked it into her small purse. I won't be using this. I'm saving it for Chuayer's 3 dowry. Lu Zhuangyuan just watched all this in silence. Every time she felt wronged, she would put on an act to extort him like this. At this point, he had grown accustomed to this. 1. Name changed again to Miao Yu, for consistency. 2. Chinese term here used was gu, which suggests a cow to be sacrificed for a ritual. If it survives, it will be called Gu Shun, sacrificial god. 3. Likely typo from the author, which was Xiao'er instead of Chuayer. Xiao refers to Lu Xiaotsai, who is Lu Zhuangyuan's younger son, and so it doesn't make sense for there to be a dowry for him. Chuayer is Luo Zhuanhua's daughter and Lu Zhuangyuan's granddaughter, so Luo Wanhua saving for her dowry makes sense. Chapter 113, Unexpected Meeting. Once he confirmed that his daughter-in-law had stopped crying, Lu Zhaoyuan turned back to look at his terrified-looking younger son, who was trailing behind the carriage. Son, how are you? Not too scared, I hope. Lu Zhuangyuan asked as he tried giving a reassuring smile, but could only manage a sickly grimace. Don't be afraid, okay? Those smelly soldiers are just paper tigers. If they were truly capable, then they would be sent to battle. However, even though Lu Zhuangyuan tried to comfort him, Lu Xiaohai's expression did not improve. It was almost as if the plundering soldiers were right in front of him and threatening him with knives placed on his throat. Dad, why are we crossing the border? Shouldn't we go home first? Asked Lu Xiaohai. Lu Zhuangyuan lit up his tobacco pipe and started to smoke it, the white smoke released by it puffing up and covering his eyes. I've been thinking that these aren't ordinary times. The world is going to enter a period of utter chaos. And so, we're heading out there to find a place to hide for a while. Dad, our emperor lost the war. So does that mean we are going to be slaves to another nation? Asked Lu Xiaohai. Immediately, Lu Zhuangyuan knocked his tobacco pipe onto Lu Xiaohai's head, causing the sparks to scatter around. Does the identity of the emperor affect us in the slightest? Is that really what you should be thinking about? Asked Lu Zhuangyuan. However, when he saw Lu Xiaohai's aggrieved expression as he massaged his head, Lu Zhuangyuan sighed softly and continued to instruct patiently. There are so many defeated soldiers, so it's likely that there will be a change in the regime. There's likely going to be even more chaos after such huge militaristic movements, so we're heading out to lay low for now. It doesn't matter if our money is stolen. As long as we are safe and alive, we can go anywhere. But I've never been to the kingdom of Siqi. Dad, I'm a little scared, muttered Lu Xiaohai. Lu Zhuangyuan was frustrated upon seeing his younger son being so cowardly. What's there to be afraid of? Don't the people from the kingdom of Siqi also have 2 eyes and 1 nose, just like us? Can they grow extra features? At most, the kingdom of Siqi has some more lakes and rivers than us. At this point, Lu Jiren, who had been quietly listening, and joined the conversation. Dad, we aren't too familiar with this place. I also think it's better to stay in our hometown. It might not be as severe as you said. You're still taking this disaster too lightly. Your father has eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. Do you think I could be wrong? Lu Zhuangyuan continued to explain. Don't worry. I've got it all figured out. Back when the Taoist was looking at his map, I took several glances. They were going to the Liang Kingdom. The journey is quite long, but we'll definitely be safe as long as we stick by his side. Wherever he goes, that's where we will follow. He can go on his journey, and we can just host our own play. Nobody will dare to disturb us. Once the emperor is changed, and this disaster has blown over, we will return. Don't you think it's a sound plan? We aren't even related to him. Will he let us follow him? Lu Jiren asked, feeling embarrassed. Do you still not see why I gave away that jar of salted duck eggs back then? Lu Zhuangyuan continued. Remember what the Taoist said when he crossed the border? We'll meet again if fate allows. It doesn't matter if he was just being polite. Since those were his words, we just need to be humble and pretend to be miserable. With the relationship of that jar of duck eggs, could he bear to drive us away? When he saw the look of understanding on his son's face, Lu Zhuangyuan felt rather pleased with himself. He, the older, the wiser. Learn more from me in the future. Dad, I got it. Since we're performers, it doesn't matter where we go. Perhaps the people in the other regions will like our performance even more, and thus we can make more money, said Lu Jiren. The atmosphere improved considerably after Lu Zhuangyuan explained the situation. Everyone began to look forward to a brighter future. The carriage continued on its way, where they suddenly saw several rolling black balls up ahead. Only when they got closer did Lu Zhuangyuan find out that those rolling black balls were a group of 12 fat nuns who were traveling with their carriages. There were 6 carriages in total, and the wheels left deep marks on the ground, suggesting that they were transporting something heavy. These nuns are really smelly. Dad, let's move faster, said Luo Wanhua as she furrowed her brows and took out a handkerchief to cover her daughter's nose. What nonsense. Don't you see that even the people from the kingdom of Siqi are following these nuns? We'll follow them as well, said Lu Zhuangyuan as he looked at the other travelers beside the fat nuns. His wealth of experience told him that there must be a reason behind all these people from the kingdom of Siqi to be enduring the smell and traveling alongside these nuns. But this smell is too. Luo Wanhua frowned and muttered under her breath. Less than an hour later, Lu Zhuangyuan saw that the nuns had stopped and begun to eat their dry rations with big mouthfuls. Seeing this, Lu Zhuangyuan and his family started to eat as well. After spending some more time with them, the smell was quite a bit more bearable. While they were eating, Lu Zhuangyuan suddenly stood up. He looked rather excited as he walked toward a man amongst the travelers. The man was wearing a black-veiled bamboo hat. He seemed to have some difficulty with his legs, as he was leaning on an old horse while eating. When Lu Zhuangyuan approached, the man also seemed to recognize him. "Troop leader Lu, what are you doing here?" Lu Zhuangyuan's eyes lit up upon hearing the familiar voice. "Ah, so it really is you. You're that Taoist." However, before he could finish his sentence, the man removed his black-veiled hat and revealed himself to be Zhao Wu. Unexpectedly meeting an old acquaintance in a foreign land made both parties feel especially close. After they finished exchanging pleasantries, Lu Zhuangyuan learned that Zhao Wu was searching for Li Huowang, immediately causing his old face to break into a broad smile. "Your legs aren't in great shape, and it's dangerous to travel alone. I'll accompany you to find him. It's on the way anyway," offered Lu Zhuangyuan. That Taoist would owe him a favor once he delivered this person to him. It would be rather difficult for him to reject them after that. Also, this person was that Taoist junior, and may have some supernatural abilities as well. That would mean that he would get another bodyguard for his journey. Lu Zhuangyuan enthusiastically brought Zhao Wu back to the Lu family troop and introduced them once again. He even had his daughter-in-law get off the carriage to make room for him to be seated. At that moment, their lively conversation was interrupted by Lu Xiaohai. "Zhao Wu, didn't you go back home earlier? Then why did you come out again?" Those words made the smile on Zhao Wu's face gradually vanish, breaking apart this harmonious scene. Just as it seemed like he was going to reveal some strong emotions, he managed to control himself before these outsiders. "It's nothing much. Some things happened at home." Lu Zhuangyuan sensed that the atmosphere had taken a strange turn and immediately used his tobacco pipe to knock his younger son's head. "Who asked you to talk so much? I taught you for so many years, but still haven't learned anything, have you?" "What, Zhao Wu? Is that what you should be calling him? To you it's Master Zhao." When he saw the teary-eyed Lu Xiaohai, Zhao Wu quickly stepped in to mediate. "Troop leader Lu, there's no need for this. Calling me Zhao Wu is fine." Just at that moment, a gust of wind blew across, causing everyone to close their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, everyone was stunned. The curtains covering the nuns' carriages had been blown open, revealing a shimmering white sea. Lu Zhuangyuan's eyes were wide with shock. "My goodness! So much silver." Chapter 114, Cavalry. Silver. Several carts full of silver. Lu Zhuangyuan had known that the carriages were transporting something heavy when he saw those deep marks left by their wheels, but he could never have thought that the carts were all filled with silver. "How much silver is there in those carts? Just give me a portion of it, and I will be able to open several theaters." Soon, the curtains, blown off by the wind, fell back down. Even so, Lu Zhuangyuan was still staring wide-eyed. Meanwhile, the nuns noticed the strange looks they had attracted, but they were too lazy to care about all that. They just continued to sit on the floor like measuring weights as they ate. "Stop staring. Hurry up and finish eating. Once we're done, we'll start to move again. There's so much silver here, and it's bound to lead to some trouble," instructed Lu Zhuangyuan. When they heard him, the Lu family troop formed a half-circle with their two carriages and began to eat. Of course, their treatment of Zhao Wu, their distinguished guest, was quite good. There were more than enough white steamed buns and duck eggs to go around, even though Zhao Wu declined. Just as they were eating, a vile stench filled the air. A relatively thin nun had somehow ended up next to them, salivating as she eyed the salted duck egg in Zhao Wu's hand. "How much for this egg?" asked the nun. "Can nuns eat?" said Lu Xiaohai before he was interrupted by a smack of the tobacco pipe. "Is master joking? It's just a few eggs. Here, take them," said Lu Zhuangyuan as he reached his hand into the jar and pulled out 2 salted duck eggs before passing them across. Meanwhile, the nun looked rather guilty as she glanced at her companions near the carriage. She reached out to grab a duck egg before directly stuffing it into her mouth, without even bothering to peel it. "I'll pay," she said as she threw a few smelly copper coins onto the carriage. Then, the fat nun closed her eyes in enjoyment as she felt the rich yolk burst out in her mouth. The 2 duck eggs offered by Lu Zhuangyuan weren't quite enough with her huge appetite, so she reached her chubby hand directly into the jar of salted duck eggs, thoroughly enjoying herself as she ate 1 egg with every mouthful. It was almost as if she was not eating eggs, but just grapes. When he saw this, a question popped up in Zhao Wu's mind. "Isn't it too salty the way this nun is eating them?" "Ta-ta-ta." At that moment, the clattering sound of horse hooves suddenly rang out in the air, causing everyone to look across. A cavalry had appeared in the distance. "The soldiers are here. Run!" shouted someone. As soon as this shout rang out, the other travelers also stood up, carried their luggage, and then ran to hide within the forest around them. Lu Zhuangyuan wanted to run as well, but he was tied down by his horse-drawn carriages. When the cavalry finally arrived before them, only the Lu family troop and those nuns were left in the area. Seeing the situation, Lu Zhuangyuan gritted his teeth, then smiled at Zhao Wu and supported him to the front. Master Zhao, I have known for a long time that since you have such a powerful senior, then your own abilities must be great too. There's no need to conceal them any longer. I'm not. However, before he could explain himself, the black-armored cavalry dashed up to them, causing him to eat a mouthful of sand. The stamping sound of the hoofbeats combined with the collision of their weapons. This group was not just any ordinary cavalry, but an elite unit. Zhao Wu caught sight of a large military banner that was being carried by them. It was marked with a large C word. Stop! At that moment, a deep shout caused everyone to tremble. To everyone's surprise, the cavalry actually came to a sudden stop. They stood there in a row, like a black city wall. The warmth from the horses' nostrils caused the moisture in the air to condense into a white fog. In a sense, they were rather remarkable. They could move like the wind, and were also able to stay still like pine trees. Zhao Wu's eyes widened with surprise when he saw an officer amongst the cavalry with 4 blades on his back forcefully step on his horse's back and leap before the nuns who were a dozen meters away while leaving 2 deep craters on the ground. Sisters from the benevolent nunnery, there's an emergency at the border. The military is in urgent need of funds. We will requisition this silver and issue a certificate of debt, one which you can exchange back at the Ministry of Revenue. His voice was loud enough for everyone to hear him clearly. Dad, what's happening? Is there a war at Xiqi as well? Asked Lu Xiaohai, his voice trembling. My ancestors. Will it kill you to stay quiet? Lu Zhuangyuan whispered and covered his mouth. He had curled his body up and hidden himself behind the carriage to avoid drawing the attention of these soldiers. However, Yu Zixiong was focused completely on the fat nuns, essentially ignoring the troop's existence. When he saw that the nuns just continued to sit around and eat heartily while completely ignoring him, his brows furrowed together. Didn't you hear what I said? He exclaimed, while grabbing the hilt of the sword adorned with black tassels hanging from his waist. Killing intent filled the air in an instant, almost as though this place had become the center of a life-and-death battlefield. This aura also infected the cavalry around them. Their bodies heated up and their eyes became bloodshot. Even their horses started to raise their hooves. We refuse. We don't want to go so far, said several nuns simultaneously. Make a move if you dare, but think carefully before you do so. This refusal immediately intensified the tension. Some of the mounted soldiers were already knocking arrows onto their bows. Just when Lu Zhuangyuan was ready to flee with his family on the horse carriages, the murderous aura in the air suddenly vanished. Then, with a serious expression, Yu Zixiong grabbed the sword adorned with black tassels and threw it across. This is Yu Zixiong's sword. Take this sword with you and collect your silver back at the ministry. They will return what we owe and more. Yu Zixiong burned with anger as he watched the black-clothed nuns gather around with greedy looks on their faces as they used their dirty and chubby hands to handle his weapon. But he also understood that the current situation in the kingdom of Xiqi was unstable, and that he couldn't afford to make more enemies, especially out of these nuns before him. Black Peak Cavalry, follow my orders. Distribute the silver evenly and carry it on the horses. We must reach Kuan City in 3 days, shouted Yu Zixiong. We receive your orders. All the soldiers in the cavalry responded in unison and dismounted from their horses before rushing to the carts. They swiftly unloaded the silver in an orderly manner. As the sound of the horse hooves gradually faded into the distance, Lu Zhuangyuan and the others seemed to wake up from their dream, each of them panting and sweating profusely, almost as though they had just taken a hot shower. Dad, I peed my pants, said Lu Xiaohai. Rascal, aren't you embarrassed? No sense of shame. Go and quickly change your pants, shouted Lu Zhuangyuan. Although he spoke to his son with great confidence, earlier Lu Zhuangyuan's own legs had also turned weak with fear. Looks like Xiqi is going to be in a mess as well. No, this place is too dangerous. I need to find that Taoist as soon as possible and follow him to leave this damned place, muttered Lu Zhuangyuan. 1. Like an IOU. Chapter 115 Dog. It was evening. Li Huowang walked silently on a meandering forest path. According to the directions he had received from the nuns at the benevolent nunnery, this path would lead him to a continuous mountain range. The Jing sect that he was looking for was located within these mountains. Ever since he had fully awakened in the Zephyr Temple, he had been living with others. He wasn't really accustomed to solitude. It's so peaceful, Li Huowang mumbled to himself, observing the sparse foliage around him. The further he walked, the more barren the land became. The tranquility of the environment gradually helped calm his restless heart. Li Huowang raised both hands and stretched lazily. After a sigh, he lifted his right foot and continued walking. Night fell as he hurried along, forcing him to retrieve a glowing stone to light his way. However, before long, he decided to put away the glowing stone. The moon had risen, and with no clouds in sight, its bright light was enough to illuminate the forest path clearly. Under the white moonlight, Li Huowang continued his solitary journey. His legs were beginning to ache from walking all day. If I manage to survive, then I have to learn how to ride a horse. By the time the full moon hung high, he was too fatigued to continue. He leaned against a tree and pulled out a hard steamed bun to nibble on. He intended to take just a few bites before sleeping. At that moment, Li Huowang suddenly stopped chewing and focused his eyes on a point in the darkness. He sensed something there. Besides his sense of pain and taste, Li Huowang's other senses had also surpassed an ordinary person's. He could clearly feel that he was being watched by something. "Who's there?" he exclaimed. At that moment, a yellow figure timidly crawled out from the forest. It was a large dog with a yellow body and pale legs. It did not seem to be in good condition. It had lost quite a bit of its fur, had many ticks clinging to its body, and it was so emaciated that its rib cage was visible. A dog. Li Huowang looked around at the desolate surroundings. This did not seem like a place where one would find a dog. The dog stared at the cold steamed bun in Li Huowang's hand, its lips quivering and its tail wagging toward him. "I don't care what you've turned into. Go away." Li Huowang's brows furrowed as he placed his hand on the profound records. Whether it was a real dog or not, he just wanted to continue his journey without any complications. The dog backed away cautiously, but it did not give up. Instead, it began to wag its tail even more vigorously. Seeing this, Li Huowang violently shook the bronze bell, frightening the dog and causing it to flee into the forest. Just as he was about to store the bell, his expression suddenly froze. Damn, why now of all times? In the pitch-black forest, the dog's ears drooped as it carefully stuck its head out from underneath the leaves, only to witness an inexplicable scene. The person sitting under the tree was smiling cordially and talking to the bright, round moon in the sky. "Dad, you're back?" "Yes, I know. I'm fine." "Yes, I know that you too are not some hallucination. My brain was just a bit fuzzy earlier. Now, I'm able to tell the difference." The dog paced around for a long time and observed that the person did not show any signs of hostility. Then, it turned its gaze to the half-eaten steamed bun that had rolled onto the floor. Just as it was about to cautiously move toward the bun and bite into it, the person spoke up, making it once again shrink back. "Mom, I'm not eating the oranges. There's no need to remove my restraints. It's good that both my hands are tied up." "Right. Have you exchanged the gold for money and paid off all our debts?" "That's good. Mom, you have a lot more white hair now. Go and dye it. Weren't you fond of perming your hair?" Li Huowang chuckled and reached out one hand as though trying to touch the moon. Don't ask me any more questions. All I can tell you is that gold was clean. Did you sell the jade pendant as well?" "No. Why not?" The dog cautiously circled around Li Huowang. When it noticed that he did not pay any attention to itself, it once again moved forward carefully, then quickly picked up the bun and ran away. It was simply too hungry. The dog ran into the forest and choked on the bun while eating. After it recovered, it once again came back to the side of the main path and looked over longingly. Its acute sense of smell allowed it to know that the person still had more food in his bag and even had meat. "Sell the jade pendant and buy back our house. It can only be called home when we own the house. No, don't leave any money aside for my medical expenses. Just find a place and then tie me up with an iron chain." "Mom, I'm not lying. Please don't cry. I really haven't fallen ill again." "Woo." The dog tilted its head at Li Huowang. It could not understand what he was doing. It cautiously crept toward him, then wagged its tail incessantly. "Woo woo." At that moment, the dog noticed that Li Huowang had finally taken notice of itself and began to wag its tail even more energetically. "Hee, who sent this rag doll? It's ugly just like a dog." "Dog. Hold on. The dog is still around." Li Huowang had been calm until just a moment ago, but suddenly stood up. His expression became twisted as he bellowed at the dog. "I told you to scram. Do you want to die?" This sudden outburst caused the dog to be scared out of its wits as it whimpered and ran back into the forest. When it timidly stuck its head out again, it saw the person talking to the moon remorsefully. "Mom, don't be afraid. This has nothing to do with you. I'm not having an episode. Just that there are some things I need to settle on that side. Really, why don't you guys leave for now and come back to visit me later? I need to settle some matters on that side." All right, I know. There's no that side. Right, that's all a hallucination. I will do my best and cooperate with the medical treatment. Woof, the dog barked at the red-clothed Taoist. At that moment, Huowang suddenly became alert, and his unfocused eyes looked left and right. Something's wrong. There's movement. He slowly unsheathed his sword and vigilantly scanned his surroundings. Even though his expression was guarded, it soon became irritated. "I can't explain. I have no choice. Go first. You guys go first." Huowang's anxious cries echoed into the distance. That night, Huowang did not sleep a wink. In his hallucination, he tried one method after another to protect himself against the threats in reality. But when the hallucination gradually faded, he realized that his methods had been ineffective. He was standing in the center of a small river while hugging that dog he had seen last night. At this moment, it was affectionately licking his chin. This situation suggested that some things he was not aware of must have happened last night. Looks like I really can't do without any company. Huowang carried the dog toward the shore. Chapter 116, Ao Jing's Sect. What do you want to be called? Huowang stared at the dog wagging its tail. Even though it was still skinny, at the very least its ears were free from the dense mass of ticks after Huowang had taken care of it for a few days. Both of its ears were a bloody mess from being bitten by ticks. It would take some time to heal even with Huowang giving it some pills. The dog sat on the ground as it stared at Huowang curiously. It stared at its surroundings alertly before lowering its head and gently placing its skinny head underneath Huowang's hand as it attempted to get some head pats. Seeing this, Huowang gently patted the dog's head and smiled. He had previously thought that something was wrong with the dog a couple of nights ago, but after he was trapped in the hallucination one too many times, his opinion of the dog had changed. If the dog had been an enemy, then it would have acted when Huowang was trapped in the hallucination. For the time being, even though he didn't know where it came from, he had concluded that it was just a normal dog. Huowang took out a steamed bun from his bag and threw it on the ground. Seeing this, the dog immediately pounced toward the steamed bun and ate it happily. "Since you like steamed buns so much, I should just call you Bun." Huowang nonchalantly gave it a name. Woof woof. Bun excitedly leaped into the air, as if it was reacting to Huowang's words. Huowang extended his right hand, using his barely grown-out fingernails to gently groom the fur on the dog's neck. "Since you don't have a home, you can just follow me. Having you by my side will also be convenient for me. At the very least, you can help me stand watch during the night and talk to me during the day. You can even accompany me when I'm trapped within a hallucination. It's better than nothing. I also want to see if I could accidentally end up hurting someone here while I'm trapped in my hallucination, so I suppose you will be my first test subject." By the time Huowang finished talking, Bun had just finished eating. Then, Bun licked its lips while staring at Huowang expectantly. "I suppose you can't understand what I'm talking about. Let's go, we are almost there." Huowang patted Bun on the head and stood up while staring at his destination, the mountain range in the distance. As he stared at the mountain range, the light-hearted atmosphere disappeared. As he thought about what the nuns had told him about the Ao Jing sect, his face gradually turned gloomy. The Abbess had told him that they might have a method to get rid of Yangzi. However, it was a dangerous sect, as evidenced by the fact that the profound records originated from there. Huowang hated being passive like this, but he had no choice. Either he could trust them or choose death. "Let's go." A Taoist in red walked alongside a yellow dog toward the mountain range in the distance. Throughout their journey, Huowang truly experienced the meaning of easier said than done. The mountain looked quite close, but it was in fact very far away. After 2 days, they finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. At the foot of the mountain was a town, or at least what used to be a town. The houses were all in ruins, there were a lot of skeletons, and there were cobwebs covering almost everything. All this indicated that the town had experienced a deadly disaster. Huowang felt an intense disgust when he saw a small skeleton that had been sliced in half with only its top part still remaining intact. Whoever did all this was inhumane. They were even worse than Yangzi. He slowly walked through the village as a thought popped up in his mind. Was all this done by the Ao Jing sect? Even though he had never met anyone from the Jing sect, Li Huowang's impression of them started to change. He walked around for half a day and found that everyone in the town was dead. The only living things found in the town were the rats that were hidden in the corners and nibbling on something. When the rats saw Li Huowang and Bun approaching them, they too scurried away. There was nothing Li Huowang could do. Everyone in the town was already dead, and he wasn't even sure if he would be able to protect himself. Thus, he increased his pace and quickly exited the town. After exiting the gloomy town, he saw a curved path ahead of him. The path snaked out the mountain. Since it was the only path into the mountains, it was likely that the Jing sect was located at the end of the path. Li Huowang looked at Bun with its tongue sticking out and gently used his legs to tap its abdomen before they started climbing up the mountain. Staring at the sparse foliage on the mountain, Li Huowang became much more alert. There was no saying how the other side would react when they found out that he was a strayed one. Woof woof. At that moment, Bun started barking toward the right side of the forest. Seeing this, Li Huowang immediately placed his hand on the profound records. Shruff shruff. At that moment, a hedgehog ran through the path and in the opposite direction. Without letting his guard down, Li Huowang cautiously looked toward the direction the hedgehog had run off to. Then, he slowly walked toward the area and found several temples in ruins. Is this the Jing sect's cross temple? Li Huowang mumbled to himself as he examined a symbol on the temple ruins. It was not the cross he was familiar with. This cross was akin to a skinny, black clover. In fact, it looked more like a dehydrated clover, twisted and dry. Staring at the overgrown grass in front of the temple, Li Huowang had a bad feeling in his heart. Jing sect being decimated would be an even worse situation than being attacked by them. Maybe they aren't the ones who attacked the town and killed everyone in it. Maybe they were attacked by whoever did it. Li Huowang looked quite gloomy when he walked further inward. This time, he concentrated on finding every single hiding place in the surrounding forest. As expected, he found a gathering spot of the cross temple. It was an empty space with a statue of the deity worshipped by them. On the altar was a large black cross. Another statue sat on the black cross, depicting a figure being burned alive. The statue was very detailed and looked very much alive. The shimmering fire, the molten skin and flesh, as well as the curled and singed hair. All the details were quite immaculate, but the statue did not have a head. Everything above its neck had been obliterated. Did the Jing sect offend someone it shouldn't have? Li Huowang was worried. The Jing sect should be quite strong considering that it could offend the benevolent nunnery and still survive. He also knew about the prowess of the profound records. What kind of being was capable of destroying the cross temple of the Jing sect? Just then, Li Huowang found something. He wiped off the cobwebs below the altar, revealing a sentence carved into it. The sacrificial god is eternal. The mother of all beings, the gateway of creation, is the basis of the heavens and the earth. From nothing to something, birthing the heavens and the earth. Li Huowang once more raised his head after reading the words and stared at the statue sitting on the black cross. Is he the sacrificial god? Chapter 117, Ba-Hui'S. After thoroughly inspecting all the temples, Li Huowang returned to the mountain path. He patted Bun's head and continued walking without a word. The buildings in the Jing sect's cross temple were densely built. Soon, Li Huowang found another building. This temple was intact, or at the very least, the head of the statue of the sacrificial god here was not destroyed. However, the head of the sacrificial god was burnt black, subjected to the wrath of the very same fire. What was intriguing was that the face of the sacrificial god was not one of pain, but one of envy and yearning. Its eyes were burnt black, but they still stared longingly at the top of the temple. Li Huowang followed the gaze of the statue and saw an abstract image, one composed of various colors and shapes. He deduced that the sacrificial god yearned for the thing depicted in the image at the top of the temple, but he had no idea what that thing was. You woof. Woof woof woof. When he heard Bun barking, Li Huowang tensed up. He swiftly turned around to look toward the direction Bun was snarling. It was a door at the side of the temple. The light could not penetrate in here through the doorway, making it look pitch black inside. Within the darkness was an oversized gray robe. Li Huowang had learned from the nuns that the people from Jing sect often wore large robes to cover up the wounds on their body. At this moment, Li Huowang only saw the bottom part of the robe. The top part was still hidden in darkness. Sensing that something was amiss, Li Huowang immediately threw the flesh book that the Abbess had given to him into the darkness. I am Xianyang from the Zephyr Temple. I come here seeking help from your honorable sect. Li Huowang introduced himself to the robe in the darkness, but there was no response. Just as Li Huowang thought the thing was not a living person, the robe slowly moved out from the darkness. Just one look at the figure's face was enough for Li Huowang to be certain that it was someone from the Jing sect. The man's scarred face was devoid of any skin. Just as the nuns at the benevolent nunnery had told him, the people from Jing sect wore large robes and tall hats. The hat was huge, covering the eyes and nose of the man. Li Huowang only saw a glimpse of the man's jaw, which was a mess of blood and flesh. Li Huowang gulped as he stared at the man alertly. Looks like they can still be talked with. At the very least, they did not attack me the moment they saw that I'm a strayed one. Li Huowang glanced at the bulge in the robes where the man's hands would be, and then gently stated his intention once again. The man did not reply to Li Huowang, but it was clear that he understood Li Huowang's purpose in coming here. He quietly walked out of the cross temple. Li Huowang took a deep breath and nervously followed after him, both of them slowly entering deeper into the mountain range. Staring at the large robed man in front of him, Li Huowang felt that something was missing. Didn't they say that the Jing sect uses the profound records? Why is he not carrying one? Or has he hidden it in his robe? Li Huowang ruminated on it as they went deeper into the mountains. Soon, he saw other members of the Jing sect. All of them wore the same type of robe. Whenever they saw Li Huowang, they would all fix their gaze on him, even though their eyes were hidden by the tall hats. On the other hand, their strange surroundings caused Bun to be afraid. It lowered its head and tail while staying close to Li Huowang as they continued to walk. Under their intense gazes, Li Huowang finally arrived at a gourd-shaped cave. Upon seeing the cave, Li Huowang recalled unpleasant memories. He hated caves. However, this cave was not as dark as the Zephyr Temple. It was well illuminated. The crackling sound of burning torches illuminated the cave brightly. The heat from the torches raised the temperature of the cave, causing Li Huowang to feel unreasonably irritated. Remembering how the sacrificial god was shrouded in flames, Li Huowang postulated that fire might be an important element in the Jing sect. After entering the cave, they walked for another half an hour before they finally saw the master of the cave. A man, whose entire body was burnt black, was lying down on the cold floor. Rather than saying that he was a man, it was more like a burnt corpse. But the gaze coming from the body was all it took for Li Huowang to know that it was no corpse. At the same time, looking at this burnt man also answered Li Huowang's previous question. Another blood-red profound records was splayed open on his chest. It had been placed on his chest for so long that the bamboo slip had sprouted roots and ingrained itself into the man's flesh. The bamboo roots had pierced through his body and burst forth from his back in various directions, their tips bloody. At that moment, Li Huowang saw the man who had guided him here respectfully pass the flesh book to the burnt man. From the looks of it, the man was someone with a high position within the sect. However, the burnt man did not read the flesh book written by Abbess Jingxin. Instead, his gaze remained fixed on Li Huowang. He stared for a very long time before speaking. "You've been noticed by Ba-Hui?" Being able to converse was a good start. Li Huowang nodded. "Yes. Every strayed one has excellent potential because they have a much easier time approaching the abyss of worldly suffering. It's a shame that almost all of them turn crazy in the end," the burnt man said with pity. He then stared at the profound records hanging on Li Huowang's waist. "I am Shou-san, pleased to make your acquaintance. May I know how you attained Sangchang Ascension? You should know that even we have a hard time doing so. Not everyone is able to pull it off." Even though he was being complimented, Li Huowang was not happy at all. Sangchang Ascension? Is that the name of the ritual that requires the highest amount of both physical and mental pain to pull off? After thinking for a moment, Li Huowang decided to tell Shou-san about his use of the profound records while hiding some of the details. Ho, using it against the 18th Lunar was an overkill, but at the very least, you obtained something out of it, exclaimed Shou-san. However, Li Huowang was not here to discuss these things. Having confirmed that a proper conversation was possible, he told Shou-san about the reason for his visit. "I accept," said Shou-san. Li Huowang experienced a brief moment of joy until the conditions were laid out before him. "But there is a condition. I need you to perform the Sangchang Ascension in front of us," said Shou-san. "Why do you need an outsider to teach you guys?" Li Huowang was confused. "I have never seen a strayed one performing a Sangchang Ascension. Also, I want to see if it is possible to rob a part of Ba-Hui'S power," explained Shou-san. "Rob? Ba-Hui'S power?" Li Huowang thought he had misheard. "You've seen Ba-Hui before, so you should know just how strong it is. Have you ever thought about taking its strength for yourself as soon as you lay your eyes on it? Asked Shou-san. Hearing this, Li Huowang finally realized what the abstract image at the top of the cross temple represented. It was Ba-Hui. It was only because they were unable to fully describe what Ba-Hui looked like that they used that image as a placeholder. At the same time, he realized that while they used pain to obtain power from Ba-Hui, they did not worship it. Instead, they worshipped the sacrificial god. And the sacrificial god they worshipped also yearned to rob Ba-Hui of its strength. Translator's thoughts. Skinny Abbess Jingxin. Credits to Guzidev Lanqi Ba Zhao on Douyin. Chapter 118 Pain. Because of the profound records, he had thought those from the Ao Jing sect worshipped Ba-Hui. However, that was not the case. He had been wrong, dead wrong. After failing to figure it out for a moment, he asked Shou-san, "Why do you think you can rob Ba-Hui's power? Don't you realize just how strong it is? You are nothing but ants in front of it." Even though Li Huowang was incapable of recalling what Ba-Hui looked like, he still remembered just how strong it was. Ba-Hui was not an entity a few mortals could take on. However, Shou-san's eyes were filled with determination when he looked at Li Huowang. And why not? The sacrificial god could do it, and so can we. Li Huowang recalled the statue of the man being burnt at the cross temple. Your deity was once a mortal? However, regardless of what Li Huowang said, Shou-san continued to talk to himself. The monks always say that the Buddha was once a man, and only a man will eventually become a Buddha. I agree with this viewpoint. Ba-Hui might be strong in the present, but that won't always be the case. Li Huowang digested the unexpected information and took a deep breath. All right, I don't care what's going on between your sect and Ba-Hui. Let's get back to the topic. Do you really have a method to get rid of Yangzi? Shou-san nodded. As long as you perform the Tsangchang Ascension once more, we will get rid of your half-immortal master. Li Huowang remembered the moment he had summoned Ba-Hui's strength through the profound records. His face slightly contorted as he recalled the intense pain he had to go through. Experiencing the highest level of both physical and mental pain at the same time was not something easy. Li Huowang had the urge to commit suicide every time he recalled the experience. Li Huowang calmed himself down and talked slowly. I would love to, but it's easier said than done. I can't do it right now. Summoning Ba-Hui was difficult, especially since it required the resonance of intense physical and mental pain. It was very rare to encounter a situation in which the summoner would experience the necessary levels of pain. Ho-ho! Shou-san chuckled as he became more welcoming. No worries. I will help you on behalf of Abbess Jingxin. Li Huowang felt chills run down his spine when he saw the smile on that burnt face. Those words were filled with hidden meaning. Looking at the man he had only just met, Li Huowang finally opened his mouth after considering the proposal. Senior Shou-san, let's not talk about this for now. I need to know how you plan on getting rid of Yangzi. I have the profound records too, so I know that there's nothing on it that can help someone, much less get rid of a half-immortal. Li Huowang did not trust the Ao Jing sect, especially after the warnings given to him by Abbess Jingxin. Ho-ho! Young man, your thinking is too shallow. The profound records require the assistance of other items. In order to approach the abyss of worldly suffering, one must experiment with many things. In the past, we were also doing things as you are doing right now. As they say, suffer from illness for long enough, and you can be considered a doctor. In terms of treating people, no one is as good as us, said Shou-san. Hearing the word illness, Li Huowang reacted unconsciously. Illness? I'm not ill, and this situation is not caused by an illness either. A part of Yangzi is in my stomach, and he's already a half-immortal at this point. Hearing this, Shou-san stared at Li Huowang mockingly. That is an illness. It's an illness where the Taoists want to become immortal so badly that they turn crazy. It was not very convincing coming from someone trying to steal Ba-Hui's power. However, even though Li Huowang was suspicious about their words, he did not question them openly. He was here to request their help in getting rid of Yangzi, not engage in a debate with them. As long as their technique worked, he wouldn't mind even if they called Yangzi a bitch. Have there been cases like this in the past? Have you treated them before? Li Huowang asked another question. Naturally, all branches of the Taoist sects talk about killing the three poisons. 1. The upper poison, Peng Zhi, the middle poison, Peng Zhi, the lower poison, Peng Jiao. Those who seek to achieve immortality must first remove the three poisons. Without desires, the mind becomes clear and peaceful. With enough merits, one can become an immortal, explained Shou-san while shaking his head. Of course, I do not believe in any of these shitty explanations myself. I've seen many so-called half-immortals and possessive spirits in my life, but never a true immortal, continued Shou-san. Then, Shou-san raised his burnt hands and revealed his bloody fingers while pointing at Li Huowang's head. Taoists like you crave immortality to the point of insanity, cultivating themselves until they become neither human nor monsters. They seek only external strength, but fail to realize what true internal strength is. Li Huowang decided to ignore that comment. Instead, he patted the torture tools at his waist. Senior, I can settle the physical pain part, but how will you help me with the mental pain? Shou-san was overjoyed when he heard him. Li Huowang had agreed to his conditions. Shou-san raised his head, and one of the gray-robed sect members understood his signal. The sect member then walked into one of the smaller caves. Soon, he brought a disheveled girl out of the cave. The girl wore the same type of oversized robe and tall hat as the rest of the people here. The only difference was that her hat didn't cover her eyes. A girl? Is this related to the technique to induce maximum mental pain? On the other hand, the girl was even more shocked when she saw Li Huowang as she stared at him intently. At that moment, a hand pushed her, causing her to fall forward and onto the ground in front of Li Huowang. The girl lowered her head as she clutched her robes, her body trembling uncontrollably. Li Huowang looked past the girl's skinny shoulder and asked, Senior, what is the meaning of this? Take this girl, have sex with her, and let her bear your children. When your child in her womb is almost ready to be delivered, you will slice open her stomach, dig out your child, and then, Shou-san began explaining. Stop. Don't talk anymore. Li Huowang's voice trembled as he interrupted Shou-san. In fact, just hearing what Shou-san wanted him to do sent sharp pulses of pain through his temples. He had been conversing so peacefully with them that he had almost forgotten the kind of madness they were capable of. Now that he knew the method they used for inducing maximum mental and physical pain, he realized that the people from the Jing sect were no better than Yangzi. On the other hand, Shou-san misunderstood Li Huowang's intention when he told him to stop talking. Is that so? You think the pain would be too mild? No worries, since you've already been noticed by Ba-Hui, then we can heighten the pain even further with the medicines I have in my inventory. 1. The same as the 3 corpses mentioned by Yangzi. Translator's thoughts Yangzi in his Buddha form. Credits to Guzidev Lanshi Bazao on Douyin. Chapter 119, Yingzi. Li Huowang pulled the girl behind him and carefully enunciated his words one by one. I will not do such things even if I die. PFT. One of the Jing sect members laughed. Don't be so confident. You are a strayed one after all. So what if I'm a strayed one? I may be crazy, but I'm not someone as heartless as Yangzi. I will never do the type of things he did, said Li Huowang. On the other hand, Shou-san looked at the sect member with an unfriendly gaze. Yanlu, you think this is funny? Can't you control yourself in front of an outsider? Just as the sect member was about to explain himself, his facial features started melding together. Even his fingers and toes started to meld. He slowly transformed into a wriggling maggot. Wrap him up with a cloth and don't let him feel any pain for a month, said Shou-san. This proved that Shou-san was right. He was indeed skillful with healing arts. As the man was being carried away, Li Huowang stared at Shou-san seriously. Find me a cave for me to live in. I will figure out a way to induce maximum mental pain. Also, I need this girl to serve me. Humph, you have a lot of demands. I don't think you will ever be able to find a method better than mine, said Shou-san. However, even though he said so, Shou-san still agreed to Li Huowang's demand and ordered his underlings to prepare the cave for him. Soon, Li Huowang was brought into a medium-sized cave. The walls of the cave were uneven and riddled with holes, but at the very least the cave had all the basic necessities, including a toilet. Meanwhile, the girl silently followed Li Huowang. On the other hand, Bun, who had been whimpering from fear behind Li Huowang, immediately started running around in the cave while sniffing every corner of it. Once they had settled in, Li Huowang removed the sword from his back and placed it on the stone table. Even though he had promised Shou-san that he would find a way to inflict maximum mental pain on himself, he actually didn't have a clue about how he would go about it. Without inflicting the necessary amount of pain, he would not be able to summon Ba-Hui. The Jing sect would never help him get rid of Yangzi if he failed to fulfill their condition. It was a dead end. Thinking about this, Li Huowang paced around inside the cave for a while before he laid his eyes on the girl. A sudden thought flashed in his mind. He had an idea, but things might not go as he expected. Don't worry, they won't be able to hurt you when you are with me. Come here, Let me ask you something, said Li Huowang as he patted the stone stool. But the girl didn't move from the door. Instead, she started sobbing. She cried louder and louder until she sat on the floor, her body racked with grief. When he heard her woeful cries, Li Huowang sighed. She had originally thought that she was a member of the Jing sect, but now she knew that she was nothing more than a tool. It was normal to feel sad, especially at a young age like hers. Li Huowang walked over and carefully propped her up on the stone stool. They didn't even treat you like a human, and yet you still want to stay here? How about helping me? I swear that as long as you help me attain my goals, I will not abandon you while I am alive. Hearing his words, the girl's eyes were filled with confusion. Where can I go even if I escape? My house, it's gone, everything's gone. What happened to your home? Li Huowang's voice was soft. To some extent, he could resonate with her. My home was the town at the foot of the mountain, said the young girl through her sobs. When Li Huowang heard her say that, he felt his heart ache a little. She might just be the last survivor of that ghost town. My father, mother, my 3 sisters and 2 brothers, they are all gone. They are all dead. The girl lowered her head as her tears dripped down her hands. What happened to the town? Did someone or something destroy it? Asked Li Huowang. But just as he asked that, he realized that now was not the time for such questions. Asking such things right now was akin to rubbing salt in her wounds. It's fine, you can just follow me. I have many brothers and sisters that are also trying their best to survive in this world. Later on, when we regroup, you can join us. My group currently only has 2 girls, and so there's more yin energy than yang. If you join us, then the energy will be more balanced, said Li Huowang. After he had comforted her for a while, her emotions had finally stabilized. When the atmosphere was right, Li Huowang asked her some questions. How long have you been here? While the Jing sect did not trust Li Huowang, he didn't trust them either. He already had experience dealing with elaborate schemes from his time at the Righteous Monastery, and so he didn't want to fall for the same trick. This time around, he was not going to go by their rules. All he needed to do was figure out the method that Jing sect would use to get rid of Yangzi. Then, he wouldn't have to inflict pain on himself, and he would be able to get rid of Yangzi with his own hands. Hearing his suggestion, the girl nodded. For years ago, when he saw that she was finally willing to talk to him, Li Huowang gently started to coax her so that she would open her heart to him. Since you've been here for so long, you must know the place well, correct? Can you tell me about this place? Anything is fine. Her scarred hands didn't stop scrunching up her sleeves as she started talking. The Jing sect originally consisted of 2 different sections. One worshipped the sacrificial god, while the other worshipped Ba-Hui. Later on, the sacrificial god absorbed a portion of Ba-Hui's power, and the 2 sects merged. Was this recorded in the books of the Jing sect? Asked Li Huowang. He had a feeling that it was nothing but a fairy tale. He didn't believe it. I don't know either. That was what the others said. By the time I entered the sect, they had already merged. She gingerly looked at Li Huowang before lowering her head once more. She didn't dare to maintain eye contact with him. It's fine. You can keep talking. Wait, may I know your name first? Said Li Huowang. They call me Jiao, replied the girl. Jiao, Shou-san, and Yin Lu. 1. Do the names of the members of the Jing sect represent a combination of a body organ and a number? Li Huowang was somewhat confused. These names didn't feel like the Taoist names given to full-fledged Taoists. What was your previous name? Asked Li Huowang. Yingzi, replied the girl. All right, then I will just call you Yingzi. Have you seen the Jing sect treat anyone in the past 4 years? Asked Li Huowang. Yingzi nodded. I've seen it a few times. Were all of them cured? Questioned Li Huowang. They should have been. All of them left afterward, replied Yingzi. Looks like they do have the necessary expertise. This was good news. At the very least, they hadn't lied to him, and he might actually have a chance of getting rid of Yangzi. Yingzi, I have another question. Other than the self-mutilating rituals recorded within the profound records, does the Jing sect have any other kinds of power or techniques? Li Huowang finally asked the most important question. 1. Literal translation would be ear 9, hands 3, and eyes 6. The character for the numbers portion of their name was written differently with the same pronunciation. Translator's thoughts. Shou-san, credits to Guzidev Lanqi Ba Zhao on Douyin. Chapter 120, Injury. Yingzi, I have another question. Other than the self-mutilating rituals recorded within the profound records, does the Jing sect have any other kinds of power or techniques? Li Huowang finally asked the most important question. When she heard this question, Yingzi was slightly troubled. Yes, but I cannot teach them to you right now. You need a specific item to use those techniques, similar to the profound records. Senior Xiaohai would never give it to you. Every single ability they have requires the use of a book. This sect is weird. Li Huowang thought to himself. Who wrote these books? Asked Li Huowang. I've heard that it was the elders within the cave who wrote them. Every single book within the sect originates from them, replied Yingzi. Elders? Noticing Li Huowang's confused face, Yingzi continued. Everyone needs a book to use their corresponding powers, but I've heard that the elders don't require them. They are able to use their powers at whim. However, I've never seen such a scene with my own eyes. Oh, so that's how it is. Li Huowang nodded. It seems that Xiaohai is not the leader of the Jing sect. At most, he's somewhere on the middle level in the hierarchy. Do the elders reveal themselves regularly? Li Huowang asked another question. No, they don't usually meddle in worldly affairs. They have only ever come out once throughout the 4 years I have been here, replied Yingzi. Wait, since those elders don't need the profound records to use their abilities, doesn't it mean that they are able to use Ba-Hui'S power anytime they need it? Asked Li Huowang. However, he shook his head when he thought about it. That can't be right. Summoning Ba-Hui requires one to pay a heavy price. Ba-Hui is only interested in extreme pain, so it shouldn't be that easy borrowing its strength. Yingzi was concerned as she looked at him. Sir, why are you asking these questions? Li Huowang was startled. He quickly regained his composure and calmly said, You know that I am making a deal with them. This is the first time I have made contact with the Jing sect, and so I would like to know more about them. This time around, I don't want to get fooled. Even though Li Huowang wanted to use Yingzi to gain more information about the Jing sect, he still couldn't trust her enough to inform her about his actual plans. She had suffered within the Jing sect for 4 years, and this time around, she was even sent as a fodder. Logically speaking, she would not align herself with the Jing sect and would never betray him, but he did not want to bet on it. He would never gamble with his life, even if the chances of her betraying him were slim at best. There was too great a risk in telling her what he planned to do. If she wanted to save herself, she could sell him out to Xiaohai and cause everything to fall apart. Sir, are you really going to make a deal with them? They are not good people, warned Yingzi. Li Huowang nodded. Of course I know they are not good people, and that it could be dangerous, but that doesn't mean that they are useless. The deal they offered was fair enough, and so there's no need for me to refuse it. Li Huowang did not lie. He had decided to find a method to induce maximum mental pain while searching for the method that the Jing sect would use to heal him. He didn't care if he needed to cooperate with them or steal it, as long as he could get rid of Yangzi. Li Huowang continued talking to Yingzi up until midnight. Through his talk, he learned a lot of information about the Jing sect and now had a rough understanding of it. The Jing sect rarely interacted with the outside world. Their highest edict was to steal Ba-Hui'S power regardless of the method and ultimately replace Ba-Hui, following in the steps of their sacrificial god. Yingzi also told him that while the Jing sect was bloodthirsty and cruel, they always adhered to their rules strictly. They would wash their torture tools and arrange them methodically after they used it. Breaking a rule within the Jing sect was considered a grave sin, since they are necessary for the order of the sect. Li Huowang even found out that the Jing sect was quite a massive sect. Unlike the righteous monastery and the benevolent nunnery, the Jing sect in the mountain here was merely one of its branches. There were 5 more places just like the one Li Huowang was staying at right now. On the 13th day of the 6th month each year, all the branches would gather to share their findings. Late into the night, Li Huowang was deep in his thoughts. Yingzi's information not only gave him a better understanding of the sect, but also how difficult his current situation was. Both the methods are equally hard to use successfully. Li Huowang mumbled to himself. Both methods. Yingzi was confused. Compared to how she had been on the verge of breaking down a few hours ago, she was much more emotionally stable now. It's nothing, go to bed. Li Huowang stood up and walked to a stone bed. Seeing this, Yingzi silently followed him. However, Li Huowang had no time to think about such trivial things in this dangerous situation. He could also use this opportunity to test what her true intentions were. As much as he hated Yangzi, Li Huowang could still use his master as a safety net if he encountered dangerous situations. That night, the intense barking of a dog woke Li Huowang. He quickly lit the oil lamp and saw that Bun was barking toward the bed. When Bun saw Li Huowang was awake, it quickly stopped and started wagging its tail. You? At that moment, Yingzi also sat up groggily. Father, what's wrong? Why is our dog barking? It was only after a moment that she realized her mistake and was embarrassed. Sorry, I dreamt that I was celebrating the new year with my family. Her acting was very good. She made it look like she had indeed just woken up. Li Huowang took one look at her and scanned the cold cave. Then, he extended his right hand and pinched the back of Bun's neck before picking it up and placed it on the stone bed. It's all right, go to bed. Li Huowang hugged the dog as he went back to his bed. Yingzi lied down beside Li Huowang once more. Soon, the room was once again plunged into darkness as Li Huowang listened to the regular breathing sound coming from Yingzi. Is it really okay for a woman like you to lie down on the same bed with me? Asked Li Huowang. He had just finished saying that when he heard the sound of clothes rustling behind him. I can't be considered a little girl anymore. So what if I lie down on the same bed as you? If you want to, then just use me. Yingzi's voice rang out. At the same time, the oil lamp was reignited, allowing Li Huowang to see her naked body. Her breasts were gone. All that was left in their place were 2 large scars on her chest. Various injuries and scars covered her body, with some of them still leaking pus. Translator's thoughts. Yingzi. Credits to Guzidav Lanshi Bazao on Douyin. Chapter 121, Yangna. Li Huowang was shocked when he saw the state her body was in. Did they do all this to you? Li Huowang's voice was trembling. At the same time, his hatred for the Jing sect became even stronger. They only did a part of it in the beginning. Later, I did most of it myself in order to assimilate into the sect and become one of them. Yingzi calmly wore her robes back before continuing in a voice filled with ridicule. I've already sacrificed so much and had thought that I was already one of them. However, turns out that's not the case. In their eyes, I'm nothing more than a disposable pawn. Li Huowang wanted to console her, but didn't know what to say. He could lie back down on the bed. Don't worry. I will take you out of this accursed place. You can start over, said Li Huowang. However, Yingzi did not answer him. Li Huowang knew that his words didn't have any power. If she didn't will it herself, her life would never get better. Splat. At that moment, a wet tongue started licking Li Huowang's face. It was Bun who had been lying on his chest. Li Huowang patted Bun and stared at the dark ceiling. When he woke up on the second day, someone had already sent in their breakfast, which consisted of sweet potato congee paired with multigrain biscuits. First, Li Huowang fed some of the food to Bun. After he confirmed that it was not poisoned, Li Huowang ushered Yingzi to eat alongside him. Li Huowang had decided not to ask her anything else today. Her position within the Jing sect was relatively low, and so she would only know some of the things that would be considered common knowledge anyway. He probably had a higher chance of learning new information if he went out on his own. He had even thought about an excuse in case Shosen asked what he was doing outside. He would just say that he wanted to learn how the members of the Jing sect inflicted pain onto themselves. Under Yingzi's guidance, Li Huowang started roaming around inside the cave system. Li Huowang was able to roam freely without any sect member intercepting them. All they did was stare at him. He wasn't sure if this was because of their adherence to their rules or the flesh book given to him by Abbess Jingxin. With his heightened senses, Li Huowang was able to detect a sense of alertness and curiosity from the sect members. There were also some unidentified emotions intertwined with that curiosity. However, Li Huowang soon decided to ignore them. He was more and more repulsed by the things he had seen within the cave system. If the 18 layers of hell described in Buddhism truly existed, then this place was precisely it. Flaying, chopping in half, dismemberment, lopping off body parts, death by 1,000 cuts, and various other torture methods that he had never seen before. Li Huowang's stomach started to churn due to the intense stench of blood assaulting his nose. Soon, he walked out from the area filled with the sound of flesh being torn apart and screams. He had barely caught his breath while leaning onto a wall when he saw a small figure run by with a pinwheel in his hands. The little boy was wearing a pair of shoes and a hat made from tiger skin as he happily raised the pinwheel in his hand. "Dad, you are so slow," said the young boy. Behind the boy was one of the sect members. He raised his scarred hands as he chased after the boy. "Son, you are just a fast runner." Seeing the both of them leave, Li Huowang's face contorted with disgust. These damned lunatics. Don't they have any conscience? Yingzi, who had been leading the way, took a glance at Li Huowang before continuing on her way. "Sir, you seemed like you were interested in the other books of the Jing sect. If you want, I can give you my book. How about it?" Yingzi had expected a reply, but there was none. When she turned around, she saw that the Taoist in red robes was holding on to his head with a pained look on his face. Damn, it's here again. Li Huowang suddenly felt everything around him disappear. He knew that the hallucination was starting once again. Sir? Sir, what's wrong? Yingzi quickly approached him. At that moment, Huowang saw with his very eyes as Yingzi's figure turned into that of a nurse. Roll your tongue back in. Don't bite on it, instructed the nurse. When the nurse saw how Huowang was staring at her in a daze without talking, she sighed and left. Meanwhile, Huowang was looking at the sun high in the sky, blanking out and not knowing what to do. Wait, I'm still outside back in reality. It's extremely dangerous. Huowang blurted out. Realizing the danger he was in, he spoke urgently. Yingzi, listen to me. Quickly bring me back to the room and tie me up. Huowang. A voice interrupted Huowang. Hearing this voice, Huowang raised his head and saw Yang Na's crying face. She was still wearing the same simple outfit which consisted of a white sweater and a pair of jeans along with a small satchel on her waist. Huowang, can you react to my voice now? Are you awake? Do you recognize me? Yang Na ran over and grabbed his hands. Huowang was thrown into confusion when he felt the familiar warmth. He instinctively froze up and pretended that he still hadn't come back to his senses. Seeing this, the excitement in Yang Na's eyes soon turned to disappointment. Even after calling out his name a few more times, there was no response. Tears welled up from her eyes and stained her long lashes. Her soft voice was trembling. Huowang, you big liar. You had said that we will go to university together. I'm already in the first year, and yet you haven't even woken up. When he heard this, Huowang felt a pang in his heart. Even though he knew that this was a hallucination, he couldn't help himself from speaking. Nana, I'm sorry. When she heard those words, Yang Na was ecstatic and launched herself into his embrace while crying. I'm so sorry. I really wanted to visit you earlier, but ever since you appeared on the news, my parents forbade me from coming to meet you. Today, I finally had a chance to come and see you. Huowang gently hugged her before pushing her away. Nana, your father is right. Don't come here anymore. I'm afraid that The second half of his sentence was something he had previously buried deep in his heart. Even so, he still had to say it. I am afraid that I might end up thinking that this side is the real one. When Yang Na heard what he said, she couldn't believe her ears. She felt like she had been plunged into a frigid lake. She had never thought that when Huowang finally became coherent after a long time, these would be the first words out of his mouth. Amidst her frustration, she took her satchel and swung it at Huowang numerous times while crying and screaming. Did you ever consider my feelings before you said those words? Why do you want me to leave you as well? My parents, my brother, my friends, and now even you. I'm so tired from trying to persevere for so long. So why did you have to say it as well? Didn't you say that you loved me and that you never wanted me to give up on you? Chapter 122, Chocolate. From the sensation of the satchel hitting his face, Huowang could feel the pain that caused Yang Na's outburst. He too felt the same pain, and so he raised both his hands and hugged the girl. Nana, please stop. I beg you, said Huowang. Feeling the embrace of the one she had been yearning for, Yang Na gradually calmed down and rested her head on his shoulder while crying. At that moment, they looked just like they did a few years ago, sitting at the top of their school and staying up all night until sunrise. Time slowly passed as Yang Na continued to remain in Huowang's embrace. She wished for the flow of time to stop at this moment, but she soon felt a pair of hands on her waist gradually pushing her away. In response, she hugged Huowang even tighter. She didn't want to let him go. However, her strength was nowhere near his, and she was soon pushed away. The girl's eyes were still red from crying. Huowang opened his mouth, but no words came out. He felt distraught. After giving some thought, he calmly said, Nana, please promise me something. Promise me that you will live on even if I were to die one day. No, Yang Na was adamant. Don't decide that for me. My thoughts are mine alone. My choices are none of your concern. I will continue to wait for you until the day you wake up. As soon as she finished saying those words, Yang Na grabbed her satchel and stormed off. However, she stopped just as she passed by the door. She hesitated for a few seconds before turning back. Then, she took out a small pack of chocolate from her satchel and coldly passed it to Huowang. As he stared at the beautifully wrapped chocolate, Huowang asked Yang Na, What day is it? Why are you giving me chocolate? However, Yang Na just continued to cry while ignoring him. Then, she opened up the wrapping around the chocolate before unceremoniously shoving the alcoholic chocolate down Huowang's mouth. Huowang laughed as he tasted the sweet chocolate. Nana, what are you doing? Since this was just a hallucination, he no longer wanted to argue with her. At the same time, since he was inside the hallucination, He had no control over what he was doing on the other side either, and so there wasn't much he could do. As Li Huowang smiled, the tense atmosphere within the ward became mellow. What are you laughing at? Stop laughing. Yang Na swung her satchel onto Li Huowang's shoulder. Ouch. Be a little gentle, it hurts. Li Huowang hissed in pain and held his shoulders. TSK, you are feeling pain from just this? Why weren't you in pain when you got shot in the face? Look at how you look right now, Yang Na said as she took out a small mirror from her satchel and placed it in front of Li Huowang. This was the first time he had seen himself in the hallucination in a long while. He was still a young boy, but his face that was originally filled with hope was now split in half by a scar. The scar ran from the upper left of his face to his lower right and completely disfigured his face. His entire look had been changed due to it. Li Huowang gingerly touched his own face, feeling the rough sensation of the scar. He knew how he got it. It was from the sniper bullet grazing his face back at the kindergarten. Looks like the hallucination is quite logical. Li Huowang silently thought to himself. After a while, Yang Na took the mirror back and frowned at him. What are you thinking? Are you thinking that I will abandon you just because your face has been disfigured? I didn't even do so when you had turned into a psycho, so don't even think that I will give up on you now. In fact, I don't care about it in the slightest. Hearing this, Li Huowang shook his head and smiled. Then, he took the pack of chocolate sitting atop the white sheets and popped a piece of it into his mouth. He took another one and offered it to Yang Na. Have one. I remember that you were a massive fan of snacks. However, Yang Na shook her head. You can eat it. Outside, I can buy it any time I want. But here, it's almost a delicacy for you. Li Huowang nodded and ate another piece, the sweet taste enveloping his tongue. Yeah, I haven't tasted this in a long time. Li Huowang's eyes were filled with a sense of yearning and nostalgia. Since he could never go back to his old life, he could only use the hallucination to relieve his yearning for his old life. Yang Na was heartbroken when she heard him. She held his hands gently and said, If you want to eat it, then I will buy it for you every day. Now that I'm in university, my father gives me a lot of money to use as living expenses. He gives me 2,500 a month. And I take part-time jobs during breaks as well. I can buy any chocolate you want, but I don't know whether you will even be coherent the next time I bring chocolate for you. Yang Na's words instantly caused the atmosphere to grow cold. Li Huowang swallowed the chocolate and was about to console her when he suddenly started coughing. I have been telling you since elementary school to eat slower and to not talk while eating. See, you just choked on the chocolate. Let me pour a glass of water for you, said Yang Na as she took the cup on the table and walked out. Cough, cough. Meanwhile, Li Huowang started coughing even more vigorously. At the same time, he felt a burning pain radiating from his esophagus to his stomach. This ain't right. Something's happening to the other side. Li Huowang raised his head and stared coldly at Yang Na's disappearing back. Who are you? What did you feed me? Soon, an intense pain burst forth from his stomach, causing him to start shouting, Quad A. It was almost as if a living hedgehog was running amok within his body. Amidst the intense pain, everything around him started to shift back. The warm sunlight and bright hospital ward started to fade. Soon, Li Huowang was back in the Ao Jing Sect's cave. At the same time, he saw blood on the floor in front of him, the very same blood that he had just coughed up. At this moment, Li Huowang was red-faced and had veins bulging on his head. He grabbed his neck with both hands while kneeling on the ground like a shrimp. Leg. Soon, a massive pile of items were vomited out, consisting of blackened blood, bits and pieces of flesh, small black tentacles, and rusty nails. Chapter 123. Who was it? The clump of rusted nails almost resembled an assassination weapon. Seeing what he had vomited, Li Huowang instinctively knew that this was the chocolate he had eaten in his hallucination. After a moment, he raised his right arm only to feel a stinging pain from his shoulder. When he checked, he saw a massive gash, so deep that it revealed his white bones. That was where Yang Na had hit him with her satchel just now. Someone tried to kill me while I was stuck in the hallucination. Li Huowang instantly realized what was happening. He endured the pain and scanned his surroundings with bloodshot eyes. Around him, he saw rows upon rows of members of the Ao Jing sect, all standing still like gravestones, watching him. Seeing this, Li Huowang growled and unfurled the profound records on the ground, his blood dripping from his lips onto the blood-red bamboo slip. Jiao. At the same time, Li Huowang unsheathed his sword and pointed it at the sect members surrounding him. What is the meaning of this? Is this what you mean by adhering to the rules? Do you think that I'm some pushover? Li Huowang roared in anger. Li Huowang's voice echoed throughout the cave, but no one answered him. They just stood there motionless, staring at him with eyes filled with curiosity and mocking laughter. Just as Li Huowang was about to go all out against them, Yingzi ran out from the crowd and tried her best to take him away. "Sir, let's go. Let's quickly leave this place. Don't look at them anymore." Yingzi's voice was filled with panic as she tried to haul his bloody body away from the place. Hearing this, Li Huowang just stared at Yingzi, his gaze as cold as when he had been glaring at the others. After a moment, he took out a few blood-nourishing pills from the gourd on his waist and popped them into his mouth. After a while, Li Huowang ignored the gazes of everyone in the Jing sect and returned to their cave with the support of Yingzi. The pain in his body was still fresh. Li Huowang knew that his stomach was a mess after having eaten a bunch of rusty nails. But there was nothing he could do other than rest on the bed and wait for his reinforced healing to kick in and help him recover. After calming down, Li Huowang inspected his body and found that not only had he sustained internal injuries, but there were slash wounds on his body as well. They were in the same spots that Yang Na had hit him with her satchel. As Yingzi saw Li Huowang's wounds, she felt conflicted. After thinking for a bit, she took out a wax-covered book from her bag. "Sir, let me heal you. However, you will need to endure some pain." Just as she approached him, Li Huowang swung his right arm and threw away the wax-covered book in her hand. "You were the only one beside me just now. Tell me what happened," asked Li Huowang. Yingzi gripped the edge of her robes tightly while panicking. I can't say, otherwise they will kill me." At that moment, Li Huowang stared at her lowered head and realized that he had never really seen what she looked like. "Raise your head and look at me," commanded Li Huowang. On the other hand, when she heard his command, Yingzi became nervous. She kept lowering her head and averting his gaze, afraid of looking directly into Li Huowang's eyes. "What are you afraid of? Were you assigned to me just so they could spy on me? Was everything you said yesterday fake? What's your goal, you self-mutilating bastards?" Li Huowang pressed on. "No, it's not like that. It really isn't." Yingzi's breathing started becoming erratic. It was as if she was enduring something. "Since you are not one of them, then who was the one who injured me just now? Talk. Didn't you say that you always adhere to the rules? Is this one of the rules as well? Will all of you die if you don't do something wicked?" By this point, Yingzi was so shaken and conflicted that she started bleeding from how hard she was biting her lips. Just as she was about to say something, there was a knock on the door. Li Huowang and Yingzi turned around at the same time. Standing at the door were two members of the Jing sect, one of them wearing black and the other white. Both of them were at least 2 meters tall. They just stood there motionlessly without uttering a word. Yingzi knew what it meant for them to appear here. Her body started trembling intensely as she walked out. "What's going on? They aren't even going to sugarcoat it anymore and just want to capture me?" Seeing the situation, Li Huowang closed his eyes and attempted to recover as much as possible. If his wounds were to deteriorate any further, then Yangzi would be forced to come out once more. However, at that moment, he felt a strange sensation on his wounds. He opened his eyes and saw it was Bun who had secretly walked over with its ears downturned. It was licking the wounds on Li Huowang's body. "Bun, how about coming with me the next time we go out? No need to guard the room anymore. I really need someone or something to be by my side." Li Huowang patted Bun while mumbling to himself. At that moment, Bun's skinny body suddenly shrunk a little as it looked toward the door. Seeing that there was no one at the door, Bun continued to lick Li Huowang's wound. However, Li Huowang had also picked up on what Bun had heard. He had also heard the same scream that Bun did. Li Huowang's heightened sense of hearing had allowed him to hear a minute sound, the sound of a woman screaming in pain. He knew that the scream belonged to Yingzi. After all, she had been taken away not too long ago. After considering it for a moment, Li Huowang patted Bun on the head before gritting his teeth to endure the pain as he stood up. "It's just one thing after another. Can't I get some good rest?" mumbled Li Huowang. Then, he slowly started hobbling his way out of the cave and toward the source of the sound. The sound of screaming continued to become louder and louder until Li Huowang arrived at the large cave he had seen just earlier. At this moment, a naked Yingzi had 2 massive hooks stabbed in her pectoral girdle as she was hung high up in the cave. The 2 sect members in black and white from earlier that had taken her away previously were circling around her, each of them holding a thin blade that they used to slice thin pieces of flesh off her body. So, at that moment, one of Li Huowang's fingernail flew out and cut the chains that Yingzi was being hung with, causing the bloody girl to fall onto the floor hard. Then, Li Huowang walked forward and covered her, shielding her from the gazes of the others. He glared at Shou San with his burnt body and asked angrily, "Does the Ao Jing sect treat their promises as nothing? Do we still have our deal or not?" Shou San was somewhat surprised to see Li Huowang appearing here, but the tone of his reply was one filled with amusement. "Of course, I still have to respect the Abbess's request. Our deal is still effective, and we will naturally honor our words." Chapter 124, Treatment. Shou San was quite calm when he told Li Huowang they would honor the deal. "Fine, I will trust you one more time. I hope that an incident like today's will never happen again. If you push me to the brink of desperation, then I would rather yield my body to Dan Yangzi and have everyone perish with me," warned Li Huowang. When he heard Li Huowang's threats, Shou San was visibly unhappy. However, all he could do was silently stare at the red-robed Taoist with wariness in his eyes. Then, under the gaze of the members of the Ao Jing sect, Li Huowang carried Yingzi off the floor and pulled her back to their cave. Once they left, Shou San turned toward one of the sect members beside him. While the sect member in question didn't look any different than the rest, Shou San was very respectful to him. He whispered, "Elder Shun Banyu, you've seen the child. What do you think we should do?" At this moment, one of the elders that Yingzi had told Li Huowang about the night before was present at the scene. The man stared in the direction Li Huowang had disappeared to. "No, this strayed one is unlike the others we have met before. You've seen his powers. He's a lot more dangerous than the other strayed ones. Don't provoke him. We will decide on what to do with him after we have probed him further." "Yes, this underling understands," replied Shou San. Back in their cave, Li Huowang fell onto the ground, his energy completely spent. Meanwhile, Yingzi stood there, hesitant. The only part of her body that remained intact was one of her arms. When she saw that Li Huowang was still bleeding profusely from his wounds, she carefully approached him. "Sir, are you all right?" "No worries. I won't die from just this," said Li Huowang. When she heard those words, Yingzi's eyes became filled with determination as she walked over and grabbed the wax-covered book from the side. She held the book and kneeled in front of Li Huowang. "Sir, please endure it. I will now help you with treating your injuries." After saying that, she started chanting off the book. Her voice as she chanted was extremely bizarre. It was as if she was imitating the crackling sound of flames. Fluff. After a moment, the wax-covered book in Yingzi's hand started burning up. Soon, the flames melted the white wax before it started dripping onto Li Huowang's wounds. Sizzle. The sound of flesh being burnt echoed in the cave, and at the same time, Li Huowang recognized a familiar scent. At that moment, Yingzi raised the book above her head. At the same time, the fiery wax on Li Huowang's body came alive and started wriggling around on his body like a worm. As it crawled all over his body, white smoke rose from Li Huowang's body as a trail of burnt flesh was left in the wake of the wax. The wax cauterized the wounds on his body and fused together the deep wound that revealed his bones. Soon, the wax had circled most of Li Huowang's body and finished healing most of his external wounds. The price of the treatment was naturally the pain he had to suffer through, especially since his sense of pain had been heightened. It was so painful that he almost bit off his tongue. His entire body was drenched in sweat, making it look like he had just passed through a heavy downpour. But it was not over. The white wax slowly snaked its way to his face. When Li Huowang realized what it was about to do, he took a deep breath. "Fuck, this treatment is definitely psychotic." He took a few rapid breaths before opening his mouth, catching the white wax with his hand, and throwing it into his mouth. At that moment, Li Huowang finally knew what it would feel like to eat magma. He felt the lump of molten wax slowly sliding down his esophagus. At the same time, the sound of sizzling flesh intensified as billowing white smoke flowed out from all his orifices. The intense burning sensation was so painful that he rolled on the floor while grabbing at his neck. After a while, he felt the white wax approaching his stomach, causing him to instantly stop Yingzi with his trembling hand. "Stomach. No need. The wax will not be able to defeat the thing inside my stomach." Even though Yingzi didn't know what he meant, she still listened to him. Soon, the fiery wax exited Li Huowang's mouth and slowly made its way onto Yingzi's body before it started cauterizing her fleshless hand. Kachuk! At that moment, her hand fell off while the white wax continued to cauterize the open wound, slowly healing it in the process. Once it was done with its mission, the wax crawled back onto the book and enveloped it. At the same time, the flames disappeared and the wax solidified once again, returning to its original form. Li Huowang stared at Yingzi, who was also covered in cold sweat. Does it hurt? How could it not? But compared to the day that my siblings died, this pain is nothing, replied Yingzi. Hearing this, Li Huowang's eyes fell, and he nodded. Yeah, the pain of the flesh is bearable, but the pain of the soul is not. Yingzi, who was now left with only a single arm, said nothing as she supported him back onto the bed. Staring at her side profile, Li Huowang had no idea what she was thinking. The things she had done were conflicting. Not sure how much I can trust them, but since they swore on it, I suppose they won't do anything in the near future? Li Huowang recalled what Shousen had said. After a while, both Li Huowang and Yingzi lied down on the stone bed, and Li Huowang immediately fell asleep. While Li Huowang was asleep, he dreamt of many things. However, he didn't remember anything when he woke up. When he opened his eyes, he saw Bun excitedly circling around Yingzi as it tried to gain her affection. How did you suddenly get so friendly with it? Asked Li Huowang as he sat on the stone stool and ate the breakfast placed on the stone table. Yingzi's face was complicated as she stared at Bun, her hand patting Bun's white paws. I remembered something. There was a dog living on my street. The old dog had 7 puppies and Bun was one of them. I had thought that all of them had died, but to think that it actually survived. Li Huowang sighed while staring at Bun excitedly licking Yingzi's hand. Such a big town, and yet the only survivors are a single dog and a human. What a crazy world we live in. Sir, why would they want to kill us? Back then, he had supernatural powers and we were nothing but ants in front of him. Was it just because he just didn't like our looks? Asked Yingzi, her voice trembling as she did her best to suppress her emotions. Li Huowang sighed. Who knows? This world often rewards the wicked, yet punishes the good. Li Huowang and Yingzi conversed for some time. After the incident from yesterday, they had gotten slightly closer. Right? What is the name of the book you used to treat me? Asked Li Huowang. He could tell that the treatment was very effective. Even though it was very painful and left scars wherever the wax had crawled, Li Huowang saw that his wounds were mostly healed. Yingzi took out the wax-covered book from her robes and passed it to Li Huowang. It's called the Fiery Sutra. It's yours if you need it. Chapter 125. Why? The Fiery Sutra? Li Huowang grabbed the wax-covered book. Through the translucent wax, he could see the title of the book. He noticed that a different character had been used to replace the character for the word sutra. Rather than Fiery Sutra, it was more accurate to call it the Fiery Scripture. Even though the treatment process was immensely painful, Li Huowang knew that it was very effective. Why give me the book? Li Huowang was puzzled. I gave it to you because you need it more than me. But it's not easy to learn how to use it. You need to learn how to read another language in order to use it, said Yingzi as she opened the wax-covered book and revealed its content. This? Li Huowang furrowed his brow. The words were circular in nature. Larger circles encircled smaller ones while the smaller ones had dots within them. The various sizes and combinations among them were almost endless. He had no idea what language it was, nor had he seen a similar linguistic system. If you want to understand the sutra, then you need to learn from scratch. You can only use that book after you've learned how to read the Heavenly Fire Mark and its 5 tones, explained Yingzi as she passed her notebook to him. This is a translation of the Heavenly Fire Mark to the common language. You can use it as a reference. Li Huowang opened the notes and saw that they were quite detailed. It seemed that Yingzi had written them herself. Since she had already given him so much, there was no reason for Li Huowang to decline. After all, he needed the Fiery Scripture. But he didn't have any time to research it right now. He needed to get out of this wretched place before doing anything else. Li Huowang kept both books and asked, You gave both these books to me on your own accord. Will you end up getting into trouble if they find out? In response, Yingzi lowered her head and shook it. Li Huowang nodded and stared at her seriously. I won't pry into your past, but I am a man who definitely pays back the generosity of others. As long as you help me, I will help you escape from this place. Yingzi nodded excitedly. Sir, what do you need me to do? I can help you with anything. It was clear that Yingzi was desperate. After staring at his surroundings alertly, Li Huowang whispered, Yingzi, since you and I have the same goal, I consider you an ally. I actually do need your help quite desperately as well. Then, Li Huowang whispered something to her, and she nodded. 15 minutes later, both of them exited their cave. During the next 2 days, with Yingzi's guidance, Li Huowang scoured the entire cave, not missing even a single spot. At the same time, Shousen did not go back on his words either. No one tried to find trouble with Li Huowang. The most they did was to stare at him before letting him pass if they encountered Li Huowang. By the 3rd day, Li Huowang had grasped the entire structure of the cave system and etched it into his memories. Sir, Now that we have memorized the layout of this place, what do we do? Yingzi whispered from behind. Li Huowang stared ahead for a moment before turning back toward their room. Let's go back first. I'm afraid there might be someone listening in on us over here. Hearing this, Yingzi silently followed him like an assistant. On the other hand, Li Huowang was worried, his expression occasionally turning gnarly as he recalled something. They were halfway back when they encountered the burnt-looking Shou-san. He revealed a ghastly smile as bits of burnt skin flaked off his body. Little Xianyang, it is already the third day. Do you have any idea how to do it? Do you need my help? If you thought that the previous method was too harsh, then I have another idea. However, Li Huowang refused without even hearing his proposal. He was very repulsed by their methods. No need. I've said that I will deal with it myself. After saying that, Li Huowang pulled Yingzi away, bringing them back to their cave. Shou-san did not try to stop them. He just stood there silently, a strange glint in his eyes as he stared at their departing backs. When the wooden door closed and isolated them from the outside world, Li Huowang finally heaved a sigh of relief. Living in a place that belonged to others was way too stressful. He had no choice but to abide by their rules and cater to their whims. Sir, what should we do next? Asked Yingzi. Hearing Yingzi's question, Li Huowang took a breath. Just as he was about to say something, his expression froze. Damn, it's here again. Li Huowang placed his back against the wooden door and slowly slid down onto the floor. Sir? Sir, are you all right? Yingzi carefully approached him. However, Li Huowang just stared at the girl blankly. His expression conflicted as he whispered, Mom? You are here again? No, I don't want to eat oranges. Could you please step outside? I have some business to attend to. I understand that the other side is a hallucination. You don't need to worry about me. I'm a little thirsty, so could you help me get some water? No, I don't want the water in the thermos. I just want some regular water. Sir? Yingzi carefully said as she saw Li Huowang hallucinating. In the next instant, Li Huowang once again became serious. His eyes were unfocused as they darted around. Yingzi, quick, tie me up. Tie me up on the bed. I will explain everything to you when I come back to my senses. Just as he had said those words, his expression changed again. Dad, why are you here? Don't you need to go to work? Meanwhile, Yingzi just stood there, motionless as she stared at the red Taoist speaking toward empty space. She did not obey his command about tying him to the bed. Thanks, Mom. No need to feed me. I will just drink it on my own. Li Huowang placed both hands together and made a motion of drinking water. Staring at Li Huowang's open mouth, Yingzi carefully took out a ball of rusted nails that were bound together. Her hands were trembling from nervousness. She hesitated for a while, before placing the ball of nails back into her robes. All right. I will peel the oranges on my own. There's no need to feed me, said Li Huowang. This time around, Yingzi took out a bottle of acid. Then, she threw the ball of nails into the bottle of acid, causing the metal to start sizzling. Soon, the mixture of corroded nails and the acid was placed in front of Li Huowang, black smoke coming out from it. You! At that moment, Bun slowly approached them, not comprehending what was happening. Bam! When she saw Bun, Yingzi kicked it away. The kick sent Bun flying as it started spitting out blood. It struggled to get up for a while before falling down due to the pain. Mom, no need to peel anymore. I've eaten too many oranges already, said Li Huowang. Then, he grabbed the smoking ball of nails. As this was happening, Yingzi stood there, her body trembling from excitement as she saw Li Huowang about to die. However, just as the ball of nails reached his mouth, Li Huowang's hand stopped. By the time he dropped the ball of nails, his fingers were already bloody from the corrosive liquid. The ball of nails barely brushed past his face and fell onto the ground, rolling a few times before stopping. At this moment, there was no sign of Li Huowang hallucinating, and his eyes were deathly cold and sharp as he stared at her. Why? Chapter 126, Wicked Person. Why? Li Huowang's cold voice echoed within the cave. They've already tortured you to the point of having to amputate your own hand. So why are you helping them fight against me? Why? I've already told you that I will take you away from this wretched place. Have I not shown you enough kindness? Do you even have a conscience? Or have you also aligned yourself with them after living here for 4 years? Hearing his words, Yingzi started laughing. She slowly raised her head, her laughter becoming louder and louder. This was the first time she had met his gaze, her eyes dripping with tears as she laughed. Hatred filled her soft brown eyes. The hatred in her eyes was so deep that she could pounce toward Li Huowang and kill him at any time. It was only now that Li Huowang understood why she did not meet his gaze before this. She was afraid that she would act rashly the moment she met his gaze. At that moment, 2 sets of profound records were unfurled on the ground. With the aid of the profound records, Huowang saw his own flesh and skin expand in the air and pounce toward Yingzi, looking like a massive net. On the other hand, Yingzi used her little finger to make a bone pike. However, the flesh net created by Huowang captured it, and both of them fell to the ground. Looking at the items on the ground, Yingzi realized that both of them were using the profound records. If she wanted to kill him, she would need to sacrifice more of herself than he did of himself. With this realization, she didn't hesitate to instantly place her right foot onto the profound records. As he saw the unique words on the red bamboo slowly slither up her legs, Huowang instinctively felt that the situation was dangerous. Shit, this is dangerous. Immediately, Huowang ran out from the cave. Just as Yingzi followed after him and hobbled out from the cave with her single leg, an ear-piercing sound of a bell rang out. When a wandering god made of squiggly lines sprung up at her from under the ground, she couldn't react in time. Even as she did her best to dodge, the wandering god managed to phase through half of her exposed body. Immediately, she fell onto the ground, losing any and all control of the parts of her body that were exposed to the wandering god. However, she did not give up and instead gritted her teeth as she struggled to stand up. But at that moment, a sharp blade was placed against her neck, deciding the victor. Huowang did not act immediately, instead staring at her face. Then, he spat out angrily. Why? I want to know why. Did the Jing sect take someone close to you as hostage? Dak dak dak. At that moment, Huowang heard footsteps coming from everywhere around him. It was clear that the Jing sect's members had heard all the commotion. Huowang turned around and saw Shosen approaching them. You think this is funny? You've already gone back on your words so many times. Why did you ask her to do this? If you can do this, then come face me directly instead, shouted Huowang. Huowang hated the Jing sect to the core. They kept breaking their promises while trying to harm him over and over. However, Shosan's expression threw him off. His burnt face was revealing an expression filled with doubt. I'm not sure what you've heard, but I never ordered Jiao to act. There's no benefit for us in fighting you, and it's actually the most dangerous method, said Shosan. Lies. The evidence is right in front of you, and yet you are trying to lie to me, shouted Huowang before falling silent. Huowang didn't trust their words, but then a girl's voice broke the silence, causing him to turn around and stare at Yingzi. The girl was still on the ground, her eyes glaring at him with hatred. Didn't you want to know why? Then let me tell you the reason. Yingzi gritted her teeth with disgust as she met Huowang's gaze. Then, she removed her robes, exposing her mutilated body to everyone around. It's because you killed my family. I've suffered so much because of you, shouted Yingzi. When he heard those words, Huowang thought she had gone crazy. He didn't believe her. That was such a ridiculous lie. However, Yingzi pointed at the sect members encircling them and continued. You said that they were wicked, that they had no conscience. But they can't even be compared to you. Yingzi's voice was hoarse as she continued to shout. For years ago, you massacred everyone in my town. Tens of thousands. All of them are dead. You killed them all. Compared to you, the members of the Jing sect can be considered saints. Hearing those words, Huowang felt like an explosion was going off in his head. No, impossible. I am not the same as you crazy bastards. I'm a good guy, shouted Huowang, denying it vehemently. Ha ha ha. You? A good guy? Yeah, right. Yingzi pointed her trembling fingers at him as she laughed hysterically. The old grandma who used to sell tofu, my neighbor's baby who was barely a week old, and even my parents. You didn't even bat an eye when you killed all of them, and yet you dare to call yourself a good guy. When he saw just how resolute her hatred of him was, Huowang even started to doubt himself. He scoured his memories up until 4 years ago and knew that he had not yet transmigrated to this world back then, nor did he have the illness, at least not yet. The only thing he recalled from that time was participating in the sports day and playing with everyone on a crowded field. No, I did not. Impossible. I hadn't transmigrated for years ago. Huowang suddenly realized something that he should have realized long ago. Sensing the doubt in his voice, Yingzi snarled as she revealed a thin blade in her hand. Just as she had placed her hand on it, the sword placed against her neck moved, causing her to freeze. Red blood splattered out from her neck. Her body convulsed for a while before going still. After a few breaths of time had passed, Huowang realized what he had done and immediately checked on her. His hands were trembling as he held her with his arms and covered the wound on her neck while stuffing blood-nourishing pills into her mouth. Don't die. You cannot die. You need to tell me what happened, shouted Li Huowang. Cough. Good guy. Even in the final moments of her life, Yingzi continued to stare at Li Huowang mockingly. Good guy. Soon, her hands went limp and her eyes became unfocused. As he held onto her corpse, Li Huowang's breathing started becoming erratic. He shouted toward the members of the Jing sect standing around him. Haven't you had enough? What are you guys thinking? You damned crazy, self-mutilating psychopaths. If you want to capture me, a strayed one, then do it directly. Do you all think it's fun to fool me? When Shou-san heard those words, he had a rather amused expression on his face. It seems that you really have forgotten what happened 4 years ago. You did in fact massacre a whole town, regardless of their age or gender. Blood flowed through the entire town like a river. Back then, Elder Yingzi could tolerate it no longer and wanted to stop you. But then, you ran to our place and started wreaking havoc, destroying many of our cross temples. We had to spend a lot of manpower to chase you away. Chapter 127. Who is it? It was me. I massacred an entire town. It was me who killed Yingzi's entire family. Trembling, Li Huowang turned to look into the eyes of the dead girl before him. Her pupils were devoid of any expression, dilated to the maximum. A mocking smile still hung on her face. I killed her, a girl who just wanted to seek revenge for the death of her parents? Am I the one who deserves death? Mumbled Li Huowang. At this point, Li Huowang was starting to feel afraid. It was an extreme type of fear. He pushed Yingzi's lifeless body and took a big step back before raising his trembling hands, which were stained completely red with Yingzi's blood. No, it's not like that. I hadn't even transmigrated here 4 years ago. Even if I had, it's impossible for me to massacre an entire town. I wouldn't have had the ability to cause chaos within the Jing sect. After all, I'm just an ordinary person, shouted Li Huowang. You're not ordinary. Ordinary people wouldn't have your abilities, someone interjected. Meanwhile, Shou-san just watched as the red-robed Taoist became more and more terrified before continuing his explanation. Logically, I wouldn't want to have too much interaction with you. Who knows whether you will go mad while we are conversing. But since Abbess Jingxin asked us to help you, we are doing her a favor. Shut up. Don't try to deceive me. Aren't you all lusting for strayed ones? Stop pretending. I'm right here, so come at me, shouted Li Huowang. Seeing Li Huowang glaring at him, Shou-san backed away. Little Xinyang, calm down. All of us here are trying to help you. You can't repay our kindness with enmity. However, his words did not help. Conversely, they caused the fear within Li Huowang's heart to deepen. He was starting to slowly feel like they were all telling the truth. At that moment, Shou-san gently waved his hand, gesturing for the others from Jing sect to withdraw. Then, he turned to Li Huowang. Little Xinyang, while our Jing sect might not have the best reputation on the outside, we're at least different from you. We don't kill people on a whim. There should at least be a justification for a person's actions. Li Huowang glanced down at Yingzi's corpse, his eyes bloodshot. After a while, he gritted his teeth and dashed out of the tunnel. Given Li Huowang's overbearing attitude, nobody from the Jing sect dared to block his way. They backed up against the walls and gave way to him. Outside, it was still night time, with the round moon hanging in the sky. The cold wind that blew past helped Li Huowang to clear his head a little. He stumbled beside a tree and leaned against it, covering his face with his hands as he squatted down, his body trembling involuntarily. Am I really a killing maniac? Someone worse than even Yangzi? Did I really kill Yingzi's entire family? And then I killed Yingzi, who was just seeking revenge. The intense pain brought about by this fact weighed down on Li Huowang's mind like a mountain. At that moment, Li Huowang suddenly heard footsteps approaching him. But at this point, he just wanted to hide and not care about anything else. He felt someone gently pat his shoulder and speak in a voice that carried a tinge of worry. Little Xinyang, are you leaving? Then does our agreement from before still stand? These words finally managed to break Li Huowang out of his reverie. Impossible. I'm going to find evidence. I can't possibly have killed everyone in that entire town. Li Huowang stood up and pushed aside Shou-san's hand before directly dashing toward the town at the foot of the mountain. Shou-san watched Li Huowang vanish along the mountain path. Once he had vanished from Shou-san's field of vision, Shou-san turned around and respectfully bowed toward a square-faced member of the Jing sect. Elder Shinbenyu, please look at this. The square-faced man frowned and pondered for a moment, then said, follow him and observe. However, Don't get involved with anything yourself. Meanwhile, accompanied by the moonlight, Li Huowang once again arrived at the ghost town. The darkness and deathly silence, as well as the sparse vegetation, made the town seem even more horrifying. However, Li Huowang did not care about all this. He just rushed in and frantically started to search, even as he continued to bleed from his injuries. When he discovered a skeleton on the ground, his eyes lit up. He took out a glowing stone from his pocket and began to examine the body closely. The left side of the skull is shattered. This was done by a blunt weapon. That's not my style, and I don't like to use blunt weapons anyway, mumbled Li Huowang, his mood slowly stabilizing as he methodically continued to search through the other skeletons. The bones of this corpse are charred, and they crumble easily upon touch. This person died in a fire, something that I couldn't have done. This one is even more absurd. Half its body is exposed outside, and half of it is stuck in the wall. How could I have possibly done this? Li Huowang felt more relieved the more corpses he checked. Finally, when he saw a skeleton that had bloomed on the floor like a flower, Li Huowang put down the burden in his heart. I didn't kill anyone. I'm not a killing maniac. Yingzi was clearly misremembering. Li Huowang reconfirmed this fact in his mind. But another question leapt into his mind. Why would Yingzi misremember all of it? Could there have been an evil person that looked exactly like me? This is troublesome. This fact might cause more trouble in future. But I can think about this matter at another time. First, I should think of a way to deal with Dan Yangzi. Li Huowang was about to leave the rotting wooden house when some of the papers on the bedside caught his attention. He calmly picked up those pieces of paper. There was quite some blood on them, and they seemed like they were pinned by someone right before they died. Li Huowang could not really make out the contents of the paper. He could not recognize a lot of the words. Hold on, these 3 characters are quite familiar. Frowning, Li Huowang touched the last 3 characters doubtfully. He touched them for a long time, his brows furrowing even more. Then, he suddenly realized something. Li Huowang. These 3 characters make the words Li Huowang, shouted Li Huowang excitedly. However, immediately after that, a realization struck him that caused him to feel like he was being strangled. He once again surveyed the skeletons around him, his pupils dilating and constricting repeatedly. Fear gradually started to consume his heart. No, impossible. Yingzi must have made a mistake. I didn't kill her parents. I didn't kill all these people, mumbled Li Huowang to himself hysterically, trying to refute his realization. However, his emotions were slowly going out of control. He could find all sorts of ways to deceive himself, but the 3 characters on the piece of paper in his hand forced him to face reality. In that moment, something inside Li Huowang snapped. Li Huowang, you killed them. You madman. No, I didn't. I didn't. I didn't. I'm different from Dan Yangzi and the rest. Veins started bulging on his forehead as Li Huowang knelt amongst the skeletons of the people that had died due to various causes while shouting hysterically. Swoosh. At that moment, a fur-covered pill flew into Li Huowang's mouth. In an instant, the guilt and agony that he had been suppressing in his heart were magnified many times over, almost engulfing him completely. As this was happening, a person slowly walked in. It was Shou-san. His body was completely charred as he walked in, while lightly snapping his fingers. Dense flames surrounded his entire body, crackling as they burned him. Then, he gently waved his hand, and the burning flames quickly extended along the ground, engulfing Li Huowang's entire body. Chapter 128, It's Not Me. The flames continued to burn around Li Huowang, his appearance gradually turning more and more like that of the charred Shou-san. Everything in his field of vision began to distort. However, it was unknown whether it was due to ingesting the pill or being doused in flames. At the same time, the skeletons around him that should have been lifeless suddenly started growing like trees, twisting in bizarre ways as they grew. As Li Huowang howled, the flames seemed to find an entrance and directly burrowed inside him, burning his inner organs. Little Xianyang, it's time. Shou-san walked over and retrieved the profound records from Li Huowang's waist, placing it before him. At that moment, as Li Huowang peered through the flames, he felt like he was being tortured in hell. In this state, the profound records he saw did not look like an arranged row of bamboo slips, but a pile of quivering flesh worms. Strange words were written on them as they arranged themselves neatly into extremely strange-looking slips of flesh. What the heck is going on? Shouted Li Huowang. He felt like his brain was turning to mush. No, perhaps the scorching heat of the flames had already turned his brain to mush. Meanwhile, disciples of the Jing sect had taken off their gowns and were approaching them from all directions. They sat down around Li Huowang in an orderly fashion with their disfigured bodies. However, in Li Huowang's view, they had all turned into various sorts of flesh-mangled monsters. Shosun looked at Li Huowang being burned by the flames, and then took a step backward. Little friend, don't forget the objective for which you came to our sect. Now, the opportunity is ripe. It's time to open the door to the abyss of worldly suffering and meet Ba-Hui once again. Li Huowang looked at him through the flames and shouted, "You lied to me? You've been lying to me about everything." "No, I did not lie to you. It's just that coincidentally this was a very good opportunity and that we leapt onto it as well. Don't you want to get rid of your master? As long as you summon Ba-Hui, the elders will have a way to get rid of Dan Yangzi who is entangled with your body," replied Shosan. Hearing this, Li Huowang howled in extreme agony. Then, he raised his charred hands and gently pressed them onto those flesh worms full of inscriptions. At that moment, both the pain in Li Huowang's body and mind gradually started to morph into something else, just like before. At the same time, an extremely terrifying and desolate aura started to be emitted from Li Huowang's body, causing everyone present to shudder as they felt this otherworldly strength. Li Huowang was very familiar with this scene. This was the prelude to Ba-Hui's appearance. Soon, his five senses also began to morph, and the cloudless skies suddenly changed colors. Meanwhile, Shosun saw all this and started becoming excited. His body started to tremble. It was as though he was looking forward to something. After all that turmoil, it's finally happening. However, things did not progress as he wished. All the abnormalities that signified Ba-Hui's descent suddenly started returning to normality. What's going on? Shosun emotionally glanced at Li Huowang. For some reason, he sensed that at this point, the other person had somehow changed. At that moment, Li Huowang slowly picked up the profound records with both hands. At the same time, his voice rang out. However, this time, it wasn't a voice filled with agony, but with doubt. Why should I suffer like this? What do their deaths have to do with me? At this point, there's nothing to restrain me. Who can say anything even if I did kill a few people? It's the survival of the fittest here. If they are weak, then they deserve to die. If I don't kill them, then someone else will. It's quite amusing. Why should I feel guilty? Moreover, all of this could have been lies that these self-mutilating lunatics of the Jing sect crafted. As Li Huowang spoke, he felt the mountain-like pressure that had been weighing down on him suddenly vanish. As he saw Li Huowang transform so abruptly, Shosun asked apprehensively, "Little friend, have you been influenced too deeply by your master? Stay firm in your own beliefs. Do you want your master to take over your body completely?" At that moment, Shosan saw Li Huowang clutch his head within the flames as he struggled with a pained look on his face, arguing with himself. "If I die, then so be it. Why should we care? Are you a saint? Look at yourself living like that. Do you have the capacity to care about others? Dan Yangzi, get out of my head. I will decide my own values. You won't influence me again." The abnormal atmosphere and Ba-Hui's terrifying aura expanded and contracted along with his shouting. As time passed, the changes eventually started to stabilize. At the critical moment, Li Huowang once again felt his surroundings change abruptly. The extreme pain from his body and mind rapidly faded as peace and quiet enveloped him. When he finally regained consciousness, he found himself under the sun, restrained by a straitjacket while being pushed on a wheelchair by his mom. All the pain and suffering had instantly receded. Hoo! Li Huowang panted, still reeling from the shock. He finally had a chance to catch his breath amidst all that torment. At this point, he wanted to do nothing and just rest quietly. "Son, are you awake?" Sun Xiaoqin was surprised to see that her son was not in his usual crazed state. Li Huowang turned to his mom with a complex expression. "Mom, do you know? I really don't want to go back there. I'm tired of living there." Hearing this, Sun Xiaoqin hugged him tenderly. "It's all right. Don't be afraid. It was all a hallucination. It's all fake." Li Huowang closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Truthfully, he really wanted to escape now. He did not want to suffer anymore. Compared to the peace and quiet here, as well as his own family and Yang Na, the other world was simply hell. Remembering the events from before, Li Huowang's expression once again became filled with pain. "Mom, who do you think I am? You are Li Huowang." "My son," replied Sun Xiaoqin. "Then, what sort of person is your son?" Li Huowang's agonized voice carried a trace of confusion. Sun Xiaoqin stroked her son's head. "Li Huowang is a good child. He is sincere, responsible, and hard-working at his studies. Do you remember that afternoon in junior high? That day on the bus? As he listened to his mother's words, Li Huowang began to recall various things he had done in the past. He had experienced so much after going there, so much so that he had even forgotten what sort of person he had been. He had changed, and not for the better. It was not just due to Dan Yangzi's influence, but also because of that world. Slowly, his gaze gradually grew resolute. That's right. This is me, the real Li Huowang. That suspicious, foolish, and easily deceived person with no moral values is not me. That is Dan Yangzi. It's not me. Chapter 129 Up. Mom, push me back. I might become a bit noisy later, but be patient. I'll come back and see you when I have the time. Let me know if you run out of money. At this moment, Li Huowang was engulfed in flames with a strange smile on his charred face, talking to himself. Seeing this, Xiaohai frowned and took another step back. Elder was right. This kid is different from the usual strayed ones. This is rather difficult to manage. Just when he was at a loss, he suddenly felt movement behind him. As soon as he turned around, his expression tensed up and the flames around his body quickly diminished before burrowing back into his body. Elder Yin Jinshi, Elder Heir Tingnu, Elder Bai Xiaohai, Elder Shi Changshi, Elder Yi Jinyu, Elder Shin Benyu. Why have the elders come down from the mountain? Asked Xiaohai as he greeted the elders. 1. How is the situation? Asked the square-faced Elder Shin Benyu, looking rather disgruntled. The strayed one is just standing there. As you can see, he doesn't follow our routine. Xiaohai was rather upset as he pointed his charred finger toward Li Huowang. Hearing this, the 6 of them exchanged glances. Then, a tall woman amongst them walked over and said, "He's almost there. We just need to give him another push." As she said that, the 6 of them raised their fists into the air, causing the flames that had enveloped Li Huowang to pull him toward the ground. "Mom, can you push a little faster? I feel like something is wrong. Also, remember to cover my mouth." Li Huowang continued to mumble to himself as he stared at the moon in the night sky. "I'll do it," Elder Heir Tingnu, who was dressed like a courtesan, said. Then, she made a gesture with her finger and reached into her hair before gently pinching and slowly pulling outward. Gradually, a silver needle that carried a cold light began to be pulled out. Soon, the needle's length had reached almost an inch. This went to show just how deeply the needle had been stuck inside the woman's head. Once she pulled it out, she gently flicked it, causing the bloodied silver needle to fly out with an afterimage before embedding itself directly into Li Huowang's charred head. "What did you inject into him? Don't administer things carelessly. Things can go wrong," reminded Yin Jinshi. "Just a piece of the past from 4 years ago. I'm afraid that his heart wasn't suffering enough, so I gave him just a bit more, hee," replied Heir Tingnu as her blood-red lips rose slightly, a smug expression on her face. At that moment, as soon as the long needle pierced Li Huowang's head, he returned from the other side. At the same time, various bloody scenes appeared in his mind, causing him to involuntarily clutch his abdomen and start vomiting. In those scenes, he could clearly see that it was indeed him. He laughed maniacally as he wantonly killed people in that small town. More accurately, it wasn't really killing. While there weren't any obvious reasons, the people around him had their bodies suddenly explode, burst into flames, or had their heads caved in. And this was not limited to just dozens of people, but tens of thousands. Male or female, young or old, everyone in the small town suffered a similar fate. Only one person remained, Yangzi. She somewhat resembled Yang Na from when she was younger. The scenes of tens of thousands of people dying due to him exploded in his mind. This was not something that Li Huowang could endure. Did I really kill all those people in this town? Li Huowang once again began to question himself. However, there was no need to answer this. Only he would show mercy to someone who resembled a younger Yang Na. At that moment, coupled with the effect of the pill, the charred Li Huowang screamed in agony, and the skies were split apart. Everyone looked up toward the depths of the skies. Deep in the sky, in an unfathomably vast and dark abyss where countless black worlds and suns swirled around, there was something moving. At the same time, everyone present felt their 5 senses starting to morph as they melded together. Their senses of sight, taste, smell, and hearing were all melded together into a brand new perception that ordinary people would never be able to understand. Only in this way could they truly see Ba-Hui. Finally, Xiaohai shouted excitedly despite the almost materialistic fear that shrouded his body. "Begin quickly. Everyone, get ready," shouted Xiaohai. Once those words were uttered, The other disciples who were sitting cross-legged around Li Huowang all began to mutilate themselves in various ways. At the same time, they all looked toward Ba-Hui in the skies, their eyes filled with a morbid longing. Soon, red blood dripped down from their skins and began to form complex hook-shaped symbols on the ground. Slowly, the blood symbols coordinated with one another and formed a giant circle. Just as the symbol circle was about to be completed, Li Huowang, who was in the center of the circle, gently raised his head. At the same time, all the blood symbols on the ground were lifted before slowly revolving around his body. Ba-Hui had been summoned by Li Huowang, and so at least for now, he had momentarily obtained a portion of Ba-Hui's strength. Seeing that their plans had been foiled, the 6 elders simultaneously glared at Li Huowang. After a moment, Elder Yingzi spoke first. "Young man, what are your intentions?" Powerless, Li Huowang continued to kneel on the ground, his body swaying as though it could fall at any moment. There was no sign of vitality in his eyes. Due to having endured extreme mental and physical agony, Li Huowang's heart was filled with the desire for death. At present, even thinking was very difficult for him. Even so, he endured it and mumbled, "I've done my part. Now it's your turn." "Now? Are you mad? You must know how long we have waited for this moment," shouted one of the elders. "Stop horsing around. Quickly return the blood symbols," shouted another elder. "Who do you think you are? You dare to threaten us?" shouted yet another elder. However, Li Huowang's outburst suppressed all their voices. "It must be now. I didn't get what we agreed on. So, don't even think about getting what you wanted." Even in his current state, Li Huowang was keenly aware of the fact that there was no friendship between him and the Jing sect. He was also a strayed one. If he didn't take the opportunity to barter right now, while he still held the upper hand, then there would be no room for negotiation once he no longer had Ba-Hui's strength. "You guys can just kill me now? Then all your work this time around would have been for nothing. As long as, help me get rid of Yangzi. I won't care about what you do next." Li Huowang used his remaining strength to state his conditions. Then, his body began to tremble as his physical and mental agony started to spread outward in all directions. At the same time, all the Jing sect disciples fell to the ground, shrieking miserably. This agony greatly surpassed the intensity of their usual self-mutilation. When any existence is unable to endure the pain and suffering they are going through, they try to think of a way to escape. And so, all the Jing sect disciples took out various sorts of sharp weapons before pointing them toward their necks. "Stop! We will help you get rid of Yangzi now," shouted one of the elders. When he heard this, a smile bloomed on the face of Li Huowang, who had been quivering in agony. At that moment, everyone had their attention focused on Li Huowang. Nobody noticed Ba-Hui glancing at Li Huowang. 1. Their names are interestingly made up of sensory organs, senses, and an emotion. Jingxin. Eye sees joy, air Tingnu. Ear hears anger, by Xiaohai. Nose smells love, Shi Changshi. Tongue tastes thought, Yi Jinyu. Mind sees desire, Shen Benyu. Body touches worry. Chapter 130, Death. Li Huowang quivered as he looked at the 6 people in the distance. In his eyes, they were currently undergoing some huge changes. Their bodies were the same, but their facial organs had changed, becoming completely distorted and elongated as they rearranged themselves to look like fleshy mahjong tiles. "Stop! We will help you get rid of Yangzi now," shouted one of the elders. When Li Huowang heard those words, he smiled even on the verge of collapse. However, this smile was just an instinctive response. His heart didn't feel any sense of joy. Even though he should have been happy now, the excruciating pain that was tormenting him made him incapable of experiencing any sense of joy. All his strength was focused on resisting his strong urge to die. At that moment, still confused, Li Huowang saw the elder whose head resembled 3 bamboos speak. "Xinyang, keep your legs crossed. Then, place your hands on your dantian, and guard your heart." Hearing this, Li Huowang tried his best to follow the instructions while the blood symbols around him started to sway along. At the same time, Li Huowang saw the 6 elders approach him and sit down in a circle around him, about 3 feet away. As the 6 people started to speak, unexpectedly, they did not recite some cryptic commands or strange incantations. Instead, they started asking rhetorical questions, their voice reverberating heavily. What does it mean to be sitting in oblivion? Abandoning the body, deposing intelligence, detaching from the form, and transcending knowledge. This is what it means to be sitting in oblivion. As they conversed, Their clothes started to billow in the wind as they floated into the air. At the same time, the colors around them began to distort. No, a voice with an unknown origin rang out, occupying their hearts and turning everything around them dim and colorless. No, the 6 elders responded simultaneously, their voices magnified immensely. At the same time, the cracked skies began to be covered by some form of dark clouds. Li Huowang's merged senses gradually returned to normal, yet something felt a little different than before. With sitting comes movement. With forgetting comes remembrance. Without sitting, one ceases to do labor. Without forgetting, one's mind becomes calm. When labor continues, the spirit is tranquil. When thoughts do not cease, the heart finds peace. As the 6 elders continued chanting, Li Huowang felt something and looked up. At that moment, he saw Dan Yangzi hidden amongst the black clouds. This time around, Dan Yangzi had a different appearance from before. There was an umbilical cord-like translucent object extending from his abdomen and connecting him to Li Huowang's body. All 3 of Dan Yangzi's heads turned toward Li Huowang. His 6 eyes held extreme hatred within them. Evil disciple, once again finding others to deal with your master? Humph, do you think you can hide? Master has already attained immortality. Immortal, immortal, hee. Li Huowang was on the verge of collapse as he looked at those sickening tentacles connected to Dan Yangzi's body. After a moment, Li Huowang took a deep breath and shouted toward Dan Yangzi. Someone like you can also become an immortal? Based on what? Does this place even have any justice? Humph. You are no better than me when it comes to the number of people we have killed. So who are you to say that? Roared Dan Yangzi. At that moment, Dan Yangzi's childlike head on his right shook slightly. He was holding a fleshy bronze sword with 3 tentacles. Using that grotesque body to dash toward the 6 elders below, he almost looked like an eagle diving down from the black clouds. However, the 6 elders completely ignored Dan Yangzi, pointing their hands toward Li Huowang. 3 flowers blooming is an illusion. Clouds under the feet are not real. One must eventually wake up from a dream, and all things are bound to return to dust. As soon as those words rang out, Dan Yangzi, who was in the air, seemed like he was struck by a large mountain as he directly fell down while leaving behind an afterimage. Then, Li Huowang, who was bathed in flames, felt something abnormal within his stomach. It was as though something was stirring within him. He had a feeling that it was very painful, but he could not feel anything. All his attention was focused on the umbilical cord that linked him to Dan Yangzi. It was slowly becoming thicker and more corporeal. He had a feeling that he could even grab it with his own hands. In the end, he decided to reach out and found that he really could touch it. And since even his own hands were on fire, that umbilical cord started to burn with a crisp sound. I'm impossible. I'm an immortal now. Who dares to stop me? Dan Yangzi shouted as he struggled to stand up against the force pressing him to the ground. Meanwhile, the 6 elders sighed and continued their chanting. Form is adhered to, while the mind is lost. Reasons emerge and emotions cease. The Tao transcends color and taste. True nature is separated from desire. Perceive the subtleties and have faith. Listen without confusion if someone sits in oblivion. Amidst their sometimes loud and sometimes soft chanting, Li Huowang found that everything around him was suddenly in the wrong positions. Originally, he had just been sitting cross-legged in the center of the group of elders, but he was now suspended in midair sideways. This change was not limited to just him. Everyone was the same. Some of them even had half their bodies in the air, with the other half being in the ground. However, compared to them, the changes that happened to Dan Yangzi were much greater. As the chanting continued, his entire body began to melt. Soon, his celestial belt fell weakly to the ground and was stained by the earthly mud. In the ultimate path, there is silence without existence. The divine uses are without form, and so is the heart and the body. From the source, as the chanting continued on and on, Li Huowang saw a trail of white smoke float out from the mahjong-patterned heads of each of the 6 elders before intertwining and forming a rope that burrowed deep into the ground. This impossible. I am an immortal. These were Dan Yangzi's final words. After this last sentence, Dan Yangzi collapsed completely. Everything about him turned into puffs of black clouds that floated into the skies. Before long, those black clouds had dissipated completely. At almost the same time, Li Huowang began to vomit. With a belch, a mass of tentacles that had half a face entangled with it was expelled out. The half face that was entangled with the mass of tentacles belonged to Dan Yangzi. Currently, it had turned pale and emitted an extremely foul stench. It was clearly lifeless. As he looked at the half-face in front of him, Li Huowang looked as though he was in a dream. As the half-face gradually started to turn into ashes, Li Huowang picked it up with trembling hands. Yangzi was gone. At this moment, the thing that had always been scheming to assimilate with himself was gone. However, Li Huowang did not feel the slightest bit of happiness. Rather, he felt empty inside his heart. At the same time, the intense physical and mental pain prevented him from thinking about other more complex emotions. On the other hand, the 6 elders around Li Huowang all looked at one another, and then once again pointed their fingers toward Li Huowang again. As they did, the hook-shaped blood symbols around him slowly faded before returning to the ground. The dark clouds in the skies had dissipated, and with this, the extremely far and high Ba-Hui once again became like the sun that illuminated them all. At that moment, Li Huowang froze in place, ignoring everything around him. He did not want to know what the 6 elders were up to. At this point, it was already hard for him to resist the urge to seek death. Li Huowang did not know when he fainted. The last thing he saw was the charred remains of Yangzi. Chapter 131 New. Lick. A large tongue licked Li Huowang's reddened cheek, pulling off a large piece of his newly grown skin. The intense pain caused by this was akin to being scrubbed by a steel brush, forcing Li Huowang to open his eyes. Li Huowang looked around in a daze. He realized he was still in the ghost town. However, many of the buildings around him had collapsed. It seemed that a lot had happened after he had passed out last night. At this moment, it was already daytime, and judging by the position of the sun, he had been lying here for the better part of a day. Bun circled around Li Huowang and barked. It seemed like it wanted to approach him, yet was afraid to do so at the same time. It was only at this moment that Li Huowang noticed something unusual about his body. Logically, given that those flames had burned him from the inside out last night, he should be completely and utterly dead. But he was very much alive right now. Not only that, his charred exterior had fallen off and had been replaced by a thin layer of skin. From the looks of it, my ability to recover from injuries has increased yet again. No, it's more than just that. It's a qualitative enhancement. Li Huowang thought as he looked down at his flushed-red body. All the clothes he had been wearing had been burned away. Fortunately, the profound records, his long sword, and those torture tools made of iron had not been damaged by the flames. After a while, he stood up unsteadily. At this moment, even the gentle wind brushing against his body caused him to feel pain. Completely bare, Li Huowang led a dog and wandered through the entire ghost town. After circling around a few times, he found some new clothes in an abandoned clothing store that was filled with cobwebs. After he passed by the counter that was manned by a headless skeleton, he found himself a green Taoist robe to wear. At the same time, he also tore off a large piece of fabric to wrap up the items he was carrying around. His newly grown delicate skin was damaged quite easily by the rough fabric, causing peach blossoms to start blooming on his robes. Currently, his flesh and his skin were just stuck together. Every time he moved, it felt like a knife was scraping against his body. It was akin to torture. He soon found a long bench in the store and sat down on it, still trembling. He had decided to patiently wait for his skin to heal completely. As time passed, the entire clothing store grew darker. Within this gradually darkening environment, the old clothes hanging from the rafters seemed like rows of hanged ghosts. At that moment, a gentle breeze seemed to blow past from nowhere, causing those clothes to start swaying gently and give the room an eerie feeling to it. Woof! Woof woof! Bun barked at the swaying clothes before timidly cowering under Li Huowang's bench. Sure, don't bark. There are no ghosts in this world. When people die, they are gone. Otherwise, they would have come to claim my life a long time ago, murmured Li Huowang as he stroked Bun's head. Bun gradually quieted down and started licking Li Huowang's palm with its tongue. Unexpectedly, Li Huowang's skin was once again pulled off by this. Due to this, Bun did not dare lick anymore and looked at Li Huowang remorsefully. However, Li Huowang did not bother with his injuries. Instead, he began to examine Bun's condition. First, he carefully pressed down at the abdominal region where Bun had been kicked. The bloodstains around Bun's mouth proved that it was indeed injured. However, it had still managed to make its way down from the mountain and to the town, suggesting that its injuries were not too severe. If Yingzi had really wanted to kill the dog, it would have been quite easy for her to do so. There was only one explanation for why Bun had not died. She wasn't truly evil. She did not want to kill Bun. even if its owner was her enemy. Yingzi. In the dimly lit clothing store, Huowang stared at the swaying clothes with a blank look. At this moment, he was thinking of many things. Suddenly, he ignored the pain from his skin and stood up. Then, Huowang walked over to the headless store owner of the clothing store, picked up his body, and carried him outside. Today, that sharp sword of his was once again used as a shovel to dig a hole. After he was done, Huowang went back into the clothing store to find the skull of the store owner. Then, he arranged the skull and the headless skeleton inside the pit, before covering it up with soil. He dismantled the door frame with the intent to carve something on it, yet found that he had long since forgotten how to write. In the end, he used the tip of his sword to carve a design that resembled a pair of clothes, and stuck it before the grave. Next, Huowang turned around and walked into another house before carrying out the skeletons of a mother and her daughter. One by one, he buried the skeletons and erected makeshift tombstones with designs. As his skin had not yet healed completely, it was once again torn apart due to the constant friction between the clothes and his skin. With his heightened senses of pain, this level of pain was almost on the level of death by 1,000 cuts. However, Huowang did not hesitate at all. The more pain his body felt, the clearer his conscience would feel. As Huowang constantly moved, the robes on his body gradually turned a crimson red once again. When Huowang entered another house, he was momentarily stunned upon encountering a bamboo cradle. For a moment, he was hesitant, not daring to approach it. Compared to you, am I not a saint? At that moment, a familiar voice rang out in his ears almost like thunder. Immediately, he turned around, only to see the three-headed Dan Yangzi standing atop the rubble of another house. At that moment, as he looked at the three heads smiling mockingly at him, Huowang felt like he had been dropped in a cave of ice. After just a moment, Huowang moved. He completely ignored Dan Yangzi, who was standing opposite him, and instead turned to walk toward the mountain in the distance. He started off with a slow walk, which turned into a jog, and then finally into a full-blown sprint as he gritted his teeth. All along the way, a trail of blood dripped down from his body. Explain this. What the heck is going on? Why is Dan Yangzi still around? Roared Huowang. Within a bright cave, a group of disciples from Jing's sect watched as Huowang panted heavily, his face full of blood. At this moment, he was facing a wall with several large caves as shouted loudly. After a moment, an elderly voice rang out from one of the caves. Little friend, everything between us is over. Your master has been expelled, and we can't see any trace of him on yourself. Hearing this, Huowang's pupils shrank, and then he pointed toward a particular direction with a trembling finger. Then tell me what that is. What is that? Are all of you blind? What nonsense. His influence on me is even greater now. He can appear at any moment. That thing had not been eradicated at all. Suddenly, Huowang paused and seemed to see something else as he sucked in a breath of cold air. No, even Yangzi is here. She is standing right beside Dan Yangzi. These words bewildered the members of the Jing sect. Even Huowang himself felt that something was amiss. Dan Yangzi could exist because of his cultivation to immortality, but what about Yingzi? She did not practice cultivation. Huowang continued to stare fixedly at the woman who was covered in mangled flesh and had a few limbs missing, his mind buzzing continuously. Currently, her eyes were filled with intense hatred as she locked eyes with him. Little friend, we had already told you that we would only deal with your master, and not with those strange illusions of you strayed ones. We cannot do anything about them. Chapter 132, True or False? Illusions of the Strayed Ones. Huowang mumbled as he stared at Yingzi and Dan Yangzi. He could still see them in the distance. One was a three-headed, deformed creature draped in celestial silks, and the other was a naked girl with grotesque scars all over her body. They just stood in place, both of them gazing at him with a mixture of hatred and amusement. The two of them appeared to be so real that Huowang could not tell whether they really existed or whether they were illusions. Trembling, he lifted his right foot to approach them, but found that he could not do so. Every time he took a step forward, the two figures would move back accordingly. However, they were not moving on their own. It was more like they would always remain at this specific distance from Huowang. Little friend Xianyang? Asked a voice. Only after the voice from the cave echoed a few times did Huowang finally come to his senses. After a while, a voice rang out from the cave. Huowang recognized that the voice belonged to the square-faced elder Shen Benyu, and that it carried a hint of complex emotions. Little friend, you don't look too well. I'm fine. I'm fine, Li Huowang replied subconsciously. However, before he could continue, he fell silent. He immediately realized that he had misspoken. How could he possibly be fine? He had a lot more problems now. This was not just related to Dan Yangzi and Zhang Yingzi appearing in the distance, but also about what he had become now. Nobody could guarantee that there wouldn't be any more of these apparitions appearing before he resolved this issue. Little friend, are you alright? Isn't it natural for a strayed one to always have difficulty distinguishing between reality and illusion? Asked Elder Shinbenyu. Since you have survived into your adulthood, you should have become used to it by now. Why are you still so surprised? Li Huowang swallowed his saliva with difficulty, then took a deep breath to focus and arrange his thoughts. After contemplating for a long time and reluctantly digesting all this information, he spoke again. Elder, I have heard that Abbess Jingxin's son came here before. He is also a strayed one. Can you tell me if he also had similar symptoms back then? Elder Shinbenyu paused for a long time before he answered. It's really hard to guess. In general, strayed ones tend to be a bit crazy. I once heard him referring to himself as a ship. Before Li Huowang could ask another question, a rough voice sounded from another dark cave within the wall. I know about this matter. That person often woke up in the middle of the night, screaming that the three pure ones were staring at him. Not long after, he turned into a complete lunatic. Three pure ones? What is that? Li Huowang questioned. Beside him, Shosen quickly replied. Seen but unseen, colorless. Heard but unheard, soundless. Can be reached, but is still unreachable, bodiless. Colorless, soundless, bodiless. One becomes three, and three unite as one. This is the three pure ones. Taoists of various sects to the south worship the three pure ones. I've only ever heard of them and never seen them. Something that is even more unheard of is the fact that the three pure ones can watch people. Li Huowang was somewhat baffled upon hearing these words. The other party's symptoms did not seem to be similar to his. After a moment, Elder Shinbenyu's voice once again rang out from within the cave. That person clearly came here on his own, but Abbess Jingxin from Benevolent Nunnery always assumed that it was us who drove him insane due to there being some past conflicts between us. It was an unjustifiable disaster. Little friend, these few days, you've also seen how we do things. Have we done anything that was against the rules? Under the heavens, breaking the rules is a great taboo. However, Li Huowang did not pay attention to what he said. His mind was simply a mess right now. After a while, he said, Then, is there any solution to my situation? Haha, you must be joking, little friend. It would truly be great if we had a solution. Strayed ones often have hard lives. After all, they can never be truly understood by anybody. If one day, someone tells you that they have a way to heal you, little friend, then remember to be cautious. It's highly likely that they want to harm you instead. You should know about this yourself, right? Strayed ones are beings that are very desirable to many. Many seek them out to refine them into pills, or to use them for cultivation techniques to enhance their own cultivation. After listening to all this, Li Huowang realized he was still very unfamiliar with his own body. The name Strayed One carried too many meanings. He stood on the spot for a long time, lost in thought. After a while, he first looked toward the two people in the distance, and then at the silent Ao Jing sect disciples around him. At least Dan Yangzi won't try to take over me anymore. That should be a good thing, right? Li Huowang consoled himself bitterly. Then, he clasped his hands together and faced the caves. Thank you, elders, for enlightening me. We'll meet again if fate wills it. Having said that, Li Huowang reached out and patted Bun's head. Then, he began to make his way back with Dan Yangzi and Zhang Yingzi following right after him. After a while, he returned to the desolate town in a daze. There, he stared at the two figures dazedly. At that moment, the two illusions started to speak at the same time. Kid, I've truly become immortal now. As long as you continue to help your master achieve enlightenment, everything that happened in the past can be forgiven. Why aren't you dead? Why are you still alive, you murderous devil? However, no matter what they said, or how close they were, they never came in direct contact with Li Huowang. Hee, at least it's more lively now. I'm no longer alone, mumbled Li Huowang. He did not know whether his current situation was better than before, or worse. The only thing that he knew was that he had to keep moving forward, no matter what. Li Huowang picked up the sword that was stuck in the ground, and continued to dig graves for the other skeletons in the town. Meanwhile, Zhang Yingzi dragged her broken body and came beside Li Huowang, shouting at him with endless hatred. Do you think that everything you did can be brushed away just because you are giving them a burial? They were all killed by you. If you really want to atone for your sins, then you should take your own life. Otherwise, everything you do will be in vain. Li Huowang, why don't you go and die? Why pretend to be a saint? Just hurry up and die. Li Huowang continued to remain silent. Under Jiang Yingzi's piercing insults, he just continued to dig one grave after another. Meanwhile, back in the Ao Jing Sect's cave, Elder Shinbunyo's voice rang out. Shou-san, Tu Chi, you guys can disperse. If he comes back again, then just block him at the mountain gate. We have no further connection with him. Yes, Elder Shinbunyo, replied the charred Shou-san as he bowed respectfully. Then, he brought the other Ao Jing Sect's members away from the meditation area of the elders. Not long after, everything turned quiet, leaving only the wall with 6 caves. At that moment, a sharp female voice suddenly broke the silence. Hee, that strayed one actually believed it. He believed it all. Santiao, your method really worked. Once this voice rang out, it seemed like a switch had been flipped. The wall filled with black caves suddenly came to life, and all kinds of laughter rang out. Some sharp, some sinister, some mocking, and some light. The joy contained in all those types of laughter soon filled the entire cave. Chapter 133, On the Way. Shivering, Lu Xiaohai was awakened by the extreme cold. He groggily looked toward the campfire only to discover that it was nearly extinguished. He glanced over at Puppy with a gaze filled with displeasure. Puppy was responsible for keeping watch right now. This fellow with a sharp mouth and puffy cheeks was already nodding off. It seemed like he had been fast asleep for a while already. However, Lu Xiaohai dared not go over and berate him. His father had given him strict instructions previously. These people were their future escorts. Thus, they couldn't have any confrontation with them if they wanted to continue traveling together. He had to be careful about his interactions with them. After a moment, Lu Xiaohai got up unhappily and added more firewood to the campfire before crawling back into his blanket. Just as he closed his eyes, he felt his father poking him with his tobacco pipe. Kid, wake up and go fetch some water from the river. It's getting bright soon. Hearing this, Lu Xiaohai groaned and covered his head with the blanket. However, the next moment, the pipe was no longer just poking him and was instead tapping him. Hurry up. All you do is laze around. At this rate, you're going to turn into a lazy bum soon enough. Nobody would be interested in marrying a lazy bum. The sun gradually rose, as did the surrounding people. Bai Lingniao rubbed her eyes and sat up from Chun Xiaoman's warm embrace, looking around. Her face revealed disappointment when she did not find that familiar face. Next, she looked up into the distance and saw the mountains shrouded in mist. According to Abbess Jingxin, Li Huowang's destination was there. If they did not find him on the way, they could only head to the mountains to ask around. She pulled her feet out from the blanket before putting on her shoes. They couldn't afford to remain hungry. They had to continue on their journey. At the same time, they couldn't just use up all their available food and had to be frugal with its usage. Increasing their complementary food options was one way to save on their rations. And so, she, Xiaoman and Lu Zhuangyuan's daughter-in-law had decided to go into the forest to pick some wild vegetables. Since this was the transition period between spring and summer, the woods were rather abundant with wild vegetables. In just a short while, Bai Lingniao's basket was filled with Solomon seals, wild onions, and some wood-ear mushrooms. On their way back, they passed by a patch of mushrooms, but did not pick any. After the past few days of practice, Bai Lingniao could identify most of the wild vegetables. However, mushrooms were risky. They could be deadly if handled incorrectly. She didn't dare to pick them, even if they appeared normal and seemingly safe to consume. By the time she brought the washed wild vegetables back to the bonfire, she saw that the dough was already being cooked by the responsible young boy, Yang Xiaohai. The pieces of dough were rolling in the boiling water like tadpoles. Yang Xiaohai, let the adults handle these things, said Bai Lingniao as she grabbed small handfuls of wild vegetables and placed them into the pot. It's all right, Senior Bai. I enjoy cooking, hee, replied Yang Xiaohai. The wild vegetables were cooked quite quickly. After that, a spoonful of lard was melted into the pot, and a hearty bowl of wild vegetables and fish dumplings was ready to be served. The bunch of them held their bowls and ate heartily. At the start, when the two groups met, they often prepared their own meals. But after a few days, they found it to be way too troublesome and time-consuming. Finally, Lu Zhuangyuan suggested sharing a communal pot, with each side contributing one meal. Slurp. Lu Zhuangyuan inhaled a dumpling into his mouth, then munched on it as he asked, Miss Bai, Did the young Taoist really come this way? I hope we haven't taken a wrong turn. It's the correct direction. Abbess Jingxin told us that Senior Li could have only gone through this route. After all, there is no other way to reach his destination, replied Bai Lingmiao confidently. She was the first to notice something was amiss when Li Huowang had told all of them to leave. When he talked to her, his face was no longer gloomy. It was as though he had come to some sort of realization. It was quite an unsettling feeling, and she felt inexplicably afraid every time she thought about it. And precisely because of that, she had hurried the others along. Even so, they still couldn't meet him. That was how they happened to have a chance encounter with the Lu family troop as they rushed in the direction that Li Huowang had departed in. Senior Li, please be safe. As long as he's fine. I'm just asking. Lu Zhuangyuan had a smile on his face. Though he was smiling, on the inside he felt quite anxious. He had left the Qi kingdom to escape the calamity brought about by the war with the confidence of relying on Li Huowang. Now, they had bumped into everyone besides him. After being on the journey for so long, he had still not seen his reliable escort, and so he could not help but be worried. The large pot of vegetables and fish dumplings was quickly emptied, with not even a drop of soup being left behind. It was too wasteful to pour the soup away as there was even some usable grease in it. After having their fill, they once again resumed their journey. Traveling on the road was boring, and the days passed uneventfully. Aside from the distant mountains becoming a little clearer, there were no other significant changes. As the night approached, Bai Lingmiao seemed to notice faint light on the distant mountains. Have the people on the mountain seen Senior Li? Master said these people are dangerous. Could he be in trouble? That night, Bai Lingmiao used the light from the fire to mend her shoes. They were on the move every day, and it was normal for their shoes to be worn out. Apart from Zhao Wu, who was on night watch, everyone else soon fell asleep. Compared to the bustling daytime, everything around them had quieted down. Zhijin, your shoes are worn out as well. Take them off and let me mend them, said Bai Lingmiao to the big guy who was holding an iron rod. Smelly. Gao Zhijin moved his feet backward. It's all right, take them off. See, your toes are already starting to peek through. If you don't fix them now, they will soon fall apart, said Bai Lingmiao. After some hesitation, he was about to take off his shoes. However, he suddenly grabbed the iron rod with both hands and shouted toward the forest on his right. This loud shout startled everyone. When they awoke, they immediately understood the reason behind Gao Zhijin's shout. A certain sound could be heard from the dark woods. It was a crunching and nibbling sound, along with some sort of eerie howling noises. Everyone was horrified to hear such sounds in the middle of the forests at night. Is this another spiritual possession? How can I be so unlucky this year? Again, Lu Zhuangyuan grumbled as he put on his clothes. He then turned toward Bai Lingmiao and clasped his hands together. You guys are the juniors of that Taoist. You should be able to deal with such a situation, right? As he spoke, the sounds seemed to approach even closer, seemingly like they were just coming from the shrubbery next to them. The atmosphere became tense, and everyone picked up their weapons. At that moment, the shrubbery beside them suddenly moved, and a red-veiled woman stepped out. Gosh, a female ghost. Seeing this, Lu Xiaohai was so scared that he directly crawled under the carriage. What's going on? What is it? Bai Lingmiao asked the second deity. However, the second deity did not say anything, instead raising her long black nails as she gestured for Bai Lingmiao to come closer. Translator's thoughts. Lu Jiren. Credits to Guzidev Lanqi Bazao on Douyin. Chapter 134 found. What's there? Asked Bai Lingmiao, about to head toward the second deity. However, she was pulled back by Xiaoman. Be careful, don't go there, said Xiaoman. Bai Lingmiao thought for a moment, glanced at the second deity who was at the edge of the forest, and then said, It's okay. There shouldn't be any danger. As they saw Bai Lingmiao directly walk over like that, everyone grew worried. They all raised their torches before following along. When they reached the second deity's side, they finally understood where the sounds had been coming from. In the light of the torches, they saw a person dancing wildly in the forest. Mom, I can eat on my own. You don't need to feed me. The four on my hand is also fine. Covered in dust, Li Huowang sat on the ground covered in dry leaves while smiling at a spider web on the tree. He held a long piece of stone in his hand, biting it over and over. One could hear a constant cracking sound, and his mouth was flowing with blood. Mom, I swallowed it, I really did. I'm not a child, so there's no need for you to worry about me being picky. Hee, said Li Huowang. Woo woo, Bun circled around Li Huowang while constantly wagging its tail. It was the source of the howling sound from earlier. Senior Li, Bai Ling Miao could not help but cry out upon seeing his pitiful state. She unconsciously took a few steps forward, but then forcibly stopped herself. Quick, get a rope and tie Senior Li up. He'll be fine in a while. After some time, Li Huowang opened his eyes to a familiar tear-stained face. He showed an extremely exhausted smile as he asked, "You guys came? How did you even find me?" Bai Ling Miao was choked with emotion as she held Li Huowang's head tightly in her arms. Even though she didn't say anything, her deep emotions were conveyed through her actions. Seeing this, Li Huowang felt warmth in his heart, while an unfamiliar emotion rose within him. Is this joy? I haven't felt this in a long time. He reached out and patted her back. After some thought, he decided to give a vague explanation. I went to figure some things out and finished dealing with some trouble. How did you all get here? Li Huowang did not want the others to know about what he had been through or what he had done in the past. After a warm conversation, everyone gradually fell silent. Beside the campfire on the dark forest path, Li Huowang took a sip of hot soup. It helped to warm his stomach and also cleared out the taste of blood from his mouth. While the inside of his mouth was all torn up, he knew that these wounds would heal quickly. After a while, Li Huowang gently squeezed Bai Ling Miao's smooth right arm and once again reassured her, "It's all right. The trouble is over now. We can continue our journey home." Li Huowang looked at everyone surrounding him and saw the concern in their eyes. He knew that there were still some people in this world who genuinely cared about him. He raised his hand as he thanked all of them. "All of you have worked hard. Thank you for your hard work." He didn't specify what he was thanking them for. Some things were better when kept within. There was no need to say everything out loud. At that moment, Lu Zhuangyuan, who was sitting on the right side of Dan Yangzi, spoke with a flattering smile. "Oh my, what are you saying? We only did what we should have. Anyway, what happened to you earlier? Were you possessed? How come you were eating stones? Was there some kind of evil spirit?" Li Huowang already knew why the Lu family troop had come. However, he didn't care about these small matters. He shook his head and pointed to his own head with a bitter smile. "My brain has some problems. Don't worry, it's nothing serious." At this point, Puppy, who had been squatting beside Jiang Yingzi, widened his eyes and asked, "Senior Li, are you really all right? You won't crawl into someone's belly and eat your way out from the inside in the future, right?" As soon as he uttered those words, the faces of Lu Zhuangyuan and the others turned green with shock. Zhao Wu punched him on the waist as he quickly tried to defuse the situation. "What the heck are you talking about in front of outsiders? When has our Senior Li eaten others? That was when he was ill and thought that he had eaten someone. All right. I'm so pig-headed. How come I keep remembering things incorrectly?" Puppy realized that he had misspoken and tried to cover up. However, this wasn't quite enough to reassure Lu Zhuangyuan and the others. They all tried to put on a brave facade. "Enough, stop pretending. Some things have happened, and there's no need to conceal anything." Li Huowang clarified the situation. "Troop leader Lu, I'll be honest. I have done many wicked things in the past, which I won't explain further. All I can say is that all that was against my wishes. If you are worried that it might bring harm to your family, then let's part ways amicably. However, if you don't mind it, then you can stay for as long as you want. We are friends, and I will ensure your safety." "Ah, what are you saying? Is this old man so snobbish? I trust your character. There must be some difficult reasons behind all this." Lu Zhuangyuan put on a smile before quickly pouring out another bowl of hot soup. "This old man will use this as a substitute for wine to compensate you. Who said we're leaving? Whoever leaves is a bastard." Hearing this, Li Huowang raised his own bowl to Lu Zhuangyuan and then took a sip. It didn't really matter to Li Huowang whether they left or not. What he needed to consider now was what his next steps would be. After some consideration, Li Huowang addressed everyone before him. "Everyone, we've been delayed by these matters for far too long. Fortunately, all the problems have been resolved now, and so, we will resume our journey and leave the kingdom of Si-Chi tomorrow. As long as he sent all these people back to their homes safely, he would feel much less burdened, and it would also be a lot more convenient to do what he needed to in the future. Senior Li, we can't leave yet. The Abbess told us that if we found you, we had to report to them that you are safe," explained Bai Ling Miao. "There's no need to take a detour merely for this. Just write a letter and send it through a relay station," said Li Huowang. Since his problem had been resolved, there was no need to make another trip to the benevolent nunnery. While it wasn't very far, it wasn't that close either. "No, the Abbess asked for you to come see her in person. It seemed like she had something she wanted to tell you face to face," said Bai Ling Miao. Li Huowang furrowed his brow. "Face to face? Seems like it's not something as simple as reporting my safety. Does the abbess have something else that she needs to tell me about? After some consideration, Li Huowang handed the bowl in his hands to Bai Lingmiao. All right, let's go back to Honghua Mountain. It's also a good opportunity to get an overall picture of what's going on now. Ever since coming to this wretched place, he had been rushing all along and had never had time to figure out what was going on. How many sects there were, how extensive was their influence, and what he should avoid when dealing with them. If they were to continue with their journey, then he had to get a better understanding of these matters. Translator's thoughts. Lu Jiren's wife, Luo Wanhua. Credits to Guzidav Lanshi Ba Zhao Lan Douyin. Chapter 135, Beneath the Mountain. In the small town at the base of Honghua Mountain. It seemed to be the first time that Bun had met so many people, and so it didn't leave Li Huowang's side for even a moment. After a tiring journey, everyone was exhausted and in need of rest. Even though the benevolent nunnery was right before them, unlike before, Li Huowang was no longer in a hurry. Since that oppressive feeling where he felt like he could be replaced by Dan Yangzi at any moment was now gone, he could finally take it easy. Li Huowang used his somewhat tired eyes to look around. The town at the base of the mountain was the same as before. Even though it wasn't a market day, perhaps due to the fact that it was a transportation hub, there were many people going to and fro. The only difference was the increase in the number of beggars squatting by the walls. When the ragged-looking beggars saw their horse-drawn carriages, they quickly approached them before raising their broken bowls and starting to sing. Come gather round. See the poor beggars plead, O kind sir, won't you lend an ear to me? Have a heart, and let compassion take its toll upon some soup. May you live a life whole. Jiang. At that moment, a long sword was drawn, causing the beggars to scatter like frightened birds. 3 bamboos, said a voice. Pa. Hearing the voice and the sound, Li Huowang subconsciously looked toward the source. Pong. 6 characters. Aya, what kind of hand is this? 9 dots again. Ahaha. A self-drawn pure suit, haha. Pay up. The mahjong parlor was quite lively and bustling with people. Almost every seat was occupied, and you could constantly hear the sounds of the dice and mahjong tiles clashing. It could be seen that everyone was having fun. Oh, they are playing mahjong, remarked Li Huowang before continuing onward. After walking for a while, they arrived at the inn they had previously stayed at. As Li Huowang stepped into the inn, he said to the oncoming waiter, We need both accommodation and a meal. Tell your chef to prepare some hearty dishes, but no pork. All right, dear guest, please come in. Seniorly, while we do have ample money, we are spending without an income. Perhaps we should be a little more frugal. Bai Lingmiao voiced her concern at Li Huowang's extravagance. Li Huowang sat at the seat of the host and sipped the tea that was offered to them by the attendant, and then said, It's all right. Let's celebrate a little. It's not like we eat like this every day. You beast. You still have the nerve to eat. Have you ever thought about the people who died because of you? Why don't you go and die? Shouted Yingzi. However, despite Yingzi's insults, Li Huowang remained completely unfazed as he continued to address the others. Wait here after we finish the meal. The benevolent nunnery is quite dirty. I'll be back soon. Initially, he had found it hard to accept his new companions. As time passed, Li Huowang was able to completely adapt to the presence of a long-dead ghost shouting in his ear. After all, Yingzi could only resort to incessant cursing, which could really affect Li Huowang. On the other hand, Dan Yangzi often stood in the distance, watching him creepily. After a few simple tests, Li Huowang had discovered that they were indeed just illusions and could not actually affect him. He did not know how long such a situation would last for, or whether others would appear in the future. But for now, this situation was a lot easier to accept than being taken over by Dan Yangzi. Hee. The dishes are here. Green Dragon emerges from the sea. Twin dragons, chasing the pearl. 3 suns. Prosperity fortune in the eastern sea. Dear guests, please enjoy. Other delicacies will also arrive shortly, said the waiter as he brought in their dishes. Seeing all these dishes, Lu Xiaohai started salivating. Just as he was about to pick up his chopsticks, he was tapped by Lu Zhuangyuan's tobacco pipe. After stopping his son, Lu Zhuangyuan smiled flatteringly and said, Young Taoist, please eat first. You've had a tough trip, so let this meal be our treat. Surprised, Li Huowang glanced at him, and then picked up his chopsticks as he began eating. He couldn't be bothered with such trivial matters. At the same time, he had a feeling that in his presence, the Lu family troop was a lot more restrained. After having traveled for so long, everyone was hungry. Bai Lingmiao and Gao Zhijin both had large appetites, and quickly wiped clean the dishes on the table, as well as 2 more barrels of rice. Bun wasn't left hungry either. It was given all the leftover bones. After a satisfying meal that included plenty of wine, Li Huowang drank another mouthful of tea and got up. Once he picked up his belongings, he walked out of the inn. I'm leaving. I should be back before nightfall. As soon as it heard him, Bun, who had been gnawing on a bone under the table, picked it up and followed after him. Once Li Huowang left, Lu Jiren put down his clean bowl and chopsticks, then stepped before Lu Zhuangyuan and cleared his throat. Dad, come with me. After a while, they arrived at the quiet stable behind the inn. Then, Lu Jiren leaned against a black horse that was eating some beans before whispering nervously, Dad, why aren't we leaving? Are you really planning to go with them? Did you forget? At that moment, he glanced around to check that there was nobody else around before continuing. Did you forget what they said that night? That's not a person, that's a demon. Those Taoist robes of his are stained red due to blood. Aren't you afraid that someday he'll eat us as well? Hearing this, the wrinkled Lu Zhuangyuan retrieved his tobacco pipe before taking a deep puff. Perhaps the Taoist has some difficulties. What kind of difficulties can there be to explain doing things like that? Ah, Dad, you've started to become muddle-headed. Hey, are you asking for a beating? What do you mean, muddle-headed? Said Lu Zhuangyuan as he raised his tobacco pipe into the air. Faced with Lu Zhuangyuan's raised pipe, Lu Jiren, who had always been honest, did not dodge it like he normally would. Instead, he stared at his father stubbornly. For a moment, let's forget about ourselves. But what about your granddaughter Chuyer? The storytellers often say that demons like to eat children. Can you bear to place Chuyer in such danger? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhuangyuan could no longer retort, which was quite unlike him. After a while, he once again took a deep puff, causing the tobacco inside his pipe to start glowing brightly. Son, I understand what you're saying, but haven't you noticed it? Something has been amiss throughout this journey. I know what's going on. Originally, it just started out with there being more beggars by the roadside. It doesn't seem like much, but it won't be long before people even start selling out their own children. The world is slowly descending into chaos. Right now, we're fleeing on our own, and that makes us easy pickings for anyone who wants to have a tasty morsel. On the other hand, following the Taoist at least gives us some safety against the ordinary outlaws and their schemes. Your dad has lived for a long time and can judge people quite accurately. The Taoist is not that kind of evil person. Though he may possess formidable powers, his character is not immoral. He cannot commit such heinous acts. But there's no buts. Let's stick with the plan. Earlier, I noticed that your wife didn't really eat much. That's unusual for her, and she even has the urge to vomit quite often. Take her to a physician. I have a feeling that she might be pregnant. Translator's thoughts. Yang Xiaohai, credits to Guzi de Lanqi Ba Zao on Douyin. Chapter 136, Sword. Li Huowang panted heavily as he climbed the mountain. The oil paper bags he was carrying in his hand swayed with his difficult ascent. The mountain path leading up Honghua Mountain was incredibly difficult to traverse. It didn't have proper steps, and it was still quite unbearable even after the trips he had made before. His clothes were soaked with sweat, and his tender skin was chafed to the point that it was painful. Woof! Woof woof! Bun had already reached the mountain gate of Benevolent Nunnery and was wagging its tail at its owner. When Li Huowang finally arrived at the gate with great effort, he noticed that Bun had been patiently waiting for him. Dogs had much better stamina than humans. Why are you following me? Go back. Li Huowang's words were obviously not understood by Bun. The dog shook its head and wagged its tail before approaching Li Huowang and affectionately licking his fingers. After taking a break near the couplet written in women's script at the mountain gate, Li Huowang caught his breath, covered his nose, and started walking toward the roofless temple in the distance. Benevolent Nunnery was still the same as ever, dirty, smelly, and in ruins. The swamp of half-rotten food in the nunnery had lessened a lot. It was unknown whether it was eaten or had just rotten away. Why did you bring your dog up? The feces in the nunnery are used to feed the pigs, not your dog, said Miaoyu warily as she approached Li Huowang. Sister, is Abbess Jingxin here? Asked Li Huowang as he patted Bun's head. Miaoyu was about to speak, but then a greedy expression appeared on her face. Give me some of the snacks in your hands, and I'll tell you. I'm afraid that won't do. Li Huowang smiled and clasped his hands together toward her before turning toward Abbess Jingxin's residence. He made several turns through the dilapidated nunnery and found his destination. The wall that had been torn down earlier had been rebuilt. Li Huowang could see Abbess Jingxin inside the room. At present, she had once again returned to her original state. The only things that had changed were her two dark eye sockets, and her mouth, which had receded inward due to being toothless. Green bean cakes. Are they from the Prosperity Bakery down the mountain? Their green bean cakes are the best. And so are their sweetheart cakes, and their red bean paste mooncakes, exclaimed Jingxin. Li Huowang just watched as Jingxin lugged her skin folds and crawled over, using her black hands as support. Once she reached him, he handed the snacks over to her. He could see that Abbess Jingxin didn't have any teeth as she grabbed the bag of snacks. Then, without even peeling off the brown paper packaging, she started chewing on it with her red gums. Seeing this, Li Huowang reached his hand into her mouth to remove the oil paper and said, Abbess, thank you for your guidance before. If not for your help, I would likely be dead already. However, Abbess Jingxin did not stop at all, focusing all her attention on the snacks as she stuffed her mouth full of food. Li Huowang continued to wait patiently as he watched Abbess Jingxin enjoy her snacks. This bag of green bean cakes weighed about 3.5 pounds. Normal people would take a long time to finish it, but it was not at all challenging for the abbess. When only a few pieces were left, Abbess Jingxin reluctantly stopped. Then, she used the paper bags to rearrange the green bean cakes as she placed them aside. Is your master gone? Let me take a look, said Abbess Jingxin as she reached out her hands toward Li Huowang. After she carefully examined his abdomen, she withdrew her hands. Looks like you are right. Your master is indeed not around anymore. Those fellows from the Jing sect can still be considered useful. Hearing this, Li Huowang glanced at Dan Yangzi, who was nearby, and nodded in agreement. Indeed. Thank you, Abbess, for your help. Since you're thanking me, how come you didn't buy more snacks? Was this 3.5 pounds of snacks for me to put in between my teeth? She said with some displeasure as she picked up the remaining cakes and sniffed them greedily. Then, she directly stuffed them in between the folds of her skin. All right, I'll bring more on my next visit, reassured Li Huowang. Good. You better keep your word. I'll remember it. The thing that I hate the most is when people don't keep their promises, especially when it comes to matters related to food, said Jingxin. The tone of their conversation had clearly become much friendlier than before. Right, Abbess, you instructed Junior Ba to have me pay you a visit. Do you have any instructions? Li Huowang asked. Hearing this question, Jingxin fell silent for a long time before asking, where are you going next? Sending my juniors home. And after that, to look for a way to resolve my issues as a strayed one. Li Huowang spoke calmly, his tone brimming with determination. Jingxin was not the slightest bit surprised at Li Huowang's reply. You sure are stubborn. Go on then. Maybe you'll turn around after you end up hitting a dead end. We can speak about that when I hit the dead end. If I'm forever stuck between reality and hallucination, then it's not much better than being dead. Spoken well, spoken well. Li Huowang's heart was stirred when he saw her reaction. Abbess, do you have any guidance on how to break free of the condition of a strayed one? What guidance can I provide? If I could, then my son wouldn't have gone crazy. However, I won't stop you if you want to go down this road. How about this? I'll sell you a weapon for self-defense during your journey, offered Jingxin as she pointed toward a dark corner of her room. Weapon? Li Huowang looked toward the dark corner pointed by Jingxin. There, lying in the corner, was a long sword. Li Huowang walked over and extended his arm to grasp the sword, only to find that it was surprisingly heavy. He held the sword and brought it before Abbess Jingxin before gently waving the sword. In an instant, an intense aura filled the entire house. At the same time, a wave of heat surged through Li Huowang's mind, turning his eyes red. His body started to tremble uncontrollably, and he felt as though there was something continuously flowing into him from the sword hilt. Li Huowang used all his strength to sheath the sword, after which, everything returned to normal. He gasped for breath, his heart pounding. It's normal for military items to have some level of ominous aura. Normal people may be easily affected by it, but it's fine since you're a strayed one. This small amount of ominous aura isn't capable of dispersing your sense of doubt and confusion. This sword can be used for killing people and exorcising evil spirits. It will be good to defend yourself with during your journey. In the future, don't use the profound records. It will bring you much agony, said Jingxin. Li Huowang looked at the long sword in his hand with shock. Even if he did not know anything about weapons, just based on that single moment, he knew that this sword was extraordinary and was definitely an item that should be treasured. Abbess, you said that you wanted to sell this sword to me, right? However, I don't have the money to afford it. No problem, you can just write an IOU. 30,000 taels of yellow gold should be enough, along with interest. In case, mind you, Just in case, if you really do find a way to break free from the condition of a strayed one, you must let me know. Hearing this, Huowang had a complex look on his face. He could tell that the part about the IOU was said in jest, and what she really wanted from him was what she said after that. Chapter 137, Sitting Oblivion Dao. Staring at the Abbess, Huowang held the sword before kowtowing toward her. Thank you for giving me this sword, Abbess. As long as I live, I will graciously repay you for this favor. Huowang was not someone good with words. Compared to using words, he preferred to use his actions to show his intentions. He knew who had treated him well and who had not. However, the Abbess was not satisfied with his answer. Who said that I am gifting it to you? I am selling it. Don't try to skip out on the payment. 30,000 pieces with interest. You need to return it to me without missing even a single piece. I know that you can't give me the money right now, and so you should just use the escort service to send over whatever excess money you have in the future, regardless of the amount. We will accept it all, regardless if it's 1,000 pieces of gold or just half a string of copper coins. Now that everything's over, just leave this place. I won't ask you to stay for dinner, nor do I think you will be able to eat it. Just bring some more snacks when you come over next time. After saying her piece, Abbess Jingxin slowly moved her fat body back into the depths of her house. However, Huowang immediately stopped her. He still had some questions. Wait, Abbess, I still have some questions. Sigh, why are you so annoying? Tell me quickly. I need to sleep after I finish eating. Abbess Jingxin was visibly annoyed. Huowang stood there for a few seconds before asking his question. Abbess, I'm a newcomer to Jianghu and do not know much about the various factions of the world, much less their strengths and taboos. Could you please describe some of them to me? No need to fret over it. Abbess Jingxin scratched her stomach, annoyed. You are a strayed one. If you encounter another sect, then just run. Wait, that's it. Huowang was thrown off by her answer. Of course, or do you want to go and converse with them? Weren't you lied to by the monks of the righteous monastery? You are a strayed one. In the eyes of others, you are no different than a piece of gold. Who cares what sect they come from? Fight if you can, run if you can't. And don't even think about joining any of them. There are no sects that recruit strayed ones as their disciples, not even the benevolent nunnery. If they say that they do, then they are lying. These words were a kind of wake-up call for Huowang. So I can trust no one besides you. Nope. Who would help you out without a cause? The Abbess's triple chin trembled as she shook her head. Even if he had already expected the answer, hearing the truth from her mouth still caused Huowang to feel depressed. He realized that his journey was destined to be a rocky one. Huowang slowly digested what she had said before asking another question. Abbess, can I ask about how the nuns of the benevolent nunnery obtain their powers? Except for the members of the Ao Jing sect who gain their powers through offering their mental and physical pain to Ba-Hui, Huowang had absolutely no idea how the people of this world obtained their powers. Yawned the Abbess yawned. Why do you ask this? It's not like you will even be able to cultivate it. Can't you see everyone here is a nun? That's not an issue. I just want to know. Sigh, it's not like I don't want to tell you, but we can't pronounce it with our mouths. We have to write out the method using women's script. And you are a guy. Since she had already said so much, Huowang knew not to trouble her anymore. Thank you for your guidance. I hope to meet you again soon. After saying that, Huowang kowtowed toward her once more before turning toward the door. Just as he was leaving the house while inspecting the sword in his hands, the Abbess called for him. Wait a minute. I almost forgot what I needed to say when you interrupted me just now. There is one particular group of people that you need to be extra careful with, said Jingxin. As he heard this, Huowang's ears perked up. Please tell me. Remember their name. They are called the Sitting Oblivion Dao. Sitting Oblivion Dao? Huowang furrowed his brow. He had heard those 3 words before. He tried to recall where he had heard them, but nothing came up. Sigh, why do you keep spacing out? I'm still talking to you. Or do you not need my explanation? Asked the Abbess, exasperated. Abbess, please explain to me. Why did you mention them specifically? By any chance, are the members of the Sitting Oblivion Dao friendly toward strayed ones? Nope. The other sects will try to capture or kill you for their own benefit, but the Sitting Oblivion Dao is a whole different matter. They are a group of liars that love to fool others. Huowang was visibly confused. The Sitting Oblivion Dao is not a group of bandits that occupies a mountain, nor is it a sect that cultivates. No one knows what they are. All we know about them is that they like to fool others without any limitations. While they do like fooling others for money, more than anything else, they absolutely love fooling people for their own amusement. Here's an example. There was a time when one of them disguised himself as the emperor's eunuch before proceeding to fool all of the men in a town to castrate themselves. The reason? He was bored and wanted to have some fun. Li Huowang still had no idea what the abbess was trying to tell him. He asked hesitantly, "A group of swindlers who like to fool others? But is this somehow related to me? Out of all the sects who wanted to capture him, why did the abbess tell him about this group of people specifically? Sai, did you forget that you are a strayed one and that you can't differentiate between hallucination and reality? What do you think will happen if you meet someone from the sitting Oblivion Dao? If they know that you are a strayed one, the issue will become complicated. Even then, why would you think that I would be fooled by a group of swindlers? Why are you so nervous about this?" The abbess shut her eyelids and shook her head. "They are not just a simple group of swindlers. We don't know where they came from nor how they obtained it, but they have some powers that are ridiculously hard to shake off. They are also extremely well versed in illusions. There was even a time when I was fooled by them. At that time, a member of the sitting Oblivion Dao snuck into our nunnery and wanted to fool us into breaking our taboo. Thankfully, we managed to catch on to his plans and forced him into the path of Buddhism. Remember this, the members of the sitting Oblivion Dao do not fear death. Never get entangled with one of them, or you will find yourself dealing with more and more of their members. They even tried to fool you? Yeah, not only did they want to fool me, they even wanted to fool the gods themselves. I've heard that a group of people within the sitting Oblivion Dao waited 30 years to fool the god of prosperity. The god of happiness? The one that appeared above the ancestral hall of the Hou family? Li Huowang was visibly shaken. "No, it's the god of prosperity, not the god of happiness," said Abbess Jingxin as she used her blackened fingernails to write the character on her skin. Translator's thoughts. The god of happiness. Credits to Guzidav Lanqi Bazao on Douyin. Chapter 138. The Five Realms of Buddhism. The god of prosperity? This was the first time Li Huowang had heard of it. Is there any difference between it and the god of happiness? How should I say this? If we were to compare them, the god of happiness's power would be equivalent to just a single fingernail of the god of prosperity. Yikes! Li Huowang recalled the terrible figure of the god of happiness. It was hard to believe that the god of happiness was barely strong enough to match one of the god of prosperity's fingernails. Hold up, I feel like my brain is on the verge of exploding now. All this information caught him off guard. So the god of happiness is not some major evil being? How can the god of happiness be an evil being? Those are two different things altogether. Li Huowang took a deep breath. In that case, what are they? What is the god of happiness or the god of prosperity? What else can they be? They are gods. Which god? Abbess Jingxin's face contorted in confusion. You don't even know that? How did you even survive up until now? I thought you already knew. Li Huowang sighed and explained. As I've mentioned before, I'm not from this world and I was transmigrated here. I have no idea how I ended up in this place. Sai, here it comes again. Abbess Jingxin stared at him with pity. Abbess, I really did transmigrate here. Li Huowang shouted, his anxiety increasing. He wanted to believe that it really was the truth. Fine. I believe you. Let's continue talking then. Have you heard of the 5 realms in Buddhism? 5 realms of Buddhism. Li Huowang recalled the 5 large Buddha statues he had seen within the Righteous Monastery. I've heard of it. The abbot of the Righteous Monastery briefly explained to me that there are 5 different Buddhas in 5 different realms. The one in the middle is Vaikarana from Vajradhatu, the Diamond Realm. The one on the east is Ukshobhya from Abharati, the Eastern Pure Land. The one on the south is Ratnasambhava from Srimit, the Southern Pure Land. The one on the west is Amitba from Sukhavati, the Western Pure Land. And the one on the north is Amagasiti from Perkuta, the Northern Pure Land, explained Abbess Jingxin. These were the exact same words that the abbot had told Li Huowang. The god of happiness and the god of prosperity are both gods belonging to the Southern Pure Land. However, they are not the only gods there. There are still many other Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats. Hearing all this, Li Huowang felt kind of lost. It was the first time he had heard most of it. He knew that this world had many strange things, but it was a lot more than he had anticipated. To think that there exist 5 different realms, and each of them contains such unimaginable horrors. So the realm of the immortals that you mentioned before are the 5 realms of Buddhism, asked Li Huowang as he unconsciously turned to Dan Yangzi, who was standing near the wall. There's no such thing as the 5 realms of Buddhism. What do a bunch of stupid bald donkeys know? Said Dan Yangzi, his 6 eyes filled with contempt. This was the first time Li Huowang's illusion had reacted to his words. What do they know? They trust just about anything that's written in the book. They haven't even seen the southern heavenly gates. Li Huowang ignored the barrage of insults from Dan Yangzi and continued to ask Abbess Jingxin, "Can you tell me where the 5 realms are?" "How would I know? If I knew that, then I would already have become a Buddha. I wouldn't be here," said Jingxin as she dug her before flicking the snot onto the folds of her own skin. "Become a Buddha? Do you want to become a Buddha?" asked Li Huowang. "Nah, I'm too lazy. My son may be crazy, but he's still alive. If I were to become a Buddha, who would take care of him?" Slowly, Li Huowang was starting to piece everything together. He was finally starting to get a vague understanding of this world. "Which world does Ba-Hui come from?" asked Li Huowang. He recalled that Ba-Hui also came from an extremely mysterious place. "No clue. After all, I'm not from the Ao Jing sect." At that moment, Dan Yangzi's horrifying 3-headed self phased out from within Abbess Jingxin's stomach. "She's lying. She knows nothing. You will only know how beautiful the immortal realm is once you see it with your own eyes. Once you have laid eyes on it, you will know that nothing else matters." Li Huowang's lips twitched as he feigned calmness. "Abbess Jingxin, about the 5 realms of Buddhism, do the other sects have some other explanations about the immortal realm?" "Of course. Some of them are adamant that there's no 5 realms of Buddhism and instead it's a big piece of land called Peng Zhi. Some of them also say that no such place exists in the world. Anyway, no one side can persuade the other, and I'm too lazy to debate with any of them either." At that moment, the abbess fished out a mung bean cake from the folds of her skin. She was just about to eat it, but stopped when she brought it near her mouth. She withheld her desires and forced it back into the folds. "I think that's enough explanation for today. There's no need for you to trust my words completely. Whether the supernatural stuff is true or not, it doesn't matter to you. If there's nothing else, then you can leave. It's already late, and I haven't even taken my nap. Remember to avoid the people of the sitting Oblivion Dao as much as you can. If you do meet one of them, then you can unravel their scheme by thinking just like them and working your way backward," said Abbess Jingxin. After saying all that, she rolled her head backward and let out a thunderous snore. Li Huowang stared at Abbess Jingxin with a complicated look on his face. After a while, he performed the Taoist salute he had learned back at the Zephyr Temple before leaving with the sword in his hand. This time around, he had gained a lot and would need some time to sort things through. Xiaohai sat on a rock as he admired Xiaoman, who was practicing with the sword. With the sound of metal screeching, Xiaoman unsheathed her green sword. The edge of the sword glinted with a cold light, and an invisible pressure forced Xiaohai to sit slightly further back. The sword danced in the air like a swimming dragon, flashing a silvery sheen from time to time. While Xiaohai didn't understand the intricacies of the sword dance being performed, he knew that Senior Xiaoman was amazing. It was only natural, since Xiaoman practiced with the sword anytime she even had a single moment of free time. She practiced day and night, and even read the manual while having her meal. If I was as strong as her, then no one would be able to bully me anymore. Xiaohai yearned for the day he would be able to get stronger. Humph, this is nothing. If you want to become strong, then you need to learn from Senior Li. Hearing those words, Xiaohai turned around and saw Puppy leaning against the wall with his arms folded on his chest. Thinking about how scary Senior Li looked, Xiaohai felt chills running down his spine. Instantly, he shook his head vigorously. "No, I don't want to learn that. It's far too painful." Just then, Xiaohai saw Chun Xiaoman stop her practice and walk toward the outside. "Senior Xiaoman, where are you going?" asked Xiaohai as he followed her. "I'm going to the escort service. I've trained for so long, but there's no one here that I can spar with." "I can't improve like this," said Xiaoman. "Xiaoman, why do you need to find outsiders to spar with you? You can just spar with me, no need to waste your time. After all, I've also trained with my blade." Puppy patted the blade on his waist. "That doesn't count. You've only learned how to perform a single slash," refuted Xiaoman. Chapter 139, Escort Office. Puppy was upset when he heard Chun Xiaoman's remark. "So what if I only know one move? Haven't you heard of a thing called specialization? I could still kill someone with just a single downward slash." Xiaoman scoffed. Then, she stepped forward with her right foot and unsheathed her sword, thrusting it toward Puppy in one fluid motion. Puppy wasn't able to react in time as the sword stopped just inches away from his nose. Jiao. Then, Chun Xiaoman sheathed her sword and left. Puppy was left embarrassed. He glanced at Xiaohai, who had been watching them. "That doesn't count. She launched a sneak attack. If it was a real fight, then she might have lost to me." Xiaohai stared at Xiaoman, who had just left the inn, as he nodded and glossed over Puppy's words. Yeah, Senior Chow Chow is correct. After young Xiaohai saw Puppy walking away with a happy smile, he decided to follow after Chun Xiaoman. When he finally caught up to her, she was already in front of a gate. The gate had a flag with the character for Escort on it, while behind the gates was a large courtyard. He quickly followed her into the place. Chun Xiaoman glanced at young Xiaohai. Don't run out of the inn by yourself if you don't have any urgent issues. The world is very chaotic right now, and there are many people who might want to abduct you for money. All right, I will remember that. Senior, can I follow you this time? I just want to watch. I swear I will be good. Seeing his sincerity, Chun Xiaoman chose to remain silent. The escort office was quite big yet crowded. There were many ox carts and carriages within the large courtyard. There are so many people inside, exclaimed young Xiaohai as he walked over a pile of horse excrement. This is normal. The more chaotic the world is, the more money the escort services make. If the land was unified and in peace, then we would no longer need escorts, remarked Xiaoman. Just as Xiaoman finished speaking, a man walked over. He was quite tall, at least 2 heads taller than Xiaoman. His muscles were quite well-toned and rippling with energy as he walked toward Xiaoman menacingly. He quickly inspected the black-veiled girl in front of him and paid his respects. He was surprisingly friendly. Does the young lady wish to employ an escort? I am a practitioner of the sword. I've heard that the reason why the escort services can stay in business is because of the martial prowess of the escorts themselves. As a fellow martial artist, I'm here to request a spar, replied Xiaoman. The man was stunned by how frank she was. He had met someone who had requested a spar with him before, but this was his first time seeing a girl requesting a spar as a martial artist. He thought about it for a moment before cupping his fists respectfully as he declined her request. Young lady, there is no reason to do so. I don't think this is appropriate. Besides, the escort office is extremely busy. Almost all our escorts have left for their assigned missions. Xiaoman was not surprised to hear this. They are a business after all. Why would they grant her request without any rewards? She stuck her arm into her clothes and took out a piece of silver. I do not have a master and have only been able to practice on my own. At the very least, please guide me and point out some of my flaws. This, seeing how adamant she was, Wang Qingxing finally became suspicious. He wasn't interested in the silver, but he was trying to guess what her goal was. He was afraid that she was lying, afraid that she might be feigning to be weak to defeat one of them and increase her reputation. The reason why the Longting escort office had so many branches was because their escorts were amazing martial artists. If rumors were to spread that they were defeated by a young lady, then their reputation would be ruined. Who is she? Where did she come from? Is she an expert hired by the Guangxing escort office to ruin our reputation? But business is booming, so there's no reason for them to do so. For a person to act as an escort, one must not only be a talented martial artist, but their thought process must also be clear. Soon, Wang Qingxing came up with a plan to defuse the situation. He took the piece of silver and said to her, "Since you insist, please follow me." They walked past the carriages, past the busy main hall, and into a smaller courtyard at the back. Faced with his foreign surroundings, young Xiaohai felt a little as he walked closer to Chun Xiaoman. "Senior, do you think they will harm us?" Chun Xiaoman shook her head while observing her surroundings. This is an escort office, not a bandit camp. They regard their reputation as the most important thing. No one would hire them if their reputation is shit. Behind the busy escort office was a courtyard filled with various weapon racks. Youths in black were sparring against each other just like in a dojo. Some of them were training with weapons, while others were doing physical training. "All of you, come over here," shouted Wang Qingxing, prompting everyone to stop their training and approach him. "Good day, Senior Uncle Wang," greeted one of them. "Hello," said another. "Have you eaten?" asked another. Wang Qingxing stared at them for a moment before pointing to a silent youth. "Tianci, come here and spar with this young lady. Remember, this is a spar. Don't go overboard." After instructing him, Wang Qingxing told another person to guard the entrance, making sure that no one got in. This was a win-win situation for him. If they lost, then no one would know and it wouldn't affect their reputation. Additionally, if someone were to spread the rumor, they could also justify it by saying that it was a spar against a youth, especially one who was not yet an official escort. It was normal for him to lose. And this wasn't a lie either. Tianci was someone who was quite talented and had received extensive training, to the point that he was even stronger than some of the escorts. However, in terms of seniority, he was still a junior. He had not yet graduated to become an official escort. Meanwhile, Chun Xiaoman was not someone picky either. She stared at the youth who was sizing her up. She needed a sparring partner to determine her training progress. She was just about to unsheath her sword when she realized it might not be suitable in this situation. This was nothing but a spar. It would be bad if either of them got hurt. Luckily, there were plenty of training weapons in the courtyard. She went ahead and picked up a polished bamboo sword. On the other hand, Tianci did not pick a blade. Instead, he picked up a wooden shield. It had quite a bizarre design, with an elongated top and tapered bottom. There were even two sharp wooden spikes at the front that were akin to a boar's tusks. After they had picked their weapons, Tianci stood in front of Xiaoman in an odd stance as he held the shield. Meanwhile, Xiaoman frowned and raised her sword. She wanted to try probing her opponent's strength by lunging forward with a stab. Talk. The bamboo sword hit the shield directly, producing a muffled sound. Immediately after, Tianci lowered his shield and charged forward, ramming Xiaoman's sword out of position. The moment he saw an opening, he lunged forward and charged, the spikes of the wooden shield approaching Xiaoman's neck. Xiaoman had never encountered such a situation before. She hurriedly tried to block with her sword. However, her sword was only halfway there by the time the wooden spikes had touched her neck. At that moment, Tianci stopped and placed the wooden shield down. Then, he cupped his fists as he said, "Thank you for letting me win." Chapter 140, Possessed. Everything happened so fast. Not only was it completely out of Chen Xiaoman's expectations, even Wang Qingxing, who was at the side, was surprised. Her lower body is so unstable. She really doesn't have a master to train her. Looks like I had been looking too much into it. Chen Xiaoman was not disappointed with her failure. Instead, she picked up the bamboo sword and told the silent youth, "Not bad, one more time." Both of them exchanged a few blows and Xiaoman lost once again. This time, her sword was flung out of her hand. Even though the weapon that Tianci used was quite weird, it was more than enough to defeat Chen Xiaoman. Xiaoman fought a few more rounds and lost almost every single time. It was only in the final round that she managed to barely win by exchanging blows brutally, injuring herself in the process. As he saw her breathing heavily, Wang Qingxing immediately stopped their spar. He was afraid she would cry. "All right, that's enough, young lady. The day will be over soon. Let's just stop here for now." Chen Xiaoman was both disheveled and upset. Was the way I used the sword terrible? She was extremely disappointed with the results and with herself. She was afraid that all the practice she had put in for the past few days had been nothing but a joke. Hearing her question, Wang Qingxing smiled awkwardly. "Young lady, your horizontal swings, vertical swings, jabs, lunges, and even the downward swing are all very good. You could say that you have a very good foundation, and I can see that you must have worked hard for it. You should have no problem fighting against your regular brutes." That was all he said. However, Chen Xiaoman understood what he meant to say. She was not even at the level of a normal martial artist. "How should I improve myself? What is the direction of my growth?" asked Xiaoman. "Sigh, young lady, it's not so easy to become a heroine. The stories of the storytellers are all fake. Please return home," replied Wang Qingxing as he returned her the piece of silver. He was regarding Xiaoman as a young lady from a rich family who was instilled with a sense of justice. However, Xiaoman didn't take the piece of silver. "Sir, I do not wish to become a heroine. I just want to protect myself in this chaotic world." Maybe it was the determination in Chen Xiaoman's voice that made Wang Qingxing think she was different. He thought about it and explained, "Young lady, your strength is lacking but your body is quite flexible. It would be better if you learned a sword technique that is more suitable for you. Your lower body is also quite unstable. You need to practice your horse stance and train every day to reinforce your lower body. One last thing, you should find a sparring partner. It's almost impossible to train on your own. Naturally, the best thing would be to find a master to train you." Xiaoman stared at the youth holding the wooden shield. She was about to ask him what kind of martial art he had learned, but she held herself back. Wang Qingxing had already explained so much to her with just a single piece of silver. It was the best outcome. Any more questions, and she would be overstepping her boundaries. Chen Xiaoman knew her limits. She took her sword from Xiaohai before turning around and saying her goodbyes to Wang Qingxing. "Senior Xiaoman, you are already very amazing. You've only practiced for such a short period of time. A few more years, and you will definitely be able to defeat him," said Xiaohai, trying to console her. As he said this, he stared distastefully at the youths training in the courtyard. Plus, they are nowhere near as amazing as Senior Li. None of them would be able to withstand a single blow from him. "Shut up and let's go," said Chen Xiaoman as she started walking faster. Not only did young Xiaohai fail to console her, she felt even more useless now. At that moment, an old woman suddenly ran out from somewhere before pouncing toward young Xiaohai. Her body was filled with the stench of urine, and her hair was an absolute mess. Her expression was extremely gnarly, looking no different from an evil spirit. Just as Shaman was about to unsheath her sword, a strong wind blew past her. It was Wang Qingxing. The old lady didn't even get the chance to get close to young Xiaohai before she was grabbed by him. After he had grabbed her, Wang Qingxing smiled apologetically. "Sorry, young lady, please forgive us. This is the wife of my master. She had been possessed for many years." Possessed? Xiaoman stared at the old woman. The old woman was staring intensely at young Xiaohai, her teeth chattering and clicking constantly. She looked extremely scary. "Since she was possessed, why don't you find someone to chase the spirit away?" asked Xiaoman. "Sigh, we did, but neither the nuns on the mountain nor the monks could chase it away. The old woman is still possessed to this day. I pity my master." Wang Qingxing sighed as he took his master's wife away. "Wait, possessed? Master's wife?" Chun Xiaoman's eyes lit up. She had thought of an idea. If they managed to solve the issue, maybe they would not only train her, but even help their group on their journey. There might be some other rewards as well. "Let's go," said Chun Xiaoman as hurried back to the inn while looking for a certain someone. "Senior Zhao Wu, you are really fast with the abacus. To think you managed to calculate it so quickly and accurately," said Bai Ling Miao. "You are too kind. My family runs a grain shop after all. I was naturally exposed to all this from a young age," explained Zhao Wu humbly. "Can you teach me how to use the abacus as well? I want to be able to manage our ledgers. I feel like we might run out of money before everyone can reach my house," asked Bai Ling Miao. At that moment, Xiaoman opened the door. She had come to find Bai Ling Miao. She pulled Bai Ling Miao into the corridor. After making sure that no one was around, she whispered, "Was everything you said to me that night true? Have you really become a shaman?" "Of course, what's wrong?" asked Bai Ling Miao as she stared at her friend. "Good, then come with me. I need your help." By the time Xiaoman brought Bai Ling Miao to the escort office, it was already nighttime. Staring at the large flag, Bai Ling Miao was slightly scared as she held her drum. "Where's this place? What if we come back tomorrow morning? This cannot wait any longer. Just consider this as doing me a favor." Chun Xiaoman brought her in. 15 minutes later, Chun Xiaoman and Bai Ling Miao were sitting in a room used to welcome important guests as they stared at the serious-looking old man in front of them. "Sir, this is my friend. She might be able to heal your wife," said Xiaoman. Hearing this, Zhao Qin calmly placed his teacup down before turning to stare at the white girl in front of him. He had tried many methods throughout the years, but his wife remained the same. He had long since given up on her. After a while, he glanced at Chun Xiaoman and waved his hand. Wang Qingxin walked in and silently placed a piece of silver in front of Chun Xiaoman. Zhao Qin said, "Young lady, this was the piece of silver you accidentally left here earlier today. We apologize for scaring you. As for the matter of my wife, we will not require your assistance. She is already old, and I only wish to live with her for the remainder of our old lives." Chapter 141, Shaman. His words shocked both Bai Ling Miao and Chun Xiaoman. His own wife had been tormented for so long, and yet he still doesn't want to treat her? Bai Ling Miao thought about it for a moment as she held her drum. "Sir, if she really has been possessed, it's better if we try to exorcise whatever is possessing her. It doesn't feel good to be possessed, and her life is in constant danger. I don't need any rewards from this, but let me at least try." Zhao Qin frowned at her words. He intentionally placed the teacup on the table. "Qingxing, send them off." Hearing this, Wang Qingxing stepped forward and blocked the two ladies from his master. He smiled. "It's dangerous at night. Let me personally send you back. Where do both of you live?" Chun Xiaoman sighed. She knew there was no persuading them at this point. She gently tugged at Bai Ling Miao and approached the door. "Aya!" At that moment, a shrill cry pierced through, startling everyone. At the same time, Zhao Qin's face became even more gloomy. On the other hand, after she heard the pain in the woman's voice, Bai Ling Miao couldn't bear it anymore. She turned around and tried to persuade Zhao Qin one more time. "Master Zhao, at the very least let me try it once. I swear that even if we aren't able to treat her, she will not be harmed. The immortals aren't heartless." Chun Xiaoman nodded as she tried to assist Bai Ling Miao. "Since you've tried every other option, why not let us try? What if we manage to exorcise whatever is possessing her?" She suddenly thought of something, causing a sad expression to appear on her face. "Or are you saying that you don't treat her as a—" Bam! Even before Chun Xiaoman could finish her sentence, Zhao Qin's fist smashed the entire table into smithereens. He was glaring at her angrily, his raging aura suppressing everyone in the room. I never lift my hands against girls, but if you continue to be rude, then you will be the first lady I've heard in my life, warned Zhao Qin. Hi. At that moment, a smirk sounded from the dark corridor, instantly alerting everyone. Who's there? Formation, Zhao Qin shouted, causing the 2 men guarding the door to immediately send a signal. Within moments, more than 10 strong men rushed in with various weapons in their hands. The group consisted of shield bearers at the front and spearmen at the back. It could be seen that their teamwork was impeccable. Under everyone's watchful gaze, a pair of blood-red shoes stepped out from the darkness and into the candlelight. The owner of the pair of shoes continued to walk in, revealing a red-veiled bride. As they watched her, everyone had goosebumps. They knew that they were against something abnormal. They were all experienced escorts, and most of them had encountered the supernatural at least once during their missions. This was why they had their own countermeasures against them. Raise the ink net. Bring in the black dogs, shouted one of them. At the same time, the sound of an unswirling thread was heard as various ink-drenched cotton thread sealed came together in the form of a large net, and a couple of growling black dogs were brought in. Wait a moment. This is a misunderstanding, said Bai Lingyao nervously as she walked past the ink net and guided the second deity into the room. The closer Bai Lingyao got, the further back the escorts retreated, their weapons held high. This is my sister. She has no ill will. Bai Lingyao tried her best to explain, but it wasn't much use. Just then, a mustached escort whispered to Zhao Qin. Master, Shaman. Hearing his disciple, Zhao Qin's expression slowly began to change. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Bai Lingyao sighed. Shaman, why don't we go back? Bai Lingyao was worried. Not because she was worried about being injured by the escorts, but because she knew that if Senior Li were to catch wind of this, the situation would take a devastating turn. Senior Li already had so much trouble of his own, and she didn't want to cause any more trouble for him. Chun Xiaoman was also someone who could read the room quite well. At this point, her original goals were inconsequential. Thus, she too walked out from the ink net, intending to leave the escort office with Bai Lingyao. Young ladies, wait. At that moment, Zhao Qin called for them. His current demeanor had completely changed as he politely asked them to come back. I do indeed require your assistance to heal my wife. Name your price, as long as she can be cured. Both Bai Lingyao and Chun Xiaoman were shocked at his sudden change in demeanor. If that is the case, began Bai Lingyao. However, just as she was about to make her request, she was interrupted by Xiaoman. Let us discuss with our comrades. Xiaoman felt it would be safer if they called in everybody. The sudden change in Zhao Qin's demeanor was quite weird. Half an hour later, their entire group was at the escort office. This time around, they were treated much more politely. The entire escort office was brightly lit up while all of the escorts and their disciples stood in rows as they welcomed them. Zhao Qin asked them to follow him as they walked through the corridors toward a hut. As they walked, Zhao Qin tried to butter them up. Young lady, what you said is correct. We should at least try, or we would never know if your method could work. Hearing this, Bai Lingyao could only smile nervously as she nodded. This was partly because of the grand welcome, and partly because this would be her first attempt at exorcism. It would be embarrassing if she couldn't exorcise whatever it was that was possessing Zhao Qin's wife. While the escort office looked big, it was surprisingly modest. To the left of the training grounds was a small hut. This was where Zhao Qin had locked up his wife. Creak. The door was opened, giving way to sounds of someone sobbing. At that moment, one of the escorts lit up a lantern, illuminating the inside of the hut. The interior of the hut caused everyone to be shocked. The hut wasn't very big while its walls and floor were padded with thick hay. It looked relatively clean, a sign that it was maintained regularly. At this moment, a disheveled and dirty old woman with white hair was shuffling inside the hut. The chains that bound her leg looked quite rusty as she dragged them across the floor while sobbing. She completely ignored everyone. She has been like this ever since 30 years ago. At this point, I'm completely stumped. Zhao Qin's face was filled with bitterness. Master Zhao, please relax. I will do what I can, said Bai Lingyao nervously as she took a quick glance at the red-veiled second deity standing behind her. After a while, Bai Lingyao took a deep breath and approached her second deity before lifting up her red veil. The men were all curious to see what was beneath the red veil. However, they were disappointed when they saw that there was another red veil with a mandarin duck embroidered on it. At that moment, Bai Lingmiao took a deep breath and covered her head with the red veil before passing the drum to the second deity. Meanwhile, Chun Xiaoman used her sword to make some space for Bai Lingmiao. Everyone stand back. As they sensed the change in the atmosphere, everyone in the escort office held their breath in anticipation. After a moment, the second deity used her black fingernails and rapped the drum as a shrill voice rumbled from under the red veil. Summon the gods. Chapter 142, Master's Wife. As this drawn-out incantation was uttered, the surroundings fell silent. Next, the second deity began to recite the divine summons. It was similar to Li Ji's, but different in its delivery, as it was rapid and hurried. Dong dong dong. The sun sets on the western mountain. The skies turn dark. Doors all shut tight. Dong dong dong. As the drumbeat continued, Bai Lingmiao's body began to tremble. At the same time, the red veil on her head started shaking vigorously like a flowing waterfall. Soon, her body began to contort, and the outline of what seemed to be a beast's skull caused the red veil covering her face to be propped up. Today, this disciple calls to a mortal's high. Misfortune lurks beneath this roof, can't deny. Southern doctors tried, yet no cure could they bring. Monks and nuns from the north, their chants didn't sing. Many attempts, but no answer we found. Can only turn to the old immortal, wise and renowned. Seeking Yin Yang's dance in 8 characters art, through the 7 apertures, a journey to start, 12 meridians, a map to explore, 5 organs, 6 viscera, seek to implore. Oh, old immortal, bring your guiding light, in wisdom and grace, make our future right. Under the rhythm of the drumbeat, Bai Lingmiao started to walk inside the house. As the woman who had her eyes concealed by her white hair sensed someone approaching, she revealed a fearful expression. However, the very next moment, that fear turned into an intense hatred. "Give my son back to me," she shouted as she opened her arms and lunged forward. But with her body restrained by chains, she made no progress as she remained frozen in place, desperately trying to break the restraints. At that moment, a slender snout reached out from beneath Bai Lingmiao's red veil and sniffed at the woman. At the same time, a constant, low beast-like growling sound could be heard coming from underneath the veil. "My child." The woman's expression shifted from one filled with hatred to pleading. "My child. It's mother's fault. It's mother's fault." At that moment, the snout was rapidly retracted beneath the red veil as Bai Lingmiao once again started trembling. Then, a tail extended from beneath the hem of her clothes. Meanwhile, the second deity once again began to chant, "Soul of a human, back to its frame, soul of a horse, not playing the same game. A person true to soul, feasts with delight, a horse true to soul, dances in the light. 8 immortals table, on earth it's laid down, starry flags soaring, up to the crown. 5 colored flags, and banners so bright, Indiana red, white, blue, and green, a splendid sight." Following the beat of the drum, Bai Lingmiao started to circle around the woman in a methodical fashion, all the while placing paper flags made with yellow paper into the hay on the ground. Suddenly, the woman stopped moving and collapsed to the ground, her body trembling incessantly as her face contorted in pain. As Zhao Qin watched this scene from the outside, he felt pained, but he did not dare interrupt in such a situation. At that moment, the drumbeat quickened once again, and 7 lit purple incense sticks appeared in Bai Lingmiao's hands. The incense sticks burned, releasing green smoke which went directly into the woman's mouth. Hiss! There were many sounds of people inhaling a breath of cold air. The escorts were well versed in martial arts, and they would not even bat an eye at your everyday injuries. However, the scene that was occurring in the hut felt quite unbearable to them. Lurk! The woman wanted to vomit, but her face was covered by a red handkerchief. Just as everyone was watching what Bai Lingmiao planned to do, a low voice rang out from the distance. "Xiaoman, Bai Lingjiao." It was Li Huowang. As this voice rang out, the drumbeat suddenly became a little unstable, and the chanting changed once again. "I'll send you 3 beats as we part ways, to an ancient cave, where immortals find their stays. From ridge to ridge, and mountain to mountain high. Apprentices, beware, don't let troubles nigh. I will shoo you away if you overstay. Dong dong dong." After the 3 drum beats, Bai Lingmiao's strange appearance instantly returned to normal. As she returned to normal, Bai Lingmiao also heard Li Huowang's voice. She quickly removed the red veil on her head and stepped out of the house. Then, she snatched the drum in the second deity's hands and once again placed the red veil on her head. After finishing all this, She went over to welcome Li Huowang, who was leading over a large group of people. Senior Li, you've come down from the mountain? Have you completed your errands? Asked by Ling Yao as she smiled. At the same time, she noticed that Senior Li's back carried 2 swords now. Yes, it's almost done. I heard that you came here to exorcise some evil spirits. How is it? Are you done? Asked Li Huowang as he pulled by Ling Yao toward him, and then looked toward the crowd. Not yet. I thought that she had bumped into something, but there was nothing. I tried several methods, but I still can't figure out what has happened to her, said by Ling Yao. When they returned to the house, they saw Xiaoqin was carefully supporting his wife. He softly called out to her a few times, but there was no response, causing him to look toward by Ling Yao anxiously. Miss, what happened to my wife? His tone carried a hint of anger. It was only natural, since he had witnessed his wife being tormented like that without any change in her condition. At that moment, Li Huowang glanced at the dazed state of the woman, and a trace of fatigue appeared on his face. He turned to Bai Ling Yao. Since you can't treat her, then let's go. We don't need those 50 coins anyway. Hold it, Xiaoqin shouted. Along with his shout, all the escorts in the entire escort office surrounded them with unkind looks on their faces. Seeing this, Li Huowang coldly glanced around him before placing a hand on the hilt of the sword on his back. Clang! As the sword was drawn out just an inch, everyone started to feel their blood boil, almost as though they were embroiled in the middle of a raging battlefield. This abnormal change caused Wang Qingxing's face to turn pale. He knew that they were in a massive amount of trouble now. He was usually out and about, and had heard that there were some lords with mysterious and unpredictable supernatural abilities out there. It was difficult to distinguish whether they were good or evil. One had to be fully alert when dealing with them. Unfortunately for them, it seemed like they had encountered one of them this time. Senior Li, don't do this. It's us who are in the wrong. Bai Ling Yao hurriedly tugged at Li Huowang's sleeve. Hearing this, Li Huowang sheathed his sword as he turned around, ready to leave. Child, mother has let you down. It was this voice that caused Li Huowang to stop in his tracks and look back at the woman. When he saw her current state, he felt a sense of familiarity. Seeing the mangled state of her hand and the iron chains, he inexplicably felt furious. At that moment, the woman's expression changed once again as she tightly grabbed Xiaoqin's neck. Return my son. Return my son to me. Seeing this, Li Huowang rushed over with Xiaohai in tow. I will return your son to you, shouted Li Huowang as he pushed Xiaoqin aside before stuffing the dazed Xiaohai into her embrace. As she hugged Xiaohai, the old woman finally became silent. She leaned her face over as she stroked her hands through Xiaohai's hair. Meanwhile, Li Huowang surveyed the room and said with a voice filled with dissatisfaction, Why are there no windows over here? Don't you think she will feel afraid, being all alone in the dark without any light? Xiaoqin could not react in time. Everything was happening too quickly. My wife is already like that. Will she really be afraid of the dark? Li Huowang pulled out the other long sword, easily cutting through the chains binding her hands. Even if she has gone crazy, it doesn't mean that she can't feel anything. She can still feel afraid, and also feel pain. Without anyone here to accompany her, she can also feel lonely. Do you think she wanted to become like this? No, but she really cannot do anything about it. Chapter 143, Treatment. As he heard Li Huowang's words, Xiaoqin was clearly quite confused. He could not understand what Li Huowang was saying. Just as he clenched his fists tightly and was about to say something, an old voice rang out, making him forget everything. Husband, look, our son is back. Shocked, Xiaoqin turned back to look at his wife. He was surprised to find that his wife's eyes were filled with clarity for the first time since being possessed in the past 30 years. You recognize me? Xiaoqin dashed beside her, grabbing her hands excitedly. Husband, look at how obedient our son is. He already knows how to be filial despite his young age. He knows that I like to eat freshly fried UDOs, and so he went out to buy some in the morning, said the old woman as she gnawed on the hem of Xiaohai's clothes. At that moment, to the astonishment of all the members of the Longting escort office, their usually stern leader burst into tears. Xiaoqin walked over and hugged his wife, crying uncontrollably, Feng Xia, I've let you down. Seeing this, Wang Qingxing, who had been following his master since childhood, felt saddened. Although his master had a strict personality, he knew that it was just a facade. Bai Ling Yao approached Li Huowang and quietly tugged at his sleeves. Senior Li, how did you do that? You're amazing. There was a complex look in Li Huowang's eyes as he watched the hugging couple. Prolonged illness makes one a good doctor. In the past, I've seen similar cases at the hospital. Actually, I'm better at diagnosing mental illnesses than physical symptoms. So what was she possessed by? Asked by Ling Miao. Li Huowang sighed. She wasn't possessed. She was just deeply traumatized in the past and couldn't recover. Her current state is the result of being locked up for 30 years. Just as Li Huowang was about to bring by Ling Miao and leave this dimly lit house, he was stopped by someone. It was Zhao Qin, who still had tears in his eyes. He placed his palms together emotionally and bowed down to Li Huowang. Thank you for your help, benefactor. Don't thank me just yet. This matter isn't over. Bring her out, get her cleaned up, and give her a fresh set of clothes, instructed Li Huowang. Currently, to Zhao Qin, Li Huowang's words were akin to an imperial decree. He immediately obeyed the instructions given to him. After changing her clothes, the old woman was sent to a bright and warm room. She was still holding young Xiaohai in her arms. Meanwhile, Li Huowang continued to instruct Zhao Qin. Let her continue to hug him if she likes to do so. Spend some money and hire a few children to take turns with her. She is trying to find a replacement to compensate for the losses she suffered in the past. Once her emotional state stabilizes after she has finished venting, you can replace the substitute with a dummy. Also, take her out in the sun more often. Sunlight can improve a person's mood and is extremely beneficial for their recovery. And if there's truly no one who can accompany her, then let her have 2 dogs by her side. Pets can also have the effect of stabilizing a person's mental state. 30 years is far too long a period. In such conditions, earlier intervention would have had a much better effect. For now, prioritize stabilizing her condition. Li Huowang paused as he tried to recall what Dr. Li used to tell the families of the other patients. After a moment, he continued to relay the details to Zhao Qin. I only remember so much. Give these methods a try. It's better than keeping her locked up within a dark room. Remember not to lock her up anymore, and absolutely do not use chains to restrain her. She's already in such a condition, so chaining her up will only make things worse. His wife could still recognize him after 30 years. This was something that Zhao Qin couldn't even imagine. In his eyes, Li Huowang was like a legendary doctor come to life. That's it for now. If there's nothing else, then we'll take our leave first. We have a long journey ahead of us tomorrow, said Li Huowang, ready to leave. However, he was stopped by Zhao Qin's open arms. Zhao Qin's voice trembled as he instructed his disciples. Yuan Hu, arrange a feast. A huge feast. Zhao Qin spared nothing to express his sincerity. The best restaurant in this town was reserved entirely by the Longting Escort office, all to entertain Li Huowang and his group. The restaurant served a top-notch banquet that far surpassed anything that could be found in an average inn's dining hall. There were various delicacies, including roasted meats, braised fish, Sephora flower soup, etc. The central dish on the table was a roasted suckling pig. Its tender, succulent meat roasted to crisp golden perfection. Its rich aroma filled the air, and the candlelight danced on its glistening surface, creating an enticing fragrance that wafted through the entire room. Not just humans. Even Bun couldn't resist the temptation of the food as it sat eagerly by Li Huowang's feet, licking its lips in anticipation of leftover bones. Li Huowang was seated at the head of the table, but he didn't pay much attention to these details. He just listened as Chun Xiaoman explained the story behind the current situation. Next time you encounter such a situation, consult with me first. Don't act recklessly on your own, and don't involve by Ling Miao either, said Li Huowang. Handling such matters required careful management. If mishandled, they could lead to troublesome consequences. Hearing this, Chun Xiaoman paused as if trying to find an excuse, but finally nodded. Yes, Senior Li. As he saw Zhao Qin ascend the wooden stairs of the restaurant, Li Huowang straightened his posture. At present, Zhao Qin was clothed in formal attire and was accompanied by his disciples behind him. With fervent eyes, Zhao Qin didn't say anything, simply pouring out 3 cups of wine for Li Huowang. Leader Zhao, you're too courteous. I just couldn't stand what was happening, and hence reached out to help, said Li Huowang as he picked up a piece of chicken with his chopsticks. He only placed it in his mouth after he saw all the escorts accompanying Zhao Qin start to pick up their chopsticks. Then, he signaled the others with a nod. The rest, who had been waiting impatiently, immediately picked up their chopsticks. They made use of the opportunity when the escorts were still startled by their sudden movements, causing the dishes on the table to be lessened noticeably in just a short while. Li Huowang picked up a chicken drumstick, took a bite, and then threw it beneath the table. Benefactor, I cannot express how thankful I am. Today, you have saved my wife, which is akin to saving me. Tomorrow, There will be generous gifts sent to your residence, and I hope you won't refuse them, said Xiaoqin, whose nose had turned red from all the wine he had drunk. He was much more talkative now. Benefactor, if you face any difficulties in the future, then the Longting Escort office will definitely lend a hand with all our might. After announcing that, Xiaoqin raised his cup and drank 3 more cups in quick succession. Just as Xiaoqin was about to pour a 4th cup of wine, Li Huowang stopped him with his chopsticks. Leader Xiao, it's best not to drink too much wine. Also, I do in fact have something that I need your help with. Since all of you are in the escort business, and your escorts are all quite skilled, do you have any suitable sword techniques? This request was not just for Chun Xiaoman, but also for himself. He had just acquired a great sword from the Abbess. However, without any proper sword techniques, even if he had a great sword, its uses would be limited to poking bonfires and dancing around with it. Since Xiaoqin had offered his help first, Li Huowang decided to make his request known. Chapter 144, The Green Forest. Sword techniques? Yes, of course we do, Xiaoqin replied decisively. Though the escort office doesn't use swords as much, since Benefactor has requested, we would have found a way to bring you some sword techniques even if we didn't have any. Hearing this, Li Huowang raised his cup and gave Xiaoqin a toast. Then, thank you, Leader Xiao. As the wine flowed, the atmosphere of the banquet gradually grew warmer. As the cups were refilled and the dishes were replaced, the atmosphere grew quite lively. However, Li Huowang himself did not enjoy such settings. When he saw that the others were almost done, he planned to get up and leave. At that moment, he saw Puppy carrying a cup of hot tea while walking toward him. Puppy glanced at Xiaoqin behind him, then leaned toward Li Huowang and whispered, Senior Li, didn't Junior Bai previously say that money was only flowing out but not in? Shouldn't we try to find a way to make money? What are you trying to say? Asked Li Huowang, irritated. Bai Ling Miao had indeed complained about this issue on multiple occasions, to the point that his ears had almost fallen off. Puppy's brows flew up. Look, this is a golden opportunity. We can get them to teach us how to be escorts. Since we're going toward the Liang Kingdom anyway, we can receive escort missions on the way. It's a win-win. And look, this bunch is capable of treating us to such expensive food. Providing escort service must bring in quite a bit of money. Li Huowang was rather surprised by Puppy's quick thinking, especially when it came to handling money. It was indeed a feasible plan. They could use the money they made by providing escort service to cover their expenses and send the excess to Abbess Jingxin. Though Abbess Jingxin had only brought up those 30,000 pieces of gold casually, it would be rather inexcusable if he did not send anything to repay such a huge gift. He didn't want to owe anything to anyone, much less the only person who had helped him ever since he arrived here. When Li Huowang raised this issue with Xiaoqin, the latter readily agreed. Sure, since Brotherly wishes to join us, then I'll be your guarantor. As long as you take my recommendation letter, you'll be able to take missions from any escort office. However, after making this promise, he started to offer some advice, but providing escort service is not so easy. The escorts from our office have a mantra that they call the 3 points for safety. These so-called 3 points for safety are to have a friendly demeanor, be accommodating in your dealings, and to keep your drinking at the table moderate. Outsiders often believe that escorts rely solely on their strong martial arts. However, in reality that only covers half of it. The other, more important half relies on networking and connections, which can be very troublesome. Xiaoqin's face was flushed as he once again raised his cup and drained it before waving his hand. Brotherly, if you are in need of money, just say the word. I'll give you however much you need. His words were spoken with conviction, but Li Huowang knew he couldn't take them at face value. Any item had a value attached to it. While Li Huowang had helped his wife, he hadn't healed her completely. She was just placed on the path to recovery. He could accept receiving some sword techniques and being introduced into the escort trade, but to cause the other party to become destitute was definitely going way too far. Leader Xiao, thank you for the offer. However, I feel it's better for me to be self-reliant. After going back and forth for a while, Xiaoqin sighed. All right, since Brother Li is so stubborn, then come to the escort office tomorrow. I'll teach you the necessary code words myself. Code word? What do you mean code word? Asked Li Huowang. Code words refers to the jargon used in the martial world. When you encounter bandits, you must be able to speak their language, explained Xiaoqin. Ah, I see. Li Huowang suddenly seemed to think of something. Then, what does shoulders together, throw me a vine mean? This was the phrase that those water bandits had said to him on the lake. Thinking back, This could have been their attempt at exchanging code words. Shoulders together means brother, and throw me a vine means to report your name. Zhao Qin explained. Then what if we're unable to answer? Asked Li Huowang. If you are unable to answer the code word, then that means you're an outsider. In such a situation, most that raise the black flag will directly attack, replied Zhao Qin. Ah, I see. Li Huowang's chopsticks were raised as he seemed to think about something. At that moment, Puppy interjected from beside him. Escort head, it shouldn't really matter whether the code words are exchanged or not, right? After all, those insignificant bandits cannot cause any huge waves. Wouldn't it be fine to just slaughter them all? Insignificant bandits? Zhao Qin chuckled. Do you really think that all bandit groups are just a random group of evil people that come together to plunder? The waters run deep, my friend. This sentence piqued Li Huowang's interest. Leader Zhao, please elaborate. Ever since they had come out of Zephyr Temple, they had already encountered 2 bandit groups in these short few months. This meant that there could be many more encounters in future, and it was definitely beneficial to get a better understanding of this. An escort office that undertook missions often would also understand this quite well. I admit that some of the wandering bandits lack strength. However, they are not the only ones in this huge green forest. Among those who raise the black flag, there are many players, both big and small. Not talking about the various bandits on Dongi Mountain, there's the southern overlord of the western wilderness. Basically, any of them that can make a name for themselves are all capable powers. With them, ruling the mountain is not just a saying. They may have thousands of followers under them. Zhao Qin took a gulp of wine and continued. There is also a critical saying, which tells one to strategically keep one's adversaries without taking any action against them. Behind the bandits may well be some official connections. Don't be fooled by their current status as bandits. If, by any chance, one day they receive an imperial edict, they would quickly transition from outlaws to law-abiding citizens. Can you understand the relationships at play in all this? If you don't follow their protocols such as exchanging code words, can you still do escort missions? Everything in this world has its rules, and this vast green forest is the same. Through Zhao Qin's explanation, Li Huowang slowly began to understand a corner of this mysterious world. Li Huowang thought back to the scene of the water bandits ritual. He paused for a moment, then asked, among these people, are there any who are skilled practitioners of dark or mystical arts? As he was now, he was no longer afraid of ordinary bandits. However, nothing in this world was so simple. Even that small group of water bandits in the Reed River were somehow in possession of the profound records and were capable of wreaking havoc. The larger groups of mountain bandits were likely to have even stronger capabilities. When he asked this question, the atmosphere of the dining table suddenly cooled down. As he saw the nervous looks on the faces of these escorts, Li Huowang already knew the answer to his question. Zhao Qin hesitated for a moment, then sighed. Basically, my point still stands. Everything needs to follow rules. Who knows who is really behind these mountain or water bandits? Though the Imperial Guards have a surveillance bureau, the current emperor can't even secure his own throne, let alone manage these matters. Also, there are certain things that us ordinary folks should stay out of. Chapter 145, Drunk. Under the influence of alcohol, Zhao Qin shared quite a lot of things with Li Huowang. It was almost as though he was trying to dissuade Li Huowang from becoming an escort. However, Li Huowang's attention was drawn to a name that Zhao Qin mentioned. Leader Zhao, what was that surveillance bureau that you mentioned? Though Li Huowang had been here for a couple of months, it was still the first time he heard of some terms. It was a good opportunity for him to learn more. The Surveillance Bureau is supposedly a group of highly skilled individuals appointed by the Emperor. Whenever there are sinister affairs that the local enforcement cannot manage on their own, they are the ones that are called upon to handle it, explained Zhao Qin. Li Huowang was not surprised by this. Since the Siqi dynasty was so stable, there had to be some people who could manage these sorts of strange powers. However, he did not know if these people were specially trained by the palace or recruited from outside. When Zhao Qin saw that Li Huowang did not reply, he continued. But even then, they are not always reliable. One such example was 4 years ago. There was a town which was completely slaughtered mysteriously. TSK, tens of thousands of people, gone in just a single night, Zhao Qin lamented, not noticing that the fingers that Li Huowang was using to hold the cup had gone pale. Wang Qingxing chimed in. I heard about that incident too. It was rather tragic. Some victims weren't even left with complete bodies. How could they do such a thing? Aren't they also birthed by their parents? They're worse than animals. At this point, Li Huowang saw Yingzi approach him with a fierce expression. Do you see how others talk about you? What right do you have to live? Why don't you go and die? Li Huowang's chest heaved up and down. Others may not have noticed this change, but Bai Ling Miao was able to sense that something was amiss. She quietly changed seats with Xiaoman and cupped Li Huowang's trembling hands. Senior Li, are you all right? Li Huowang took a deep breath and smiled at Zhao Qin. Leader Zhao, let's not discuss state affairs. Such matters are not something that us ordinary folk should be concerned with. That's right. Let the important people worry about them. Let's drink. Here's another toast to brotherly, said Zhao Qin. Cheers, said Li Huowang as he picked up the pot of wine and poured it directly into his mouth. However, he could not handle alcohol, even more so because this was strong liquor. That night, Li Huowang didn't even know when he became drunk. That dazed feeling was not bad. There was no need for him to think or worry about anything. Li Huowang. Li Huowang. He woke up abruptly to a voice. When he opened his eyes, he was staring right at Yingzi's face that was filled with hatred. Any normal person would be startled if they woke up to see a blood-stained girl with severed limbs. However, Li Huowang was already used to it. After a moment, he looked at Yangzi who was floating on the ceiling, and then propped himself up on the bed. He was wearing simple clothes when he got up, but immediately sat back down while holding his head in agony. I really can't handle alcohol. It was the first time Li Huowang had felt the pain of a hangover. He had a feeling that the extreme pain could perhaps be due to his heightened senses. At that moment, the door creaked open as Bai Ling Miao carried a basin and walked in. When she saw Li Huowang sitting on the bed while holding his head with an agonized expression, she quickly approached him before placing the basin on the table. The water splashed around as she wrung the wet handkerchief. Then, she went behind him and used one hand to support Li Huowang's head, while lightly wiping his face. When she was cleaning his neck, Li Huowang looked up at her face, which was barely inches from his own. Where are we? We are still in the escort office. Leader Zhao told me to tell you that when you wake up, you shouldn't hurry to leave. He has already sent people to look for the sword techniques that you requested, replied Bai Ling Miao. Li Huowang glanced at the two swords placed beside his red Taoist robes and nodded. Seeing this, Bai Ling Miao seemed to understand what Li Huowang wanted. She walked across and placed that long sword into Li Huowang's hands. This was the first time he was carefully examining this sword after he had obtained it. The sword was 3 feet and 2 inches long, and about half a finger in width. It was in predominantly darker colors, and a dark purple silk tassel that was slightly longer than an inch hung on the black hilt. The hilt had a carving of a ferocious beast with bared fangs. When he touched it, it felt as though his fingers were being cut by something sharp. At first glance, this sword seemed very ordinary. There was nothing that made it seem like a powerful weapon. Li Huowang thought about it for a moment, but finally decided not to draw the sword. Not because of the noise it would make, but because the feeling he got from it was different. For some reason, this thing gave him an unsettling feeling, just like the profound records. Abbess said that this sword will not be able to threaten me. Even so, I feel that it's better to not unsheath it if not necessary. Senior Li, can you walk? If not, I'll bring your breakfast here, asked Bai Ling Miao. No need, I just needed some rest. Without Yangzi rushing us from behind, we can take our time, said Li Huowang. Just as he finished speaking, a creepy sound of 3 people laughing rang out from the ceiling. Li Huowang looked up to see his master's 3 heads staring at him together, their gazes full of ridicule. What are you laughing at? Shouted Li Huowang. Senior Li. Bai Ling Miao glanced at the empty ceiling, then back toward Li Huowang, feeling uneasy. Nothing. Let's go eat, said Li Huowang as he placed his right hand on her shoulder while stumbling toward the exit. When they stepped outside, the sun was already shining brightly. At this moment, the entire escort office, both in the front and the backyard, was quite lively. From the looks of it, Zhao Qin had given everyone some instructions. Anyone that saw Li Huowang treated him very respectfully. Li Huowang looked past the wooden pillars on his right, toward the bustling martial arts training ground. He could see Puppy, Gao Zhijian, Chun Xiaoman, Sun Baolu, and the others. They seemed to be gesticulating with some escorts. What are they doing? Li Huowang was puzzled. Earlier, Puppy requested them to give him some pointers. In the end, the rest came over to join the party, and it became like this, replied Bai Ling Miao. He really knows how to get the small advantages. Right? Go to the inn and let troop leader Lu know about where we are. He may think that we have left him behind if he doesn't see any of us, instructed Li Huowang. Okay, got it. At that moment, Li Huowang glanced toward Yangzi, and then asked, Is there any trouble with the immortal families? Bai Lingyao blinked. No. Why do you ask, Senior Li? That's good. Let me know if there's anything. Remember, you're not Li Ji. If anything happens, I'll think of a solution, said Li Huowang. Okay. Once the surroundings fell silent, the two of them enjoyed this rare moment of tranquility while walking slowly toward the kitchen. Given their travels, it was hard to have moments like this. As they walked, Bai Lingyao slightly leaned on Li Huowang, a sweet feeling welling up in her heart. If there's anything, don't hide it from me. Even if it's very difficult, we can think of a solution together. Moreover, right now, you're all I have, said Li Huowang. Translator's thoughts. Bai Lingyao as a shaman. Though she technically is something else in this form, but close enough. Credits to Guzi de Lanqi Ba Zhao on Douyin. Chapter 146. Practice. Eat, eat, eat. As he watched Gao Zhijian stutter and struggle to speak, Li Huowang sighed in frustration. Then, he reached out to take the 2 books from the big chap's hands. All right, that's enough. You can leave. After the disheartened Gao Zhijian went out, Li Huowang turned his attention back to the 2 books. One of them was a regular paper book, while the other was encased in a semi-transparent wax cover. The wax-covered book was the fiery scripture that Yingzi had given him, along with her translations. The fiery scripture was a good object. Despite the excruciating pain it caused during the healing process, it would be valuable in saving lives if any of them suffered from any external injuries in future. It would be quite a waste if he did not learn how to make use of such a good item. However, Li Huowang had become almost completely illiterate. He could not even read the written translations, let alone the strange words written in the fiery scripture. Things can't go on like this. I can't remain illiterate my entire life. I must relearn how to read. Li Huowang helplessly stuffed the fiery scripture back into his pocket. While it was right to think that way, it would take several years to systematically learn a language from scratch. Even if he hired someone else to help him translate, it would still take several months, and he didn't have the luxury of time. It was even more tiring when he had to ask Simpleton to teach him, since he was the only person who was literate in their group. However, he could stutter on 2 sentences for over 10 minutes. Even so, Li Huowang was unyielding. He reopened the translated text, wood, mouth, person. Currently, he could recognize only the most simple characters on the page. Haha, this is really returning all we have learnt to the teacher. Li Huowang mocked himself. He had assumed that after Dan Yangzi's death, the knowledge that he had lost would return to him. But from the looks of it, that was clearly not the case. Just then, someone knocked on the wooden door. Brother Li, are you there? I found the sword manual you had wanted. Li Huowang perked up and stood up to open the door. The matter about the fiery scripture had to be pushed back. He had waited here for so long, just for all these sword techniques. Soon, Xiaoqin had passed the sword manual to Li Huowang. There were 4 large characters written on it, but Li Huowang could not understand them. I noticed that Brother Li uses a 3-foot-long sword, and so I picked this manual that matches it. It is a sword technique from the Duan clan, so it's suitable for you. This sword technique was created by the genius, Duan Si. It's different from the other techniques as it focuses on straightforward strikes rather than finesse, explained Xiaoqin. Duan clan sword technique? Li Huowang mumbled to himself, then flipped open the manual. He saw that most of it was illustrations, with only sporadic written annotations. When he saw this, he breathed a sigh of relief. No worries, you can have your leader Jiao instruct you about this. Just memorize the key points, and you should be fine, said Xiaoqin. Li Huowang turned toward Xiaoqin. Leader Jiao, I've not learnt to use a sword before this. Could you give me some pointers on how to start? Oh, you've never used a sword? Not even the basics. Xiaoqin was puzzled as he looked at the 2 swords on Li Huowang's back. But as an experienced escort master, he was quickly able to figure it out. He placed his hand on Li Huowang's shoulder and gestured outside. It's all right. Sword techniques can be picked up by anyone. I may be no genius, but I will be able to teach Brother Li for a few days. As they spoke, they walked toward the martial arts training grounds where Li Huowang saw Xiaoman practicing with Puppy and the others. At that moment, he shouted toward Xiaoman. Xiaoman, come here. When he saw this, Xiaoqin nodded in approval. Good choice, Brother Li. It's best to have a partner to practice with. Otherwise, there won't be anyone for you to spar against in future. Meanwhile, Xiaoman was rather excited as she gripped her own sword. She seemed to understand the reason behind why Li Huowang was calling her over. In the following days, Li Huowang began his life of training to be a swordsman. With the guidance of an experienced person like Leader Jiao who taught patiently, The two students learnt eagerly. Both Li Huowang and Chun Xiaoman progressed quite fast. Clang! Sparks flew into the air as both Li Huowang and Chun Xiaoman were knocked back a few steps. Chun Xiaoman gripped her sword tightly, then stepped forward with her right foot before charging ahead. Meanwhile, Li Huowang twisted his body to dodge her attack. When he saw her wooden sword miss its target, he quickly counterattacked, launching a series of blows. Li Huowang's quick movements disrupted Chun Xiaoman's rhythm, causing her to make mistakes. Not long after, her sword was knocked out of her hands, and her defeat was greeted by cheers all around. Impressed, Zhao Qin approached Li Huowang. "Brotherly, you have remarkable aptitude. In just a short 15 days, you've already trained to this level. You're a martial arts genius." This was not just flattery. As the leader of an escort office, he had seen far too many seedlings before. However, there were few that were like Li Huowang. "You're too kind. I still have a long way to go," Li Huowang replied modestly. Only he understood why his progress was so much faster than Chun Xiaoman. Ba-Hui'S attention had not just enhanced his sense of pain, but also his other senses. These enhanced senses allowed Li Huowang to learn quite efficiently. While he did not know if they would impact him negatively in the future, they were at least beneficial for him currently. At that moment, he passed the bamboo sword in his hand to Sun Baolu, then turned back to Zhao Qin. "Leader Zhao, it has been troublesome for you these few days. We've spent too much time here and cannot dawdle further. We ought to set off. I'll visit if I'm back." The master may be able to help them get a foot into the door, but in the end cultivation was dependent on the individual. Since he was already on the path of swordsmanship, there was no need for Li Huowang to continue wasting his time here. There wasn't much that Zhao Qin could teach him, since he did not use a sword. "All right, brotherly, please follow me. I want to give you something," said Zhao Qin. In Zhao Qin's office, a bunch of paper and ink were arranged neatly. He picked up the brush and started to write. Then, he blow-dried the letter and placed it within an envelope. "This is my letter of guarantee. In the escort trade, I do have some influence. Brotherly can go to any escort office and use this letter to receive escort missions," said Zhao Qin. Li Huowang accepted the letter and clasped his hands toward Zhao Qin. "Thank you for your guidance these past few days." After much consideration, Li Huowang finally felt that they could take on some escort missions. Puppy was right. Since they had to travel, they might as well make a living out of it. It would be killing two birds with one stone. "Brotherly is too kind. This is nothing. You are my benefactor who finally allowed my wife to recognize me. I won't ask where you're going or what you're doing. If you ever come back to this town, then be sure to come and visit." Translator's thoughts. Bai Ling Miao's second deity looks like, or at least how she looks like when she summons the immortals on her body. Credits to Goods of Lanqi Ba Zhao on Douyin. Chapter 147. Hou Shu. Benefactor Li, let's meet again. Safe travels. Take care of yourselves. The entire escort office came out to send off Li Huowang and the rest. With this, they had officially left the Longting escort office. As he saw them traveling further and further away, Wang Qingxing stopped smiling and glanced at his master. "Master, did you see the sword on that person's back? It was not something you can see every day. I could feel dense killing intent from it." Zhao Qin frowned and nodded. "Of course I did. I also know whose personal sword it was. It belonged to General Zixiong." "What? General Zixiong's personal sword? Then why did you not do anything for the past half a month?" asked Wang Qingxing. "And what would you have liked me to do? Steal it? Ask him where he got it. Or report him?" Wang Qingxing remained silent as Zhao Qin continued to chastise him. "You think I am blind? Do you think I couldn't tell that there was something wrong with him? The red bamboo slips on his waist, the various torture tools, and that gourd. Heck, even the comrades around him were all malformed in one way or another. This matter is not something I should interfere in." He improved Feng Xia's condition, and in return I acknowledged his request to get him a sword training manual. I even gave him a letter of recommendation from me. At the very least, everyone earned something. This was the best-case scenario. While we must always make sure to see through everyone's intention, we mustn't say it out loud all the time. "I understand, Master. It's my fault for thinking too rashly," said Wang Qingxing. Meanwhile, back in the carriage, the horses were already restless from not traveling for half a month. The moment they were out of the city gates, the horses ran joyfully. "Ho, hold on." Zhao Wu handled the reins and calmed the horses down, maintaining a constant speed. Then, he turned around and asked, "Senior Li, where should we go now?" "To the border. We've done everything we needed to in the kingdom of Si Qi, and so it's time to leave. The situation here is getting more and more chaotic. so it's best if we reach the Liang kingdom soon, replied Li Huowang. As he spoke up to this point, Li Huowang felt uneasy. He turned to Bai Lingmiao. Since even the kingdom of Si Qi is about to get involved in the war, would the Liang kingdom also be affected? Your house. However, even before Bai Lingmiao could answer him, Lu Zhuangyuan overheard his words and approached him. Hi, young Taoist, you are thinking too much. The Liang kingdom is at least 4 to 5 times larger than the kingdom of Si Qi. Also, the emperor of the Liang kingdom is a powerful individual. If there really is a war, then it would be them waging it against another kingdom and not the other way around. With this, Li Huowang now knew that the Liang kingdom was a major kingdom compared to the others. It was clear that Lu Zhuangyuan had done his homework beforehand. Just then, Li Huowang realized something was different about Lu Zhuangyuan. Troop leader Lu, did something good happen to you? Compared to aged and wrinkled appearance from before, he looked like he had become a few years younger, and there was a constant smile hanging on his mouth. Hee. Oh, it's nothing, hee. Lu Zhuangyuan wanted to endure, but the smile on his face sold him out. Then, he climbed up his horse carriage and grabbed a sack. Here, have some eggs. 2 red eggs were passed into Li Huowang's hands. It was not only Li Huowang who got them, everyone else did as well. Lu Zhuangyuan was not someone who would be generous enough to give everyone eggs for no reason. After a moment, Xiaowu realized the meaning behind the red eggs. Brother Jiren, is your sister-in-law pregnant? Congratulations. May she give birth to a healthy son, congratulated Xiaowu. Faced with his well wishes, Lu Jiren's smile was unnaturally forced. On the other hand, Lu Zhuangyuan took charge of the situation quite naturally. Did you see my daughter-in-law's stomach? The bulge is sharp, and recently, she has been craving sour food. It seems that I'm having a grandson this time around, said Lu Zhuangyuan, his voice full of joy. As she heard his words, Luo Wanhua sat on the horse carriage, looking just like a proud general returning victorious from a war. Everyone, please join us in the full moon celebration when the time comes. The more Lu Zhuangyuan spoke, the happier he became, while his eyes became slanted from smiling so much. Li Huowang munched on his eggs while observing the difference in the father-son duo. He felt that something was amiss, to the point that the egg tasted weird. But he decided to ignore them. He was not interested in gossip and was too lazy to be bothered by it. He just leaped onto the horse carriage and unfurled his map. The next kingdom is the next one. As Li Huowang stared at the strange, blocky character, he felt stunned. He had never really thought about how impaired he would be from becoming illiterate. He sighed and popped his head out from the carriage. Troop leader Lu, what's the next kingdom on our way to the Liang kingdom? I think it's called the Hou Shu kingdom, replied Lu Zhuangyuan. Hou Shu, mumbled Li Huowang as he stared at the words on the map. Troop leader Lu, do you know any famous sects in Hou Shu kingdom? Or maybe dangerous evil beings? Asked Li Huowang. Hi, young Taoist, you are asking me questions I don't know the answer to. I'm not that knowledgeable. It's already very good of me to know that the kingdom next to the kingdom of Si Qi is Hou Shu. That's a fair point. He's a performer, so it's natural that he wouldn't know details pertaining to another country. Do any of you know anything about Hou Shu? Li Huowang turned to the rest of his group. It would be better for him to understand the places they would be arriving at. However, he was disappointed when everyone shook their heads. From the looks of it, none of them were captured from Hou Shu. Seniorly, I remember that one of the assistants was from Hou Shu, but he drowned last time, said Xiaoman. Hearing this, Li Huowang sighed. They could only take one step at a time. At the very least, things were much better off than the last time. He was no longer in danger of being possessed by Dan Yangzi. They also had more methods of self-defense compared to when they first walked out of the Zephyr Temple. As Li Huowang leaped down from the horse carriage, he saw Lu Zhuangyuan smiling sheepishly while approaching him. My brain is really getting old. I almost forgot the story of Hou Shu that my blind second uncle used to tell me when I was younger. He told me that the people of Hou Shu do not prefer to watch traveling performers like us. I recall him saying something about them instead preferring to watch Nuo Opera. Nuo Opera? Asked Li Huowang. Yeah, Nuo Opera is a weird name. My second uncle even said that they don't have to put on makeup. When they perform, all they need to do is to cover their heads with a red cloth and wear different wooden masks to perform, explained Lu Zhuangyuan. Li Huowang stopped him. He was not interested in listening to the difference in theater performances between different kingdoms. The people of Hou Shu could watch any type of theater performance they liked, and it wouldn't matter to him. He was not like Lu Zhuangyuan, who was trying to steal some of their business. Translator's thoughts. Just so you know, sometimes performances in China are also called operas, like Beijing or Sichuan opera. Chapter 148, Nuo Opera. Soon, they arrived at the border of the kingdom of Siqi. As could be expected, the borders were being controlled by the military in order to prevent spies from entering the kingdom. The border was being tightly monitored. None of the people here had smiles on their faces. After a while, the two groups managed to leave the border peacefully with the help of some pieces of silver. The kingdom of Siqi was a place filled with rivers and lakes. After exiting the kingdom, everything around them started to become barren. The trees were slowly replaced by sand dunes. By the 10th night of their travels, there were no more trees in sight. The further they traveled, the more barren it was. Huowang had a feeling that this was Hou Shu's natural terrain. Phew, Zhao Wu sighed, his breath condensing into a white vapor from the cold air. He was the one on night duty tonight. He rubbed his cold palms and continued to breathe into them for some warmth. Given that it was almost summer solstice, it shouldn't be this cold. But out in the desert, there was not a single object blocking the wind. Additionally, they couldn't get any firewood to chop, and so there was no fire. Thus, it was natural for it to be cold. Zhao Wu turned around and stared at Huowang cuddling by Ling Miao while sleeping. At this moment, he felt envious of Huowang. He looked down at his fragile and deformed body. He felt inadequate. He wanted a wife, but no one would marry him due to his condition. After a while, he took another breath of the cold, dry air, feeling sleepy. He tried keeping himself awake by using a small rock to write words onto the sand. Some of them were taught to him by Huowang, while others by Gao Zhijian. I need to learn how to read. I must. Zhao Wu's eyes were filled with determination. He needed to prove to his father that he was not a waste of resources. After he learned how to read and write, he would become a fortune teller in a temple and help people write letters to earn money. If he could read, then he would be able to study a lot and even try his luck on the examination to become a minister. By then, just as he was thinking about his future, he felt someone move behind him, the sudden change sending shivers down his spine. He started to tremble in fear and was about to shout to wake everyone up when a hand without fingernails covered his mouth. "Don't shout, it's me." Hearing Huowang's voice calmed him down. Zhao Wu whispered, "Senior Li, what's wrong?" Zhao Wu scanned his surroundings but didn't see anything besides the dark sand dunes. Something is crawling toward us. Let me check and see if it's alive," said Huowang. Then, Huowang cleared his throat and shouted in a certain direction. 3 men and 4 youths walk on the shore, swim out the river, and anger the sea serpent. I wonder what method it is today. Huowang's voice echoed across the sand dune and into the night sky. His voice was so loud that everyone else woke up. "Is the spring book open?" A hoarse voice asked from further away. "The spring book is open," replied Huowang. "Shoulders together. Throw me a vine." Huowang bowed in the direction of the voice. A golden pagoda facing the green hut with sand at the back. "Meet dumpling vine." "Oh, so it's Taoist Li. Are you passing or visiting?" asked the voice. "We are passing. May I know your name?" replied Huowang. However, after Huowang asked for their name, there was no reply. It was only after the sky brightened up that Huowang felt them leave. To think I had to use the code words so soon after learning them. Huowang mumbled to himself. Even though he had detected someone approaching them last night, Huowang wasn't sure if the owner of the voice was alone or the leader of a group of bandits. Being able to avoid fighting by just saying a few words was an excellent outcome. After all, Huowang didn't know what kind of fighting methods the bandits would have, especially those of a supernatural source. When Lu Zhuangyuan heard about what had happened from Huowang, he felt quite afraid. "Yikes! We've only been here for a few days, and we're already intercepted by bandits. It seems that Hou Shu isn't a safe place to be," said Lu Zhuangyuan. Meanwhile, Huowang sat down as he continued to practice the code words a few more times. "Who cares if it's safe or not? We are just passing by the kingdom. Let's hurry up and move. If we travel faster, then we can reach the town before nightfall." After this incident, their travels were rather peaceful. Even though it was still barren, at the very least they were not intercepted by bandits. Just as Lu Zhuangyuan was trying to butter up Huowang, they encountered a group of people. "Dad, why does that horse look so weird? It even has 2 humps on its back," asked Lu Xiaohai. "Are you stupid?" "That's a camel," replied Lu Zhuangyuan. Ding ding ding. The bell hanging on the camel's neck rang incessantly as they slowly walked on the hardened path. Huowang took a glance and saw that the riders had their faces covered to prevent the sand from entering their eyes. The appearance of the camels was like a signal as more and more groups of people started appearing on the hardened path. Huowang and the rest finally reached the first town in Hou Shu before nightfall. Just as they had entered the town, they immediately realized the difference between Hou Shu and the kingdom of Siqi. Both the buildings and the clothing of the people of Hou Shu were a lot more coarse. Many of them also covered their faces, not necessarily to keep the sand out of their eyes. At the very least, Li Huowang's group of people in black veils were not that conspicuous. "Let's go and find an inn. We've been traveling for many days, and it's time to rest," said Li Huowang. Hearing this, all their tired faces instantly lit up. It was purely torture to travel without fire and a supply of water. All of them followed each other closely as they merged into the crowd. The nearby stalls were selling food. The tantalizing smell of skewers and noodles was good enough to entice all of them. Soon, they arrived at an empty plaza. This was most likely the center of the town. At that moment, the sound of drums and cymbals instantly attracted their attention within the crowd. "Is that a group performing Nuo Opera?" mumbled Li Huowang as he watched the three performers jumping around from within the crowd, shaking their heads, twisting their body, squatting, snaking their arms, running around, and jumping. The three performers had their heads covered with red clothes while they donned wooden masks. Their dance was eccentric and non-human-like. It was as if a monster had come up with the choreography for the dance. At the same time, the chaotic sound of the musical instrument accompanied their strange dance. Occasionally, there was even the sound of a horn. The sound of the black horn being played was akin to the sound of a crying ghost. Drums, cymbals, horns, and their strange dance. All of them made Li Huowang feel uncomfortable. On the other hand, the rest of the townsfolk were in a trance as they sat there and silently enjoyed the show. "What is this? Is this a performance?" Lu Zhuangyuan, who worked in the same line of business, said distastefully. He had just said that when the three performers twisted their bodies even more wildly. As they twisted, sharp, white fangs protruded out from the opening in the wooden mask where the mouth was supposed to be. It was like the white fangs had grown like a sprout. However, there were not 2, but 16 white fangs. The white fangs trembled and shook, following the beat of the drum. "This is teeth play." Their teeth play was amazing. Li Huowang saw the white fangs retracting and extruding from their mouth fluidly, almost giving him the impression that the white fangs were indeed grown in their mouth. Translator's thoughts. This is how teeth play looks like. Chapter 149, Old Friend. Their limbs twisted and danced while the white fangs fluidly protruded and retracted from their mouths, following the rhythm of the musical instruments. Li Huowang stood there, just watching their performance from afar. At this moment, he didn't feel like a spectator, but a tree watching wild beasts. After some time, a high-pitched voice rang out from behind their wooden masks as they began to sing in an unknown language. Li Huowang and the rest did not recognize it. However, the singer's tone fluctuated high and low along with the musical instruments. It had its own charm. After listening to them singing for a little longer, Li Huowang continued walking. Regardless of how weird their performance was, it had nothing to do with him. He had just taken a few steps when he noticed Lu Zhuangyuan just standing motionlessly. "No need to worry about us. Please go ahead." "Humph. I want to see what's so special about their show," said Lu Zhuangyuan. For some reason, a burning sense of competition had been ignited within Lu Zhuangyuan. Maybe it's because they are performers as well. "Dad, why don't we watch their performance next time? We are in foreign lands, and it might not be safe," suggested Lu Jiren. Lu Zhuangyuan's eyes widened, and he brought his smoke pipe up to hit him. "Are you trying to control your father? There are so many people on the street. Why wouldn't it be safe?" While they argued, Li Huowang brought the rest of them and departed. After 15 minutes, they finally found an inn and booked their rooms. In an old, musty room, Li Huowang placed his belongings on the table and sighed. 2 swords, the profound records, the sacred text, and all his torture tools. All of them added up, making it so that his traveling gear was not light at all. At that moment, he poured some water from the teacup and drank it before frowning. When Bai Ling Miao, who was arranging the sheets, saw him frown, she asked, "What's wrong? Here, taste this. Do you think the water tastes weird?" Li Huowang passed her the cup of water. Bai Ling Miao tasted it and was astonished. "You are right. There's an earthy taste to it. I thought it was due to my heightened sensitivity, but it seems that the quality of Hou Shu's water is subpar," said Li Huowang as he opened the window. "I need you guys to go out tomorrow and gather some information. It would be best if you can obtain a map so that we don't have to make any unwanted detours." "Okay, as you wish." Bai Ling Miao finished arranging the bed before taking off Li Huowang's Taoist robes. "When we were tying up the horses, I saw a well nearby. Since we have some time, I will go wash your clothes. Also, I recall that one of the assistants who died used to live in this town. We can send her ashes back home. Li Huowang suddenly remembered that someone did say that one of the dead assistants was from the Hou Shu kingdom. Who's taking care of the ashes? I will go and send them back home now, asked Li Huowang. Now? It's already quite late. Why don't we go tomorrow, suggested by Ling Miao. But in the end, Li Huowang still took the ashes and exited the inn with Yang Xiaohai and Ban. He was not someone who delayed such small tasks. He needed Yang Xiaohai to come with him, because the dead assistant was his friend. Yang Xiaohai knew where her house was. At the same time, Li Huowang's other purpose in bringing Yang Xiaohai with him was to have at least one person beside him in case he got caught up in his hallucination once again. Li Huowang required at least one person by his side. Then, at the very least, that person could run back and call the others. At this moment, Yang Xiaohai held the ashes as he told Li Huowang about the dead assistant. Back in Zephyr Temple, we used to call her Liar Mao because she loved to lie. She kept saying that her house was larger than the Zephyr Temple and that her family had over 100 goats and cows. She also said that she was the only daughter in their house, and so everyone loved her. Her father would kill as many goats as she wanted, and they had unlimited mutton to eat, explained Yang Xiaohai. Li Huowang stared at the ash jar. The assistant was a girl? Yeah. Do you not remember her, Senior Li? Asked Yang Xiaohai. Li Huowang shook his head. He never remembered any of the assistants' names. He had never paid attention to the hard-working children. Sigh. Such a pity. She had already managed to escape the Zephyr Temple, and yet, she drowned. Li Huowang pitied her. Do you know how disgusting those words sound when you say them? Do you have any qualifications to say those words? Do you know how just many people you strangled to death with your own hands? Jiang Yingzi's words annoyed him, causing Li Huowang to lose his patience. Shut up. Hearing those words, Yang Xiaohai jumped up from surprise. Even though he had seen Senior Li talking to himself so many times, it was still quite unnatural to him. Li Huowang's face was gloomy as they silently walked toward the dead assistant's house. He tried to ignore the illusions, but it was not so simple this time. They walked further and further away from the town center until they reached the border of the town. At this moment, the sun was setting and there were very few people out on the streets. Many of them were hurrying back to their homes. Just as Li Huowang was about to ask if Yang Xiaohai really knew the way, a joyous shout rang out from behind them. Hey, Taoist! Taoist, it's me. Hearing the shout, Li Huowang turned around and was surprised to see who it was. It was the old monk that stayed behind in the righteous monastery, Monk. Compared to his clean and well-groomed look from back then, he was now back to his old disheveled self. Monk, how did you get here? Weren't you staying at the righteous monastery? Monk grumbled and lamented. Don't talk about it. I was so bored back in the monastery. Not only could I not do anything, they even forced me to read the sutras. I couldn't stand it any longer and just left. Wait, where are you guys going? We are sending something to someone. Let's go together. By the way, did the monks from the righteous monastery try to stop you from leaving them? Asked Li Huowang. No, not only did they not harass me, but they even gave me some money. The monks were all good guys, said Monk. Heh. Li Huowang snorted, too lazy to argue. Having met an old face, Li Huowang felt happy. It was much more relaxing to be with simple folks. As they talked, Li Huowang and Monk continued walking. Li Huowang kept talking about the past, and Monk was somehow able to keep the conversation going. Just as they were happily talking to each other, Yang Xiaohai's voice brought them back to reality. Senior Li, we are here. Translator's thoughts. So this is how a Nuo Opera performer looked like. Credits to Guzidev Lanchi Bazao on Douyin. Chapter 150, Trouble. When he heard Yang Xiaohai's voice, Li Huowang snapped back to reality. At this moment, they were on the outskirts of the town. In front of them were several huts built from stone, along with a massive stable in front of the hut. The stable housed camels, goats, and even horses in different pens, as evidenced by the unmistakable stench of livestock that assaulted their noses. When the people inside the huts noticed Li Huowang, they stared at him cautiously. From their outfits, it was clear that these people specialized in rearing livestock. With that in mind, it was more likely that the assistant who passed away was abducted rather than being sold off like Chun Xiaoman. Yang Xiaohai carried the jar of ashes while Li Huowang took a deep breath and prepared himself before approaching the huts. When Li Huowang got closer, a strong man pushed away the horse beside him and greeted Li Huowang. Are you here to buy some livestock? No, I'm here to send something. Li Huowang judged that the man was the father of the assistant based on his age. The man was somewhat skeptical due to Li Huowang's sudden visit. It was only after Xiaohai told him the name of the assistant and some details about her that they finally believed Li Huowang. The death of their daughter was horrible news to them. They all huddled around the jar of ashes, crying. Li Huowang had thought that he too would cry when bearing witness to the tear-jerking scene, but he didn't. At this point, he had seen too many deaths, to the point that he was desensitized. On the other hand, Monk, who had been standing beside him, stopped smiling and began to reverently pray to the ash jar in hopes of appeasing the little girl's soul. Amitba, Amitba, Amitba. Due to being questioned by the father of the dead assistant, it was already very late by the time Li Huowang and Yang Xiaohai arrived back at the inn. Come stay with us. Considering that fate allowed us to meet once more, I will book a room for you. There's no need to sleep in the toilet like last time, offered Li Huowang. I have my own money, said Monk as he shook his robes, causing the sound of coins clinking. Also, who told you that I slept in the toilet last time? Hearing this, Li Huowang sighed in relief. Where are you going? If we are heading in the same direction, then we can travel together. It was not easy surviving in this world. It would be best if he had even one more person to help him. I don't mind going anywhere as long as I can keep doing kind deeds. Let's talk more tomorrow, otherwise I will end up violating my curfew, said Monk before turning to leave. Staring at Monk's departing figure, Li Huowang smiled and entered the inn. Just as he walked in, he saw Lu Zhuanyuan angrily debating with his son. Troop leader Lu, what are you doing? Asked Li Huowang. Hearing this, Lu Zhuanyuan pushed his son away and gestured angrily at the air. Those damn performers are so rude. They had the guts to tell me that our performances originated from them, and that the Nuo Opera is the ancestor of our type of shows. Dad, it's fine. There's no need to argue with them. This is their territory after all, said Lu Jiren, trying to calm him down. It's fine. I could have ignored any other remarks, but not this one. How can I face my ancestors if I don't reclaim my honor? We are all performers, so who's afraid of who? Let me go. Li Huowang couldn't be bothered to care about the fact that Lu Zhuanyuan wanted to go and argue with the performers of the Nuo Opera. He just ignored them and entered his room. Meow meow, do you still remember Monk? Li Huowang stopped talking the moment he entered the room. Bai Ling Miao was visibly tired from their journey. She had already washed up and was fast asleep on the bed. After a moment, Li Huowang approached the side of the bed and gently caressed her face. Sensing him, Bai Ling Miao groggily hugged his hand. Li Huowang chose to remain silent. He could tell her about it tomorrow. He blew out the oil lamp and lay down on the bed, staring at the rafters as he thought about their journey. Finally, a few days of peace and rest. Li Huowang was not a greedy person. He just wanted to be able to live peacefully. Except, the two of them. Li Huowang frowned as he looked at the illusions of Yingzi and Dan Yangzi, who were right beside him. At this moment, the two illusions were staring at him from a corner of the quiet room. Li Huowang sat up in surprise. He suddenly realized that he could see in the dark. Looks like my senses are becoming more and more sensitive, mumbled Li Huowang as he pondered whether this was a good thing or bad. Senior Li? Bai Ling Miao almost woke up from the commotion. Li Huowang gently patted her. Sleep? Go to sleep. Perhaps it was due to the long journey, but Li Huowang instantly fell asleep. Halfway through the night, his body suddenly tensed up. It was as if he sensed something coming closer. In the next instant, a sharp pain from his fingertip caused him to wake up. He inspected his hand and saw that his fingertip had been bitten. The bite mark was similar to a beast's jaw, allowing Li Huowang to instantly know who it was. It was Bai Ling Miao's second deity. He looked around, but didn't see the red-veiled woman. He suddenly looked down and saw that there were 3 pairs of shoes by the bed. There was a pair for both him and Bai Ling Miao, as well as a third pair of red shoes. At that moment, Li Huowang saw the red shoes slowly retreat underneath the bed. He looked at the sleeping Bai Ling Miao before whispering toward the underneath of the bed. What are you doing? Something's here. A seductive voice came from beside his ear. Li Huowang grabbed the sword underneath his pillow and held his breath before carefully checking the room. Li Huowang's senses had now become extremely sharp. Normally, he would have sensed it if someone approached him. However, at this moment, he felt nothing. Just as he thought that the second deity was playing a trick on him, a sound rang out from outside the window. It was a clear metallic clicking sound. Tack! At that moment, a shadow suddenly appeared on the wall. It was quite similar to a shadow play. Li Huowang had a hard time describing what the shadow looked like. It looked like a spider, but its face was that of an old man. The shadow had 6 arms with spines, and a lattice-patterned tentacle could be seen retracting and extending from its body. At that moment, Li Huowang saw the shadow climb further up the window before he could even figure out what it was. A strayed one? And that too from the Ao Jing sect? This is rare, said a voice. As soon as he heard this voice, Li Huowang immediately rolled off from the bed with his sword in hand. Chapter 151 Shadow Play. A horrifying shadow monster skulked near the window in the middle of the night. It was truly a scary sight, but what scared Li Huowang the most was that the shadow was capable of recognizing him as a strayed one. Li Huowang knew what it would mean if someone could find out that he was a strayed one. Who are you? Li Huowang asked the shadow monster. Hee, you came to my territory, and yet you don't even know who I am, asked the voice. At that moment, Li Huowang saw the monster slowly phasing through the paper panes of the window and into the room. Jiao. Li Huowang immediately unsheathed his sword, filling the entire room with killing intent. At this moment, a dark red sword was held in Li Huowang's grasp. This was the first time he unsheathed it. Something leaked out from the hilt of the sword and spread through his body, causing his blood to start boiling and his vision to be dyed red. As Li Huowang saw the lattice-patterned black tentacle slowly rise out from the paper pane, he instantly lunged at it with his sword. Die! He shouted unconsciously. Seeing this, the shadow monster dodged to the right, unwilling to block the attack from the blood-red sword directly. The sword was filled to the brim with murderous intent. As it moved to the side of the wooden door, the sound of metal clanging rang out. That sword. What kind of relationship do you have with the Yu family from the kingdom of Si-Chi? Asked the shadow monster. Seeing Li Huowang's sword, the monster became hesitant. At the same time, its movements also became much more cautious. Usually, Li Huowang would have taken the time to listen to it, but with the murderous intent of the sword assaulting his mind, he couldn't think rationally. The monster hadn't even finished its sentence when the sword reached it once again. A crimson flash could be seen when the sword sliced through the wooden door along with the shadow monster. Seeing this, Li Huowang ran out of his room. He saw a figure using some wooden sticks to control the shadow monster from the window at the end of the corridor. The shadow monster was being controlled by someone all along. The figure was somehow controlling the shadow using a puppet. As soon as the figure saw Li Huowang, it immediately threw away the puppet before entering one of the vacant rooms. Li Huowang tried to chase after the figure, but there was nothing left in the empty room, save for the puppet that was slowly turning to ashes in the center of the room. Li Huowang was only able to catch a glimpse of the assailant and the bronze coin veil that they were wearing. Jiao. At that moment, Li Huowang sheathed his sword and took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. What is their goal? Are they trying to capture me for money? Even though he had chased them away, he had a feeling that the situation was not so simple. Wait. Bai Lingmiao. Realizing that he had left Bai Lingmiao alone, Li Huowang immediately ran back to his room. It was only after he saw Bai Lingmiao sleeping soundly on the bed that he heaved a sigh of relief. He was flustered. She meant a lot to him. However, thinking back, there shouldn't have been any danger since Bai Lingmiao was a shaman. There was no reason to worry about the enemy luring him away. At that moment, Li Huowang started inspecting his sword as he sat on his bed. There was nothing weird about someone attacking them. However, this time was different. This time, it was no longer him trying to escape, but the assailant. The one who escaped was the assailant. Thinking about this, Li Huowang started to get excited. It meant that he finally had sufficient power to be able to survive in this bizarre world. At the same time, he decided that he had to thank the Abbess for giving him this sword. One look at the sword was all it took to discourage the assailant from attacking Li Huowang. He could tell that rather than being wary of him, the assailant was wary of the sword. Not only was the sword powerful, but it also had other uses. You family from the kingdom of Si-Chi? Is that where the owner of this sword comes from? That doesn't seem like a sect name, mumbled Li Huowang. Li Huowang didn't have an answer. The only thing he knew was that the sword belonged to someone famous. Thinking about this, he felt even more indebted to the Abbess. As Li Huowang was slowly inspecting the sword and its scabbard, he felt something weird. He looked down and saw a pair of pale white hands with black fingernails grabbing his thigh. This time, Li Huowang didn't pull his legs away and instead whispered to the second deity. Thank you for alerting me. If it wasn't because of you, then I would have been attacked in my sleep. Regardless of what had happened before, today the second deity had indeed helped him out. But Li Huowang was still confused. He had been able to use his heightened senses to detect the bandits from a faraway distance before. So how was the assailant able to approach him until they were just outside the window? He even needed someone else to alert him. Did the assailant have something on them that could hide their presence? I wonder if that item will be able to help with hiding the signs of me being a strayed one. It would be great if I could just grab it from them. Then at the very least, I won't be plagued by people trying to hunt me down just because they were able to figure out that I'm a strayed one. Just as Li Huowang was lost in his thoughts, he felt a different sensation on his thighs. He looked down. At this moment, the pale hands had disappeared, replaced by several tentacle-like creatures crawling up his thigh. They were cold to the touch and had the texture of soft snakeskin. At the same time, a seductive voice rang out beside his ear. "Dear husband." Hearing the voice, Li Huowang felt his scalp go numb. "Enough. I told you to stop it." Just as Li Huowang was about to unsheath his sword, the tentacles slowly retreated from his pants. Li Huowang glanced at the sleeping Bai Ling Miao, and then whispered underneath the bed in a harsh tone. "I don't want to talk about what happened last time. Enough is enough. Go to sleep." After saying that, Li Huowang lied down on the bed. The second deity also chose to silently remain underneath the bed, causing the room to once more become silent. After the incident that just happened, Li Huowang dared not sleep, choosing to stay awake until the morning. It was only when he heard the shouts of the stall vendors from outside that he allowed himself to fall asleep. By the time he woke up, it was already afternoon. He wore his clothes and walked into the mess hall. As he ate, he thought about what had happened last night. Based on their methods, they don't seem to be from a sect like the Righteous Monastery or the Benevolent Nunnery. Maybe they are someone cultivating on their own, like Dan Yangzi. In that case, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. They said that this was their territory rather than their sect's territory, so it's very likely that they are indeed alone. Li Huowang did not want to leave this town so quickly. After all, it was much easier to be ambushed in the wilderness than in a busy town. As Li Huowang was eating some peanuts, he saw Lu Zhuangyuan proudly walking in with his sons. Thinking back upon yesterday, it was not hard to determine what had happened. "Troop leader Lu, did you go and argue with the performers of the Nuo Opera? Looks like you won," said Li Huowang. Translator's thoughts. Shadow play refers to this particular performance, where the performer would use the puppet cutouts and animate the shadow with a light. Chapter 152 Doubt. When Lu Zhuangyuan saw Li Huowang eating in the mess hall, he decided to be modest while smiling to please him. "Young Taoist, that was just a joke. We didn't fight. We were merely discussing the differences between our performances. Hee, one has to learn even if they are old." Li Huowang chuckled. "So, was there any major trouble, since they are the locals?" Lu Zhuangyuan was so happy about his victory that as soon as Li Huowang asked, he sat down on a stool and started boasting about himself. "Young Taoist, as you know, I've already been doing performances for more than 30 years. How could I be intimidated by young whelps in their 20s? They tried to intimidate me when I met them, but how would I be fazed from that? Since I am a performer, I am used to such intimidation." That's when I sat on one of the boxes and shouted back. I told them that their singing tone was inaccurate. Guess what happened next? "What happened?" asked Li Huowang. This question made Lu Zhuangyuan even more prideful as he continued to talk about the situation. The three performers were stunned by my words. The youngest one even asked me at which point in time their tone was incorrect. He thought that he could get some free pointers from me, but why would I do that? I didn't want to teach them, and so I just ignored him. They didn't even serve me tea. You should have seen how quickly they changed their behavior. All three of them became much more respectful and even addressed me as senior. Still, their tones were indeed too high and mighty. It wasn't like I was coming up with some nonsense just to fight with them. As their senior, I have the obligation to look after them. Don't you think this is true?" As Li Huowang heard how well Lu Zhuangyuan boasted, he realized that Lu Zhuangyuan could have been a really good storyteller. Li Huowang finished eating at the same time Lu Zhuangyuan finished his story. By the time he finished his story, Lu Zhuangyuan's face was flushed. Then, he drank a cup of tea and took a deep breath, feeling satisfied. "Troop leader Lu, what kind of performance were they doing?" "It was very strange," asked Li Huowang as he ate the final mouthful of rice. "Oh, they were performing an old show called De Nuo Exorcising the 12 Ghosts. It seems to be a legend that has been passed on for thousands of years. The reason behind their strange singing tones was probably the fact that it's an old show," explained Lu Zhuangyuan. "Who's De Nuo?" asked Li Huowang as he picked his teeth with the chopsticks. "No idea. But according to the three performers, De Nuo was an immortal. They told me that at one point in time Hou Shu used to be a kingdom of ghosts where humans were nothing more than livestock that were destined to be eaten. Then, De Nuo came and exorcised the 12 most powerful ghosts. He even taught the ancient people to stand, read, write, and even use fire," said Lu Zhuangyuan. So it's a mythical legend. Li Huowang squinted as he recalled the three masked Nuo Opera performers. Was the one who attacked me last night related to the performers? Li Huowang felt that they were suspicious. He and his group had just entered the town and already managed to see the strange Nuo Opera and their teeth play. Wait, teeth play? Li Huowang remembered the bronze coin veil worn by the assailant. It would have been perfect to cover up their teeth. Li Huowang immediately asked Lu Zhuangyuan, troop leader Lu, about the three Nuo Opera performers. Did they remove their masks while talking to you? Nope. In fact, they didn't even remove their makeup when they saw me. They were too busy being respectful and pouring me a cup of tea, boasted Lu Zhuangyuan. Could it be them? But there are three of them. Or maybe they wanted to mislead me by sending only one of them last night. Thinking up to this point, Li Huowang frowned. Taoist. Taoist. At that moment, a clear voice broke Li Huowang's train of thought. Li Huowang looked over and saw that it was the disheveled-looking monk standing at the door while waving at him happily. Where were you? Why were you up so late? I've been looking for you since morning, but you were not here, asked Monk. Li Huowang placed his chopsticks down before turning to Monk. You came looking for me? Is everything all right? Yeah. Come on. I found a great place, said Monk. Hearing those words made Li Huowang remember something unpleasant. Monk had similar words when he brought Li Huowang to the place where the righteous monastery housed the flesh Buddha. However, it was only thanks to this that Li Huowang had managed to see through the righteous monastery's deception. In a way, Monk was technically half a savior to him. Staring at the bright sun, Li Huowang walked outside. Sure, let's go. Just as he said that, he heard two people laughing at him. Li Huowang turned toward the source of the laughter. It was none other than Dan Yangzi and Yingzi. Both of them were in a corner of the room, their four faces contorted in a sarcastic smile. Taoist, come quick, shouted Monk, who was already on the main street. Enduring the harsh sunlight, he kept waiting for Li Huowang. Is he really the monk I know? Mumbled Li Huowang as he stared at Monk. Even though he had probed Monk multiple times yesterday, it was quite strange for him to suddenly appear here out of nowhere. Could he also be an illusion? But that doesn't work on me, especially after the recent heightening of my senses. I would have found out if he was fake. Wait, why should I let myself be affected by the two illusions? They are fake. Li Huowang's mind was a mess from doubting himself. Taoist, come quick. Why are you hesitating? Monk's voice was already hoarse from shouting his name. After a moment, Li Huowang took a deep breath and followed him. He felt that he needed some more time to determine whether this monk was real or not. If he was, then that would be for the best. However, if he wasn't, then it would be a good idea for Li Huowang to keep playing along. He needed to know whether the fake monk had a motive and whether he had other helpers. Li Huowang had become a lot more bold after chasing away the assailant from last night. There were still a lot of people on the street during the afternoon. It was probably because this was a border town, but the number of mule carts, horse carriages, and camels in Li Huowang's field of vision never reduced. Monk, where are we going? Asked Li Huowang as he secretly placed one hand on the profound records. It's not far. We are almost there. It's just over there, said Monk, pointing in a direction. Li Huowang looked toward the direction that Monk was pointing and saw the three masked Nuo Opera performers. What do you think? You must have never seen them before, right? Asked Monk excitedly. The Nuo Opera? Was this what you meant when you said you wanted to show me something good? Li Huowang was speechless. You can always choose to watch their performance another time if you've already seen it. This performance can only be seen here. We might never get a chance to watch it again once we leave this place. Ah, damn it. They are already closing for the day, said Monk. While Monk was sighing, Li Huowang was feeling excited. He saw the three performers preparing to remove their masks. Chapter 153, Courtyard Houses. At that moment, the three performers removed their masks, allowing Li Huowang to see their heads, which were covered in red cloth. But it was not a complete wrap. There was an opening for their nose and mouth. After removing their masks, they slowly started to remove their red cloth. Soon, three young men appeared in front of Li Huowang. They were almost the same age as him. The three performers looked quite normal. Their faces were human without any weird appendages or tentacles. Everything was normal. Taoist, what are you looking at? They are no longer performing. Let's just go somewhere else. We might be able to do some good deeds today, said Monk, pestering Li Huowang to leave. No need to rush. Let's just wait a little. Li Huowang didn't let his guard down. He still remembered how frightening they looked when they were doing the teeth play. Li Huowang was not afraid of fighting them, but he was afraid that they would play some tricks or ambush him later on. At that moment, Li Huowang suddenly saw the three of them hurriedly pack their stuff. They looked cautious and peeked at Li Huowang from time to time. Looks like something is indeed wrong with them. They've hidden it well. Li Huowang was becoming more and more suspicious of them. Initially, after having heard Lu Zhuangyuan's story, Li Huowang hadn't felt them to be suspicious, but now he was fully alert. The three performers and the musicians moved all of their items onto their camel before running into a small alley. "Monk, quick! We need to chase them," said Li Huowang as he ran to follow them. "Aya, why are you chasing them? Don't tell me that you want to pay them some silver to perform privately for you," asked Monk. However, despite his protests, he still followed Li Huowang. Both of them followed them from a distance as they tailed them all around the town. It was initially fine, but soon, the cargo-carrying camels soon started running as the people riding them started whipping the camels to run faster. "Shti! They saw us. Quick, chase them!" Li Huowang ran faster as one of his hands clutched his sword. However, even though the town wasn't big, they weren't locals. After zigzagging through a few alleyways, Li Huowang realized that he had lost them. Li Huowang was quite annoyed as he stared at the gray walls. "Haha, Taoist, slow down. I almost lost you," said Monk as he propped himself up on the wall while panting. Hearing this, Li Huowang glanced toward Monk. It's natural for him to not have the stamina at this age. "If you can't take it, then go back and rest first." "No need to follow me," suggested Li Huowang as he continued walking. Even though he didn't suspect Monk as much, Li Huowang still didn't trust him completely. He also didn't want Monk to hold him back if they ended up meeting a strong enemy next time. "Fine. I will go back and rest first. You can run by yourself." Monk held his waist and walked into another alley. "I hope I'm just thinking too much." Li Huowang shook his head. Just as he had just taken a few steps, he heard a shout. That's the old monk's voice. Li Huowang ran over and leaped a wall before stopping in front of a square-shaped hole in the ground. It was a hole in the ground. Rather than dirt, the walls of the holes had wooden doors and windows. It was like a courtyard house was buried underground. Various wooden masks could be seen decorating the wall. These snarling wooden masks were the same ones that the three performers had been wearing. Staring at the camel that was eating grass in the center of the courtyard, Li Huowang was certain this was the home of the three performers. "Taoist, quick, come and pull me up." "Ouch! Why did the people here build an underground home rather than a house? This looks more like a tomb," called out a voice. Li Huowang looked toward the source of the voice and saw a monk who was lying on the ground in pain. Seeing this, Li Huowang leaped down, landing solidly beside Monk. However, instead of helping Monk, Li Huowang clutched his sword and stared at the closed windows, completely alert. With his heightened senses, he instantly realized that many people were staring at him from behind the windows. Li Huowang did not wish to fight without knowing the number of enemies. At the same time, the people staring at him from behind the windows didn't act either. Both parties just stood there, waiting for the other to act. Maybe they have the same thoughts as me? Li Huowang's mind was racing. "Taoist, what are you doing?" asked Monk as he slowly stood up in pain. "Wait for a bit. I don't have the time to deal with you for now," said Li Huowang. Just as he said those words, he felt a few more pairs of eyes being trained on him. However, these gazes originated from the masks decorating the wall rather than the rooms. It was as if they had come alive. After a moment, Li Huowang decided that even though he hadn't confirmed whether they were related to the assailant from last night, it was best to not linger around anymore. After some consideration, Li Huowang decided to talk to them. "I am Junior Xinyang. I've accidentally walked into your homes and mean no harm. Please forgive me." Seeing that there was no reaction, Li Huowang decided to try another method of communication. "Is the spring book open?" Even so, no one replied to him. "Let's just forget about what happened yesterday. I do not wish to harm you, and I hope you wouldn't harm us either." "How about a truce?" suggested Li Huowang. However, even after he explained his intentions, he didn't receive any replies. Thus, Li Huowang gave up before supporting Monk to a ladder placed at the side. Once the tall ladder was placed upward, Li Huowang let Monk climb up first. Once Monk was back up on the ground, Li Huowang leaped up the ladder and followed him. After Monk and Li Huowang left, the people hiding inside the rooms walked out. All of them had tattoos on their ears. There were both men and women, with some of them even carrying infants and children. At this moment, everyone's faces were filled with hatred and fear. One of the three performers clenched his fist while talking to an old man with white hair. "Grandpa? That man was right. We can't wait anymore. We need to act now." The old man was visibly angry as he forcefully swung his cane down onto the ground. "Go, gather all the youths in our house. We need to kill that red-robed Taoist." They dare think of us as mere pushovers. Meanwhile, monks still acted clueless as they left the underground courtyard and returned to the busy street. What just happened? Asked Monk, confused. You don't know? Asked Li Huowang, carefully scrutinizing Monk. He had never forgotten how suspicious Monk had always been. It was only thanks to Monk that Li Huowang had managed to see through the deception of the righteous monastery. It was also thanks to his help that Li Huowang managed to find the house of the Nuo Opera performers. It might have been a coincidence the first time, but a second time around? This was too much of a coincidence. Translator's thoughts. Here's an example of what courtyard houses look like. Basically, rather than the house being surrounded by the yard, the courtyard would be within the house instead. Chapter 154 Dunes. Li Huowang may look relaxed, but as he stared at Monk in front of him, he was completely alert. Even though Monk hadn't done anything to harm him, Li Huowang refused to trust someone else with his life. Monk, can you tell me who you are? Li Huowang said jokingly. Does Monk have an ulterior motive? Or is he a spy acting on the behalf of the righteous monastery? Or maybe he's someone from the sitting Oblivion Dao that the Abbess warned me about. All of these could be true, and it would be a problem no matter which of them he is connected to. Me? I'm a monk. Why do you ask me this? Said Monk frankly. Li Huowang observed Monk's expression closely, but found nothing unusual. Still, even if there was no evidence, Li Huowang couldn't bring himself to fully trust Monk that easily anymore. Unable to confirm whether Monk was harmless or not, the best plan that Li Huowang could think of was to distance himself from him. Fine. Since we are done watching the show, let's split up for now. You go to your good deeds while I continue with my travels. I hope that we will meet again. Why are you in such a hurry? We haven't seen each other for so long. We can just travel together like the good old days, said Monk happily as he reached for Li Huowang's sleeve. However, his hand was stopped by the scabbard of a sword. After a moment, Monk retracted his hand. What are you doing? Aren't we friends? If you are a friend, then tell me who you are. Don't make me guess your identity here. Who are you? Shouted Li Huowang as he walked back to the inn without waiting for a reply. Sensing the hostility in Li Huowang's tone, Monk decided not to follow him. At the same time, he looked a little dejected. Meanwhile, Li Huowang walked back to the inn without any incident. When he turned around and confirmed that Monk hadn't followed him, he sighed in relief. Senior Li, what's wrong? Why are you so nervous? Did a ghost chase you? Asked Puppy as he chewed on sunflower seeds while walking down the stairs. Where is everyone? Li Huowang hurriedly asked him. They are all outside, following your orders and gathering information about Hou Shu. They are also trying to find a map of the kingdom, explained Puppy, feeling confused as to why Li Huowang would ask him that. There's no need to do all that now. Call everyone back. We need to leave as soon as possible. Why? All right. Senior Li, let me go and find them immediately. Puppy threw away the sunflower seeds and ran out. Don't forget to call for the Lu family, shouted Li Huowang as he ran to the stables. Li Huowang's order was so sudden that none of them had any time to prepare. They all rushed back as soon as they could before hastily preparing for their journey. Even so, Li Huowang's orders were absolute. No one dared to fight back. Thankfully, they were able to finish preparations before nightfall. Soon, the horse carriage was well on its way out of town. Senior Li, what's wrong? Chun Xiaoman clutched her sword, confused by their sudden predicament. Someone in the town is targeting us. But don't worry, this time it's not the same as last time. If they choose to fight us, they won't have the advantage, said Li Huowang as he felt the sword on his back. After having rested for an entire day, everyone's stamina was in good condition. They only stopped to rest when the moon was high in the sky. At that moment, Li Huowang roughly calculated and determined that they were at least 10 kilometers away from the town, and so he told all of them to stop and rest. If they wanted to continue their journey tomorrow, then they needed to sleep for now. At the same time, Li Huowang personally took the job of night watch in order to prevent any people from suddenly attacking them on the first night of their journey. Li Huowang gently patted Bun's head while recalling everything that happened today. He was trying to see if he had missed any details. He had a feeling that something was indeed strange. However, he couldn't figure out why. He felt as though he was being led around by the nose, causing him to feel irritated. But since they were already out of town, he decided not to think anymore and instead figure out his next steps. The Nuo Opera performers and the monks from the righteous monastery. Regardless of their origin, none of them wanted to fight me in a town. It means that they are afraid of something. Li Huowang patted the profound records and the sword on his back as he pondered about it. Everyone I encountered immediately knew that I was a strayed one. Based on the actions of the righteous monastery, It seems that strayed ones are indeed valuable. Regardless, since they did not act immediately, it must mean that I have the power threshold to protect myself in this world. At least we should be able to peacefully navigate through the dangers. At that moment, Yangzi, who had been squatting directly in front of him, suddenly spoke. "Umph. And to think that I call you my disciple. They are all bullying you, and yet you only think about self-defense. Instead of running, you should be thinking about how to kill them all." Hearing this, Huowang smiled coldly and clapped his hands slowly. "Amazing. My master is such a good teacher. However, I wonder who it was that left his disciples behind to run away from the righteous monastery last time." "You damned brat," shouted Yangzi as he stood up, his grotesque muscles and flesh pulsating. Just as he was about to open his 3 mouths to say something, he turned, staring in the same direction as Huowang. At that moment, a single black that was slowly approaching them. "They are chasing us." Huowang's face turned serious. Just as he was about to stand up and inform the rest of the group, he realized that there was another black dot approaching them from the front. Seeing this, Huowang scanned his surroundings and saw black dots approaching them from every direction. They were being surrounded. "Huowang, you've been surrounded. This time, you are dead for sure." "Ha!" said Yingzi as she laughed maniacally while hugging her belly with her remaining arm. "Wake up! Someone's here." Huowang's angry roar broke the silence of the dunes. Hearing his shout, the sleepy members instantly broke out into cold sweat and brandished their blades. Regardless of who they were, their enemies wanted them dead. Instantly, the atmosphere became tense. "Don't wait for them to complete their encirclement. We need to break through now." Huowang led them, charging toward one of the black dots. As they got closer, Huowang saw who they were. One of them was wearing the same bronze coin veil. It was the same assailant from last night. At the same time, just like yesterday, the man had several shadow monsters in his hand. Seeing this, there was no need for any words. Huowang just unsheathed his sword and charged forward. On the other hand, the veiled man threw out the shadow monsters in his hand. With the aid of the moonlight, the shadow monsters quickly gained form and stood up like paper dolls as they floated toward Huowang. Chapter 155, Nature. Kill them all. Huowang's sword slashed upward, a crimson glow flashing on the sword's body. In the next instant, a shadow monster was sliced in half as it turned to smoke while howling in pain. At the same time, Huowang gritted his teeth and continued running, closing in the distance between him and the veiled man. Huowang slashed until there was only one shadow monster left. Initially, he had thought that this would be easy, but at that moment, the veiled man's underarm bulged before 4 more arms extended from underneath it. Each of these arms held another shadow monster. After a moment, the veiled man threw the shadow monsters into the air. Illuminated by the moonlight, Huowang was instantly surrounded by them. "Senior Li, we are here to help," shouted by Ling Miao. "Don't come any closer. Miao Miao, don't play the drum. I can handle this myself," said Huowang as he slashed through the horde of shadow monsters while closing in on the veiled man. Falala. At the same time, the profound records was unfurled. Then, Huowang sliced off 2 of his fingers, causing him to almost faint from the pain. However, it was worth it. The 2 fingers rapidly expanded before they even touched the ground. At the same time, the bones within them grew longer as they shot themselves toward the veiled man. The veiled man tried to evade, but the fingers homed in on him. Splurt. The fingers buried themselves into the man's neck, and Huowang saw the remaining shadow monsters stop in their tracks. Then, the shadow monsters slowly turned back into ordinary shadows. "You." The veiled man fell onto the ground, dead before he could say anything. Seeing this, Huowang hurried over and inspected the dead 6-armed man. "Wait, is that it?" This was too easy. Huowang was confused. Compared to the previous encounters, this was too easy. After a moment, Huowang carefully used his sword to lift the coin veil. He wanted to see what the man looked like. Just as he started unveiling the man, Huowang was stunned to see a wooden lip. The man was nothing more than a puppet. "Careful, the dwarf is inside the stomach. It's trying to attack you." Huowang didn't know who had shouted those words, but he saw a flash of steel approaching his heart from the puppet's abdomen. Thanks to the warning, Huowang managed to block it with his sword. The very next moment, Huowang raised his sword and stabbed it directly into the abdomen of the puppet. A scream rang out, accompanied by a spray of blood from the abdomen of the puppet. After a moment, a bald man with saggy skin and asymmetrical eyes crawled out. Blood could be seen leaking out from the dwarf's mouth, but it was useless. Soon, The dwarf died. At that moment, Li Huowang felt a dragon's roar coming from his sword, almost causing him to lose control of it. Then, he quickly removed the sword before sheathing it again, finally bringing it back under his control. However, Li Huowang didn't have any time to inspect his sword. He turned around to see who it was that warned him about the dwarf's attack. Standing there was none other than Monk. "You again? Who are you?" asked Li Huowang. One of Monk's shoes had a hole in it, revealing his toe. He walked forward with his torn shoes, walked past the dead dwarf, and then stored the bronze coin veil in his pocket. "Let's go. We can talk while we run." "Can't you see that they are catching up?" said Monk. Li Huowang saw the rest of the black dots were becoming larger and started running. "Everyone, quickly catch up. Don't get left behind," shouted Li Huowang. Then, he approached Monk and questioned him once more. "Who are you? Why are you doing this?" Hearing this, Monk laughed. "No need to be so cautious. Have I ever harmed you when we were together?" Without waiting for Li Huowang's reply, Monk continued talking. "No, I've never harmed you. In fact, I've been helping you. I helped you discover the righteous monastery's plot, and I was the one who reminded you of how suspicious the performers of the Nuo Opera were." Li Huowang sighed as he monitored the black dots chasing them as he tried to calm himself down. "I thank you for your help, but I hate it when someone lies to me." The originally jovial Monk suddenly turned serious. "There's no need for you to know who I am. What's more important is for me to know whether you are the real Li Huowang or not. Are you the same Li Huowang that I know of?" "What?" Li Huowang's pupils shrank from surprise. He almost wanted to stop Monk from speaking any further. "The things that I am about to say next may sound preposterous, but seeing how you saved me so many times, you need to trust me. I am not Monk, and you are not Li Huowang. All of these are identities that we've borrowed from someone else. Your true name is Peng Zhi, and I am Peng Jiao. We are not real people. Our real identity is that of someone else's 3 corpses." "What the fuck are you talking about?" Li Huowang was confused. "I'm not Li Huowang, and there is someone else called Li Huowang." Piu. An arrow flew toward them. At the last moment, Monk pulled Li Huowang, causing the arrow to narrowly miss. Sensing the urgency of the situation, Monk sped up his explanation. "Do you not know the 3 corpses of Taoism? Anyone who wants to become an immortal must kill their 3 corpses. And we are the 3 corpses. The upper corpse, Peng Zhi, is Dan Yangzi. The middle corpse, Peng Zhi, is you, and the lower corpse, Peng Jiao, is me. Now that Dan Yangzi has been slain, we are the only 2 left. We need to work together to live." How could this be? Li Huowang wasn't sure if he could trust those words. His entire perception of the world had been turned upside down in just a few seconds. "Taoist, look at me. You need to look at me." Hearing this, Li Huowang turned to stare at Monk. He could see how Monk was. The upper corpse, Peng Zhi, resides in the head, turning someone stupid and without wisdom. The middle corpse, Peng Zhi, resides in the chest, turning someone anxious, someone who can't calm down. The lower corpse, Peng Jiao, resides in the abdomen, causing a person to become greedy and lustful. Not everyone can abandon their instincts. But look, I've broken free of my nature. I was destined to be someone evil, but I persevered in doing good deeds. My instincts call on me to be lustful and greedy, but I refuse to follow them, choosing to become a poor and chastised monk. I alone shall control my life, not my instincts. I know that the instinct of Peng Zhi is to be anxious and doubtful, but Taoist, these are merely your instincts. You can fight back against them, just like me. Only then can we win against the one who is trying to kill us. We will finally be free after that. Chapter 156, Peng Zhi. I am one of the 3 corpses, Peng Zhi. Li Huowang's brain was abuzz. His mind was a complete mess. How can that be? I was transmigrated here. How can I possibly be something stupid like Peng Zhi? Mumbled Li Huowang. It's no use even if you don't want to believe it. Currently, I need you to recall as much as you can and see if you are able to find something bizarre in the details that you remember. Details? While Li Huowang was reluctant, after thinking for some time, he did find many suspicious points. Dan Yangzi's idiotic pride and all his various bizarre encounters fit quite well with the hypothesis of the 3 corpses. One more thing. If I am correct, then you can't recall anything from your childhood, correct? This is natural, since we were never children to begin with. We were already adults when we took form. Monk's words made Li Huowang realize that he could indeed not remember anything from his time before Zephyr Temple. In fact, his very first memories were of him being within the Zephyr Temple. What's going on? What is real and what is fake? mumbled Li Huowang as he felt his head splitting in pain as various pieces of information swirled within his mind. Peng Zhi, don't think about it. Stop thinking. You have to go against your instincts. I did it, and so can you. Don't think about it, and don't doubt anymore. Only then can we win against that person, said Monk as he shook both of Li Huowang's arms rigorously. Pull yourself together. Do you see the people that are trying to kill us? The cultivator is using them to try and kill us. The moment he kills both of us, the cultivator will become an immortal. We are in this together, and we can never let his plan come to fruition. Li Huowang took deep breaths as he tried to calm himself down before turning to question Monk. Monk, you. Careful. Monk quickly pulled him down as another arrow flew past Li Huowang's shoulder, taking off some of his hair. Why are you still asking questions at such a crucial time? Let's talk more once we leave here. Our enemies are quickly approaching. Hearing this, Li Huowang turned around and saw that the black dots chasing them had indeed become larger. They were chasing them on camels. He could see that the assailants all wore wooden masks and had white fangs protruding out from their mouths, wriggling like antennas. Li Huowang recognized them. They were the Nuo Opera performers. He would have been fine if only the performers were the ones chasing them, but this time around they had brought an entire group of bandits with them. The bandit had hidden their faces, allowing Li Huowang to only see their eyes that were filled with hostility as they raised their various weapons and hollered. After a moment, Li Huowang stared into the distance, choosing to continue with his escape. But just as he had taken a few steps, the sand dunes around him faded away into nothingness. Not again. Not when it's this dangerous, shouted Li Huowang. After a moment, he woke up and found himself strapped to a hospital bed. At this moment, he could see Yang Na and his mother carefully moving a table and placing it near his bed. Peng Zhi. A faint voice rang out. Hearing the voice, Li Huowang clenched his fist, his arms tied to the bed securely. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then opened his eyes. However, he was still within the hallucination. Huowang, happy birthday. Do you remember my birthday? It is only 3 days away, said Yang Na. Currently, she was wearing a white sweater as she carefully placed a paper crown on Li Huowang's head. She hadn't noticed the changes in Li Huowang's expression just yet. Peng Zhi, wake up. The voice became louder. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaoqin placed a cake on the table and started lighting up the candles on it. On the other hand, the voice inside Li Huowang's ears suddenly became louder. Peng Zhi, wake up. They are catching up to us. At the same time, the lights within the room were turned off. Then, both his mother and Yang Na stood beside him and smiled. Peng Zhi, everything I've said is true. Don't think about the memories stored within Li Huowang's body. They are not yours. No matter how doubtful you are, they belong to Li Huowang and not you. You are only using his body. Fight against your instincts and forget about them, said the voice. I'm not Li Huowang. The person my mother and Yang Na cared for, the Li Huowang they knew, was someone else. Li Huowang's lips trembled as he saw them. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. The two of them started singing softly. Staring at the warm and gentle sight in front of him, Li Huowang's lips continued to tremble. He bit his lips and swallowed the blood that flowed out from it. He wanted to take a deep breath to calm himself down, but he couldn't. He was afraid of scaring his mother and Yang Na. Soon, the song came to an end. After that, Li Huowang slowly leaned his body forward and blew out the candles. Li Huowang's sudden action surprised both his mother and Yang Na. Huowang, when did you become coherent? However, instead of answering, he just smiled at both of them. I want you to place a piece of cloth in my mouth. I'm afraid that I will get very loud later. Just as he said those words, he felt an impact on his head, causing stars to swim around his head. Slowly, everything around him fell apart. Wake up! At that moment, Li Huowang was back at the cold sand dunes, his face flat on the sandy ground. He was a bloodied mess. He could see that their 3 horse carriages had been positioned in a circle and that everyone was taking refuge in the center. Many among them had taken up arms and were fighting against the assailants. Even so, they were slowly being pushed back. There were just far too many enemies. Seeing that the situation was dire, Li Huowang wanted to immediately help them. But he did not move. He did not move because he saw someone standing on his right. It was Monk. Immediately, he turned to his left and saw another person. It was Monk, helping him up. Seeing this, Li Huowang pushed them away. At this moment, there were 2 identical monks. Splurt. An arrow pierced through Li Huowang's shoulder. However, neither did he feel any pain nor did he pay any attention to it. He just stared at the 2 monks. Aya, Taoist, you have been shot. Are you all right? asked one of the monks, about to approach Li Huowang. However, he was stopped by a shout from Li Huowang. Both of you, stay back. I don't trust the two of you. Li Huowang raised his sword in anger. He was afraid of being stabbed in the back if he didn't settle this right now. Hearing this, the monk standing closest to him was left speechless. Peng Zhi, what do you mean by the two of us? That monk is nothing more than your illusion. You can ask the others. They can't see the other monk that you were talking about. Chapter 157, Peng Jiao. Li Huowang asked everyone around him and was surprised by what he heard from them. Senior Li, what are you talking about? There are no monks with us at all. Forget that, and come help us. Their archers are too strong. Wait, not even one monk. Are both monks part of my illusion? How could this be? There must be at least one of them here. No, this is impossible, mumbled Li Huowang before staring at Xiaohai. When we were sending the urn of ashes, we encountered monk, and we even talked to him along the way. How can you possibly say that you didn't see him? The anxious young Xiaohai was lying flat on the ground as he stared at the enemies in fear. Hearing Li Huowang's question, he turned around. Senior Li, there is no monk. No one followed us along when we were sending the ashes. Impossible. I was talking to him the entire time. If he had been a fake, then that would have meant that I was talking to nothing but air. Are you blind? Why did you not tell me if I was talking to the air all that time? Yang Xiaohai cried from the pressure. But Senior Li, you often talk with non-existent people. How would I know that this time was different? Shocked, Li Huowang fell onto the ground. I speak to myself all the time. Then what is real and what is fake? As he mumbled, Li Huowang stared at the people surrounding him, smiling madly. Bai Ling Miao, Puppy, Sun Baolu, Chun Xiaoman, Yang Xiaohai, Gao Zhijian, Lu Zhuangyuan, Lu Jiren, Lu Xiaocai, and everyone else. Their faces flashed in front of his eyes. Maybe some of them are fake as well? Is this world the real one? Or is this side fake and the other side real? Which is fake? At that moment, the monk closer to him pulled Li Huowang up from the ground. See? I was right. You are indeed Peng Zhi, the one who doubts everyone the most. It's normal for you to always feel like something is off. If you think that the monk standing there is real, then you can just go and touch him. The illusion of the monk is over there. Come. Let me bring you over to him. Li Huowang's mind was still buzzing when this monk pulled him toward the other monk. Both monks looked the same and were no different from each other. Taoist, are you all right? Asked the other monk as he came over. When the illusion of the monk came over, Li Huowang's right hand phased through him. The monk standing beside him was right. The one in front of him was nothing but an illusion, just like Yingzi. That means, muttered Li Huowang, his face filled with pain. See? Didn't your hand phase right through? That means that I am real and that I am telling you the truth. You are Peng Zhi. You are not Li Huowang. We need to work together too, said monk before suddenly stopping halfway as he lowered his head. There was a blade embedded in his abdomen. Why? Asked monk in a weak and trembling voice, feeling shocked as he looked at Li Huowang. Wasn't the other monk fake, just like I told you? Why do you choose to ignore my words? Even though I've helped you so much throughout your journey, you are still trying to kill me. Li Huowang gritted his teeth and thrust his sword deeper into monk's abdomen. You are right, he was indeed fake. But I am not Peng Zhi. I am Li Huowang. Why? Why do you suddenly think that you are Li Huowang? Earlier, you had even been on the verge of believing me. Li Huowang snarled as he stabbed deeper into monk. I don't need any reasons. I am Li Huowang. I don't need any logic or evidence to prove my identity. Even if there's evidence showing that I am Peng Zhi, I still believe I am Li Huowang. Then, Li Huowang took a few steps forward and pinned monk against the horse carriage. Red blood flowed out from monk's robes as he stared weakly at Li Huowang, using the last of his strength to question Li Huowang. Have you ever thought that you might kill the wrong person? What if I am right? Li Huowang took a deep breath and shouted at monk. So what if you are right? So what if I am Peng Jiao? I don't care. I am Li Huowang. I am the Li Huowang that my mother and Yang Na care for the most. No one can take them away from me. After Li Huowang's outburst was finished, monk lowered his head. Staring at the dead monk, Li Huowang's face twitched as he continued to mumble to himself. I am Li Huowang. I am Li Huowang. I am Li Huowang. Every time he mentioned his name, killing intent arose within his heart. He kept thinking back to the birthday cake he had seen earlier. If the Li Huowang that Yang Na loved existed, then I would just kill him and steal his identity, muttered Li Huowang. Hearing this, Dan Yangzi's three faces turned scornful as he scoffed at him. Sigh, why are you such a crazy bastard? I had already been doing such a good job fooling you. So why aren't you following my plan? Why did you suddenly attack me? Ah, such a hassle. But it was so fun just now. Suddenly, the dead monk spoke up, his face morphing into a rectangle, while his facial organs melted and turned into two large circles. Seeing this sudden change, Huowang was first surprised before becoming extremely angry. I fucking knew it. You are a liar. No, you are not just a liar. You are from the sitting Oblivion Dao. You are Air Being One. Huowang instantly realized who it was when he saw the face resembling a mahjong tile. He was a member of the sitting Oblivion Dao that the Abbess had warned him about. Hey, this is so annoying. You had already started to believe me, but then why did you suddenly attack me? You are such a crazy bastard. Airbing's face quickly morphed into that of a beautiful woman. Then, she chuckled and quickly leaped to the top of the horse carriage. As soon as all of the assailants spotted Airbing, they stopped. Meanwhile, Huowang ran up to the roof of the carriage and saw that Airbing had joined their attackers and was getting further away. Seeing how the Nuo Opera performers and the bandits didn't attack her, Huowang knew that she was the one who had orchestrated all of this. There are no three corpses. Everything had been a lie created by the sitting Oblivion Dao. 1. Airbing refers to the name of the mahjong tile that this fellow's face resembles, and that's why Huowang calls them that. Translators thought so. Here's an explanation on what the three corpses are. The Sanchurvinter, three corpses, or Sanchong Sunchong, three worms, are a Taoist physiological belief that demonic creatures live inside the human body, and they seek to hasten the death of their host. These three supernatural parasites allegedly enter the person at birth and reside in the three Dantian energy centers, respectively located within the head, chest, and abdomen. For a Taoist adept to achieve the longevity of an immortal, it was necessary to expel the three corpses from the body. Since these evil spirits feed upon decaying matter produced by grains being digested in the intestines, the practice of abstinence from grains and cereals is the first step towards expelling them. It weakens them to the point where they can be killed with alchemical drugs and ultimately eliminated through meditation techniques. There's an entire wikipage with information of it. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/3_corpses. Chapter 158, Airbing. Look, I forced him to come out. He's that crazy bastard who joined the sitting Oblivion Dao. He's Yangzi, the very same man that used mercury to flay your family before burying them underground. He's the culprit. Airbing pointed at Huowang as she shouted in an exaggerated manner. Upon hearing her words, Huowang shouted in anger, "You damn liar!" Huowang was so angry that he almost spat blood. This damned bastard is lying about me being a part of the sitting Oblivion Dao. That lady is the one from the sitting Oblivion Dao. She can change her face freely. You guys are being lied to, shouted Huowang. However, even though Huowang told them the truth, none of them listened to him. One of the Nuo Opera performers wearing the wooden mask glared at Huowang with intense hatred. Not only have you killed my people, but you even sent that old man to probe us, and then even rushed into our house to threaten us. Even with death at hand, you still think you can fool us? Dream on. Don't you dare think that the Lai household can be bullied by you, Yangzi. At the same time, the masked bandit standing beside the Nuo Opera performer got excited as he started shouting, "Tui! Fucking bastard! How dare you kill my sworn brother? Just you wait. I will personally torture you once we have captured you." Huowang wanted to explain himself, but no one listened to him. Soon, under Airbing's deception, they all took up their weapons and started charging toward the horse carriages. Bam! The horse carriages were pushed a few inches back, while the carriages themselves started to crack. Meanwhile, the scared Liu family huddled together in the center of the circle. At that moment, a familiar scream rang out, causing Huowang to turn around amidst all the chaos. He saw that a barbed arrow had shot past Bai Lingmiao's right shoulder, shearing off a chunk of her flesh. Seeing that Bai Lingmiao was injured, Huowang was enraged. It was as if he was the one that got wounded instead. Immediately, he jumped down from the horse carriage. "How many times must I tell you that you are all being lied to?" shouted Huowang. At the same time, cold steel flashed, and both humans and horses fell apart as they screamed in pain. Huowang had cut through them effortlessly. Huowang had only recently learned how to use the sword properly, and this was a good chance for him to quickly master it. The best method to do so was real combat. "Give me back my grandson's life," shouted an old man. On the other hand, Huowang just took a step back before cutting the old man down. "Aarg! He was only 6. What sin did he commit? He was the only descendant of our family. Why did you kill him? Shouted the old man. Even as he bled profusely, he refused to die. He pounced toward Li Huowang's leg before forcefully biting down with his white fangs. I've told you so many times that it was not me, denied Li Huowang. Bam bam bam. Li Huowang kicked the old man numerous times, causing his head to become dented. Then, Li Huowang once again started to mow through the enemies, slicing them in half in almost no time. The more he killed, the more familiar he grew with the sword, and the more his killing intent grew. Given Li Huowang's heightened senses, he should have already been able to locate Bing amongst the crowd. However, for some reason, he was unable to do so. Thus, he concluded that she had a method to hide her presence. After a while, Li Huowang bit his lips and glared at the crowd of assailants with eyes filled with killing intent. Bing. Hearing his shout, a woman wearing a coin veil popped out from the crowd. She revealed her mouth and smiled before disappearing behind a burly bandit. You crazy bastard from the sitting Oblivion Dao, your evil-doing days are over, shouted Li Huowang as he unfurled the profound records and took out his pliers. Then, he ripped out 3 of his molars, using that to pay the price required by the profound records. The molars exploded in the air and pierced through everything in their path, be it leather armor or wooden masks. Soon, the massive crowd of enemies in front of Li Huowang fell to the ground, allowing him to pinpoint Bing's location. Just as he was about to chase her, the remaining assailants encircled him once again, stopping him from getting closer to Bing. As Li Huowang saw Bing getting further away, he gritted his teeth and aimed his sword at his own forearm. However, just as he was about to slice off his forearm, a tall figure appeared in between him and the enemies. Gao Zhijian swung his large club mercilessly, causing bits of red and white to splash all over the place. Summon the gods. At the same time, a red-veiled woman rushed forward along the beat of a drum, using her beastly jaws to tear through the enemies' throats. Chun Xiaoman also arrived beside him with her bloodied sword. She panted while fighting off the enemies. Senior Li, we are here to help you. As he saw his comrades, Li Huowang kept away his swords. Okay, follow me and chase after that woman. She's the mastermind who orchestrated all of this. After a while, they slowly closed in on Bing while fighting off their enemies. All the while, sounds of painful shrieks, cracking bones, and metallic clashes rang out continuously. Bing finally had nowhere else to hide. Forced into a corner, she suddenly started laughing as she ran toward Li Huowang's group. At the same time, she threw something out from her sleeves. No one had expected such a situation. Instinctively, Li Huowang blocked with his sword. At that moment, a metallic die covered in flames flew high up into the air, covered by a faint glow that indicated a spell inscription. Bing made a seal with her palms, causing the flaming metal die to start spinning before embedding itself into Gao Zhijian's temple. Simpleton. Gao Zhijian. Slowly, Gao Zhijian's massive body fell to the ground, his eyes growing more and more unfocused. Hee, now this is how it should be. It's much more fun if someone dies. Bing laughed as she produced 2 black dominoes from her sleeves. She held both the dominoes in one hand while using the other hand to perform hand seals. 7, 8 but not 9 make it a poison hand if 9 golden 4, silver 5 and a stool, supports the heavens and earth, meeting fleet fully with 4, 5, and 6. As she chanted, the 2 dominoes became soft and long, slowly seeping through her fingers as they started burrowing into the ground. But at that moment, something unexpected happened, something Bing could never have foreseen. An arm with 2 fingers burst forth from the ground, grabbing the 2 dominoes and stabbing into Bing's abdomen at the same time. Bing spat out blood and raised her head. At that moment, she saw Li Huowang slowly stand up from a kneeling position, his left sleeve looking completely empty and billowing in the wind. Meanwhile, Li Huowang's severed arm continued to tighten its grip until it managed to snap Bing's waist. Chapter 159 Liar. Li Huowang almost passed out from the pain, but somehow endured it as he ran over and sliced off Bing's face, revealing the bloody, mahjong tile face hidden underneath. Li Huowang grabbed Bing's neck and raised her into the air. Stop fighting. Look at this. She's someone from the sitting Oblivion Dao. Everyone here has been lied to. But his only response was an arrow to his abdomen. They were all beyond reasoning. It might have been a misunderstanding in the beginning, but at this point, too many people had died. There was no turning back. Li Huowang threw Airbing down and crushed the bones in all her limbs before charging into the battlefield. Xiaoman, make sure she doesn't escape. As she saw Li Huowang become a demon of bloodshed, Airbing started chuckling. Seeing this, Xiaoman placed her sword on Airbing's neck. You still have the gall to laugh? You will be crying soon enough. Hearing this, Airbing started laughing even more loudly, all while her face underwent numerous transformations before settling on a new face. When should I be laughing if not now? Risking my own life to fool someone feels especially amazing. Today, Yangzi did not glare at Li Huowang like she usually did. Instead, she was looking at Airbing with a complicated look on her face. Among the various faces that Airbing's face transformed into was the face of Elder Yingzi. After a while, the assailants finally retreated, not because they had realized that it was all a ploy devised by Airbing, but because they'd lost too many men. The sky slowly brightened while the sound of horse hooves and camel bells gradually became distant, leaving an entire battlefield littered with bodies as well as several camels with no owners. As the sun gradually arose at the horizon, the blood on the ground, as well as everyone's bodies looked a lot more red. Li Huowang had suffered numerous injuries, yet he still stood tall like a statue amidst a pool of blood. In this battle, both parties had been innocent, but the sitting Oblivion Dao's devious plot pushed both sides past the point of no return. At this moment, Yingzi was staring at the scene in front of her, panicking. It was as if she was finally starting to piece the puzzle pieces together. Ha, not bad. Not bad at all. The limbless Airbing laughed. Her voice attracted Li Huowang's attention as he too started to laugh. Then, Li Huowang let go of his sword and stumbled back. Once he reached Airbing, he stuffed several blood-nourishing pills into her mouth and instructed Xiaoman, "Go and fetch the golden wound medication that we bought in town." What? Xiaoman thought she had misheard. Did you not hear what I said? Go and bring the golden wound medication now, shouted Li Huowang. Once she retrieved it, Li Huowang carefully scattered the medication on Airbing's disemboweled intestines. Then, he unfurled his torture tools in front of her before speaking lightly. Feel like confessing? Airbing was confused. Confess? Did I do something that I need to confess? Li Huowang positioned Airbing's listless right arm and carefully used his torture tools to pry out her fingernails, one by one. He didn't stop until all 5 fingernails on her right arm had been pried out. Feel like confessing? What do you want me to tell you? Asked Airbing. Do you feel like confessing or not? Li Huowang rammed his remaining hand into one of her eye sockets. As Li Huowang crushed one of her eyeballs, Airbing screamed in pain. Do you feel like confessing yet? Asked Li Huowang once again. Senior Li, are you alright? Bai Lingmiao approached carefully. Li Huowang took a deep breath and gently said to her, I'm fine. Help me check on the others. Summon the immortals to heal those who have been heavily injured. Just as Bai Lingmiao left to follow his instructions, Li Huowang stomped on Airbing's intestines and shouted in a voice filled with anger and hatred, Just tell me everything. However, at this point, he didn't want her to tell him anything. He just needed an outlet to channel all his rage. He wanted to get his revenge on Airbing. Everything had happened because of her, so she needed to pay the price. Li Huowang often used only some of the torture tools, leaving the other tools untouched. However, those tools now had their chance to shine. As more and more of his torture tools were stained with blood, Airbing's once beautiful figure transformed into a bloody human stick. Throughout the process, the intense pain caused Airbing to faint and wake up over and over again. However, Li Huowang didn't let her go regardless of how painful it was. After a while, Airbing stared at him with her one remaining eye and started laughing, her laughter gradually getting louder and louder. The more she was tortured, the louder she laughed. Eventually, Airbing's breathing grew faint. Finally, Li Huowang, who was panting heavily, lost his patience and used his sword to aim for her heart. Li Huowang, wait, can you help me and ask her a question? This sudden voice caused Li Huowang to stop. He turned around and saw who it was that had spoken to him. It was Yingzi's illusion. At this moment, she looked conflicted, a mix of expectations and fear. Can you ask her if the sitting Oblivion Dao was the one responsible for the massacre of my town 4 years ago? Asked Yingzi. This question immediately caught Li Huowang off guard, so much so that he didn't even notice how bizarre his illusion was. At that moment, Li Huowang's pupils shrank, and he had a bold hypothesis. When he asked Airbing the question, the latter started laughing loudly. Didn't you kill them? Be more confident. After all, you are a strayed one. It's a piece of cake for you to kill those tens of thousands of people. As soon as she said those words, her remaining I was crushed by Li Huowang. You guys were the ones responsible for it. The massacre from 4 years ago was done by you guys. And you framed me. On the other hand, Yingzi's body became unstable and she started crying. She dragged her wounded body and approached Li Huowang. Li Huowang, I was wrong. The sitting Oblivion Dao was the one who killed my family. We've all been fooled. Then, without even waiting for his reply, she wiped away her tears. Li Huowang, I know it's too much for me to ask this, but can you get revenge for my family? If you help me, then I will tell you something important. Hearing that, Li Huowang was curious but snapped out of it in an instant. Why should I listen to an illusion like you? I might be an illusion, and so was Monk, but Dan Yangzi is not. He's real. The elders of the Jing sect had all been replaced by the members of the sitting Oblivion Dao. You've been fooled by them. They did not help you get rid of Dan Yangzi, but instead hid him further down inside of you. Your personality is still being influenced by Dan Yangzi. Just as Yingzi had just finished telling those words to Li Huowang, her body slowly started disappearing. I'm sorry. Translator's thoughts. Bing's true form. Credits to Guzi of Lan Shi Ba Zhao on Douyin. Chapter 160 Death. At that moment, Yingzi disappeared without any prior warning. Li Huowang was left stunned as he thought about what Yingzi had just told him. The elders of the Jing sect had been replaced by the members of sitting Oblivion Dao. Dan Yangzi is still alive and is not an illusion, mumbled Li Huowang. He would normally have just ignored her words since she was an illusion, but he found her words to be reasonable. The sitting Oblivion Dao hadn't just appeared suddenly. They had already been there and had infiltrated the Jing sect. Impossible. How did you find out? At that moment, Li Huowang lowered his head to see Bing shouting hysterically. Even though Bing had been able to laugh throughout the torture earlier, now she was visibly distressed after knowing that Li Huowang had found out the truth about the Jing sect. Li Huowang finally realized what the Abbess meant when she advised him to think like the sitting Oblivion Dao and work backward to resolve their plots. At the same time, he also realized why they were so dangerous and had to be killed on sight. These crazy bastards didn't fear death or pain and only wanted to entertain themselves. Their perspective was so twisted that to them fooling someone was even more important than their own lives. Now that Li Huowang knew what they cared about the most, he also knew how to exact his revenge on them. Do you want to know how I managed to see through your tricks? Asked Li Huowang as he stabbed his sword into Bing's chest. Cough, cough. Blood flowed out from Bing's mouth, the few remaining pieces of flesh on her face twitching. How? Li Huowang lowered his body and whispered into her ears. Take a guess. As he said those words, he twisted his sword, causing Bing's body to twitch in pain. Then, Li Huowang withdrew his sword and slashed downward, splitting Bing's head in half. But that was not enough for him. Li Huowang continued to slash Bing over and over. Hatred filled his eyes while pieces of flesh were flung into the air until Bing's body was turned into nothing more than a pile of minced meat. Meanwhile, everyone else stood a distance away as they stared at the enraged Li Huowang, not daring to move a single step closer to him. Just as Bai Lingyao was about to approach Li Huowang, Chun Xiaoman stopped her. Don't go. What if? I'm not afraid, said Bai Lingyao as she pushed Xiaoman away and hugged Li Huowang. Senior Li, please snap back. Bai Lingyao started crying as she hugged Li Huowang's arm, stopping him from hacking up Bing. Gradually, Li Huowang gradually regained his sanity and sheathed the bloody sword in his hand. Then, he slowly raised his head and stared at Dan Yangzi's illusion. Dan Yangzi was floating in the air, his 3 faces displaying different emotions. One displayed happiness, one anger, and one sadness. All of the faces stared at Li Huowang before creeping into an eerie smile. After a while, Dan Yangzi slowly drifted downward and into the ground. Senior Li, please stop. She's already dead, and we are safe. Everything is over, said Bai Lingyao. Li Huowang took a deep breath and nodded. Yeah, everything is over. Then, he stared at the minced meat on the ground and asked the others, does anyone have a flint? Burn this motherfucker into ashes. Li Huowang was wary. He needed to make sure that Bing was well and truly dead. Burning her to ashes was one way to do this. The others immediately followed his orders. They used a part of the broken horse carriage as fuel to burn up the bodies of Bing and the rest. As the flames burned brightly, a plume of black smoke could be seen rising atop the dunes. Li Huowang did not leave. He just stared at the flames, making sure that nothing but ashes remained of Bing. Anything could happen in this bizarre world, He didn't dare to be complacent. Meanwhile, Lu Zhuangyuan stood at the side hesitantly before making up his mind. Young Taoist, my daughter-in-law was startled very badly yesterday. Now that she is pregnant, it might not be wise for her to travel. We will go to the town and find a doctor to check on her first. However, he was telling only half the truth. It was not only Luo Wanhua who was frightened yesterday, but the entire Lu family. Lu Zhuangyuan had originally thought that they had gotten a free Taoist bodyguard, but after he witnessed the things that happened yesterday, he realized that he was wrong. If they were traveling alone, then at most they would lose their money, or maybe Luo Wanhua would have to suffer. But if they were to travel with Li Huowang, then their very lives could be lost. The young Taoist is crazy. To think that he hid it so well. At that moment, Li Huowang turned around, causing Lu Zhuangyuan's face to instantly turn pale as he took a few steps back, ready to explain himself. All right, I hope you have a safe journey. Puppy, give troop leader Lu 2 of the camels for their journey, said Li Huowang. No need for that, said Lu Zhuangyuan as he instantly turned to leave, bringing his family with him. He was too afraid of Li Huowang. Li Huowang ignored them and continued to monitor the flames, which burned from morning to afternoon before finally dying out. Then, he approached the pile of burnt residue and confirmed that nothing but ashes remained. Only then did he finally let out a sigh of relief. Is everything okay? Asked Li Huowang as he inspected the wound on Bai Lingniao's shoulder. Yes, it's just a minor injury. Bai Lingniao forced a smile when she saw Li Huowang had returned to normal as if nothing had happened. She extended both her hands and carefully inspected Li Huowang's amputated arm, her eyes revealing deep sorrow. No need to worry. It will grow out soon enough. Li Huowang carefully patted her head. Really? Bai Lingniao's eyes lit up. Of course, assured Li Huowang before turning toward the rest. Everyone else also looked disheveled, but Li Huowang ignored their wounds. He was more concerned about those who had died. One of the guiding drug ingredients had died. He had only one arm, but good eyesight. The other one who had died was a fat assistant. At this moment, the two bodies were lying side by side, and Monk's illusion was praying for them. As he looked at their lifeless faces, Li Huowang felt numb. He doubted himself as a leader. If things had been different, maybe they too would have been able to go back to their homes. Burn their bodies. Do we have a jar? If not, then we can use a cloth to store the ashes, instructed Li Huowang. Once everything was ready, Li Huowang took the rest of them and departed. Senior Li, I think we are going the wrong way. This path leads to the kingdom of Si Qi, pointed out one of them. Li Huowang nodded. Yes, and we must hurry. Chapter 161, Go Back. In a guest room, Li Huowang sat in a wooden tub, completely naked. He held onto a 3-barbed spike in his lone arm, breathing deeply as though in preparation for something. Hoo. Li Huowang panted, trying to calm his nerves. Once he was completely composed, he stuffed a piece of cloth into his mouth and raised the 3-barbed spike in his hand, aiming it at his abdomen. Blood started to flow into the bathwater, staining it a deep red. The veins on Li Huowang's forehead throbbed as he endured the excruciating pain that almost caused him to pass out. Even as he trembled from the pain, he continued to dig deeper. Finally, he reached inside his stomach, intending to create an opening to see what was inside. However, at that moment, Li Huowang realized that he only had one arm left, and thus he could not perform such an action. Just as he was considering if he should call someone for help from the outside, a hand with long and black fingernails grazed his skin and reached for his waist. Thank you, said Li Huowang as shuddered as he raised the 3-barbed spike. The second deity's hand exerted slight pressure, causing the contents of his stomach to be slowly squeezed out. Apart from some half-digested food, there was nothing else. There was no black Tai Sui nor Dan Yangzi's half-face. He was gone. Upon seeing this, Li Huowang smiled. He had guessed correctly. That day, in the cave, in order to confuse him, those members of the sitting Oblivion Dao had taken care of the still alive Dan Yangzi. Next, to tease him further, they had further hidden the immortal Dan Yangzi, to an extent that even the Abbess hadn't been able to detect him. Those liars wanted to see him continue walking down this path and get replaced by Dan Yangzi under unexpected circumstances. This was all for their amusement. But this had inadvertently helped him. Back then, the reason Abbess and the nuns hadn't been able to completely get rid of Dan Yangzi was because a part of him was still alive. That portion of Dan Yangzi which had still been alive was now completely dead. He just needed to return to the benevolent nunnery and look for Abbess. Then, he could be completely rid of Dan Yangzi. He let the 3-barbed spike fall into the water, and picked up the golden wound medication before pouring it into his abdominal wound. At that moment, the hand with the black fingernails quickly spun as the second deity held 2 red threads and inserted them into the flesh around Li Huowang's wound. The red threads intertwined and swiftly closed up the wound. This process was still quite painful, causing Li Huowang to almost bite through the cloth. "Thank you," said Li Huowang as he turned to look behind. However, there was nobody in sight. His expression was somewhat pale as he stepped out of the bathtub to dress himself. "Taoist, are you going back this time just to resolve the matter about your master? What about those liars? You should think about taking care of them. Otherwise, they will continue to deceive people and cause suffering." "Enforcing justice is also a good deed," asked Monk. Hatred flashed through Li Huowang's eyes as he listened to Monk's ravings. However, he could not be bothered to reply and continued to put on his clothes. Of course, he hadn't forgotten about those from the sitting Oblivion Dao pretending to be from the Jing sect. At the same time, he also thought of his 2 juniors who had just died because of them, and the many things they had done to his body. Li Huowang wanted nothing more than to carve out their heart and bones. Even if he ignored Yingzi's dying wish, he still had unfinished business with them. This matter was almost as important to him as taking care of Yangzi. But they are very powerful. "Taoist, can you beat them?" asked Monk, still looking worried. "I have my own ways. Now, can you give me at least some moments of silence?" He could not take care of the other 5 people from the sitting Oblivion Dao with his own strength. However, during his travels, he had thought about it and found out that he did not need to fight alone. Firstly, it was likely that the entire Jing sect was being fooled and controlled by those from the sitting Oblivion Dao, just like Yangzi. With Shou-san at the top, those Jing sect members had all been fooled, just like her. As long as he could make them aware that they were being lied to, then they would become his allies. Second, Abbess Jingxin's son was also a strayed one like him. The reason behind his current condition was also likely linked with those from the sitting Oblivion Dao. As long as the truth was revealed, he trusted that the Abbess would be more than happy to seek revenge for her son. But first, he had to get rid of Yangzi. Dressed neatly, Li Huowang took out the translated version of the fiery admonishment and struggled to read the text on it. At that moment, he realized that he could recognize even fewer characters than before. Previously, Li Huowang had thought that his ability to read had been taken away along with Yangzi. But now that he thought about it, he realized that wasn't the case. It was simply because Yangzi had yet to die. Based on the number of characters I still recognize, I guess I should be able to reach the kingdom of Si-Chi before being completely assimilated by Yangzi. Li Huowang thought to himself before closing the book and stepping out. Once outside, he noticed that everyone was looking at him with concern. "I need to go back to the benevolent nunnery to ask the abbess about some matters." Li Huowang explained the reason why they were going back to Si-Chi. They had all visited the benevolent nunnery before, and everyone knew that there was something wrong with Li Huowang's words. However, they did not question him. Perhaps some of them had other thoughts in mind, but now, they could only follow him without dissent. One reason for this was because Li Huowang had saved their lives, but there was also an increasingly intimidating aura starting to emanate from him. "Gao Zhijian, how's your head?" Li Huowang clutched his stomach as he looked up at the tall figure with his covered head. No. It's good if you have no problems. Rest well, and eat more in this period to heal your body," said Li Huowang. Li Huowang was very shocked when he learned that Gao Zhijian was still alive. After all, he had personally seen the iron dye penetrate Gao Zhijian's temple. When the others had gone through the battlefield, they found out that he was still breathing. Bai Ling Miao had then requested the assistance of the immortals from the Bai family, allowing him to eventually wake up. Drowning was one thing, and this was another. Li Huowang found it rather hard to believe that this was just a coincidence. After all, he had seen far too many bizarre events here. However, he stopped asking questions after Gao Zhijian told him that he did not know what was going on either. No matter what, being alive was preferable to being dead. Even so, there was still an iron dye buried in his head. In that regard, Li Huowang did not dare ask for too much either. "Has the new carriage been bought? Let me take a look." "No need to support me. I can walk by myself," asked Li Huowang. As Puppy watched Li Huowang's figure gradually growing distant, he couldn't help but shiver. He turned to Zhao Wu and asked cautiously, "Hey, do you guys feel like Senior Li is becoming more and more like that Baldy?" Chapter 162, Unexpected Harvest. Li Huowang used his lone hand to stuff a piece of golden-brown bun into his mouth, chewing it slowly. He looked lifelessly at the bonfire before him as he mentally calculated where they should stop for a break after this. Currently, they were on their way to the kingdom of Si-Chi and had purchased 3 more second-hand carriages. They were acquired by selling off a few camels and then exchanging the silver. The carriages were indispensable to their long journey ahead. At that moment, a chopstick carried some cooked meat along with some piping hot noodles toward Li Huowang's mouth, waiting for him to open it. Seeing this, Li Huowang frowned slightly and shook his head. I can eat on my own. There's no need to feed me. Senior Li, how can you eat with just one hand? Let me feed you while you wait for your hand to grow back. Right? How much longer will it take? Asked Bai Ling Miao. Hearing the worried tone of her voice, Li Huowang raised his right arm and looked at that empty sleeve. He smiled bitterly and mumbled, soon, very soon. But it has already been 3 days, and yet there don't seem to be any changes. Bai Ling Miao reached out to roll up Li Huowang's sleeve and examine the healed wound. It's already been 3 days? Li Huowang's pupils contracted as though he had remembered something. He immediately stood up and looked around the barren dunes, as though looking for something. He found his target quite quickly before heading toward a large rock in the distance. Senior Li, where are you going? The noodles will get cold soon, asked Bai Ling Miao. I'm going to pee, don't follow me. Soon, he arrived at the large rock and walked toward the shadow it casted onto the ground. There was only a patch of barren ground behind the rock. This was exactly what he wanted. At that moment, he faced the rock and sat down cross-legged. He hesitated for a moment, but pulled out his sword and drew a human figure on the wall. Mom, it must have been hard for you in this period. Li Huowang spoke gently to the human figure. Mom, I'm finally awake. Can you pass me my phone? It's her birthday today, and I want to give her a call. Don't untie me, just help me dial her number. It's on the second row of the contacts list. Then, he took out a small, sharp shovel and gently used it to carve on the human figure's face. Not long after, a simple but rather familiar face appeared before him. Li Huowang did not know how to draw, causing it to be rather ugly. Even so, in his eyes, there was nothing more beautiful than what he saw on the wall. Happy birthday, Nana. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. All alone, he sat there and smiled at the drawing he had made on the giant rock while gently singing aloud. The sound didn't travel too far. It was muffled by the unforgiving winds. Sorry, Nana. I can't be with you for your birthday this year. The only thing I can do is send you my wishes like this. I'll make it up to you when I have the chance, said Li Huowang as he reached out with a smile before caressing the face of the wall drawing. Then he leaned across and kissed it before standing up by supporting himself with his single hand. When he turned around, he was faced with a red-veiled person. It was Bai Ling Miao's second deity, and she had witnessed the heartwarming yet eerie scene that had taken place. Keep your mouth shut, said Li Huowang before leaving her behind, and turning toward the carriages in the distance. By the time he returned, everyone had eaten their fill and were chatting to pass time. Li Huowang reached out to take his bowl of noodles from Bai Ling Miao's arms. Then, he placed it on the ground, picked up his chopsticks and began to slurp them up with his one hand. After devouring the noodles, a crisp, metallic sound caused his body to instinctively tense up. He seemed to have heard of this sound before. Li Huowang looked toward the direction where the sound originated from and found that it came from Puppy. He was sitting on the ground and using his knife as though he was trying to pry something out from the ground. Li Huowang stood up and walked up to him. What are you doing? Li Huowang's words startled Puppy, causing him to sheepishly look toward Li Huowang. Then, he reached out and picked up the object on the ground. Nothing much. Since we're spending so much money, I'm trying to help us save some, said Puppy. There were rows of black and bronze coins in front of him. They seemed to have been burned recently. Li Huowang recognized that these were from the bronze coin veils that the dwarfs performing the shadow play were using. He still remembered that Bing had taken it and even worn it on her face. The burnt bronze coins had many scratches on them. Obviously, Puppy wanted to pry out these coins to put them to use. I feel that it's such a waste to just leave them in the pile of ashes like that. There are at least 100 coins here. I'm not planning to keep them for myself. Once I pry them out, I will pass these to Junior Bai for safekeeping. But who knew that even the thin chains passing through the coins would be so hardy and couldn't be pried out easily? Hearing this, Li Huowang took it and wiped away the black dust on the coins quite easily. The flames hadn't been able to harm this object in the slightest. There were thin, old chains that passed through each coin to form a strange coin veil. These bronze coins seemed ordinary and were all round with a square hole in the center. Each of them was imprinted with 4 large words, which Li Huowang could not read. Dao 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 Guang Tong. Ah Tong. Tong Bao. Gao Zhijin translated for Li Huowang. Dao Guang Tong Bao 1. Li Huowang did not know which currency this country came from, nor did he care. What mattered was their actual value. Li Huowang examined the coin veil carefully before calling Bun over and placing the veil on its head to see if there were any hidden issues. At that moment, a surprising scene happened. Even though Bun was shaking its head and trying to use its front paws to scratch its head, Li Huowang felt like there was no dog in front of him. Back then, the dwarf had worn this veil while sneak attacking him. If not for the second deity warning him in advance, he might have suffered from the sneak attack. After that, when Bing wore this item and hid amongst the crowd, he hadn't been able to locate her. From these 2 points, it seemed that this item could help conceal one's presence. This might actually be useful for me. Li Huowang looked at the item, his gaze gradually brightening. It's actually extremely useful. Although he did not understand why, it seemed like anyone in this world with some level of ability could easily tell that he was a strayed one. And this object might be able to prevent that from becoming a repeated occurrence. He would no longer be treated like a piece of highly sought-after meat. 1. An inscription on the coin that describes itself. Chapter 163, Arrival. The bronze coins rustled as Li Huowang donned the veil of bronze coins on his face. The distinctive burnt smell emanating from the coin veil gave Li Huowang an unprecedented sense of security. Once at Benevolent Nunnery, if this thing is even able to conceal me from Abbess, then it would be shockingly valuable. Wearing the mask, Li Huowang stood up and shouted excitedly to the people behind him. Let's go. Hurry to the Honghua Mountain. With his shout, the carriage wheels started to roll once again, this time toward the kingdom of Xiqi. As they gradually approached the kingdom of Xiqi, which had a lot more lakes and rivers, the landscape around them also grew more lush, with even the air feeling more moist. However, their journey was not completely smooth sailing. The border guard of the kingdom of Xiqi had started to become a lot more strict. Fortunately, the border between the kingdom of Xiqi and Hou Shu was quite long to begin with. Some of the border troops had already been moved away, leaving gaps in their defenses. They used the time when the guards changed their shifts to re-enter the kingdom of Xiqi. One morning, Li Huowang was bound tightly to a tree with chains that were as thick as a bowl. His fellow disciples silently looked on as he rambled on nonsensically. They had already grown accustomed to this after having experienced it multiple times. Now, they were no longer as surprised as before. They were quite familiar with his illness now. After a while, Li Huowang's eyes gradually became clear. He looked up to see the bright sunlight, then glanced at the greenery by the roadside. Then, he heaved a sigh of relief. No matter what they had gone through during their journey, they were finally about to arrive at their destination. Let's have lunch, and then we'll leave. We should be able to reach Honghua Mountain before nightfall, Li Huowang said to Bai Lingyao, who was untying him. There was a hint of sadness in Bai Lingyao's eyes as she inspected his empty left sleeve. There were still no signs of improvement even after so many days. After a moment, she turned around, picked up a wooden bucket, and went to the nearby river to fetch water. The river water was very clean. The wooden bucket fell into the stream, along with Bai Lingyao's tears. Do you feel sorry for Senior Li? Chun Xiaoman, who had followed her, asked softly. He's disabled now. His hand cannot grow back. Bai Lingyao choked up. Chun Xiaoman seemed to want to comfort her, yet found that she didn't know where to begin. At the same time, seeing as how she was so sad, it pointed toward the fact that she had already accepted Senior Li as her own man. It's just his arm this time, but what if it happens again? Why is it so difficult for us to just go home? Sobbed Bai Lingyao. Seeing her closest friend so heartbroken, Chun Xiaoman felt quite sad for her. Even though Li Huowang did not explain anything to them, in the time they had spent together, Chun Xiaoman had understood that the red bamboo slip on his waist was used to sacrifice a part of his body to exchange for supernatural abilities. As long as Li Huowang was in possession of that thing, he would eventually have fewer and fewer organs. Chun Xiaoman watched as Bai Lingyao grew more and more distressed, causing her heart to waver as she hugged her. In the end, it was all because their strength was not enough. If they had enough strength to easily resolve such situations, then such outcomes wouldn't happen. However, it was almost impossible to persuade Senior Li to discard the bamboo slip. Even though the price to use that thing was quite large, it had enormous power. I should get Senior Li to teach me how to use that bamboo slip. Since anyone could use that thing, she might as well use it herself. Be it by Lingmiao or Senior Li, they would both feel pained if either of them got injured. And since she had already made the decision to never get married, her appearance didn't matter anymore. If it was my hand that was cut off. Chun Xiaoman glanced at the dejected Bai Ling Miao, and then at her hand covered in black hair. It's all right. After Xiaoman consoled Bai Ling Miao for a while, the two of them continued filling the water. The rest of them were still waiting to eat, and they could not delay their journey further. After a moment, the wooden bucket was filled with the refreshing river water. Hold on, said Chun Xiaoman as she dipped her hairy hand into the water before gently wiping the corners of Bai Ling Miao's eyes. There's some ash here. Let me clean it off. Thank you, Sister Xiaoman, thanked Bai Ling Miao. Don't mention it. We're like sisters. I'm going to be your future child's godmother. Chun Xiaoman smiled. At that moment, she saw Bai Ling Miao's expression suddenly become terrified. Sister Xiaoman, look behind you, shouted Bai Ling Miao. Xiaoman quickly reached for the hilt of her sword and spun around, only to see several corpses slowly floating down the clear river. Soon after, everyone gathered by the river bank, silently staring at the corpses. From their clothing, it could be inferred that these were soldiers belonging to the kingdom of Siqi, likely casualties from a battle occurring in a region upstream. Amidst the chaos of war, the commoners couldn't have fared much better either. There were quite a few commoners amongst the corpses, their eyes filled with despair. So many bodies. Just how many people must have died? Puppy sighed as he leaned against a tree trunk. The river water is probably no longer fit for drinking. We'll have to look for wells in the future, said Li Huowang. He was busy considering other matters, different from the worries of the other disciples. Does anyone feel that these bodies seem unusually fresh? Li Huowang's words caused everyone to pay closer attention to the corpses. Under normal circumstances, as long as a person had not died that day, their corpse would look a lot more terrifying after a while in the water. They wouldn't look like this. Yes, look, these corpses still have color in their faces, commented one of them. If they were not motionless, they could easily be mistaken as being alive. Li Huowang squinted as he continued to observe. These corpses were causing him to feel a strong sense of unease. Were they killed with some special ability to become like this? Or did some sect get involved in this war among mortals? Or maybe I'm overthinking it. In this world, normal wars are probably fought with those strange sects joining in. Li Huowang stood by the river and pondered for a while before bringing the others away. Maybe it was because so many had died, but everyone's mood was rather heavy. Nobody really spoke during their journey to the small town at the base of Honghua Mountain. They were only able to relax after seeing the familiar scenery of the small town around them. Senior Li, it's already so late. Are you going up the mountain now? How about going tomorrow after breakfast? Suggested Bai Ling Miao. Hold on, said Li Huowang as he walked into a pastry shop with fragrant aromas. When he returned, he had a large stack of snacks on his back. It seemed like he had nearly emptied the entire store. I'm leaving. You guys can stay at the same inn as before, and I'll meet you guys there. Right, where's Puppy? I saw him just now, asked Li Huowang. He went to the restroom, replied someone. At that moment, a contented-looking puppy walked out from a nearby alley. Ah, this restroom is clean enough. There's not even a single fly or maggot. Translator's thoughts. This is how the MC looks like with the bronze coin veil. Looks badass NGL. Credits to Goods of Lan Shi Ba Zhao on Douyin. Chapter 164, Goodbye Abbess. At this moment, Li Huowang was carrying a load of pastries on his back, panting heavily as he struggled up the dirt road on Honghua Mountain. With only one hand now, and the burden of carrying so many snacks, this trip up the mountain was even more arduous than the ones before. Li Huowang had tried to keep the pastries away from his body to avoid dousing them in his own sweat. However, this only served to tire him out even more. Finally, after turning a corner, he couldn't continue. He put the pastries down and leaned against a crooked tree to catch his breath. Li Huowang had rushed up the mountain immediately after reaching the town below, causing him to start feeling hungry. He gave it some thought, and then reached into the snacks box and took out a green bean pastry before munching on it. The pastry was crispy on the outside and soft on the inside, and it soothed Li Huowang's empty stomach. He had never eaten such a pastry before, but found it to be unexpectedly delicious. Given its taste and fragrance, he had a feeling that it was freshly made that day. It was even more delectable than those cream cakes and chocolates he used to eat before his transmigration. Li Huowang didn't think too much about him eating some of the Abbess's snacks. It was not his first time here, and there was no need to be too polite with her. He was certain she wouldn't mind. There are so many pastries here, they should be enough for the Abbess, right? Li Huowang thought as he looked at the stack of pastries and chuckled. Nope, it's not enough. Even if the amount is doubled, it's probably still not enough to feed her. As he thought up to this point, Li Huowang smiled. before feeling stunned. When did he have such a close relationship with Abbess Jingxin? When he thought about it, the Abbess was greedy, lazy, and dirty. But ever since coming to this world, aside from his fellow disciples, she was the person who had treated him the best. She had not harmed him because he was a strayed one, and even tried to help him to dispel Dan Yangzi. Before he left, she even gifted him with a sword to help him deal with danger during his journey. If not for having to send by Ling Miao and the others home, staying in the town at the bottom of this mountain wouldn't be a bad choice. This is the benevolent nunnery's territory, and other powers wouldn't cause trouble for me over here. Lost in these thoughts, he finished more than half of the box of green bean pastries, causing him to immediately stop. He looked around at the lush surroundings of Hunghua Mountain and relaxed. He suddenly thought of something, and reached into his pockets to retrieve the translated version of the fiery scripture. He flipped through it, wanting to see how much influence Dan Yangzi currently had on him. To his astonishment, he found that he couldn't even recognize a single word. This change caused his heart to drop. I need to hurry. The speed at which Dan Yangzi is wresting control of my body is increasing. If there are any further delays, then I am going to be completely assimilated by Dan Yangzi. Li Huowang quickly put the book back into his pocket, then picked up the pastries and continued to climb up the dirt path. Finally, when the moon had risen high up in the sky, Li Huowang returned to the mountain gate of the benevolent nunnery. When he saw the rhombus-shaped couplet written using women's script, Li Huowang felt a sense of familiarity. Abbess, I'm back. Look what I brought you guys. Li Huowang shouted excitedly toward the pitch-black, benevolent nunnery. None of the lamps are on. Looks like they are too lazy to even light them up. As he stepped foot into the dilapidated nunnery, Li Huowang suddenly felt that something was amiss. How come? It's not smelly anymore. Li Huowang tossed aside the pastries in his hand, then took a few deep breaths while standing on the spot. He was shocked to find that the smelly stench that was a characteristic of the benevolent nunnery had vanished without a trace. Something's wrong. Feeling somewhat flustered, Li Huowang couldn't be bothered to care about other things as he dashed toward the depths of the nunnery. Abbess Jingxin. Miao you. Miao Xin. Where are you guys? Shouted Li Huowang, his voice reverberating throughout the nunnery. Even so, no one responded, causing him to start panicking. Suddenly, Li Huowang heard some commotion in the distance. He dashed across, only to find that the commotion was caused by pigs oinking. When he came to the pigsty located behind the washroom, the scene before him caused him to freeze on the spot. A fat person about the size of a small house could be seen within the pigsty. The black-haired fat pigs could be seen surrounding her. They seemed like baby pigs that were suckling milk. However, they were not suckling milk. Instead, they were eating human flesh. Their teeth that were usually used to eat feces were now being used to tear off the fatty flesh of the obese person before they swallowed it into their stomach. Every pig's snout was stained red as they enjoyed their meal. Get away, shouted Li Huowang with bloodshot eyes as he unsheathed his sword and dashed toward them. He directly slashed at them before the pigs could even turn around, slicing one of them in two. Frightened by the intense killing intent, the other black pigs quickly scattered away. When Li Huowang arrived before the deceased fatty, he slowly knelt down and lifted the head that had half of its face chewed away. It was Abbess Jingxin's face. At that moment, Li Huowang's agonized screams echoed throughout the benevolent nunnery. He clutched the abbess's face as his tears rolled onto the floor. Abbess Jingxin was dead. The only person who had been good to him in this world had departed from this world, and so had the hope in his heart. Who did this? The almost berserk Li Huowang maniacally charged out of the pigsty with his sword raised as he looked for the enemy within the nunnery. However, aside from the corpses of the other nuns, he did not find anything else. By the time he found her, Abbess Jingxin had been dead for some time already. The culprit had probably left a long time ago. Who killed them? This was the only thought going through Li Huowang's brain. He dashed out toward the mountain gate, but gradually came to a stop. With bloodshot eyes, he once again came before Abbess Jingxin and took out his long sword before starting to dig out a pit beside her. He wanted to bury the abbess so that her body wouldn't be nibbled on by the pigs. The hole required to bury the abbess was quite large. He continued digging for a long time, all the way until the middle of the next day, before finally completing it. Just as Li Huowang was about to push the abbess in, he found something abnormal. Her corpse had been here for an entire night, yet there were no signs of it starting to smell or attracting any flies. Seeing this, Li Huowang subconsciously thought back to the corpses they had seen floating in the river water. They had similarly not decomposed and looked quite lifelike. Could they have been killed by the same people? Those killed by the culprits do not rot? Who are they? Something is wrong. Hold on. Li Huowang suddenly realized that he had overlooked something. He paused, then dashed toward the pigsty to examine the black-haired pig he had killed previously. After an entire night and a day, the pig he had killed had similarly not attracted any flies or started to smell. After a moment, Li Huowang stumbled out of the pigsty, looking at his surroundings disbelievingly. There were no signs of any struggle or battle. In any world, decay was an inevitable part of life. However, at this moment, it seemed like something was not working properly with the process of decay in this world. Perhaps the Abbess wasn't killed by someone. Li Huowang turned to look toward Abbess Jingxin. By now, her skin should have started decomposing and become filled with pus and maggots. Yet, it still appeared extremely smooth and fair. The decay in this world had vanished. Chapter 165, Have Not Won. Veins bulged on Li Huowang's solitary arm as he exerted force to push Abbess Jingxin's corpse into the pit he had just dug out. Next, he knelt down on both knees and began filling the pit with soil to bury the abbess's body. Then, he drew some pastries on a wooden board and placed it before her grave. With an ashen expression, he took out the pastries that he had brought up the mountain and arranged them as offerings before her grave. Abbess Jingxin had died, along with the decay of this world. From here on, anything and everything made of flesh and blood would no longer decay or disintegrate. Any dead person would remain in the same state that they were in at the time of their death. Abbess Jingxin's death was definitely related to this. Previously, whenever the nuns used their supernatural abilities, they seemed to be connected to decay. The disappearance of decay seemed to be the true cause of Abbess Jingxin's and the others' deaths. No matter the time, decay was always repulsive, and yet it was something unavoidable. In a world where decay vanished, there would be a huge amount of problems. If corpses did not decay, the cycle of life would be broken, and corpses would start accumulating in the world. However, at this point, Li Huowang couldn't be bothered with pondering over what was going on. He himself was about to be a goner. The abbess was dead, and there would be nobody else like her that would help him deal with the matter of Yangzi. There was no one else he could turn to now. He was nearly out of time. At this point, he had turned completely illiterate, which foreshadowed that he was on the verge of being completely assimilated by Yangzi. If he did not want Yangzi to succeed in his schemes, then there was only one path he could take. Abbess, wait for me at the Bridge of Helplessness. I will come down to join you guys shortly, said Li Huowang. Then, he kowtowed 3 times toward the grave before dispiritedly looking toward the Rat Mountain. Abbess had previously told him that he could prevent Yangzi from taking over him by being nibbled to death by those rats. He did not want Yangzi to come back to life, even if that meant that he himself would have to die. However, when Li Huowang arrived before that black tower again, he was stunned by the black objects that littered the ground. He walked across and lifted the black objects, slowly prying them open with his fingernails. Cockroaches and flies fell out from in between his fingers and floated down like black-colored snowflakes. With the death of the nuns, these flies and cockroaches had followed suit. After all, they were the lowest level of decomposers. Li Huowang suddenly stood up. His breathing quickened as he dashed toward the black tower. However, what he saw was a shocking scene. The black rats inside had similarly died, and those dead rats were the same as the others. They showed no signs of decay or foul odor. Damn! Enraged, Li Huowang smashed his fist onto those dead rats, causing their innards to be squeezed out from their mouths and flying everywhere. What immoral deeds did I do in my past life? Why can't I even die when I want to? Hee hee. Child. A low laughter rang beside Li Huowang. When Li Huowang looked up, he saw that it belonged to Yangzi's 3 terrifying faces. What did I tell you? At this point, whatever you do is in vain. You can still help me if you turn back now, said Yangzi. Do you think you've won? Li Huowang stood up, his eyes filled with boundless hatred. As long as this body still belongs to me, you have not won yet. Li Huowang suddenly stood up and rushed toward the mountain gate of Benevolent Nunnery before running down the mountain as though in a frenzy. Once he got down, he collided with Xiaohai, who had 2 pieces of fried sweet potato in his mouth. Seeing Li Huowang, Xiaohai said ingratiatingly, "Seniorly, you've returned? Have you finished your matters on the mountain? Shall we go back together?" However, Li Huowang completely ignored his flattery and continued to dash onto the road. He glanced around and directly seized the horse of a scholar nearby before climbing onto it. With bloodshot eyes, he quickly turned the horse around, and then jabbed a sharp screwdriver onto the horse's butt. The horse neighed and screamed in pain before dashing toward the direction of the Jing sect. "My horse! That's my horse!" The scholar cried and chased, but Li Huowang soon vanished from his field of vision. Seeing this scene, Xiaohai panicked. Still holding the oily paper bag, he hurried back toward the inn. "Seniors, Senior Li is having an episode again." The mountain range where the Jing sect resided was over 200 miles away from the benevolent nunnery that was located on Honghua Mountain, and thus it required some time to traverse this distance when traveling via carriages. However, with Li Huowang constantly using his torture instruments to stimulate the horse, they got there within just 2 days. Once they returned to the ghost town, the horse finally could not continue any further. It started frothing at the mouth and fell onto the ground, its behind mangled from the repeated stabbing. Li Huowang passed through the graves he had dug for the residents of the ghost town and dashed up toward the mountain cave. By now, it was already his 3rd day without any sleep and without anything to eat or drink. His current expression looked very bad. However, Li Huowang had already cast aside all his worries about life and death. He just wanted Dan Yangzi dead. He was willing to do whatever it took, as long as he achieved his objective. When Li Huowang returned, a few large-robed Jing sect disciples immediately blocked him without hesitation. "Shosun has orders, you." However, before they could even finish, a cold glint flashed through the air, and 2 heads fell to the ground simultaneously. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. They had never thought that the other party would attack first. Covered in blood, Li Huowang dashed into the cave and shouted, "Sitting Oblivion Dao, come out now." His voice reverberated within the cave, attracting everyone's attention. Soon after, Li Huowang was completely surrounded. But it did not matter to him, since he did not plan to leave this place alive. At that moment, Shosun stepped out from within the crowd, his body wreathed in flames. "You can't be reasoned with. Do you really think that we won't do anything to you?" Meanwhile, as those words were uttered, Li Huowang looked toward the 5 elders that stepped out. Seeing the 5 people from the sitting Oblivion Dao who were in disguise, he started chuckling. "Come, show me the strength of your sitting Oblivion Dao." After saying this, Li Huowang raised his sword and sliced it across his own neck. Beside him, Dan Yangzi was filled with anger as black clouds gradually enveloped his terrifying body before he lunged directly at Li Huowang. However, Li Huowang did not care as he felt his blood pour out along with his life. Splash! At that moment, the profound records were unfurled onto the ground, and Li Huowang stood directly on it. After a moment, the blood that flowed down his neck and down his clothes completely soaked the profound records. Chapter 166, 5 Elements Intercalation. "Little brat, you're pushing your luck too far. Do you really think that just because you could massacre an entire town, you are above everyone else?" Elder Shin Benyu said while looking toward Li Huowang with a hint of displeasure on his face. At that moment, his body trembled slightly, causing the rusty nails embedded within his body to quickly shoot out toward Li Huowang. But as the long nails were flying toward him, Li Huowang dodged them with surprising agility, all while cutting his own neck. A sinister smile then appeared on Li Huowang's extremely haggard face. He stepped onto the profound records, and then dashed toward the 5 elders, with a slight gust behind his back. "Protect the elders." Flames quickly lit up on the bodies of some of the Jing sect disciples like Shou San and Tu Chi. As they raised their hands together, the blaze seemed to become contagious as it also appeared on Li Huowang's body, causing his red Taoist robes to start burning as well. It seemed like Li Huowang was in a dire situation. But in the very next moment, he tilted his head and the situation was completely reversed. The flames on Li Huowang's body were extinguished, and at the same time, the charred bodies of the Jing sect members that were ablaze began to swell up inexplicably. Soon, their charred skin split apart like scorched rice, revealing their grotesque flesh. The blood that spewed out from the gaps quickly caused the flames on their body to be extinguished. Then, Li Huowang held his sword in one hand and slashed down, directly cutting down 2 of the deformed Jing sect members. These Jing sect members were no match for him. For him, dealing with them was as easy as cutting vegetables. No, that's not the brat. He has been possessed by his half-immortal master, Dan Yangzi. When the 5 elders of the sitting Oblivion Dao realized this, they quickly sat down cross-legged and began to chant. As for joy, the pinnacle of elegance, the beginning of the Dao, the fulfillment of accomplishment, the mastery of delight. One should find joy in all things. As he heard them chanting, Li Huowang started laughing. However, it was not just his mouth smiling, but his eyes, fingers, and all the other organs on his body were laughing as well. As his laughter rang out, his facial features began to loosen. The very next moment, Yangzi's counterattack began. Some illusory black clouds appeared out of nowhere and shrouded Yangzi, gradually suppressing his laughter. At that moment, Li Huowang looked over to where Yangzi was locked in fierce combat with the sitting Oblivion Dao. Even though his neck was throbbing with immense pain, the smile on his face was even brighter than before. What he wanted was to use himself to incite Yangzi and sitting Oblivion Dao into killing each other. No matter which side suffered casualties, he would have achieved his objectives. No, it's not enough. Just a bit more. As he thought up to this point, Li Huowang raised a dagger and plunged it half an inch deep into the skin on his chest. He trembled as he gripped the hilt tightly, then gritted his teeth before sliding it downward. Seeing this, the illusory monk who had been following beside him took a breath of cold air and started gesturing frantically. Taoist, don't do this. Let's think of another way. However, Li Huowang did not think so. He did not want to risk giving Yangzi a chance to take over his body after he died and use it to commit heinous crimes. With a low growl, Li Huowang pulled the hilt down firmly. Fresh blood splattered out from his chest and onto the profound records beneath him, causing the color of the bamboo slip to turn even more vibrant. At this moment, between his enhanced perception of pain and the near disembowelment caused Li Huowang to almost faint. But he didn't dare to let himself faint now. If he did, then by the time he woke up, the wounds on his body would have recovered. If Yangzi managed to take over his body during that time, everything he had done before would have been in vain. Now that Yangzi had come out and shown himself, there would be no second chances for him. With a clang, the blood-stained dagger fell onto the ground. Then, Li Huowang staggered as he raised his remaining hand and inserted it into the wound he had just cut open. He cried out as he knelt onto the ground with one knee. At the same time, veins began to bulge on the back of his hand as he forcefully pulled at the edge, causing his innards to be exposed to the cold air just like that. Wood liver. Red roots extended from the profound records and burrowed in, restoring life to the liver that had lost far too much blood. Then, more roots extended from it and followed along Li Huowang's knee before burrowing in once again, going even deeper than before. Gold lungs. As so continued, the roots extending from the profound records became even thicker. Earth spleen. Thunder started echoing, while some sort of aura expanded within the cave. Everything around Li Huowang began to distort. At this moment, everyone present before Li Huowang had turned into horrifying fleshy monsters, while the profound records on the ground had similarly transformed into parallel rows of wriggling worms. Water kidneys. As Li Huowang continued, the crowd from Jing's sect dashed toward him to try and stop him. However, as soon as they approached him, the profound records hanging on them all flew over and surrounded Li Huowang, forming a protective barrier around him. Meanwhile, Li Huowang was slowly turning empty from within, and yet he was smiling more happily than ever before. The entire process was painful, in fact extremely so. But he was truly happy. He was finally about to die. As long as he died, then he would not need to feel any more pain, and Yangzi would not be able to take control of his body. He took a deep breath, and his voice that was filled with sorrow and hatred spewed out along with fresh blood. And lastly, Fireheart. At this point, the profound records, which had now connected with his 5 organs, burst with vitality. Li Huowang had completely sacrificed his most important organs to Ba-Hui. With this, his body was almost reduced to an empty shell, and he fell to the ground, his pupils dilated. However, this was not the end. This was not the Songchong ascension that was used to summon Ba-Hui, but a different ritual recorded on the profound records, the 5 elements intercalation. And now that Li Huowang had completed it, he watched the wriggling worms on the ground that formed the profound records. They quickly gathered together and burrowed toward his empty body. Soon after, his body, which had been nearly completely torn apart, was once again filled up, overflowing with them. Those worms burrowed freely within his body, not leaving any empty spaces. Li Huowang staggered to his feet while holding his sword, and then looked down at the worms that were wriggling inside his body. At this moment, he could feel these worms wriggling inside his body. It was an extremely strange feeling. He felt like these worms had already become a part of himself, and he could even feel the peculiar strength that was contained within their bodies. He was already starting to have trouble distinguishing whether these things were worms or just a part of himself. Most importantly, Li Huowang no longer felt any pain.